Chapter 1. Rebirth. Shuaibai stood in a daze, gazing at the room before her. Its decor was simple and elegant, yet imbued with a lively charm that revealed the owner's meticulous care. Though the space evoked a sense of familiarity, it was far from the opulent chamber she had recently renovated. At the age of 36, she was the late Lin Xuanyan's concubine. Recently emerging from a year of mourning, she had eagerly transformed the courtyard, intending to savor the fleeting moments of life. Just yesterday marked her first day in this residence. She vividly recalled the scene that unfolded as night fell, the howling wind outside and the warmth of the charcoal fire within, illuminating the room filled with exquisite jewels. Dazzling to the eye in contrast, this room, though cozy and well-appointed, paled in comparison to her carefully curated sleeping quarters. As her fingers brushed against the ordinary silk quilt beneath her, a flurry of thoughts crossed her mind. Could it be that the despicable Sefuyiji could no longer contain herself, seeking revenge even in her dwindling days? In the Liu household, only Sefuyiji, the former matriarch, exhibited any semblance of backbone. Shuaibai controlled the household's finances, and thus, everyone from the highest-ranking masters to the lowest servants revered her. Even the heir of this estate, Sefuyiji's son, greeted her with a smile, despite her origins from a brothel. At that moment, a cool breeze pushed open the window, sending in a flurry of fallen blossoms. Instinctively, Shuaibai looked outside to behold a tree in full bloom, perfectly embodying the poetic line, "The peach blossoms are bright, resplendent in their beauty." She murmured, recalling the place she once knew. This was her residence from 20 years, 8T that time. She was not yet Shuaibai. Her name was as vibrant as the scene before her, gentle breezes and splendid sights. Lin Xuanyan, that was her name. At 16, Lin Xuanyan was in the prime of her youth, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis Wu'an. Though her mother had passed away early, and she had been sent to a country villa by her stepmother for being delicate, those were the happiest days of her life. Spring brought flower viewing, summer was for lotus picking, autumn for mountain climbing, and winter for snow watching. The four seasons danced before her like a lantern show. Regrettably, such carefree days soon melted away like spring snow, never to be reclaimed. In the third year of Hongming, her half-sister was implicated in a sorcery scandal at court, leading to the execution of the men and the degradation of the women into courtesans. By then, she had already been renamed Shuaibai, and she could never comprehend why, having only seen her sister at the annual family feast, she would be entangled in her stepsister's crimes. The subsequent 8 years found Shuaibai struggling within the brothel, diligently mastering the arts of music, chess, and calligraphy, having encountered countless men. Yet, even after attaining the status of a courtesan, it could not compensate for the fleeting beauty of youth. The fading courtesan was the lowest of the low, subject to the whims of any man and the cruelty of all. Shuaibai lamented that such a life was scarcely better than begging on the streets, where at least one would not have to serve various men. After much deliberation, Lin Xuanyan redeemed her, going to great lengths to fabricate her identity as a respectable woman, a distant relative of the Liu family, who had come seeking refuge after the death of her husband. Naturally, this led her to the bed of the male head of the household. Contemplating this, Shuaibai managed a bitter smile. Erasing her past as a courtesan was a strategic move for Lin Xuanyan's political career, as he feared that her background might be used against him. As for why it had to be Shuaibai, true love. In a brothel, the notion of love is the most absurd. Only fleeting affection is entertained. Yet Lin Xuanyan felt neither love nor affection for Shuaibai. Rather, he was a pervert in the bedroom. In the presence of respectable women, he maintained an air of gentility and refinement. But with courtesans, all pretense was discarded. Shuaibai, in her desperation to escape the jaws of the brothel, willingly leaped into another den of wolves. At this time, she was 25. 9 years later, after having cleverly manipulated Lin Xuanyan into entrusting her with his entire fortune, she finally poisoned him, leading to his demise at the age of 35. Regrettably, her body had become riddled with ailments after years of suffering, and despite employing various rare herbs, she merely lingered on. Then news arrived from the capital. The legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wu'an, the noblewoman from the palace, had been released from the cold palace due to her son's merits. Why? I refuse to accept this. Shuaibai screamed into the suffocating silence of the room. The birds outside were startled into flight, their flapping wings fading into the distance, soon replaced by the sound of approaching footsteps. The door suddenly swung open, and sunlight streamed in behind the visitor, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Miss, why are you crying? Did you have a nightmare?" The familiar voice echoed in her ears. "Do not weep. Miss, nightmares signify that good fortune is on the horizon." Shui Bai remained unmoved, gazing at the once familiar face now vividly clear in her memory, tears cascading down her cheeks as she bit her lip, momentarily speechless. It was Aunt Xiangju, her mother's maidservant. Aunt Xiangju had watched her grow up. They were each other's sole support in the Marquis, a bond akin to that of mother and daughter. Unfortunately, Aunt Xiangju had perished in prison, never to be seen again. Shui Bai endured the subsequent years of hardship solely because of Aunt Xiang's last words. "Live well as long as you live, there's hope." Now, looking at Aunt Xiangju before her, a shaft of sunlight fell upon her skirt, casting a shadow on the ground. A shadow, then? It was not a ghost. Could it be a dream? Aunt Shui Bai called in a voice barely above a whisper, fearful of disturbing the dreamer. Oh. Aunt Xiangju urgently, yet gently wiped the tears from Shui Bai's face. "I am here, my dear. Do not cry, whatever may come. I am with you, a liar. You have long departed, leaving me to struggle alone in this world." But such words remained unspoken, for Shui Bai feared that her grievances would reach Aunt Xiang's ears, preventing her from returning to her dreams. In the end, all her unuttered emotions coalesced into one simple phrase. "Aunt, I miss you dearly." Aunt Xiangju paused at this, then affectionately tapped her forehead. "I miss you too, my dear. You have always been in my heart." With tears glistening, Shui Bai managed to smile, momentarily halting her weeping. It was as if she had been transported back 20 years, playfully coaxing her Aunt Xiangju. "Today, I wish to don the butterfly skirt you crafted for me, and savor the peach blossom soup you prepare." "Very well, you little glutton," Aunt Xiangju replied. That it was only when Aunt Xiangju adorned her in the beautiful garment and prepared the delectable soup that Shui Bai began to sense an unsettling dissonance. She recalled having dreamt of her aunt before, yet as time passed, Aunt Zhang's visage appeared shrouded in a veil of white, thickening with each day. All that had transpired in the past had similarly grown indistinct and hazy, with only a few significant memories faintly etched in her mind. But if this was not merely a dream... Chapter 2. Scheming days passed before Shui Bai dared to settle on her new identity. She was no longer Shui Bai, but Lin Xuanyan. At this moment, Lin Xuanyan gazed into the mirror, where the copper surface hazily reflected the visage of a young woman. Her brows were naturally dark. Her lips possessed a youthful vibrancy, exuding the unique vitality of a young lady. Even if she were to return 2 decades into the past, Lin Xuanyan could hardly recall the daily musings of her 16-year-old self. Perhaps she would have been preoccupied with the delectable dishes prepared by her Aunt Xiangju. Or perhaps she would have been gazing towards the direction of the Duke of Wu'an's residence, dreaming of the day she could make them regret their choices. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a smile graced Lin Xuanyan's lips, illuminating the room with her radiance. Her mother had been the legitimate wife of the Duke of Wu'an. However, after years of childlessness, the Duke took her cousin, who had long awaited in their hometown, as his second wife. That same year, the cousin bore twins. It was only 2 years later that Lin Xuanyan's mother finally received joyful news. But the arduous 10 months of pregnancy, coupled with the pains of childbirth, meant that she could only meet her daughter once before departing this world. With the death of his first wife, the Duke hastily elevated his cousin to the position of the primary wife. Lin Xuanyan, born motherless, was sent to a rural estate. Were it not for the annual New Year's Day, a time for family reunions, she might not have even recognized her father's visage. 3 years ago, her stepmother's eldest daughter, Lin Xuanyan, was selected as a consort for the crown prince. The following year, upon the death of the late emperor, Lin Xuanyan naturally ascended to the position of one of the 4 consorts. With the new emperor's ascension, the era was renamed Hongming. In the 3rd year of Hongming, Lin Xuanyan gave birth to the emperor's first son, earning the title of noble consort. However, mere months after the crown prince's first birthday, it was discovered that Lin Xuanyan had employed witchcraft to harm the emperor, implicating her entire clan. As these memories surfaced, Lin Xuanyan's smile faded abruptly. Although Lin Xuanyan had contributed to the royal lineage, thereby evading severe consequences for her family's downfall, she herself was relegated to the cold palace. Astonishingly, 20 years later, she emerged from that desolate place due to the accomplishments of her son. How profoundly unjust! Given that fate had granted her a second chance at life, Lin Xuanyan vowed not to tread the same path as in her previous existence. This time, she turned her gaze toward the palace, resolutely declaring that she would become the most esteemed woman beneath the heavens. It was now the 3rd year of Hongming, and Lin Xuanyan had just given birth to a royal son. Soon, an event linked to the imperial harem would unfold near this rural estate. The emperor, in disguise, would venture out of the palace and take a commoner woman back with him. Lin Xuanyan recalled the myriad of sensational gossip that circulated at that time. Despite the numerous variations, the location of their encounter remained consistent. Always near the mountain temple, by the vibrant peach blossom grove not far from the estate. Furthermore, having been informed of the emperor's appearance during a past visit to Lu and Yin's residences, Lin Xuanyan was well aware of the emperor's countenance. Even though the current emperor was younger, his features would not have changed drastically. With the coincidence of time and place, along with her certainty of his appearance, Lin Xuanyan felt an 80% assurance that she could replace that young woman and enter the palace. As for the remaining 20%, those were destined ties of fate, beyond the realm of alteration. However, Lin Xuanyan believed that nothing could rival her extraordinary fate. Now, in March, with a month remaining until their destined meeting, she resolved to scout the location early. Her past experiences instilled in her the conviction that by eliminating all uncertainties, all possibilities would ultimately converge upon the path she wished to tread. Gambling is an endeavor reserved for those with confidence and an escape route. Miss, the peach blossoms outside Qingchuan Temple have only just begun to bloom. How can they compare to the beauty of the blossoms in your courtyard? Aunt Xiangju expressed her disapproval. Yet her hands busily prepared for their outing. Lin Xuanyan playfully tugged at Aunt Xiangju's sleeve, coaxing, "Don't you find it delightful to witness the flowers transition from tiny buds to their full, resplendent glory? Isn't the peach tree in the courtyard sufficient for you?" Miss, Aunt Xiangju shot her a glare before turning to instruct Sunkui. Sunkui, Lin Xuanyan's maid, had grown up alongside her. In her past life, Sunkui had shared Lin Xuanyan's fate as a court prostitute, which had led her to harbor resentment towards the Ho residents, and even towards Lin Xuanyan, often setting traps for her. Yet, Lin Xuanyan had never blamed Sunkui. After all, who could escape the grip of hatred? She too felt the same, for if Lin Xuanyan were to appear before her, her fury might compel her to consume him whole. As Sunkui momentarily escaped Aunt Xiangju's admonitions, she instinctively reached for Lin Xuanyan's hand. Although they were mistress and maid, their bond, forged through years of companionship, resembled that of inseparable sisters. They shared meals and slept in the same bed, and despite being reprimanded by Aunt Xiangju countless times, they remained unperturbed. Such small gestures as hand-holding had become so commonplace that even Aunt Xiangju had ceased to chide them. However, this time, Lin Xuanyan instinctively withdrew her hand. Without giving Sunkui a chance to react, Lin Xuanyan quickly pointed towards the mountain and feigned excitement, exclaiming, "Let us hurry, or we'll miss lunch at home." With that, she dashed outside, prompting Aunt Xiangju to frown deeply, nearly dragging Lin Xuanyan back to carry a water bowl for a few laps. Unaware of Lin Xuanyan's subtle intentions, Sunkui was startled by Aunt Xiangju's stern demeanor and hurriedly called out, "Miss, wait for me." Upon leaving the villa, their duo transformed into a trio, thanks to the guards Aunt Xiangju had arranged. Although Lin Xuanyan was an uncherished young lady in the Ho residence, this villa was part of her mother's dowry, and thus, she commanded respect as a treasured young miss here. Just as Sunkui didn't resemble a typical maid, the guard had just come from the fields, with mud still clinging to his trousers. "Gongziyu." Sunkui couldn't help but burst into a loud laugh, observing Gongzi's flushed face. Lin Xuanyan silently lamented her oversight. She had nearly forgotten that venturing out with a maid and a guard was customary for a young lady. While this did confer an air of authority, it undoubtedly hindered her chance encounter with the emperor. just as depicted in the plays. A young lady meeting a gentleman would typically do so discreetly, avoiding the presence of others. Moreover, with acquaintances nearby, she would find it difficult to behave unusually in the emperor's presence. Lin Xuanyan pondered throughout her journey on how to discreetly separate the two individuals within the peach grove without arousing suspicion. It was not until she arrived at the grove that she realized her previous concerns were entirely unnecessary. As the saying goes, in the human realm, the beauty of April fades, while the peach blossoms in the mountain temple begin to bloom. Before her lay a peach grove that had only just begun to sprout delicate white buds, nestled amidst layers of tender leaves. Yet, the grove was lush and verdant. A mere few steps could easily ensnare one's senses. Should she don a pink dress amidst the blooming peach blossoms, she would likely blend into the floral tapestry, rendering the two unable to find her. Having devised a method to elude their gaze, her next task was to arrange the fortuitous encounter's location and demeanor. In this regard, Lin Xuanyan felt quite adept. After a month of diligent preparation, she not only selected the most opportune stance for their meeting, but also practiced her expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and delight to perfection. Furthermore, she resolved the matter of the commoner's predicament. Her previous life had intertwined with the emperor due to her father's ailment. She sought herbs in the mountains to heal him, inadvertently stumbling into the peach grove where she encountered the emperor. This time, Lin Xuanyan had a ready excuse and offered 10 taels of silver, more than sufficient for medical treatment, likely leaving a surplus as well. As the time drew nearer, a sense of unease crept over Lin Xuanyan. After all, the emperor was not the same as the man from her past life who had succumbed to her charms. The emperor was the most esteemed man in the realm, and her ability to captivate him held implications for her very life and fortune. However, the emperor, at his core, was merely a man of desires. Being a mortal, he was not immune to the allure of beauty. Not to mention, the beauty of a courtesan was unparalleled, a sight beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. With this thought, Lin Xuanyan regained her composure. She smiled at her reflection, her eyes sparkling with enchantment, akin to a bewitching spirit in the dark of night. Yet, as footsteps approached from outside, the moment the door swung open, her allure vanished, transformed instantly into a pure and lovely maiden, greeting the entrance with a radiant smile. "Sun Shui, what delightful treats has my aunt brought us today? Today, we have floral cakes, magnolia delicacies, cold mixed shepherd's purse, complemented by fragrant and warm peach blossom porridge." As she spoke, Sun Shui could hardly suppress a gulp. Just as Lin Xuanyan intended to tease her, Sun Shui suddenly frowned. "Miss, can we skip the mountain visit today?" With the day of her anticipated encounter with the emperor drawing near, how could they possibly forego the ascent? What if today were the day? No. Lin Xuanyan placed her hands on her hips. It was the perfect season for the mountain's peach blossoms to flourish, and having visited previously, she could not abandon her plans at this last moment. "But we go every day, miss. Aren't you tired?" "I am utterly exhausted." "Sun Kui implored. Just today, miss. Can we not go?" Lin Xuanyan resolutely shook her head. "You may stay home, but I require Ji Lu or Pei Ling." No. Sun Shui, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Miss, you mustn't seek them out. I will accompany you wherever you go." Lin Xuanyan let out a cold hum and feigned an air of aloofness as she stepped out of the room, leaving Sun Shui perplexed by her intentions. Sun Shui busily sought to please her, fearful that Lin Xuanyan might turn to someone else. Observing Sun Shui's antics, Lin Xuanyan felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. Once, they had been inseparable friends, yet fate had twisted their bond into resentment. Lin Xuanyan would rather Sun Shui not be so attentive now, for it would grant her the excuse to send her far away, where she would be unseen and unbothered. As April's warmth began to embrace the land, a fine sheen of sweat graced Lin Xuanyan's skin upon her ascent into the peach grove. Noticing her sniffing her own scent, Sun Shui jested, "Miss, you choose to climb the mountain, yet the first thing you do upon reaching is check for any hint of perspiration. If that is the case, why not simply stay at home? The flowers in your courtyard, though beginning to wither, remain splendidly beautiful." Lin Xuanyan shot her a glare. Sun Shui's audacity seemed to grow by the day, daring even to jest with her mistress. It appeared that Aunt Xiangzhu needed to discipline her firmly. Aunt Xiangzhu was Sun Chui's Achilles heel. Invoking her name instantly diminished Sun Chui's bravado, rendering her silent with a gesture indicating her lips were sealed. Their playful exchange elicited a rare laugh from the usually reticent Gongzi, who could not help but join in the merriment. Unable to mock her mistress, Sun Chui turned her ire toward Gongzi, shooting him a fierce glare. Lin Xuanyan shook her head, amused, choosing to disregard the playful skirmish behind her and proceeded deeper into the peach grove, quickly vanishing from their sight. Over the past month, Lin Xuanyan had often gone missing within the grove, and her companions had grown accustomed to allowing her leisurely strolls amidst the blossoms. At that moment, the peach grove was in its full glory, a breathtaking tapestry of layers upon layers of pink. Petals occasionally danced down with the breeze, landing gently upon the shoulders and hair of a lovely maiden, should she happen to tilt her head and catch a falling blossom in her hands. Her eyes would sparkle with delight, as if scattered with stars. Could such a sight lead one to forget the mundane world? It was in this enchanting setting that Lin Xuanyan encountered the Emperor. Chapter 3. The libertine is the young lady here alone to admire the blossoms? A clear and resonant male voice emerged from behind the trees. Startled, Lin Xuanyan let the fallen petals slip from her grasp. Her expression flustered as she gazed at the young man stepping forth from the foliage. Instinctively, she retreated a few paces until she collided with the peach tree behind her, causing a few more blossoms to tumble down. It was only then that she regained her composure and, flustered, performed a hasty curtsy. "I have the honor of meeting you." "Sir, I'm not here alone." Chi-Cha scanned the surroundings and then returned Lin Xuanyan's gaze with a look of puzzlement. Realizing that they were the only two present in that moment, Lin Xuanyan felt cornered and, with clenched fists, feigned calmness as she declared, "My servant is nearby. I shall call for him, and he will come at once." Unfortunately, her tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner turmoil, paling slightly. Seeing her distress, Chi-Cha quickly understood. She was afraid of him. It was the first time he had encountered a lady who wished to distance herself from him, igniting a sense of curiosity within him. With a mischievous intent, he began to approach Lin Xuanyan. "What are you going to do, sir?" Lin Xuanyan's voice quivered as she struggled to maintain her facade of composure. Watching him draw nearer, Chi-Cha halted a few steps away from her, for he merely intended to frighten the young girl, not to cause her any real distress. However, Lin Xuanyan was oblivious to his true intentions. She felt the distance shrink to a point where she could sense the unfamiliar aura he radiated, amplifying her sense of pressure and turning her complexion even paler. Lin Xuanyan's reaction only served to further satisfy Chi-Cha's sudden whimsy, yet still felt insufficient. He lowered his voice, feigning profundity, and remarked, "I merely find that the young lady complements the beauty of the wooling blossoms, which compels me to draw closer." As mere words of flirtation seemed inadequate, he plucked a peach blossom from a branch and tucked it into Lin Xuanyan's hair. Though intentional, the combination of the flower and the beauty was undeniably enchanting, stirring within Chi-Cha an irrepressible desire to preserve the moment for eternity. Yet, Lin Xuanyan did not grant him much time for admiration. Gathering her courage, she forcefully pushed him away. Libertine, Chi-Cha, having practiced martial arts since childhood, was momentarily unprepared and stumbled back a few steps. Upon glancing at her, he noticed tears glistening on her lashes. Though he found her tear-streaked visage strikingly beautiful, he recognized the need to temper his advances. Retreating a few steps, Chi-Cha adopted a serious demeanor. "I apologize for my previous words and actions. It was my fault." Lin Xuanyan was taken aback, momentarily forgetting her tears as she watched his lips move. When a lady ventures out, it is prudent not to stray from her companions. Should you inadvertently become lost, carrying a sharp weapon for protection is advisable. At that moment, he produced a dagger, offering it to her as a token of goodwill, hoping she would forgive his prior transgressions. Still reeling from the drastic shift in his demeanor, Lin Xuanyan found a dagger being presented to her. It appeared ancient and unassuming. She examined the dagger, then looked into his smiling eyes, summoning her courage to grasp the dagger and draw it forth. The cold gleam of the blade revealed its sharpness. At this moment, Lin Xuanyan finally exhaled, realizing that the young master before her was indeed genuine. She raised her tear-streaked face and smiled at Qi Zhaozi, captivating those around her, making the fluttering petals seem insignificant compared to her beauty. Qi Zhaozi felt a tingling sensation in his heart, a sweet, intoxicating flutter. Thank you, young master, for sharing the precautions for my outing and for personally demonstrating the demeanor of a lecherous man. I am truly grateful. Lin Xuanyan hesitated regarding the dagger, deciding that when she found her servant later, she would return it to him. Qi Zhaozi chuckled lightly. Our meeting is a serendipitous encounter. Consider the dagger a gift from me to you. With that, he turned and strode away. His tall figure quickly distanced itself, and Lin Xuanyan, not one to owe favors, hurried after him. My surname is Lin, and I reside in the farmhouse at the foot of the mountain. If you wish to reclaim the dagger, just seek me out. The only response she received was the startled flight of birds as he departed. Once she confirmed that the man was indeed out of sight, Lin Xuanyan turned with a triumphant smile. Prior to his arrival, she had sent someone nearby, so she had intentionally thrown stones to scare off a few birds, creating a commotion to draw attention, while preparing to present herself with a floral gesture. This was the most exquisite pose she had practiced, having endured countless moments of stiffness during rehearsals. Had the visitor not been the emperor, she was ready to make a swift exit. After all, a month was not merely for idle leisure. Even in the densest peach grove, she had mapped out the best escape route. Should she fail to elude him, she had already prepared a handful of plant ash, which would certainly dazzle the eyes when cast. However, the instant Lin Xuanyan laid eyes on the man, she recognized him as the emperor. Every action, expression, and even his parting words had been meticulously crafted in her mind for a long time, all unfolding as she had anticipated. What was a man, even an emperor above all others? Holding the dagger in her hand, a smirk crept onto her lips, for she was all too familiar with the expression of a man who felt entitled to a woman. While she was unaware of how the woman from her past life had come to know the emperor and entered the palace, the present Lin Xuanyan felt no trepidation. The man could no longer escape her grasp. As noon approached, Lin Xuanyan sat on the ground, wholly absorbed in savoring the lunch prepared by Aunt Xiangzhu, enjoying it to her heart's content. Even the usually taciturn Ganzi couldn't help but comment, "Miss, you seem very happy." Meanwhile, upon returning to the temple, Qi Zhaozi received a message from the palace, causing him to frown in irritation as he rubbed his temples. But he had no choice but to return to the palace. By the time dinner arrived, the bowl of peach blossom soup on the table, pink petals floating in the rice water, instantly transported his thoughts back to a few hours prior. Anshan, investigate the Lin girl at the foot of Qingchuan Temple. Anshan paused in surprise, but quickly regained composure. Understood. When Lin Xuanyan awoke, she realized that the rain, which had fallen steadily throughout the night, had mysteriously ceased. Sun Shui heard a sound and lifted the curtain to inquire, "Miss, are you awake? Is it time to rise?" Lin Xuanyan nodded and got up. Sun Shui fetched the dress that had been prepared nearby and said, "It rained last night, and the path up the mountain must be terribly muddy. Aunt Xiangzhu suggested that we stay at home today." Lin Xuanyan turned to look out the window. The eaves were still dripping with the remnants of last night's rain. The ground beneath the peach tree was a disarray, with fallen petals mingling with the mud, nearly indistinguishable from their original hue. Indeed, it was quite inconvenient to venture up the mountain at this moment. Chapter 4. Deep within the peach orchard lies a fairy. The thought flickered through Lin Xuanyan's mind, yet she resolutely declared, "No, I must go." Since her encounter with the emperor 3 days prior, there had been no further developments. Not only was there no decree as she had envisioned, but the emperor had also not been seen in the peach orchard these past few days. Although Lin Xuanyan excelled at discerning the emotions of men, she was certain the emperor had indeed taken an interest in her. However, whether she could enter the palace as a concubine was a matter of life and death, leaving no room for error. The road may be muddy, yet as long as it was traversable, she could not forsake even the slightest hope. "Miss," upon hearing Lin Xuanyan's words, Sun Shui stamped her foot in dissatisfaction. Yet, observing Lin Xuanyan's expression, she refrained from further commentary. though her pouting lips revealed her sentiments. Sun Shui could not comprehend why, despite the beauty of the peach orchard, one could grow weary of it after a month. Surely it was not that a fairy in the orchard had bewitched her mistress. After Sun Shui had helped Lin Xuanyan with her grooming, she went to serve breakfast. Soon, the enticing aroma of the meal wafted in. "Miss," Lin Xuanyan exclaimed in surprise, glancing toward the doorway. "Auntie?" "Sun Shui has once again shirked her duties and asked you to assist." Aunt Xiangzhu responded without acknowledging her question, directly entering the room to set the breakfast table. The fragrance of the food, rising in the sunlight, created a misty veil, shrouding the room in a silence broken only by the clatter of bowls and chopsticks against the table, amplifying the stillness. "Aunt?" Lin Xuanyan inquired, puzzled. It was only when Aunt Xiangzhu had arranged the meal and closed the door that she turned to the anxious Lin Xuanyan and asked, "Why do you insist on going up the mountain daily when the rain has barely dried?" Lin Xuanyan's heart tightened, and feigning calmness, she replied, "Did I not mention to you before? I simply adore the peach orchard on the mountain. Is my lady now unwilling to speak the truth with me?" Aunt Xiangzhu sighed. "Aunt." Lin Xuanyan opened her mouth, her thoughts racing, but ultimately lowered her gaze and mumbled, "I just want to go. I have watched you grow, and your unusual behavior cannot escape my notice," Aunt Xiangzhu remarked. Lin Xuanyan tightened her grip on her chopsticks, hastily shoveling rice in her mouth. In her previous life, she had mastered the art of eloquence, yet in the presence of Aunt Xiangzhu, it felt as if a stone was lodged in her throat, rendering her unable to utter a single lie. To Aunt Xiangzhu's eyes, this demeanor indicated a young lady blossoming into her own thoughts. She recognized this as normal, yet recalling what she had seen that day, she could not help but add, "I saw it. The dagger hidden deep within your cosmetic case." Lin Xuanyan had never anticipated that a slip would occur here. How could she explain it? Should she speak the truth or resort to deception? Observing Lin Xuanyan's silence, Aunt Xiangzhu continued, "It is entirely natural for you to have affections for a young man at your age, but engaging in clandestine affairs is a grave misstep. You should consult with me before acting." Lin Xuanyan realized something was amiss. It was evident that Aunt Xiangzhu suspected her of harboring romantic feelings for someone, rather than questioning her unusual behavior since her rebirth. Lin Xuanyan let out a sigh of relief and decided to play along, offering a charming smile to Aunt Xiangzhu. "I did not privately accept anything. It was he who insisted on giving it to me. Did the young lady not bestow anything upon him?" Aunt Xiangzhu inquired. Lin Xuanyan shook her head, frowning. "How could I offer something to someone I do not know?" "Aunt, do you truly perceive me as such a frivolous person?" "Of course not," Aunt Xiangzhu quickly replied. Only then did Lin Xuanyan beam with satisfaction. However, Aunt Xiangzhu was not easily deceived. "Is it true that you visit the peach grove daily to meet that man?" Lin Xuanyan hesitated for a moment. "Initially, I merely wished to admire the peach blossoms on the mountain. Later, I intended to return the dagger to him, and that was why I hoped to encounter him again." Her words came out in a hesitant manner, yet Aunt Xiangzhu understood the youthful sentiments concealed within. She felt a mix of pride for her blossoming niece and concern for the man's identity and intentions. Although the young lady was not favored by the Marquis, she belonged to a prestigious family, far superior to many others. It was conceivable that a commoner might wish to elevate himself by associating with her. Recalling the appearance of the dagger, which seemed unremarkable yet was indeed antique and elegant, Aunt Xiangzhu pondered that even without ulterior motives, the young lady's beauty could easily attract suitors seeking fleeting pleasures. While men could be called dashing for their libertine behavior, women were often labeled as promiscuous for far less. The young lady, being innocent and unaware of the world's intricacies, needed her aunt to safeguard her reputation. With a determined resolve, Aunt Xiangzhu suggested, "I shall have Ji Lu take the dagger to the peach grove to await him, so you need not traverse this muddy path and risk soiling your garments." "Aunt, I refuse. I wish to return it personally. Besides, returning the dagger is but one matter. I also wish to see whether the rain has left the peach grove strewn with fallen petals or adorned with dew-kissed blossoms." Aunt Xiangzhu attempted further persuasion, but Lin Xuanyan slammed her chopsticks down in frustration. "You simply do not trust me, believing I am a frivolous woman. This tactic proved effective, leaving Aunt Xiangju with no choice but to concede. However, as the old adage goes, every action provokes an equal and opposite reaction. Lin Xuanyan glared at the 4 attendants standing at the door and turned to ascend the mountain. Aunt Xiangju's voice followed her. The path is slippery today. You must keep a close watch on a young lady. If she encounters even the slightest mishap, beware of your skins. The entourage accompanying Lin Xuanyan consisted of Sun Chui, Gang Zi, Ji Lu, and De Zhu. She had no doubt that had it not been for the shopkeeper's report today, Aunt Xiangju would have accompanied her in person. Lin Xuanyan, feeling vexed, began to fidget with her fingers. Although she had lived a full life previously, she remained entirely unaware of how a common girl like her had come to know the emperor and entered the palace. If she missed this opportunity, there would be no other chance to meet the emperor again. While the emperor would hold a selection of maidens next year, her stepmother would undoubtedly prevent her from seizing such an opportunity, and time was of the essence. The draft will commence in March of next year, and by June, the voodoo doll crafted by Lin Handong will be uncovered. Even if she were to enter the palace, it would amount to merely 3 months at most, with the likely outcome being that she and Lin Handong would ultimately be relegated to the cold palace. Now that she has been discovered by Aunt Xiangju, her entanglement with the emperor faces yet another obstacle. Yet, she cannot possibly reveal to her aunt that without securing the emperor's favor, her precious young lady might end up in a life of prostitution. The next day, a Taoist priest would surely arrive to perform rituals for her. Lin Xuanyan felt exhausted amidst her tumultuous thoughts. As she wandered, the peach grove came into view. Lin Xuanyan observed the entrance of the grove, where the soil bore a series of footprints, trailing deeper into the thicket. Moreover, the pattern on the soles of the shoes appeared to resemble a dragon, leading Lin Xuanyan to conclude that the emperor was indeed within the peach grove. The question then arose, how could Lin Xuanyan rid herself of the 4 individuals behind her? Chapter 5. The fish are hooked. Lu Yu and De Zhu seek a pristine location for a midday repast. The rain from last night promises a bountiful catch of exquisite fish in the creek today. Gangzi, go and catch a few fish for our extra meal. Sun Chui, gather some peach blossoms. I read in a book recently that peach blossoms bathed in rootless water can enhance one's complexion. Lin Xuanyan issued her commands one by one, sending the others off, yet Sun Chui remained obstinate. With a playful grin, Sun Chui trailed closely behind Lin Xuanyan, declaring that Aunt Xiangju had instructed her to keep a vigilant eye on the young lady, ensuring no mishaps occurred. Lin Xuanyan found herself unable to argue and reluctantly allowed Sun Chui to accompany her. Having already managed to lose 3 companions, she planned to find a moment to part ways with Sun Chui once they entered the peach grove. Despite the tempestuous weather, the peach blossoms were in full bloom. To a melancholy poet, the fallen petals might evoke verses of fleeting beauty, yet to Lin Xuanyan, the resilient blossoms, standing tall against the elements, radiated vitality. Such vibrant flowers deserved intimate interaction, lest it be deemed a pity. Seizing a moment when Sun Chui was distracted, Lin Xuanyan slipped behind a peach tree and stealthily navigated through several others. Just as she was about to make her escape, Sun Chui noticed Lin Xuanyan's absence. "Miss," she called out, "where have you gone? You've run off again." Aunt Xiangju said to keep a close watch on you. Sun Chui was not particularly concerned for Lin Xuanyan's safety, having grown accustomed to her mistress's solitary adventures over the past month. She knew that Lin Xuanyan would not stray too far before mealtime. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanyan watched as Sun Chui shouted and hurried toward her, panic rising within her. Resolutely, she lifted her skirts and climbed the tree. The rain had made the paths slippery, and the bark was treacherous. It was a close call for her ascent. Crouched atop the tree, Lin Xuanyan observed Sun Chui calling out and gradually moving away until only the sound of petals fluttering in the wind remained. It was then that she prepared to descend. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise. Her foot slipped, and her grip on the branch faltered. In that moment, despair washed over her, leaving her with but 2 words in her heart: "It's over." After what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain did not arrive. When Lin Xuanyan finally opened her eyes, her gaze met the visage she had longed for, now magnified before her. A sharply defined face, a distinct jawline, and eyes that glistened with intensity. Yet when cast downward, they resembled a profound ocean, captivating all who beheld them. Such a visage, in the presence of a genuine 16-year-old maiden, could indeed cause one's heart to flutter. However, Lin Xuanyan, seasoned by experience, quickly regained her composure, stifling her breath and allowing a flush to grace her cheeks. With a seemingly shy glance that belied a flirtatious allure, she spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper. "Thank you, young sir, for your timely rescue. Might I request that you set me down?" Qi Zhao so complied. Releasing her and bowing politely, "I apologize for my rudeness. It is the young lady who ought to be expressing gratitude for your assistance." As he spoke, Lin Xuanyan stepped back a few paces. "How refined of you to venture up the muddy path to admire the flowers." Qi Cha's voice was gentle, yet his heart harbored different contemplations. The day after his return, he learned of Lin Xuanyan's life story. Qi Cha admitted that he had been moved by Lin Xuanyan on that day, but with a Lin Guifei already in the palace, bringing another daughter of the Lin family would disrupt the delicate balance between the imperial court and the harem. Furthermore, since Lin Guifei had given birth to a prince earlier this year, he had only visited Yunmu Palace to see the child and had not engaged in any intimate relations with the Guifei since. Although he justified this by expressing concern for the health of his beloved, it was inevitable that the Lin family would discern his true intentions. Without an heir in the central palace, Qi Cha had no intention of allowing the Lin family to continue producing imperial offspring. Thus, it was plausible that the Lin family might present another daughter to secure their favor, even if this daughter had not been cherished since childhood. Qi Cha initially intended to forget their encounter 3 days prior. However, last night's rain had prompted Lin Handong to summon him from the Empress's palace due to the prince's fright. Gazing upon the delicate visage of the Guifei, he could not help but recall the timid Lin Xuanyan standing beneath the peach tree, her head tilted upwards, eyes reflecting the sunlight filtering through the branches. As beautiful as a celestial being, each smile and frown tugging at his heartstrings. Thus, upon the court's adjournment today, he came to seek her out. He had hoped to behold the beauty, yet upon seeing her, Qi Cha was engulfed in disappointment. Was this yet another scheme? Unaware of Qi Cha's sentiments, Lin Xuanyan responded, "The enjoyment of flowers is secondary. My primary intention is to see you, my lord." Qi Cha raised an eyebrow, questioning her blatant honesty. "For several days, I have come to the mountains solely to see you again." Lin Xuanyan paused and returned the dagger to him. As she spoke, she retrieved the dagger from her sleeve and extended it towards him. Qi Cha was momentarily taken aback. Was this a calculated move, or was their meeting genuinely coincidental? Noticing Qi Cha's hesitance to take it, Lin Xuanyan stepped forward slightly, yet maintained a respectful distance. "I am but a stranger to you. How could I accept your possessions?" She added with a smile, "Besides, my lord has shown me kindness today. It is I who ought to present you with a gift in gratitude." Qi Cha smiled in return, curious as to what form her gratitude might take. Internally, Lin Xuanyan thought, the fish has taken the bait. Externally, she feigned surprise, her eyes widening as if caught off guard by Qi Cha's unorthodox demeanor. I see that your bearing is not that of an ordinary person. What does my lord wish for in return?" Qi Cha rested his chin in contemplation, and as time passed, Lin Xuanyan's apprehension became increasingly apparent. Finally, Qi Cha cleared his throat, preparing to voice his request, when Lin Xuanyan hurriedly interjected, "I, a humble girl of ordinary means, implore you to be gentle with your demands." Qi Cha completed her unspoken words, observing her eager smile, and altered his original request from reclaiming the dagger to, "It is quite simple. Accompany me in enjoying the blossoms." Lin Xuanyan's face revealed her reluctance, yet she acquiesced. "Very well, I shall accompany you in flower viewing for today. However, when encountering my family's servants, I kindly ask that you keep your distance." Qi Cha readily agreed, yet as Lin Xuanyan sighed in relief, he added, "Do you truly believe that 1 day suffices for your gratitude? What about 2 days? Perhaps 3 days?" Lin Xuanyan tentatively raised 3 fingers. "Had it not been for my timely intervention, You might have fallen and risked injury from the branches. Chichas shook his head in exasperation. Does the young lady truly think that her exquisite beauty is worth merely 3 days? Lin Xuanyan, taken aback by the man's audacity, widened her eyes in astonishment. However, recalling that the matter of gratitude was initiated by her, she reluctantly inquired, "Then what duration do you deem appropriate, sir?" Chapter 6, a 10-day agreement. Chichao Su remained silent, merely smiling as he extended a single finger. 1. 10 days? Lin Xuanyan hesitated. He shook his finger in response. Lin Xuanyan, feeling frustrated, displayed an expression of indignation. Despite his refined appearance, his actions were more unscrupulous than those of a rogue. "Pray, sir, hold yourself in higher regard. Though my family is of humble means, we adhere to propriety." Seeing that she was genuinely upset, Chichao Su relented, conceding that it would indeed be 10 days. Reminded her not to go back on her word. Lin Xuanyan softened her demeanor, reaching for the dagger again. "I cannot accept this dagger. Please take it back." This time, Chichao Su was resolute in his refusal. "Preposterous. As a sovereign, I cannot retract a gift once bestowed." Ultimately, he concluded, "If you do not desire it, you may discard it," thus terminating their futile exchange of refusals. Reluctantly, Lin Xuanyan tucked the dagger back in her sleeve, muttering, "How much better it would have been had you simply offered a way out. Such an exquisite dagger. I would have loved to display it daily." However, before they could venture further into the woods, they heard Ji Lu's voice calling out. Lin Xuanyan, in a moment of panic, pushed Chichao Su against his chest. "Quick, hide! My mate is coming." In the brief span of their conversation, Ji Lu's voice grew closer. "Do not fear. They shall not discover us." His lowered voice resonated in Lin Xuanyan's ear, accompanied by his intense warmth enveloping her. As Lin Xuanyan lost her train of thought, Chichao Su swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist and leapt, landing atop a tree. Only then did Lin Xuanyan regain her senses, a blush creeping across her face in realization. Yet, instinctively, she recoiled from Chichao Su. What could happen if she retreated further on the branch? 1. She would collide with the trunk. 2. She would fall. Unfortunately, Lin Xuanyan succumbed to the latter. Fortuitously, Chichao Su caught her in time, preventing her from plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, Ji Lu noticed the unusual swaying of the tree and hurried over in search of them. Lin Xuanyan dared not move, even as Chichao Su held her tightly and led her deeper into the foliage, holding her breath and clutching his garment, fearful of being discovered. By the time Ji Lu approached, the movements of the peach tree had ceased. She wandered nearby, never considering to look up at the tree, attributing the earlier disturbance to birds. Once Ji Lu had departed, Lin Xuanyan finally released her grip on his garment, shyly imploring, "Please take me down." Once on the ground, Lin Xuanyan quickly distanced herself from him, as if he were a source of contagion. This was the first time Chichao Su had been so thoroughly dismissed, prompting a helpless smile. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Lin Xuanyan bowing her head, speaking rapidly yet softly. "I must return first, otherwise they will worry." Observing her bashfulness, even as she looked down, he pondered whether the blossoms were more radiant than her delicate features. "Very well," Chichao Su replied with a gentle smile. "Until tomorrow." With a plethora of memorials awaiting his attention, as the emperor, he could not indulge in whims entirely. However, upon hearing those words, Lin Xuanyan visibly exhaled in relief. Hastily retreating without daring to lift her head, Qi Zhaozi could not help but touch his face. Was he truly akin to a ferocious beast? This little girl, raised in the wilderness, resembled a fawn, naive and innocent. His previous suspicions might have been unwarranted. Yet, Lin Xuanyan, now running away, was not as demure as Qi Zhaozi envisioned. She quickly composed herself, shaking off her embarrassment, and as she noticed Ji Lu joyfully approaching, she silently resolved to treat her to a chicken leg. If it were not for Ji Lu, how could she have had the chance to touch the emperor's chest? The sensation was rather pleasant, indeed. Although she had encountered numerous men in her past life, the matters of the bed no longer held much allure for her. Nonetheless, if she were to be entangled with a man, she naturally hoped her partner would possess a strong and robust physique. After all, A bit of enjoyment would be preferable. Otherwise, it would be akin to performing a play in bed, which would be exhausting. However, Lin Xuanyan could not help but entertain another possibility, swiftly shaking her head to dispel that dreadful thought. May the Emperor not be merely a fade of refinement masking a hollow core. Miss, Ji Lu exclaimed as she rushed to support Lin Xuanyan, her smile vanishing upon noticing the dirt on Lin Xuanyan's hem. Miss, your skirt is stained. Did you bump into something? Ji Lu asked, her face etched with concern. Lin Xuanyan could only offer an awkward smile. Perhaps I accidentally brushed against something. I am unharmed. It must have happened while climbing a tree. Ji Lu sighed in relief, her face brightening again with a broad smile. Miss, the maid and Zhu found a large stone where we can place the food. Zhangzi has also caught several fish, and Sun Shui is busy grilling them. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Xuanyan replied. Ji Lu shook her head, insisting that attending to the miss was their duty, and there was no hardship in it. In the wake of time's passage, Lin Xuanyan had nearly forgotten Ji Lu, only recalling that she had not survived to escape the prison. Now, seeing her again, the silent girl of her memories merged with the vibrant figure before her. How delightful, Lin Xuanyan mused, a relaxed smile gracing her face. The spring day after the rain, despite the muddy roads, was warm and gentle, with the wind, clouds, and sunlight all radiating a soothing warmth. Such weather invariably lifted one's spirits. Upon reaching the large stone, Sun Shui immediately abandoned her task of tending the fire and approached, saying, I told you long ago, miss, that you are already familiar with the peach grove. There was no need to search for it. Ji Lu, undeterred, insisted on seeking you out. Look, my face is all blackened from smoke. Before Lin Xuanyan could respond, Ji Lu promptly admitted her fault and resumed her duties by the fire. Sun Shui smirked triumphantly at Ji Lu and then whispered to Lin Xuanyan, Miss, I know you came to the peach grove to meet someone special, which is why I refrained from interrupting. Lin Xuanyan, skeptical, inquired, Who told you this? The dagger in your cosmetics case was discovered by me and Aunt Xiangzhu together. Lin Xuanyan's eyes flickered as she devised a plan, responding ambiguously. But you must not speak of such things again. Her voice was soft and hurried. Sun Shui assumed that Lin Xuanyan was merely shy and promptly patted her chest, assuring her, Rest assured, miss, I know what to do. Lin Xuanyan shot her an angry glance, yet felt quite pleased with Sun Shui's response. Although Sun Shui's actions were deemed inappropriate for a young lady of high status to engage with unfamiliar men, they aligned perfectly with Lin Xuanyan's intentions. That night, the moonlight bathed the surroundings in a silvery glow. Lin Xuanyan lay on her bed, toying with a dagger. The events of the day had been rife with coincidences, yet everything unfolded precisely as she had envisioned. After today, even if the Emperor harbored reservations, she was confident in her ability to enter the palace. Previously, she had pondered whether the abundance of beauties within the palace would overshadow her personal allure. However, after today's encounters, Lin Xuanyan found herself contemplating new possibilities. Chapter 7. A hunter must possess unwavering patience, surely pertaining to Lin Handong. After all, the most significant disparity between her and the commoner who entered the palace in her previous life lies in their status. Lin Xuanyan, despite residing in the countryside, is the legitimate daughter of a second-rank official and the sister of the favored consort. At times, such a noble identity serves not as an advantage, but as an impediment. Reflecting on this, Lin Xuanyan could not help but scoff. This identity is akin to a burden, even a dog would disdain it. Nevertheless, she firmly believes that success lies within one's efforts. In the Emperor's eyes, the more she resists, the more his interest intensifies. Lin Xuanyan feels she has the Emperor firmly in her grasp. Entering the palace is merely a question of time. This time, she chooses to place the dagger beneath her pillow and sleep soundly, confident that the day she can flaunt it at her waist is not far off. The following morning, Aunt Xiangzhu stood vigil at Lin Xuanyan's bedside, assisting her with dressing and washing, never straying far. Lin Xuanyan, perplexed, inquired, Aunt, what is the meaning of this? Aunt Xiangzhu replied with a smile, Wherever you go today, I shall accompany you. Indeed, Lin Xuanyan had anticipated such behavior from her aunt. However, she remained unperturbed, for had she not established an insider the day before? To Aunt Xiangju's eyes, it appeared as though Lin Xuanyan was merely preoccupied, secluding herself within her chamber. Aunt Xiangju did not insist on keeping her gaze fixed upon Lin Xuanyan. As long as she confirmed that she did not venture into the mountains to associate with unfamiliar men. Once Aunt Xiangju departed, Lin Xuanyan promptly summoned Sungui. Upon witnessing the discreet atmosphere, Sungui realized significant matters were to be conveyed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Miss," she exclaimed. Lin Xuanyan cleared her throat and said, "I shall write a letter shortly. You are to deliver it to him in the mountains." "Him?" Sungui chuckled. "Who is he? If the miss does not clarify, what if I deliver it to the wrong person?" Lin Xuanyan shot her a glare, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Who else would venture up the mountain besides that monk's temple? What if you? Lin Xuanyan feigned a strike at her, exclaiming in a mix of embarrassment and anger. "He is a man easily spotted among the crowd. Just go." Sungui evaded her mock strike and urged, "Miss, please write quickly. I shall ensure it reaches him safely." Lin Xuanyan glared at Sungui and unfolded the rice paper, writing a few elegant characters. "Today, there are matters at home, making it inconvenient to fulfill our agreement. I hope the gentleman can understand." Sungui recognized only a few characters but grasped the meaning. However, she marveled. "Miss, when did your handwriting become so beautiful?" This was the result of Water Bai's diligent practice in the brothel. It is rather amusing that the noble daughter of the Marquis, who had not mastered the arts during her youth, became a renowned courtesan proficient in all forms of art. The handwriting she displayed was intentionally unhidden. In the brothel, those who relied solely on their appearance were deemed second-rate. Those who excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and wine were the first-rate. If even the lowest establishments upheld such standards, how much more so would the Imperial Palace? The affection garnered through beauty is ultimately fleeting. True inner quality must manifest in action, providing the sustenance needed to endure. She must showcase her talents and skills to the world, beginning with subtly informing those around her. Sun Chui's reaction pleased Lin Xuanyan immensely, prompting her to raise an eyebrow and smile. "I am not like certain individuals who squander their days in indulgence." The individual pouted. "You are a lady. How could I possibly compare?" At least this individual possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Lin Xuanyan dried the ink and carefully folded the letter before handing it to Sun Chui, unable to resist the urge to admonish. "I assure you, nothing has transpired between him and me. Do maintain your composure when you encounter him." "Understood, understood," Sun Chui replied, departing without a backward glance. Lin Xuanyan dared not divulge her plans to others, yet that did not hinder her from employing alternative methods to elicit assistance, thereby achieving her objectives. This was her forte. She lacked absolute certainty regarding the Emperor's visit today. However, Sun Chui's demeanor upon her return left little room for speculation. "Miss," Sun Chui exclaimed with excitement, "that gentleman appears to hail from a wealthy lineage. His eloquence is extraordinary. He must be the son of a high-ranking official." Lin Xuanyan replied, "Indeed, perhaps his estate surpasses even that of the Marquis. Once you become the young mistress, you shall surely return home with your head held high." Sun Chui's face glowed with aspiration. The Marquis' residence. Lin Xuanyan chuckled silently. She held no desire to return. "What do you mean? Do you perceive your lady as one who craves wealth and status?" Lin Xuanyan retorted, "I do." Sun Chui hastily shifted the conversation, prompting Lin Xuanyan to inquire with irritation. "Did he mention anything regarding the letter?" "He stated he would come to seek the young lady on another day." Lin Xuanyan furrowed her brow. "Seek me? Is he coming to my home?" This simply could not happen. If her aunt were to find out, she would be greatly displeased. "Do not fret, miss." Sun Chui quickly pressed Lin Xuanyan back in her seat. "I have informed him that the household does not permit the young lady to meet with men from outside, and he's aware of this. The gentleman claimed he would not let others know, and further mentioned that you owe him 9 days. "Miss, what do you mean by 9 days?" Lin Xuanyan, flustered and irritated, shooed Sun Chui away. As the door creaked shut, Lin Xuanyan cradled her face in her hands and leaned forward. The copper mirror before her gleamed brightly, reflecting her visage. She had initially contemplated hastily entering the palace to alter her fate, However, the current developments seemed more favorable. After all, men can be fickle, preferring wives to concubines, concubines to clandestine affairs, and nothing is more tantalizing than that which eludes them. Presently, her situation with the emperor was one of elusive desire. Once she entered the palace, she would become the emperor's legitimate consort, necessitating the curtailment of her present whims. Moreover, with countless eyes scrutinizing her within the palace, even a playful exchange with the emperor might lead to accusations of impropriety. Why not take advantage of the present moment to indulge a little more, etching a deeper impression in the emperor's heart? It seemed that in her previous life, the emperor was captivated by a common girl solely because she was the first to reject him, igniting his interest. Lin Xuanyan crafted her image not merely to remain elusive, but to embody the persona of a woman who harbored affection for him. Men, after all, are often drawn to the conquest of those who elude their grasp, reveling in the adoration of those they possess. The elusive image she had crafted now firmly established. The next step was to make the emperor aware that he occupied a special place in her heart. Lin Xuanyan felt assured in her approach. However, after several days of preparation at home, the man she had anticipated did not arrive as promised. Her confidence was predicated upon the emperor's visit. A sense of urgency began to creep in. The emperor was not akin to the clients of her past life, for should he be dismissed, another would soon take his place. The emperor was the key to altering her fate and elevating herself above the ordinary. Ultimately, Lin Xuanyan chose to endure her impatience, resolving to await the emperor's visit in her home. As a hunter, one must possess unwavering patience. On the 7th day since their parting, the prey stepped into the meticulously crafted trap set by the hunter. A gentle knock echoed against the window, rousing Lin Xuanyan from her slumber. Chapter 8. A lady's name is a secret for her husband, as the morning light gently illuminated the indistinct scenery on the papered window. Lin Xuanyan felt her heart settle back into her chest upon seeing the tall figure. "Who is it?" Lin Xuanyan inquired hesitantly from her bed. "The creditor." "The creditor?" she echoed, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. She hastily donned an outer garment and rushed to open the window. Qi Zhao was taken by surprise, but fortunately, his agility allowed him to avoid an embarrassing encounter. "You truly came," she remarked, a cool morning breeze tousling her slightly disheveled hair, giving her a unique charm compared to her earlier formal attire. Qi Zhao, with fingers resting at his side, rubbed them together thoughtfully, his voice husky as he said, "Miss, you still owe me 9 days. I trust you haven't forgotten?" Mention of the debt ignited Lin Xuanyan's irritation. "This is all because of the dagger you gifted me. My aunt suspects I am secretly meeting a man and has been keeping a close watch on me at home. That indeed is my fault," Qi Zhao mused. "Since you missed our appointment a few days ago, how about we consider that as an offset? Truly, one cannot expect wisdom from a dog." Lin Xuanyan glared at him, ready to retort, but the man continued with a playful grin. "Will you not invite me in for a brief respite and a cup of tea?" Lin Xuanyan shot him an indignant look, unaware that such expressions were most captivating. "You mustn't jest, sir. A lady's chamber is no place for an unrelated man." Qi Zhao chuckled, but did not press the matter further. He turned to lean against the window, gesturing toward the peach blossoms in the courtyard. "The peach blossoms in your garden are indeed exquisite, rivaling those of the mountains." When he adopted a serious demeanor, he resembled a true gentleman, prompting Lin Xuanyan to exhale softly in relief. "Perhaps I have grown accustomed to the garden's peach blossoms, but I find a vast expanse of pink in the mountains to be the epitome of beauty. Aside from peach blossoms, do you have other favorite flowers?" "Indeed," Lin Xuanyan answered without hesitation. "In spring, I adore peach blossoms. In summer, the lotus. In autumn, chrysanthemums. And in winter, plum blossoms. How could one not love flowers that bloom so beautifully?" Qi Zhao chuckled. "Indeed, the myriad flowers of the world each possess their own charm. Why must we rank them? They are all beautiful in their own right." The two conversed as if they were long-separated friends catching up. As the sun rose, marking the time Lin Xuanyan typically awoke, sounds from outside the courtyard signaled Qi Zhao's impending departure. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Xuanyan blurted out, Will you come to see me again tomorrow? Realizing her faux pas, she quickly added, it's just that my elders do not permit me to go out, so. Mountains do not belong to me. I am but a part of the mountains, Qi Zhao pondered. However, I fear I cannot come tomorrow, perhaps within 10 days. 10 days? Must it take so long? Lin Xuanyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her for her slip of the tongue. She hastily sought to salvage her remaining dignity. What I meant was, if it takes 10 days for us to meet again, how long will it take to repay your kindness? Chichas chuckled lightly, stating that while he might arrive at the latest possible moment, he never claimed it was certain. The young lady simply needed to wait at home. His words trailed off as he leapt gracefully, his voice carried away by the wind. Lin Xuanyan gazed enviously at Chichas' agile figure as he departed. Such lightness in his movements was truly admirable. In her previous life, she had encountered numerous knights who claimed that the art of lightness was the most challenging among all martial disciplines. Besides the innate talent required, the most crucial element was proper instruction. Without guidance, one could practice for years, yet still struggle to scale walls, unlike lightness, which allowed one to soar effortlessly to great heights with merely a touch of the toes. It was no wonder that the Imperial family, affluent and powerful, found such feats trivial. Lin Xuanyan daydreamed about the luxurious life that awaited her within the palace, only to find herself lying in bed, tears welling in her eyes. She had fallen ill since that day when she had walked barefoot to enjoy the blossoms with the emperor, catching a chill that left her bedridden at the command of Aunt Xiangju, who forbade her from getting up. She could not venture outside until she fully recovered. As the saying goes, illness can strike suddenly like a mountain, yet it departs as slowly as the unraveling of silk. By the time Chichas visited her again after 5 days, Lin Xuanyan was languidly lying in bed, idly flipping through a storybook, occasionally succumbing to a fit of cough. It was afternoon, and Lin Xuanyan considered the emperor's claim of seeing her every 10 days with suspicion. The court convened for 10 days, followed by a day of rest, implying that perhaps this was the most leisurely time. Thus, his early arrival filled her heart with satisfaction, suggesting that the emperor was eager to see her. Unable to contain his anticipation, a beauty afflicted by illness often appears particularly fragile. This time, not only had a man entered her private chamber, but his demeanor was also somewhat audacious, earning only a fierce glare from her. Yet, the beauty remained oblivious, for even her most tempestuous gaze held little power when softened by the sheen of tears in her eyes. It was akin to a feather brushing against the heart, merely a tantalizing sensation. Lin Xuanyan nestled against the wall, clutching her quilt, her face buried in her knees, leaving only her eyes visible. Unfazed by the circumstances, the young man boldly occupied the space before her, cheerfully inquiring, "Would you like some water?" Lin Xuanyan shook her head vigorously. The memory of their earlier exchange made her cheeks flush. When he asked if she wanted water, given her severe cough, it was only natural to accept. Yet, instead of handing her the cup, he poured it directly into her mouth, resulting in a significant spill. Half the cup's contents drenched her lips. As the cool liquid trickled down the corner of her mouth, the man, displaying kindness, moved to wipe it away. The chill had muddled Lin Xuanyan's thoughts, and it was only when his warm fingers retreated from her lips that she recalled the impropriety of their situation. Flustered, she hastily retreated to the foot of the bed, creating distance between them. Clearing her throat, Lin Xuanyan sought to shift the conversation. "You've returned after 5 days, but has your business concluded?" Chichas shook his head, stating that he had simply thought of the young lady today. Lin Xuanyan's eyes widened in realization. She recalled the peach blossoms in her courtyard and wished to seize the fleeting moment of their bloom. This encounter felt particularly brief, as her illness had confined her indoors, rendering any plans for flower appreciation futile. Moreover, due to her condition, it was ill-advised to leave a patient alone for extended periods, especially when there were servants at home to attend to her needs. Yet this time, progress has been the swiftest. Just before departure, I met with the young master on multiple occasions. However, I remained unaware of his name. "I am Qi, styled Junlin." "Qi Junlin." Lin Xuanyan murmured this name tenderly before raising her gaze with a gentle smile, exclaiming, "So, it is Master Qi." It is worth noting that Qi is the surname of a noble state, and Master Qi appears to be of distinguished lineage. Could he possibly be of royal blood or a member of the nobility? Observing the clarity in Lin Xuanyan's eyes, Qi responded ambiguously. Though Qi may not be a prominent surname, it is not without its significance. To his surprise, Lin Xuanyan displayed a look of relief, as if she wished to dissociate herself entirely from any ties to royalty or nobility. Such a reaction, combined with their recent interactions, led Qi to discard his earlier assumptions. The lady knew my name, yet I only knew her surname was Lin. How unfair. Lin Xuanyan, however, paid him no mind, claiming to have heard footsteps and urging him to depart swiftly. A woman's given name is a secret meant solely for her future husband. It is not for just any man to know. As Qi leaped from the window, he overheard her murmuring to herself within the room. Chapter 9. The joy of breaking walls. Qi found himself reminiscing about the moments spent with her over the past half-month, despite having met only 4 times. Indeed, the saying holds true, being in the palace, yet feeling distant. It seemed imperative to bring forth the matter of her entering the palace. Upon returning, his first directive to Anshan was to select a palace adorned with peach blossoms, the more abundant, the better. After some contemplation, he retrieved a piece of warm jade from his private treasury, intending it as a gift for their next encounter. Anshan complied, and, as he exited, exchanged subtle glances with the guards, the outcome of which left him astonished. As the emperor's chief eunuch and a childhood companion, Anshan was privy to many matters that the emperor would keep concealed from others. Recently, the emperor had been frequently leaving the palace, and although Anshan did not accompany him, he was still quite informed about the emperor's whereabouts. To his surprise, the emperor had taken a liking to a woman outside the palace. Coincidentally, this lady happened to be the half-sister of Consort Lin. With no heir in the main palace, Consort Lin already held considerable power. The addition of another Lin woman could indeed solidify the Lin family's dominance. Initially, Anshan thought the emperor's interest was merely a fleeting whim, likely to be overshadowed by greater concerns. Yet, it seemed he had underestimated the allure of the Lin maiden. Reflecting on this, Anshan couldn't help but shake his head. The emperor's affections would dictate his priorities, and he hoped that this Lin girl, having long felt neglected, would not align herself with Consort Lin upon entering the palace. Unbeknownst to her, all of this was transpiring. Lin Xuanyan's sole focus was to capture the emperor as heart. Pleased with her progress that day, she resolved to unveil a long-prepared gift, a painting. The canvas, drenched in rich ink, depicted clusters of peach blossoms, vividly showcasing the peach forest beside the mountain temple. At the center of this grove stood a man, a smile gracing his lips. The details of his visage were somewhat indistinct, yet this was of little consequence, for the identity of the figure would soon be clarified within the artwork. Lin Xuanyan unfurled the painting, only to flip it over, presenting its backside. With her brush saturated in ink, she began to elegantly inscribe the name. Qi Junlin, Qi Junlin, Qi Junlin, in delicate script that filled the entire page, ensuring that anyone who beheld it would sense the fervor of youthful affection. Once she concluded, she pondered for a moment before adding the shape of a dagger in the lower right corner. She was confident that the emperor would cherish her grand offering. Both envisioned their next meeting with great anticipation, yet not everyone shared their enthusiasm. In recent days, Qi had claimed to be venturing outside the palace to observe the people, but the women within were astute. It was evident to many that the emperor was either engaged in significant affairs or clandestinely meeting women. With the passage of time, the astute would inevitably discern the truth. The first to notice was the Empress Dowager. While other women might go days without seeing the emperor, the Empress Dowager was different. Qi governed the realm with filial piety, and regardless of the emperor's genuine affection for her, the ritual of regular visits to pay his respects was inescapable. Qi and the Empress Dowager are, after all, mother and son, their bond far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, Qi pays his respects daily. On this particular day, after dismissing the eunuchs and palace maids, the Empress Dowager subtly inquired, "Has there been any joyful news in the recent days, Your Majesty?" I observe that your majesty appears to be in remarkably good spirits, with the vast palace now reduced to just the two of them. Zhichas understood that her words were not mere pleasantries. Yet, he feigned ignorance, responding, "In these times of peace and prosperity, for me, that is the greatest joy." The Empress Dowager, unable to mask her intentions, spoke candidly, "Do not conceal matters from me. In times of tranquility, I have never witnessed your majesty displaying such expressions." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "Your majesty is the flesh of my flesh. Do not think to deceive me." With no other recourse, Zhichas reluctantly recounted his acquaintance with Lin Xuanyan, particularly emphasizing her lack of favor and her upbringing in the outskirts. He clarified that their meeting was fortuitous, not orchestrated by the Lin family. However, the Empress Dowager's expression darkened further, and with a cold huff, she remarked, "To associate closely with an outsider demonstrates a lax family discipline and frivolous behavior." Zhichas sighed. "Mother, it seems I am perceived as such a character in your eyes. Am I so easily swayed by any woman who approaches?" He implored her to trust his judgment, insisting that Lin was indeed a commendable lady. Yet, with each word he uttered, the Empress Dowager's countenance grew increasingly grim. Finally, in exasperation, Zhichas declared, "She is but a weak woman, as the ruler of this realm. What manner of woman cannot I claim?" Ironically, this statement slightly eased the Empress Dowager's demeanor. "Have you considered the current dynamics within the harem? Consort Lin is not one to tolerate rivals, and with the arrival of another Lin, what thoughts might the Empress harbor?" This remark rendered Zhichas silent, and after a prolonged pause, he replied, "The Empress's health has improved significantly. I shall strive alongside her. Furthermore, I observe that Lin shows no inclination to entangle herself with the consort." The Empress Dowager finally nodded in satisfaction, saying, "As long as your majesty acts with discretion, the harem and court are interconnected, and I trust you will manage them wisely. Regarding that Lin girl, if you take a liking to her, bring her into the palace. She is merely one woman." The discussions between the Emperor and Empress Dowager remained concealed from all but the most observant. Nonetheless, the fact that they conversed privately could not evade the notice of those with ill intent. That evening, the Emperor resided in the Empress's yeoman palace. The following morning, shards of porcelain were stealthily removed from the consort's chamber. The more oppressive the atmosphere in the harem became, the more Zhichas yearned for Lin Xuanyan beyond the palace walls. Upon meeting the Empress, after dining, he sought to retire to bed, eager to conceive a legitimate heir. In the presence of the consort, he still hoped to engage in intimacy, desiring to gaze upon his son, only to have the child whisked away for nursing after just a brief glance. Encounters with other concubines occasionally involved light-hearted conversations, yet he often found it difficult to discern priorities. He had come to rest, not to indulge in idle chatter. Nevertheless, it cannot be said that every individual in the expansive harem was displeasing. It was simply that the one most aligned with his heart was not within its confines. As Lin Xuanyan contemplated, men reveled in the thrill of secrecy, delighting in the subtle affection reflected in a beautiful woman's eyes. The admiration garnered through one's status always pales in comparison to the genuine fondness acquired through personal charm. Lin Xuanyan's affairs were laid bare before the Empress Dowager, while Qi Zhaoca's departure from the palace was marked by an unprecedented boldness. As for the other women of the harem who had torn a few handkerchiefs and shattered some porcelain, he remained blissfully unaware. It was of no concern to him. His Majesty the Emperor declared that scaling walls brought him immense joy. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanyan, whenever the room was unoccupied, would unfurl the prepared scrolls and place them on the desk by the window, ensuring that Qi Zhaoca would see them the moment he climbed over the wall. Chapter 10. Choosing an auspicious day, once again, the familiar sound of knocking echoed through the morning. Lin Xuanyan, feeling exasperated, turned over in bed. Could this gentleman not choose a different hour? He insisted on attending court at the early hour of the rabbit, while her usual rising time was that of the dragon. The rabbit hour was a full hour earlier. It was utterly maddening. Nevertheless, Lin Xuanyan resigned herself to her fate, climbing out of bed. She hastily wiped her face to ensure no remnants of sleep lingered, pinched her cheeks to create a semblance of a blush, and then hastily donned an outer garment, feigning urgency as she rushed to open the window. Before opening the window, she cast a glance at the neatly arranged scrolls on the table. Everything was in order. Why become so early today? Before she could finish her sentence, a cool morning breeze rushed in, causing Lin Xuanyan to sneeze. Qi Zhaosu frowned, noting her scant attire and urging her to return to bed. It's nearly gone. I'm perfectly fine. Look, I'm not even coughing before she could finish. Qi Zhaosu's gaze fell upon the table, and he let out a soft exclamation. Lin Xuanyan, puzzled, followed his gaze, and upon seeing it, her face flushed red, her hands flustered as she attempted to conceal the scroll. Qi Zhaosu swiftly pressed the painting down, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Let me have a look. Lin Xuanyan was reluctant to part with it, but she was no match for Qi Zhaosu's strength. And fearing the scroll might tear if she resisted too forcefully, it ultimately fell into his hands. Qi Zhaosu had seen countless masterpieces, and although the painting before him was unremarkable, he could discern the artist's dedication. Every stroke exuded affection. Stealing glances at Qi Zhaosu's expression, Lin Xuanyan concluded that the emperor was quite taken with the carefully prepared gift, as the smile on his lips never wavered. The painting's technique was intentionally hasty. After all, having grown up in a farming family, no amount of training in the arts could rival the refinement of a pampered young lady from a noble family. Genius inspires admiration, but also instills a sense of distance. However, excellence nurtured over time fosters closeness and affection. Although her heart swelled with satisfaction at her own image, it did not diminish her feigned embarrassment. She leaped up, attempting to snatch the scroll back several times, each time evaded by Qi Zhaosu. Frustrated, she decided to shut the window, hoping that out of sight would mean out of mind. Yet, Qi Zhaosu reacted swiftly, raising one arm to block the window while holding the scroll in the other hand. Infuriated, Lin Xuanyan found herself at a loss for words, finally managing to utter, "Rogue." Qi Zhaosu, unashamed of the title, leisurely began to roll up the scroll before her, revealing an abundance of written characters on the reverse side. "No, this time, I truly will lose my mind." Without regard for the distance between the window and the table, she leaped forward. The hastily donned outer garment slipped from her shoulders during the fervent movement, exposing the white undergarment beneath and the porcelain skin of her neck. Caught off guard, Qi Zhaosu was momentarily distracted as Lin Xuanyan seized a corner of the scroll. "Give it back." Lin Xuanyan looked up at Qi Zhaosu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears reflecting his figure, her lips quivering as if she were on the brink of weeping. Although he yearned to take the scroll back and cherish it, it was evidently not the opportune moment. Nevertheless, Qi Zhaosu curled his lips in a smirk. The person was his, and the scroll would ultimately belong to him. He released the scroll, saying, "All right, I shall cease my teasing. You should return and rest, lest the chill worsen your condition." Lin Xuanyan feigned ignorance, turning to meticulously roll the scroll, glancing around the room, pondering where to place it. Just then, she heard a sound behind her. Upon turning, she collided with Qi Zhaosu, who had leapt through the window. The warmth of soft jade enveloped him, and the faint fragrance was more intoxicating than the Imperial dragon's saliva, compelling him to draw closer to inhale its sweetness. Qi Zhaosu suppressed his inner impulse, but was reluctant to withdraw. Lin Xuanyan found herself in a similar plight. The overwhelming masculine aura enveloped her, rendering her momentarily dazed. Ultimately, it was Lin Xuanyan who withdrew first, a fresh blush rising to her cheeks, making her too bashful to meet his gaze. I would indeed relish a longer embrace from the emperor, yet as an unmarried maiden, I must uphold a semblance of modesty. Only then did Qi Zhaosu notice that Lin Xuanyan was barefoot, causing his brow to furrow in concern. The next moment, Lin Xuanyan gasped, forgetting all notions of modesty as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" It turned out Qi Zhaosu had scooped her up in his arms. "The spring air is chilly, and you are still unwell. How dare you tread barefoot? Do you wish to court danger?" The room was indeed small, and with Qi Zhaosu's tall stature, he quickly traversed from the window to the bedside. Upon setting her down, he felt a pang of regret. This room was rather cramped. I shall have Shan select a larger palace upon my return to the court. Qi Zhao Su placed her on the bed, but lingered, reluctant to release her, wanting to savor the warmth of her delicate form a moment longer. Unexpectedly, the enchanting beauty bit his neck, causing him to spring upright in surprise. Never had he been treated in such a manner. From prince to emperor, few dared to act so boldly toward him, let alone cause him pain. Yet upon meeting her gaze, he saw the beauty on the bed with bloodied lips, her eyes frosted with disdain as she remarked, "Might I inquire? What intentions do you harbor? I am a respectable maiden, not someone to be trifled with at your whim." Qi Zhao Su nearly retorted, "Consider the scroll you hold in your arms before speaking." However, seeing her cold expression softened by the glimmer of unshed tears, he found his words faltering, responding gently. "Can you not discern my thoughts? They align with yours." His near confession was akin to the warm breeze of summer, swiftly melting the frost and revealing the budding blossoms of spring beneath. Lin Xuanyan bit her lip to stifle a smile, her voice barely above a whisper. "Who can truly fathom your thoughts? All I know is your name. Everything else is a mystery. I have matters to attend to at home, but once resolved, I shall come to welcome you." Qi Zhao Su replied, "Wait until I prepare a palace for you. Then we shall choose an auspicious day." Lin Xuanyan lowered her head, smiling like a water lily, shy and delicate against the cool breeze. It is fortunate for her that she was born into such circumstances. Although she possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the intricacies of male-female relationships, she remains oblivious to the boundaries that should not be crossed. This naivety allows her to refuse advances under the guise of propriety while simultaneously falling prey to the sweet nothings whispered by men. In her previous life, though she bore no children, the daughter of the governor had several, and even as a concubine, she was meticulously instructed on matters of intimacy, ever wary of actions that could bring disgrace upon her family. Observing the smile that graced Lin Xuanyan's lips, Qi Zhaozi couldn't help but join in her mirth as he produced a carefully chosen gift. "I have selected something for you. Do have a look and see if it pleases you." Chapter 11. Rapid Advancement. Lin Xuanyan accepted the jade offered by Qi Zhaozi. The jade, with its exquisite texture and lustrous sheen, was clearly a remarkable piece. After a moment's thought, Lin Xuanyan decided to return the jade, declaring it too precious for her to accept. However, Qi Zhaozi insisted, stating that if she did not want it, she might as well discard it, as he would never retract a gift once given. With no choice but to acquiesce, Lin Xuanyan accepted the jade, though a smile she could not suppress revealed her true feelings. A gentle spring breeze wafted into the room, causing the bed curtains to flutter. It was only then that Qi Zhaozi remembered he had forgotten to close the window. As he returned after shutting it, he caught Lin Xuanyan's gaze and was suddenly reminded of a line of poetry, as lovely as the peach blossoms of spring, as pure as the chrysanthemums of autumn. She was beautiful in every aspect. Qi Zhaozi approached the bedside, about to speak, when suddenly the sound of cheerful footsteps echoed in the corridor, and it seemed someone was about to enter. "Someone's coming. You must hide," Lin Xuanyan exclaimed anxiously, instinctively tugging at Qi Zhaozi's sleeve. She glanced around the room and directed him towards the wardrobe, urging, "Quickly, hide inside and remain silent." However, the visitor moved with great haste. Just as Lin Xuanyan's words fell, the door creaked open, making it clear that hiding in the wardrobe was no longer feasible. Upon seeing the sorrowful look in Lin Xuanyan's eyes, Qi Zhaozi could only apologize for his rudeness before swiftly leaping onto the bed. He lifted the quilt and nestled under it beside Lin Xuanyan. Thus, the revered sovereign, respected by all, found himself in such a compromising position. The aroma surrounding him was intoxicating, making the situation feel worthwhile. The man's arms encircled Lin Xuanyan's waist tightly. She instinctively tensed, but the door was now wide open. Had it not been for the screen separating the door from the bed, Qi Zhaozi's movements would have surely given him away. "Miss," the cheerful voice revealed it to be Sun Shui. "Miss, Aunt Xiangzhu just agreed that as soon as your cold improves, you may go up the mountain." The other protagonist for the mountain trip lay beside her, and Lin Xuanyan desperately signaled to Sun Shui to hush, but her efforts were in vain. "What is wrong with your eyes, miss?" Sun Shui asked, puzzled, then suddenly enlightened. Are you perhaps too happy? Happy at the prospect of meeting young Master Qi? The man beside her could hardly contain his laughter, yet given their current predicament, he struggled to suppress it, his body trembling slightly with mirth. Lin Xuanyan's body stiffened further, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her senses. As if sensing the situation was not amusing enough, Sun Shui sincerely inquired about the quilt that appeared to be moving. Haha, I am just feeling joyful. Lin Xuanyan forced a laugh, engaging in a few more idle conversations with Sun Shui until she finally managed to send her away. Though her dignity was now in tatters. When Qi Chas finally descended from the bed, he inadvertently brought down the scroll as well. Lin Xuanyan was infuriated, while he maintained a playful demeanor. Consider this scroll a return gift to me, he remarked with a grin. Lin Xuanyan, in a fit of resignation, threw herself onto the bed, pulling the quilt over her head, and muttered in a muffled voice, I am unwell today. Please leave, my lord. Qi Zhao was quite pleased with his gains from the day, and, noting that the hour was late, decided against lingering further. From that day forth, Qi Zhao's visits became increasingly frequent, and the bond between the two blossomed remarkably. As she observed the young fruits forming on the peach tree branches, Lin Xuanyan felt entirely assured about her impending entrance into the palace, her anxiety dissipating completely. Conversely, the Empress Dowager could not remain at ease, fretting over her daily excursions from the palace, fearing that if the advisors were to learn of her escapades, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, on a day when the warm breeze of early summer wafted in, the lady of the personally came to retrieve Lin Xuanyan. The carriage swayed along the rural path, inducing a sense of dizziness. I underestimated you, the well-catered matron asserted from her position of authority, her succinct statement carrying an air of condescension. Initially perplexed, Lin Xuanyan now comprehended the unusual developments that had transpired, which had never occurred in her previous life. In her former existence, no one in the had regarded her as a master. Even during the annual New Year reunions, she merely occupied a corner, relegated to the sidelines. The sudden decision to bring her back to was merely a reflection of new decrees from the palace. Lin Xuanyan scoffed inwardly, while outwardly she feigned the cautious demeanor she had once adopted, replying softly, I do not understand your meaning. Shang Su let out a cold snort, closing her eyes and leaning against the carriage wall, disinclined to engage in further conversation with her stepdaughter. She was oblivious to the manner in which this young minx had entangled herself with the emperor, but she believed that with such an unrefined demeanor, even if she were fortunate enough to catch the emperor's eye, it would ultimately lead nowhere. How could she possibly compete with her own meticulously groomed daughter? Observing Shang Su's haughty demeanor, Lin Xuanyan noticed how the swaying carriage jolted her against the walls, a sight that was almost painful to behold. This woman remained, as she remembered, both hypocritical and absurd. Lin Xuanyan pouted slightly, lifting a corner of the carriage curtain to sneak a glance outside. It was her first time entering the capital in a season that did not require heavy winter clothing. As midday approached, the entire city basked in warm sunlight. The streets bustled with hurried pedestrians, while shops and stalls lined the sides, their vendors calling out enticingly to passers-by. This was the first occasion Lin Xuanyan had felt inclined to admire the vibrant scene beneath the emperor's reign. It was not until the carriage entered the East Market that the cacophony gradually subsided. The East Market primarily housed officials, with the also located here. Only then did Lin Xuanyan lower the curtain. Noticing Lin Xuanyan's gesture, Shang Su's lips curled into a silent, derisive smile. Soon, the rhythmic clatter of the carriage came to a halt, and a servant's voice rang out from outside. Madam, we have arrived at the... Shang Su was the first to alight from the carriage, stepping down, using the makeshift footstool formed by the servant's crouched form. Lin Xuanyan cast a fleeting glance downward, then took a small step aside, descending the carriage with the assistance of Aunt Xiangju's outstretched hand. Oh dear, an exaggerated voice interjected. The elderly servant, supporting the anxious Lady Shang Su, exclaimed with palpable alarm, My second young lady, how can a lady of esteemed lineage act so recklessly? You represent the dignity of our noble house in public. Your behavior could lead to... Oh dear, Her sigh was laden with gravity, as if fearful that someone might overhear the reproach concealed within her tone. It was audacious for a servant to presume to admonish her mistress, and Lin Xuanyan, who had always detested those who failed to recognize their place, felt an overwhelming urge to silence the old woman's insistent tongue. However, she discerned that this was not the opportune moment for such an outburst. Affecting an expression of trepidation, Lin Xuanyan retreated towards Aunt Xiangzhu. In response, Aunt Xiangzhu comfortingly patted Lin Xuanyan's hand and remarked with a serious demeanor, "Is this truly the extent of the second madam's managerial capabilities?" Her tone was unremarkable, yet it bore the weight of undeniable truth. Chapter 12. Deceit beyond measure. As the words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entrance of the Marquis' residence. Only the whisper of the wind stirring fallen petals could be heard. Particularly, the second madam was so frightened that she lowered her head, even holding her breath in fear. Xiangsu's expression turned icy as she addressed the elderly woman beside her. "Xiangzhu has overstepped her bounds. Discipline her." The elderly woman, initially taken aback by Xiangzhu's boldness, now regained her bravado at Xiangsu's command. "Who dares?" It was Lin Xuanyan, once timid and frail, who stepped forward, arms outstretched to shield Xiangzhu. The warm summer breeze caressed the corners of Lin Xuanyan's eyes and brow, gently lifting a strand of hair that fell against her jade-like visage, accentuating the blend of trepidation and courage within her gaze. She resembled a young sapling, steadfast in the face of adversity. Xiangsu's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Lin Xuanyan's features, which bore a striking resemblance to her late mother, radiating natural beauty that could captivate any onlooker without artifice. Such a sight was irksome to her. The second young lady is ignorant and cannot manage her servants. Do you not comprehend this? Xiangsu spoke with nonchalance, recalling how she had ascended to her current position and how she could easily suppress the detestable stepdaughter. The elderly woman gestured for them to separate the second young lady. Was this the second madam's method of governance, to publicly humiliate the sole daughter left by the legitimate wife? Yet, Xiangzhu stood undeterred. Xiangsu had once schemed to drive Lin Xuanyan away, and now she had come to reclaim her, evidently driven by ulterior motives. What those motives entailed remained a mystery, but the blatant affront was intolerable for Xiangzhu. Lin Xuanyan cooperated fully, turning to embrace Xiangzhu, presenting a united front against anyone attempting to part them. Xiangsu's expression darkened significantly, realizing she had miscalculated the situation. The commotion had drawn curious eyes from nearby households. "Return to the residence," Xiangsu commanded, turning away, striving to maintain composure. Yet the sway of her jeweled hairpin betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Xuanyan and her maid were led by the servants to their designated quarters within the estate, Youxia Courtyard, the residence of Lin Xuanyan's mother. This marked Lin Xuanyan's first night at the Marquis' residence. Previously, she would visit during the New Year celebrations, arriving at dawn and departing by dusk. Even if the reunion dinner was served in the evening, Xiangsu would never allow Lin Xuanyan to linger. Lin Xuanyan had secretly come to glimpse the place of her birth, but upon her arrival, Youxia Courtyard, long neglected and in disrepair, stood in stark contrast to the lavishness of the Marquis' estate. Now, however, Youxia Courtyard appeared to have been freshly adorned. The musty remnants of neglect had been swept away, welcoming its young mistress back in a revitalized manner. As Xiangzhu gazed at the plaque of Youxia Courtyard, tears streamed down her cheeks. After 16 long years, she and the young lady had finally returned. Yet, the thought only deepened her sorrow. The Marquis' household surely harbored intentions for the young lady, but for a sheltered daughter. The only ambition they could covet would be her marriage. Uncertain of what treacherous lairs await her, the young lady must return, for the Marquis is her biological father, and she cannot defy paternal commands. Lin Xuanyan could not help but shed tears, realizing that the appearance of the Youxia Courtyard had long been buried in her memory, only now to resurface vividly. The little courtyard constructed at the end of her previous life mirrored every detail of the present Youxia Courtyard. Observing the two weeping fervently, the maid beside them was at a loss and could only bow respectfully before retreating. "Enough," Xiangzhu urged, wiping her face. "Do not cry, my lady." It It would only invite ridicule. Lin Xuanyan nodded, acknowledging that returning to the Marquis' residence was indeed a joyous occasion, and she should feel elated. As the two stepped into the Yoxia courtyard, gazing at the central corridor, tears threatened to spill once more, yet they restrained themselves with great effort. At this moment, only Lin Xuanyan and Xiangzhu occupied the Yoxia courtyard, with Xiangzhu meticulously introducing each room, from the master suite to the servants' quarters, leaving none unvisited. Upon returning to the master bedroom, with her eyes reddened, Xiangzhu began to analyze the current situation with Lin Xuanyan. Their return to the residence could not be an act of spontaneous kindness. There must be ulterior motives at play. However, as the saying goes, the boat will naturally reach the bridge when it comes to it. The young lady must not cower or allow herself to be looked down upon. Rather, she should seize this time to reclaim some leverage. Fear not, my lady. Your aunt will always stand behind you. Whenever you turn around, you shall see her. Xiangzhu's incessant murmurs successfully coaxed Lin Xuanyan into her embrace, allowing her to weep freely. For the sake of my aunt, I shall live well, even surpassing everyone else, so that my aunt may also thrive better than others. It was not until noon, when the servants delivered lunch, that Lin Xuanyan ceased her outpouring of emotion. Upon receiving the meal, Xiangzhu's face darkened as she opened the food container, revealing that the dishes had gone completely cold, devoid of any warmth. This is utterly intolerable, she seethed. Lin Xuanyan, though equally vexed, having been taken to the Marquis' residence early that day without a proper breakfast, was now famished and soothed. Do not be angry, aunt. We must eat well to regain our strength for future endeavors. Xiangzhu conceded, assisting Lin Xuanyan with her meal, yet as they faced the unappetizing cold dishes, her frustration resurfaced. Meanwhile, in the current mistress's quarters, Xiangsu had completely lost her appetite. With a flick of her sleeve, she sent cups and plates crashing to the floor. The sharp sound of breaking porcelain echoed in the now silent room, leaving only Xiangsu's heavy breaths. Nanny, do you think I should have been more ruthless back then? Xiangsu glared into the void, her tone filled with bitterness. The elder woman who had previously supported Xiangsu, her nanny Pei-chun, quickly ushered everyone else out upon hearing these words. Oh dear madam, I understand your heartache, but such thoughts must not be voiced outside. Nanny, Xiangsu choked. The Marquis promised to marry me, yet he turned around and wed the daughter of his mentor. Had it not been for Yu Zhiyue's childlessness and her mentor's subsequent disgrace, how could I have ever entered the residence? Tears streamed down Xiangsu's face, having finally attained the position of the lady of the Marquis after the demise of Yu Zhiyue. Yet, the Marquis insisted on keeping that wretched child, a constant thorn in my side. My heart is wholly devoted to the Marquis. But why does he still cling to the memory of a person who has been dead for 16 years? Were it not for the Marquis' intervention, how could the Emperor ever take notice of a crude peasant girl raised in the mountains? Pei-chun, filled with compassion, embraced Xiangsu, soothing her as she had done in their childhood. You are now the lady of the Marquis, while Yu Zhiyue is but a handful of dust. The eldest lady holds the title of Imperial concubine. Can this little girl possibly surpass her? Chapter 13. Things not fit for display after finishing their luncheon. Xiangzhu gazed towards the countryside estate with a sigh, pondering whether, in their absence, Sunkui and the others would manage the household well. Lin Xuanyan reflected for a moment before responding. Sunkui can be somewhat hasty. Her actions may indeed be prone to oversight. However, Zhiyu is prudent and should pose no issues. Indeed, Xiangzhu praised with satisfaction. I had initially thought you favored Sunkui due to childhood bonds, overlooking others. It appears my perception was flawed. A flicker of pride crossed Lin Xuanyan's features, yet she soon frowned, but she has only permitted my aunt to accompany her, forbidding me from bringing anyone else. What could be her intention? Xiangzhu shook her head. For what I understand of the Marquis' household, your return to the estate is undoubtedly his design. Xiangsu would prefer you remain in the countryside indefinitely. As evening descended, the Marquis indeed arrived at the Yoxia courtyard, just as Xiangzhu had anticipated. Lin Xuanyan, upon seeing her father after 2 decades, was still deliberating on her expression when she noticed Marquis Lin Yunfei's brow furrowed deeply. He surveyed the courtyard and exclaimed, Why is it that upon the second Mrs. return, there is no one to attend her? Before the steward accompanying him could respond, Xiangzhu stepped forward, asserting, Madam believes that having but one maidservant to attend the miss is sufficient. This statement was a blatant affront in front of the Marquis. The steward shot Xiangzhu a disapproving glance, yet she appeared oblivious, continuing, if Madam does not welcome the miss back to the estate, she need not have come to fetch her. The Marquis's expression darkened. Upon his return, he had already heard of the quarrel at the estate's entrance, prompting him to come directly to Yoxia Courtyard. Little did he know that, while the courtyard had been tidied and was habitable, it was merely a fade. Had he not arrived, the true state of affairs would have remained concealed. Foolish and ignorant woman, he thought, then commanded, summon Madam. Turning to Lin Xuanyan, he managed a smile. Xin'er, do not fear. Your father will advocate for you. Really? She replied. The lunch delivered was already cold, and now night has fallen without dinner being served. As Lin Xuanyan voiced her grievances against Shang Su, the smile that Lin Yunfei had just managed to muster faltered, and he stepped forward in an attempt to comfort her by reaching out to stroke her hair. However, before he could speak, Lin Xuanyan, whose appearance had become unrecognizable in his memory, turned her head away, evading his hand. Lin Yunfei was taken aback, slowly retracting his hand while donning a paternal smile. Father is here. I will ensure your needs are met. If you have any requests, feel free to relay them to your mother. Although Lin Yunfei's words were straightforward, Lin Xuanyan expressed her gratitude, yet her expression remained laced with skepticism. While awaiting Shang Su's arrival, the father and daughter exchanged casual remarks about life in the countryside, primarily with Lin Yunfei inquiring and Lin Xuanyan responding. At that moment, the servants took the opportunity to bring in tables and chairs for the courtyard, as it would be inappropriate for the two esteemed individuals to stand while conversing. When Shang Su finally arrived, she found the father and daughter seated regally, with fragrant tea wafting around them, reminiscent of her previous interrogations of the servants. Shang Su, regaining her composure, had just begun to smile and prepare to sit down when she heard Lin Yunfei heavily place his cup down, his expression filled with displeasure. Madam, why is there only one servant attending to the Yoxia Courtyard? The servants for Yoxia Courtyard had long been arranged by Shang Su. She had no intention of humiliating Lin Xuanyan in such an overt manner. However, after Lin Xuanyan and her maid had confronted her earlier that morning, she felt a loss of face and, in a moment of anger, decided to keep them at a distance for a day. She had thought that the Marquis, after a long day, would rest immediately, and that by delaying until the next day to send someone, there would be no evidence left. Little did she expect. Grinding her teeth, Shang Su was about to explain when Lin Yunfei spoke again. By noon, Xin'er's meal had gone cold, and now at this hour, dinner has yet to arrive. Madam, even if bringing Xin'er back to the residence was a sudden decision, such negligence is unacceptable. Shang Su was taken aback, but quickly seized the opportunity to respond, expressing her remorse. Xin'er forgives her mother's shortcomings. You have been away for so long. Upon your sudden return, I only wish to prepare the best for you, yet it has turned out to be riddled with errors. With that, Shang Su stepped forward to grasp Lin Xuanyan's hand, caressing it gently, portraying a picture of maternal affection. Shang Su's movements were so swift that Lin Xuanyan was caught off guard and found her hand caught. A fleeting look of mockery flashed in Lin Xuanyan's eyes as she lowered her head, feigning timidity to withdraw her hand, hesitantly remaining silent. She had anticipated that her father would truly punish Shang Su, but now his angry facade seemed solely for her benefit, with his words revealing his true sentiments. Two individuals had been treated like invisible entities throughout the day, and now, with a mere mention of negligence, they sought to brush it aside gently. Shang Su pulled out a handkerchief to dab at the corner of her eye, wiping away non-existent tears. Mother will send someone from the household to you. Choose whichever servant you prefer to remain in Yoxia Courtyard. As Shang Su turned to give instructions, Lin Xuanyan mustered the courage to reply, No need. Thank you for your kindness. I have people I am accustomed to. You may send someone to the other courtyard to fetch them tomorrow. Shang Su's sorrowful facade nearly faltered. She had deliberately allowed Lin Xuanyan to bring only one person today, hoping to gain an advantage over her. However, Lin Yunfei seemed completely oblivious to Shang Tsu's intentions and decisively stated, "Very well, let it be as Xin'er wishes." Although they would send for someone to serve the next day, the status of the Marquis's legitimate daughter was not comparable to that of a wealthy country girl. For positions for personal maids were retained, while the remaining servants for cleaning and other duties would still need to be selected from those available in the Marquis's residence. In the midst of the selection process, a lavish dinner was served, flowing in like a stream, a stark contrast to the lunch earlier. Lin Xuanyan allowed Xiangzhu to choose the servants while she indulged in a delightful meal, satisfied as she let out a contented burp. Shang Tsu, witnessing this, internally scoffed and rolled her eyes. Such unrefined behavior. As night fully descended, the farce finally came to a close. Once the guests had departed, the timid expression on Lin Xuanyan's face vanished, replaced by a cold gaze directed at the departing figures of Lin Yunfei and his wife. Although the Marquis's residence was merely a temporary abode for her, the thought that it could cause Shang Tsu distress filled her with delight. If it were not for the fact that her every action could potentially be known by those in the palace, she would not hesitate to tear down the Fade and create a scene as grand as possible. Lin Handong is the very source of her past life's tragedy. Yet she harbors resentment not only towards him, but also towards Shang Tsu, Lin Yunfei, and their son Lin Hanqing. The flickering candlelight danced upon Lin Xuanyan's smooth visage, rendering her expression a tempest of emotions. As Xiangzhu entered, she stumbled upon this very Lin Xuanyan. Yet Lin Xuanyan quickly greeted her with a smile, leading Xiangzhu to believe she had merely imagined the earlier tension. "Aunt," Lin Xuanyan said, her sweet smile illuminated by the soft candlelight, evoking an irresistible urge to cherish her even more. "Ah," Xiangzhu responded, "it is getting late. I shall assist the young lady in her evening routines and preparations for rest." Chapter 14. The Imperial Edict. The bed in the Marquis's residence was certainly incomparable to that of the countryside. Lin Xuanyan enjoyed a delightful slumber, followed by a sumptuous breakfast, living in unparalleled comfort. After Lin Yunfei's decisive actions last night, no one in the household dared to look down upon the second young lady, who had long been absent from the estate. Everyone greeted her with utmost respect. "Second young lady, second young lady." Someone hastily rushed into the Nuo Xia courtyard. Just as Xiangzhu was about to reprimand, she heard the newcomer exclaim, "The Imperial Edict is arriving soon. Quickly prepare the second young lady," ensuring she is elegantly groomed and adorned to receive the edict. The mention of the Imperial Edict made Xiangzhu's heart race momentarily, but she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought that the edict had any relevance to the young lady. It was merely a coincidence. In the fleeting moment of contemplation, Xiangzhu efficiently began to arrange everything. Receiving the Imperial Edict was a significant matter, and it was imperative to present themselves in the most solemn manner. Any lapse could result in the loss of respect and honor. "Aunt," Lin Xuanyan grasped Xiangzhu's hand as she inserted a hairpin into her hair. Her hand trembled slightly, and after several attempts, she still could not place it correctly. Xiangzhu chuckled softly, conceding, "I have yet to witness an Imperial Edict myself. I am a bit nervous." Lin Xuanyan observed Xiangzhu's somewhat pale visage in the mirror and smiled gently. "Do not fear it. Everything will be well. It is the edict I have longed for." Upon reaching the main hall, she found Shang Tsu and Lin Yunfei, who had just returned from the morning court session without having changed into his usual attire, already waiting. Even Lin Hanqing, stationed in the military, hurried back. Before long, the palace attendants arrived, bearing the Imperial Edict. The Marquis's household fell to their knees. The eunuch, facing the direction of the palace, elongated each word as he recited, "By the heavenly mandate of the Emperor, it is decreed. Lin Xuanyan, possessing both beauty and intelligence, is hereby appointed as a sixth-rank attendant to enter the palace in 10 days." The eunuch closed the edict, smiling. "Marquis, please rise. This edict is for you to keep." "Congratulations to you, Marquis, and to Lin, the attendant. What a joyous occasion." Additionally, the emperor has graciously permitted Lin to bring a maidservant into the palace. The eunuch accepted the purse Lin Yunfei discreetly handed him, whispering in delight. It was only upon witnessing Lin Yunfei receive the edict that Lin Xuanyan felt her heart finally settle. Regrettably, The overwhelming joy within her had no one to share it with. She had to maintain an expression of bewilderment, as though she had yet to recover from the impact of the edict. After all, her heart was set on the charming Qi Junlin, not the emperor residing in the palace. It was Xiangju who first regained her composure, subtly nudging Lin Xuanyan, prompting her to return to reality and express her gratitude, albeit in a delicate manner. The eunuch delivering the edict was none other than Anshan, a trusted aide to Chichos. Anshan discreetly observed Lin Xuanyan, marveling at her extraordinary beauty. While the palace was renowned for its enchanting maidens, few could match her radiance, even adorned with jewels and ornaments. No wonder she occupied the emperor's thoughts so profoundly. Yet, this Lin girl did not seem to exhibit a desire to enter the palace, did she? Anshan suppressed the doubts within her heart and introduced the middle-aged woman following her, saying, "This is Miss Qianjun from the palace, who will be instructing the young lady in court etiquette during this period." Lin Xuanyan, in a daze, stepped forward to pay her respects. It was only after being supported back to the Xiayan courtyard by Xiangju that she regained her senses from the shock of the imperial decree, her face bearing a smile, yet glistening with unshed tears. Out of respect for the etiquette instructor present, Lin Xuanyan refrained from letting her tears flow, forcing a smile instead. Xiangju longed to embrace Lin Xuanyan, soothing her back gently as she did in their childhood, but the moment was not opportune. She could only guide Lin Xuanyan to rest, needing to first settle Miss Qianjun. Once inside her chamber, Lin Xuanyan collapsed into the soft embrace of her bedding, her smile breaking free, unfettered and radiant. Her silent laughter soon brought forth tears, which eventually subsided. However, when Sun Shui and the others arrived at the Marquis' residence, the sight of Lin Xuanyan revealed a visage that appeared to have wept for an eternity, her eyes and nose a rosy hue that evoked deep sympathy. Upon entering the residence, Sun Shui had already heard of the imperial decree and immediately rushed to the bedside, tears streaming before she could utter a word. Observing this, Xiangju allowed the two to weep together in the room, believing it better for them to express their emotions than to bottle them up inside. Mississippi. Sun Shui finally managed to choke out, her tears flowing more freely than Lin Xuanyan's. Yet, Lin Xuanyan seemed oblivious, lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling as tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. Sun Shui had never witnessed such a sight of her lady and felt a jolt of concern. Recalling Xiangju's earlier words, she hastily wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Miss, upon reflection, this may not be such a bad thing." Although Lin Xuanyan's tears continued to flow, she turned her head to look at Sun Shui, gaining confidence. Sun Shui continued, "Consider this. The emperor has personally issued a decree to summon you to the palace and even permitted you to bring along a maid. As far as I know, only the empress is allowed to bring her own maid into the palace to continue serving her. Do you see? This signifies the emperor holds you in high regard." Lin Xuanyan remained silent. Moreover, Lin Handong is also in the palace. I know you dislike her. Though both are legitimate daughters of the Marquis' household, why is it that she occupies a lofty position and has even become a favored concubine? Now you have the opportunity to enter the palace. You too shall be one of the emperor's concubines, just like Lin Handong. With the current esteem the emperor has for you, it is certain you will rise to the position of imperial consort, surpassing Lin Handong. Sun Shui racked her brain to coax Lin Xuanyan into at least a faint smile. You are right. After weeping for an extended period, Lin Xuanyan's voice came out hoarse. Finally responding, Lin Xuanyan allowed Sun Shui to tenderly wipe away her tears, who then exclaimed, "Indeed, this is a splendid opportunity. How many people yearn to enter the palace but lack the means?" Yet, Lin Xuanyan bit her lip and fresh tears welled in her eyes. But Qi Lang. Sun Shui found herself momentarily at a loss for words, recalling the very man who had recently captured her lady's heart. Had the imperial decree arrived a trifle earlier, or had young Master Qi made his appearance a tad later, Miss would not have been rendered so heartbroken. Merely hearing her utter the name, Qi Lang, suffices to reveal the depths of her affection and reluctance. Qi Lang has promised to welcome me into his abode. As Sun Shui fervently repeated the name Qi Lang, a spark of inspiration struck her, Grasping Lin Xuanyan's hand, she exclaimed, "Miss, Qi is the royal surname. Perhaps young Master Qi is none other than the current emperor." Lin Xuanyan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively shaking her head in disbelief. Such a coincidence seemed implausible. Yet Sun Shui continued, "Consider this. The Marquis' residence has consistently disregarded your existence. How could they possibly take the initiative to arrange your entry into the palace for a life of luxury? Surely, it must be that the emperor recognizes your worth and has specifically issued the decree." Lin Xuanyan remained silent, refraining from further contradiction. Her gaze rested upon Sun Shui's incessant chatter, though it was evident she was not truly paying attention. "I have heard that the emperor is but a young man, at the tender age of youth, which coincides with young Master Qi's age," Sun Shui asserted with growing confidence, each word fueling her conviction. It was as though the emperor might appear at any moment, ushering her family into the palace to revel in grandeur while trampling Lin Handong beneath his feet. Only when Sun Shui's voice grew hoarse from her relentless discourse did Lin Xuanyan withdraw her gaze from her distant memories and softly respond. "Though Qi may not belong to a prominent lineage, he is certainly of no insignificant standing. Were the odds of such a fortuitous occurrence in this world?" Chapter 15. The external family. After much persuasion, Lin Xuanyan finally managed to suppress her earlier sorrow. Sun Shui let out a sigh of relief and, observing Lin Xuanyan's expression, softly suggested, "Shall I fetch a basin of water for you to soothe your eyes?" Lin Xuanyan nodded in agreement. Once Sun Shui left, Lin Xuanyan leaned toward the dressing table. The rooms in the Ho residence were considerably spacious, with a significant distance between the bed and the dressing table. Yet the clarity of the bronze mirror was sufficient for her to discern her appearance. Upon catching sight of her reflection, Lin Xuanyan couldn't help but let out an annoyed hum. Her earlier pretense of sorrow had merely reddened her eyes and nose, giving her a look that evoked sympathy. However, Sun Shui had lingered for quite some time, and Lin Xuanyan had to commit fully to her performance. Tears flowed abundantly, and her eyes swelled dramatically, transforming her from a beauty akin to Shi Shi into a figure reminiscent of Dong Shi. Nevertheless, the effect was commendable, convincing Sun Shui that her mistress was wholly preoccupied with young Master Qi. Knowing Sun Shui as she did, Lin Xuanyan was certain that she could not keep a secret and would inevitably share this information. This was precisely the outcome Lin Xuanyan desired. If the news could reach the emperor's ears through Qianjun, it would be the most favorable result. If not, at the very least, it would reach Jiangsu, which would inevitably mean that Lin Handong would also learn of it. Allowing Lin Handong to believe she had grasped a weakness of hers would not be without its advantages. As footsteps approached outside the door, Lin Xuanyan quickly reclined back onto the bed, resuming her act of sorrow. Sun Shui entered with a basin, while Xiang Zhu carried a food box. Upon catching the scent of the food, Lin Xuanyan realized it was already noon, time to eat. Alas, she had become so engrossed in her performance that she had forgotten her hunger. Xiang Zhu set the meal before her and gently remarked, "Miss, it's time to dine." With Xiang Zhu's assistance, Lin Xuanyan rose, pursing her lips to force a smile. "I worry you, my dear aunt." Xiang Zhu shook her head, guiding Lin Xuanyan to the table. "If you are well, then I am well." Following Xiang Zhu's unspoken cue, Sun Shui placed the basin down and exited, leaving Xiang Zhu and Lin Xuanyan alone in the room. "The water is hot. Please eat first, Mississippi. After your meal, I shall apply the water to your eyes, if that pleases you," Xiang Zhu said cautiously. She had once speculated that the Marquis might arrange a marriage for Lin Xuanyan to maintain alliances, but she had never anticipated that it would lead to the depths of the palace. Consequently, all the paths she had envisioned for Lin Xuanyan's future were now rendered impossible. The Ho family already had a daughter within the royal family, and in matters of choice, they would never favor Lin Xuanyan. With the Ho family being unreliable, there was but one path left. Resolute, Xiang Zhu attended to Lin Xuanyan during her lunch. Yet how could a heartbroken individual indulge in a hearty meal? With Xiang Zhu's coaxing, Lin Xuanyan barely managed to finish half a bowl. She discreetly pressed her hand against her stomach, comforting her insides. "Be patient. Once this is over, I shall feast on everything that flies in the sky and swims in the water. Xiang Zhu summoned someone to clear away the dishes, and a fresh basin of water was brought in. The fragrant cloth, wrung dry and steaming, was gently placed upon Lin Xuanyan's eyes as she took a moment to gather her thoughts. Miss, given the current circumstances, we must look forward. There is nothing that cannot be overcome. Noticing Lin Xuanyan's silence, she continued, recently, your maternal family wrote to say they have found a suitable gentleman for you in Liling County, a schoolmate of the eldest son. Lin Xuanyan recalled this. As a child, she had promised to marry her cousin, but as they grew older, her cousin found affection for another, thus seeking a different match for her. In her past life, the family had already corresponded with the Marquis' household, and it was evident that the young gentleman was about to send formal proposals to wed her. Alas, before that day arrived, a catastrophic event befell the palace nobility. Not only did the Marquis' household suffer, but the Yu family, related by marriage, could not escape misfortune either. Although the emperor showed mercy, they were still stripped of their official positions, barred from serving in court for 3 generations. Lin Xuanyan remembered how her cousin secretly sketched a portrait of her future husband and sent it hidden within a letter. Now, after 20 years in this life and the last, she had long forgotten the young man's visage, but still recalled the thrill of that moment. Her sole instance of infatuation, akin to biting into a green apricot, tart yet sweet. The midday sun poured through the window, casting warmth upon the floor, while Aunt Xiangju's gentle voice stirred the dust motes dancing in the light, reminiscent of the afternoons spent nestled on her lap during childhood. The maid had initially hoped that Lin Xuanyan could live a blissful life under the Yu family's protection, a truly fortunate outcome. Yet, life often unfolds with more disappointments than joys, and fulfilling wishes is a rare occurrence. Aunt Xiangju paused, reflecting that to live is to journey from a poor beginning to a fulfilling conclusion, lest one's life be deemed wasted. Lin Xuanyan suddenly laughed, her eyes misting over with unshed tears, yet she remained silent. Witnessing her demeanor, Aunt Xiangju felt a pang of sorrow, but pressed on. It is a foregone conclusion that you will enter the palace. This cannot be altered. Logically, the Marquis' household should be your greatest support. Yet, you must sense that the Marquis does not hold you in his heart. Should trouble arise, Aunt Xiangju hesitated, then resolutely continued, if trouble does arise, you would undoubtedly be the first to be cast aside. It is Lady Lin Handong who is the true jewel of the Marquis' household. Aunt Xiangju's words, though harsh, bore the truth. Lin Xuanyan remained silent. In her past life, at the tender age of 16, she had indeed harbored illusions about her biological father, hoping he was merely deceived by her stepmother. Yet after living a full life, she could not claim ignorance. She understood that the Marquis' household was utterly unreliable. Whether they would survive the impending disaster next year was uncertain. Lin Xuanyan had long prepared to rely solely on herself upon entering the palace, yet she still wished to hear Aunt Xiangju's thoughts. Aunt, please speak. I'm listening. Aunt Xiangju replaced the cloth on Lin Xuanyan's eyes with a fresh one, wrung out and warmed, and as Lin Xuanyan's tone turned neutral, it was clear she had absorbed her words. Aunt Xiangju sighed in relief and continued, now, you have 2 paths before you. The first is to gain the emperor's favor, surpassing Lin Handong in affection, compelling the Marquis' household to rely on you. The eldest son of the Yu family is merely 3 years your senior, yet he has already distinguished himself as the top scholar in the local examinations, garnering considerable renown in the provincial city. Should fortune favor him, he is poised to partake in next year's Imperial examination, and with his exceptional talents, securing the title of Jinshi should pose no challenge. This secondary path lies within the grasp of the eldest son. Xiangju chattered incessantly, oblivious to the tempest of emotions stirring within Lin Xuanyan at that moment. Orphaned at an early age and unloved by her biological father, she still possessed a semblance of kinship. In her previous life, the Yu family faced ruin due to their connection with the Marquis' household, relegated to the status of commoners. Most heart-wrenching was the fate of her cousin, Yu Jingming, who toiled for a decade in pursuit of literary and martial prowess, only to see his aspirations vanish in a single night. The betrayal by Sun Chui left her saddened. It was the actions of Yu Jingming and his wife that pierced her heart to its core. They bore her no ill will and traveled great distances to seek her out in the brothel, intending to redeem her and return her home. Yet, as a fallen courtesan, she was shackled by her sins. Even the local governor needed considerable resources to extricate her from her predicament. How could a mere commoner like Yu Jingming hope to muster the means or the audacity to negotiate her release? Moreover, Lin Xuanyan could not bear to face them. She chose instead to hide within her chamber, dispatching her maid to gather news until their departure, at which point she would once again step onto the stage that belonged to a courtesan. Yet, she found solace in her heart, silently vowing that this lifetime would unfold differently. Chapter 16. Xiangzhu's astute calculations. Unaware of Lin Xuanyan's thoughts, Xiangzhu continued, "If the eldest son enjoys a smooth career, he will undoubtedly be your support." Lin Xuanyan removed the silk cloth from her eyes, revealing a clarity in her gaze. "I am aware that my maternal grandfather's family treats me exceedingly well. If my cousin can assist me, he will spare no effort." Xiangzhu smiled with relief, pleased that the young lady understood. However, accompanying a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. One must not meddle in court politics, and you need not whisper sweet nothings into the emperor's ear. The eldest son is a man of his own making, and his family background is for him to forge. You need only take care of yourself within the palace. At that moment, Lin Xuanyan felt a twinge of sadness for her yet-to-be-met cousin. It seemed that if her cousin achieved success, she could depend on him, but if he did not, she would simply preserve her own safety. Who would not remark on her shrewd calculations? "I understand, Aunt." Xiangzhu nodded and began to analyze the current situation. Although she had spent 16 years in the countryside, her late father had been a high-ranking official in the court. Through her upbringing, she had gained a certain understanding of the inner workings of the palace. Even though a new dynasty had taken over, the fundamental truths remained unchanged. Some things would always stay the same. The emperor's concubines held at least the 8th rank of attendant, and although you entered the palace as a mere 6th-rank concubine, among the other consorts, a newly entered concubine already occupied a high position. Moreover, the eunuch delivering imperial edicts had mentioned that you could bring one maid into the palace. Only 2 types of women could bring attendants from their family into the palace: the empress, who could bring 4 maids at her wedding, and those who entered the prince's household while he was still a prince. For instance, Lin Handong, who brought her servants into the household upon becoming a side consort to the prince, saw them naturally transition into palace members once he ascended the throne. Being allowed to bring a maid into the palace is indeed a mark of exceptional favor. Lin Xuanyan nodded, yet her expression bore no trace of joy. Xiangzhu sighed inwardly. As long as the young lady could heed her words and not dwell in sorrow, that would be a significant improvement. Gently, Xiangzhu caressed Lin Xuanyan's hair and said softly, "Miss, please rest well. I shall speak with that lady in the palace and ask her to return tomorrow to instruct you in court etiquette." Lin Xuanyan rubbed her face against Xiangzhu's palm, offering a faint smile. Fortunately, Xuanyan still had her aunt. As Xiangzhu exited the room, Lin Xuanyan finally relaxed. She had never been as tense while performing before the emperor as she was in front of her beloved aunt. She was reluctant to deceive Xiangzhu, let alone cause her distress. Yet, in this enigmatic second life, she could only bury her true feelings deep within and feign her emotions before her most cherished aunt. Lin Xuanyan had thought that the performances she had given for Sun Kui and Xiangzhu that day were sufficient. However, as twilight descended, Lin Yunfei entered the courtyard once more. "Xuanyan," he called, striding confidently into the room. Having already heard the announcement, Lin Xuanyan rose to bow. Lin Yunfei sat at the table and dismissed the others. But upon seeing Xiangzhu, he hesitated and said, "Xiangzhu, stay." Xiangzhu complied, yes. Lin Xuanyan also took her seat at the table and inquired, "May I ask why father has come here at night?" Lin Yunfei refrained from speaking hastily, savoring a sip of the tea he had poured before finally inquiring, "What are your thoughts on entering the palace, Xianer?" Xiangzhu, apprehensive that Lin Xuanyan might lose her composure, discreetly nudged her from behind. Feeling Xiangzhu's concern, Lin Xuanran's heart warmed. Yet her countenance remained momentarily startled as she lowered her head and stammered, "I dare not entertain any notions regarding the emperor's intentions. I can only obey." I have heard that you exhibited some indiscretion today, Lin Yunfei stated matter-of-factly. Lin Xuanyan remained silent, prompting Xiangzhu to interject hurriedly. Mrs. lived in the countryside for so long. How could she have encountered palace officials? A moment of indiscretion is quite understandable. Lin Yunfei offered no definitive response, setting his cup down before chuckling softly. Father is not here to reproach you. You may express any thoughts you harbor to me. In the past, it was father who overlooked Xianran. Having immersed himself in the world of politics for many years, Lin Yunfei's sincerity was strikingly vivid. Alas, he was met with Lin Xuanyan and Xiangzhu, one who had navigated the brothels and inner quarters for years, and the other who had long seen through Lin Yunfei's facade of hypocrisy. Neither believed his empty words. Observing her father in such a light, Lin Xuanyan felt a flicker of emotion cross her face, yet after a few hesitant murmurs, she remained silent. Lin Yunfei, left to perform his soliloquy, continued. Father has received word from the palace that the emperor has been venturing out frequently. I wonder if you have crossed paths with him, leading to the emperor's decree? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanyan finally responded with a look of astonishment. Her eyes widened in disbelief. I did encounter a gentleman not long ago, but Lin Xuanyan hesitated. He should not be the emperor. Lin Yunfei, already formulating his plans, stroked his beard and remarked, regardless of his identity, Father has come today to convey something to you. The funds required for your entry into the palace have been prepared. Should there be anything else you need, feel free to inform either me or the steward. Once you enter the palace, do not burden yourself with thoughts of home. Your well-being will bring peace to Father. Lin Xuanyan exhibited little reaction to his words, and Lin Yunfei, unperturbed, continued with some vague statements before departing with satisfaction. Though Lin Xuanyan had been sheltered and nurtured in innocence over the years, Xiangzhu was different. Lin Yunfei had deliberately retained Xiangzhu, intending for her to elucidate the true meaning behind his words to Lin Xuanyan. However, once he left, Xiangzhu wasted no time in expressing her disdain, spitting towards the door. Lin Xuanyan found the spectacle amusing, but could only stifle her laughter and innocently inquire, Annie, was there anything wrong with Father S. words? Xiangzhu, filled with indignation, replied, the Marquis believes you have a special relationship with the Emperor, hoping that your entry into the palace would lead you to occasionally consider the Marquis and speak favorably of it before the Emperor. Navi Lin Xuanyan widened her eyes in surprise, utterly unprepared for such ulterior motives hidden beneath her father's seemingly caring words. Do not heed his words, Mississippi. Remember what I say. One must not meddle in the affairs of the harem. Even if the Marquis encounters difficulties, there is the esteemed concubine Lin Handong to shield you. It is never your place to intervene. Lin Xuanyan nodded in agreement. However, as Xiangzhu deftly shifted the conversation, she remarked, the silver that the Lord has bestowed upon you is yours to keep, serving as compensation for these past years. If it falls short, there is no need for you to seek more. The dowry left by the lady has been diligently managed by me over the years, ensuring you lack for nothing. This statement held truth, for even though Lin Xuanyan resided in the countryside, her possessions were of the finest quality. In fact, some ordinary daughters of officials in the bustling capital might not live as well as she did. Lin Xuanyan smiled softly, intending to playfully tug at Xiangzhu's sleeve, when she heard Xiangzhu change the subject once more. Miss, do you suppose the gentleman who gifted you the dagger is the Emperor? Chapter 17. Interdependence and a night of peaceful slumber upon awakening. Lin Xuanyan was startled to find a strange face, the respectful Aunt Qianjun, standing by her bedside. She hastily rose to pay her respects, acknowledging Aunt Qianjun. The latter, flustered by the deference, quickly sidestepped, insisting, Your Highness, you honor me far too much, as a servant. I cannot accept such reverence. However, Lin Xuanyan remained steadfast, declaring, Aunt Qianjun has imparted etiquette to me, and for that, I owe you this courtesy. Aunt Qianjun, taken aback, merely inclined her body slightly in acknowledgement, responding solemnly, I shall diligently teach you, Your Highness, and not squander your trust. True to her word, from that moment forth, Aunt Qianjun imposed rigorous standards upon Lin Xuanyan's every action, be it standing, sitting, or lying down. Even the simplest yawn upon rising became a subject of scrutiny. Lin Xuanyan found this unbearable. Throughout her past and present, even within the confines of the Lu residence, she had never encountered such stringent regulations. Yet, Lin Xuanyan was unwilling to squander the 9 days merely mastering court etiquette. Thus, during her moments of rest, she often bore a melancholic expression, as if lost in nostalgic reverie. After 3 days had passed, a familiar knocking sound echoed by the window. Lin Xuanyan rolled her eyes, realizing that the emperor had finally arrived. Unlike the tranquility of the countryside, the formalities of the palace were far more elaborate. When the master slumbered, a servant must remain at the foot of the bed, ready to attend to any nocturnal needs. However, Lin Xuanyan could not afford to have anyone in her chamber while awaiting Qi Chao's arrival, a fact Aunt Qianjun had reminded her of countless times. At this moment, with the emperor's arrival, Lin Xuanyan hesitated to open the window. It was only when the knocking grew more insistent that she briskly approached the window, softly inquiring, "Who is it?" Her voice trembled, betraying a hint of suppressed emotion. In stark contrast, Qi Chao's voice, despite his efforts to lower it, resonated with unmistakable joy. "It is I. Who else would dare knock at your window?" After a moment of silence, Lin Xuanyan replied, "Please return, young Master Qi. I shall soon enter the palace. We are no longer on the same path." Even though Lin Xuanyan feigned composure, Qi Chao's sensed that something was amiss, finally grasping the source of her distress. It dawned on him why rumors from him suggested that Miss Lin was downcast and reluctant to enter the palace. It was his oversight in revealing his true identity that had caused her such sorrow. Feeling a sense of triumph, Qi Chaozu was about to explain when he noticed a servant approaching from the corner of his eye. Without a second thought, he pressed his palm against the window, dislodging the latch. Lin Xuanyan stared in astonishment and quickly pinched the skin at the top of her thigh just before the window opened. Thus, when Qi Chaozu leaped into the room, he was met with the sight of Lin Xuanyan, her face tear-streaked, resembling a weeping pear blossom, which tugged at his heartstrings. As Qi Chaozu stepped forward, yearning to embrace her, Lin Xuanyan resolutely retreated, her tears flowing like pearls released from their thread, yet her expression remained one of forced calm. She implored, "Young Master Qi, you must leave at once, or I shall call for help." Qi Chao sighed, both helpless and somewhat amused, and remarked, "What if I claim to be the emperor?" Lin Xuanyan was taken aback, and her tears flowed even more profusely. Unconsciously, she retreated a few steps, murmuring, "I should have known. I should have understood." Qi Chao, puzzled, thought to himself that as the emperor, the most esteemed figure in the realm, what could be wrong with her becoming his concubine? Yet, this time he stepped forward and embraced her. Lin Xuanyan made only a slight attempt to struggle before allowing him to wipe away her tears, her eyes brimming with an unending reservoir of sorrow. "We had agreed that I would welcome you into my home, and I have kept my promise. Why do you appear unwilling?" Qi Chao gently coaxed. Lin Xuanyan merely turned her face away, remaining silent. It was not until Qi Chao inquired several times, his patience wearing thin, that she finally spoke in a trembling voice. "To be married means to be a wife. What am I? Without betrothal and matchmaker, I am merely a concubine." Qi Chao fell silent, acknowledging the truth in her words. Although he held the title of emperor, ostensibly powerful and revered, he too was a prisoner of circumstance. The arrangement to grant Lin Xuanyan the rank of a 6th-grade consort and allow her maidservants to enter the palace was a hard-won concession. Moreover, with her mother having passed away early, Lin Xuanyan's status was indeed lowly. How could she embody the dignity of an empress? Even if he desired it, she was unworthy. Yet, such thoughts were not something he could share with Lin Xuanyan, particularly since it was he who had initially deceived her, and now, seeing her so distraught, he felt a pang of guilt instead of being cruel. These reflections flashed through his mind in an instant. Qi Chao hastily said, "It is my fault, Xuanyan. Please do not cry." He added, "I have heard you have been weeping in secret these past few days. It is not worth ruining your eyes over me." However, no matter how he reassured her, Lin Xuanyan continued to weep silently, her tears flowing without sound, evoking a profound ache in his heart. Yet, prolonged sorrow could become tiresome. Never before had a woman compelled him to lower himself to such a degree, and Lin Xuanyan was the first. Qichao, feeling agitated, pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating whether it might be best to separate for the moment, believing she would regain her composure once she entered the palace. He recalled what the matron had said. Aside from being somewhat absent-minded, Miss Lin was otherwise quite agreeable. With that thought in mind, Qichao declared, "If you so wish to avoid seeing me, I shall leave. Do not let your eyes suffer further." As he spoke, he released her and turned to leap from the window. "Do not go," Lin Xuanyan cried out, completely forgetting the clandestine nature of their meeting. She rushed to him, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her tear-streaked face against his back. The moisture seeped through his garments, chilling his skin. Qichao felt a slight movement in his throat, about to inquire, when he heard Lin Xuanyan's soft voice behind him, clear in the stillness. "I never imagined I would become a concubine. I never thought I would share a husband with her, with the favored consort." Taking a deep breath to suppress her sobs, she continued, "I am merely struggling to accept this for the moment, but I have never said I wanted to part ways with you. Please do not leave." The tears that had been suppressed with great difficulty surged forth once more, yet Qichao distinctly heard her pleading voice. "Don't leave, stay with me. I'm afraid." Any impatience that might have lingered dissolved into nothingness in the face of her fragile tone, and the heartache that had already taken root in Qichao's heart now consumed him entirely. In this moment, whatever she desired, he yearned to fulfill, especially if it was merely to remain by her side. He had ventured into the Lin family estate precisely to accompany her. Affection blossomed in the confines of this intimate space, and it was unclear who initiated it first. Qichao turned and embraced her delicate form, while Lin Xuanyan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Their lips brushed against one another. It was only when a knock echoed from outside the door that the pair, entwined together, were jolted back to reality. Lin Xuanyan hastily pushed Qichao away, her misty eyes timidly glancing at him, while her dewy lips whispered urgent words. "You must leave, someone is coming." Yet her fingers playfully lingered on his waist, reluctant to let go. Qichao, too, found himself unwilling to part, planting a kiss on her brow before he leapt from the window, responding to the call of the maid outside. Chapter 18. The eve before entering the palace, Lin Xuanyan hurriedly returned to her bed, wiping away her tears as she responded. Mississippi, Sun Chui led the maidservants in, and while gently wiping Lin Xuanyan's face, she secretly inquired in her ear, "You seem much happier today, Mississippi. Is there some joyful news?" Lin Xuanyan smiled, her face radiant, momentarily leaving Sun Chui spellbound, until the sound of conversation brought her back to reality. "The magpies are calling in the branches, and my heart is filled with joy upon hearing them." Sun Chui leaned in to listen, unable to hear the magpies herself. Yet she was content knowing that the miss was happy. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Xuanyan had completed her morning grooming. The mirror reflected her poised figure clad in a moon-white satin skirt, her hair styled in a simple double bun, adorned with a delicate beaded hairpin that swayed gently with her every smile, exuding an enchanting charm. Sun Chui couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss, you are truly beautiful." Sun Chui, known for her loud voice, made her admiration clear, drawing the attention of Qianjun, who had just entered the room. Qianjun remarked, "I apologize for my tardiness. Please punish me, my lady." Her gaze discreetly swept across Lin Xuanyan's face. Just days prior, Lin Xuanyan had also been beautiful, yet her demeanor had been one of gloom, lacking a certain brilliance. Today, however, she radiated an almost blinding splendor, making it difficult for anyone to look away. "There's no need for such formalities, Aunt Qian," Lin Xuanyan replied, moving forward to assist her up. "I haven't even had my breakfast, so how could I be late?" As she moved, her garments flowed gracefully, and the hairpin remained perfectly still. Qianjun felt a sense of satisfaction, although this young lady had grown up in the countryside. She was remarkably astute, grasping the nuances of noble conduct in just 3 days. Yet, Qianjun concealed her approval, not wanting Lin Xuanyan to become complacent in her training, for the royal etiquette encompassed far more than what had been covered, with numerous details still requiring meticulous refinement. With merely 6 days remaining, time felt rather pressing. Qian Jun mused silently. Consequently, in Lin Xuanyan's eyes, Qian Jun appeared increasingly stringent, and there was no longer a need for pretense. She was genuinely feeling overwhelmed. Nevertheless, for the sake of entering the palace, mastering court etiquette was merely the foundation. And even the trial she faced could hardly be deemed severe. How could Lin Xuanyan ever voice her fatigue? By the time the 10th day arrived, Lin Xuanyan had finally managed to earn a smile from Qian Jun in her speech, gait, and even while dining. That night, the evening breeze was cool as water. Miss Xiangzhu dismissed the servants, sitting down on the footstool to converse with Lin Xuanyan. Lin Xuanyan turned to look at Xiangzhu, her cascading hair like a waterfall, the flickering candlelight dancing upon it, enhancing her exquisite beauty. With lips slightly parted, a voice as melodious as tinkling jade slipped forth. "Aunt, what is it?" Xiangzhu, gazing at this young woman, couldn't help but reminisce about her childhood. The tiny, delicate girl had blossomed into a graceful young lady. With a heart full of sentiment, Xiangzhu hesitated to voice her next words, yet time was of the essence, and she had to speak. "Miss, have you chosen the maidservant who will accompany you to the palace tomorrow?" Lin Xuanyan displayed a puzzled expression. "Naturally, it is you, aunt, who will accompany me." "Why do you ask this?" Xiangzhu, unable to contain her emotions, resolved to express her thoughts in one breath. "After much contemplation, I believe it is best for me to remain outside the palace. My lady, please do not be hasty. Allow me to finish." She interjected to halt Lin Xuanyan's words. The common adage states that once one enters the palace, it is akin to plunging into an unfathomable sea. However, the imperial court and the inner palace are inextricably intertwined and cannot be discussed in isolation. The Ho family may not provide you with the support you seek, and whether the Yu family can offer you assistance remains uncertain. I intend to continue managing the estate left by my mistress outside the palace, ensuring that you will not lack for silver while within. When the eldest son arrives in Shangtian, you will have someone familiar to rely upon. As she spoke, Xiangzhu's voice grew softer, and she wiped away her tears. She had once hoped that you would find a prosperous family, allowing me to alleviate some burdens for you for a few more years. Yet, who could have foreseen that, at this juncture, I would be unable to find anyone to take over? Xiangzhu's reasoning was sound, and Lin Xuanyan understood. However, understanding the logic does not equate to acceptance. The reluctance to part with Aunt Xiangzhu was one matter. Lin Xuanyan harbored another concern. If fate remained unchanged a year hence, a married daughter is akin to water spilled, and misfortunes do not befall those who have wed. With Aunt Xiangzhu by her side in the palace, at least she would be spared the fate of imprisonment and death. As for others, Lin Xuanyan could not afford to concern herself with them. "I do not want to." Lin Xuanyan clung tightly to Xiangzhu. "I do not wish to be separated from you." Xiangzhu felt no less reluctance, yet she was not adept in matters of the inner palace. Compared to the younger ones, she had merely aged and would be better off remaining outside to earn more silver for her lady. Gently patting Lin Xuanyan's back to soothe her, Xiangzhu allowed her to vent her emotions. She understood that her lady had grown and could comprehend the advantages and disadvantages. Seeing Xiangzhu's silence, Lin Xuanyan realized her resolution was firm and that her arrangement was indeed the best course of action. Her tears were merely a manifestation of sorrowful longing. She buried her face in Xiangzhu's embrace, her voice muffled. "I will strive for a higher rank, and you must encourage cousin to work diligently from outside, so that he may soon become a great official, allowing cousin to bring you into the palace to see me." The decree of the Jin dynasty allows palace consorts of 5th rank and above to apply for family visits once a year. If a relative holds a 3rd rank position or higher, they may submit a request for a monthly visit. Of course, the monthly allowance is merely a formality. Aside from royal relatives like princesses, who would dare to make such requests every month? Even if a request is made, whether it will be granted is another matter entirely. Nonetheless, compared to those of lower ranks, at least there exists an opportunity for meeting. Initially, Xiangzhu wore a face of reluctance, but she was soon amused by Lin Xuanyan's words, shaking her head with a smile. All right, I shall heed my lady's wishes. However, you must consider who to take with you to the palace tomorrow." With the impending entry into the palace, Lin Xuanyan's irritation flared as she shot a glare at Xiangju. "You know we are entering the palace tomorrow, yet you only tell me tonight. How can you act so carelessly, eh?" Yes, it is all my oversight," Xiangju replied with a doting expression. She, too, realized that waiting until tonight to choose someone for the palace was indeed rather rushed. Yet she understood all too well that if she had been forthright with Lin Xuanyan from the outset, this little ancestor would have devised numerous ways to persuade her to change her mind. Lin Xuanyan felt discontent, but at present, she could only ponder meticulously which companion would be more suitable for entering the palace. Sun Shui had grown up alongside her, and their bond was profound, making her ostensibly the best candidate. However, having experienced a previous life, Lin Xuanyan recognized that Sun Shui could only share in joy and not in hardship. Her impulsive nature rendered her an unsuitable choice. There were 3 other maidservants she was accustomed to: Ji Lu, Pei Ling, and Wei Tong. After a prolonged contemplation with her head bowed, Lin Xuanyan finally lifted her gaze and declared, "I choose Ji Lu." Chapter 19. Entering the palace, Xiangju was momentarily taken aback, but soon praised. "Indeed, Mrs. Groan. Earlier, I was concerned about how to persuade you should you choose Xin Sui. Xin Sui possesses a lively temperament, making her an excellent companion. However, as you prepare to enter the palace, what you truly need is a capable aide. If you were to select Xin Sui, it would only lead to further worries regarding her well-being. Zhiliao is a good child. I had intended for her to accompany you into the palace. Zhiliao's demeanor is composed, and she approaches tasks methodically." Lin Xuanyan smiled with pride. "Of course, Aunt, you mustn't forget who I am." It is noteworthy that the combined age of Lin Xuanyan in this life and the last is roughly the same as that of Xiangju, yet in Xiangju's presence, she always behaves like a genuine young girl, indulging in playful whims. Xiangju chuckled, gently tapping Lin Xuanyan's brow. "Miss should rest now. I will speak to Zhiliao and Xin Sui." Lin Xuanyan nodded, watching as Xiangju extinguished the candle, plunging the room into an enveloping silence, broken only by the soft patter of Xiangju's footsteps. With a soft click, the door closed. Moonlight spilled through the window, casting a silver glow upon the floor. Gazing at the shimmering ground, Lin Xuanyan suddenly understood why poets often use the moon as a metaphor for longing. Just the sight of it stirred a profound melancholy within her. Though she had yet to depart, she was already overcome with nostalgia. Lin Xuanyan stood in a daze before abruptly turning towards the bed. Tomorrow she would enter the palace. She needed to preserve her energy, and lamenting the spring and autumn was a luxury she could not afford. Time flowed on, and the moon transformed into the sun. Before she knew it, another night had passed. Upon waking, Lin Xuanyan saw Xin Sui standing beside Xiangju and Zhiliao, her eyes red-rimmed. "Mississippi." Just the utterance of those words caused Xin Sui's tears to flow uncontrollably. Lin Xuanyan felt a pang of sorrow herself. Having endured so much in her past life, she could remain unfazed while vying for power in the inner chambers. Yet when faced with familiar faces, even those who had betrayed her, her resolve wavered. These individuals had once been a source of solace in her long, solitary life. Nevertheless, she now found herself excluding Xin Sui from her heart due to future events that had yet to transpire. Lin Xuanyan blinked away her emotions, stifling the lump in her throat, and smiled at Xin Sui. "Come now, I need your skilled hands to style my hair for entering the palace today." Xin Sui hastily wiped her tear-streaked face, but the tightness of her lips and the redness around her eyes revealed her inner turmoil. However, Lin Xuanyan soon had no time to dwell on Xin Sui, as the process of preparing for the palace was exceedingly tedious. The first task of the day, bathing. As her garments slipped away, warm sunlight danced upon her smooth, jade-like arms, enveloping them in a soft glow, a blush akin to that of blossoming peaches and apricots. Lin Xuanyan gradually submerged herself beneath the water. As the maidservants sprinkled freshly picked petals, their delicate fragrance intertwining with the steam, merging into a harmonious essence. After her bath came the dressing. The attire befitting a sixth-rank consort had been delivered on the day the imperial decree arrived. Silver threads adorned the embroidery, and the long skirt trailed gracefully. It was both dignified and playful. The third step was cleansing the face, where Qianjun used a fine string to delicately remove the downy hairs from Lin Xuanyan's visage. This act signified her transition into womanhood. It was also Lin Xuanyan's second experience with this ritual, and it brought a slight sting. Afterward, it was Sun Chui's turn to take charge. Though Sun Chui's temperament was somewhat impetuous, she possessed an exceptional talent for hairstyling and makeup. Lin Xuanyan's daily appearance was primarily crafted by Sun Chui, who skillfully adorned her with delicately brushed eyebrows and lightly tinted lips. Her long hair, cascading down, was elegantly styled into a high bun, presenting a refined feminine visage. The preparations for entering the palace were urgent. Even though Sun Chui worked deftly and swiftly to prepare Lin Xuanyan, she could only utter, "Miss, I cannot bear to part with you." Lin Xuanyan merely cast a hurried glance at Sun Chui before being assisted by Qianjun to step out of the room. The couple, Lin Yunfei and his wife, had been waiting for some time and greeted her with a respectful bow, saying, "We bid farewell to the young mistress." The other servants knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to the young mistress." Such a scene filled Lin Xuanyan with immense joy. However, it was still insufficient. For a sixth-rank consort was not enough to warrant the prostration of a second-rank court official and his titled wife. Lin Xuanyan suppressed the faint smile that threatened to surface and quickly stepped forward to assist Lin Yunfei and his wife to rise, saying, "Father, there is no need for such formalities, and mother too." Lin Xuanyan's disingenuousness was glaring, causing Shang Su to nearly grind her teeth in frustration. Yet, recalling the letter she had submitted for entry into the palace, her spirits lifted once more. This little haughty girl would not bask in her triumph for long. Han Dong would ensure that her elation was short-lived upon reading the letter. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Yunfei, the family departed under Qianjun's urging. As Lin Xuanyan turned to glance back before boarding the carriage, she thought of Aunt Xiangzhu, Sun Chui, and Pei Ling. She wondered if she would ever have the chance to see them again. With determination, she averted her gaze and stepped firmly toward the carriage. The small carriage swayed gently, and a breeze stirred the curtain, allowing faint sounds from outside to drift in, full of the essence of mortal life. As the journey progressed, the warmth of humanity was gradually left behind, and even without sight, the atmosphere became increasingly solemn and dignified. The carriage halted before the palace gates, where the next path lay ahead. Qianjun approached to negotiate, and after verifying their identities, the heavy red palace gates swung open wide. Guards stood at attention on either side of the pathway, prompting an involuntary intake of breath. Returning to Lin Xuanyan's side, Qianjun's face radiated with joy as she whispered, "Once inside the palace, another eunuch will escort you to the halls. I must return to report and cannot accompany you further." Lin Xuanyan was taken aback for a moment, then responded with a smile, grateful for Aunt Qianjun's efforts during this time. Upon entering the palace, a long-waiting eunuch named Su Tong approached, bowing, "I have the honor to meet you." Lin Changzai. Qianjun released her hold on Lin Xuanyan and stepped back to bow, saying, "Young mistress, I shall leave you here. You may proceed with eunuch Su." Lin Xuanyan nodded, and Ji Lu subtly slipped a purse into Qianjun's sleeve, smiling. "Thank you for your hard work during this time." Feeling the weight of the purse, Qianjun's smile deepened. She had received more than one purse in recent days, but who would ever complain of having too much money? Qianjun accepted the purse and stood still, waiting for Lin Xuanyan and the others to depart before she turned to leave. Lin Xuanyan and her companion were now engrossed in Su Tong's introductions. Su Tong was a loquacious individual. As soon as Lin Xuanyan initiated a conversation, he launched into an incessant stream of words. "Your Majesty has graciously bestowed upon you the Tianzhao Pavilion in the Ningxin Palace. The Ningxin Palace currently lacks a primary occupant, with only a seventh-rank official, Tao Baolin, residing in the Banmeng Pavilion opposite you. By the way, the palace is adorned with numerous peach trees, particularly abundant beside your Tianzhao Pavilion, where they flourish most beautifully in spring. Alas, summer has now arrived, and the peach blossoms have largely fallen. Su Tong suddenly realized the ominous connotation of the fallen flowers and hastily added, "However, with the blossoms gone, peaches will soon be ripe for consumption. I have heard that the peaches from Ningxin Palace are exceptionally sweet." He continued in a lowered voice, "I have also heard that concubine Ku initially desired to reside in Ningxin Palace and petitioned His Majesty for quite some time without success. Presently, the emperor's harem consists of few consorts, with the concubine rank being quite elevated. How is it that a fourth-rank lady was unable to take residence there, yet a seventh-rank official has? Is it that the emperor harbors disdain for concubine Ku, or does he hold a particular fondness for Tao Baolin? Nevertheless, it is best to regard it with indifference." Chapter 20. A show of authority. The palace is vast, and the journey to the Ningxin Hall is exceedingly distant. Fortunately, Lin Xuanyan had been climbing mountains recently to win the favor of the emperor. Otherwise, after such a long walk today, she would have surely been breathless. Nevertheless, she still walked with a light sheen of perspiration. From afar, she noticed someone approaching, their stature indicating a higher rank than hers, prompting Su Tong to hastily guide her and her maid to step aside. Yet, the stranger's footsteps fortuitously halted right before Lin Xuanyan. "Which noble lady is this? Does she not bow before the empress?" A shrill voice pierced the air, and even without raising her head, Lin Xuanyan recognized it as that of a eunuch. Anger flared within her. The individual had made a point of confronting her without allowing time for a proper greeting, evidently intent on displaying their authority. If Lin Xuanyan failed to perceive this, her past experiences in the inner palace would have been in vain. However, she had no choice but to acquiesce. In recent days, Qianxi had not only instructed her in court etiquette, but had also educated her on the ostentation of noble ladies. The woman before her, accompanied by 6 maidservants and 2 eunuchs, was undoubtedly of at least the 4th rank. Though Lin Xuanyan was unaware of her identity, Su Tong was not. He immediately bowed and spoke. "This humble servant pays respects to Lady Ku." Thus, Lin Xuanyan and Lu also followed suit in offering their respects. Su Tong continued, "In response to your inquiry, Your Highness, this is Lin Changzai, who has just entered the palace today. This humble servant is escorting the young lady to Ningxin Hall." He smiled amiably as he explained, "It is natural for the young lady to feel somewhat unfamiliar with the noble ladies of the court. However, Lady Ku was evidently seeking a confrontation, unwilling to let Su Tong's few words deter her." Observing Lin Xuanyan, who bowed her head and averted her gaze, Lady Ku could discern, even without lifting her eyes, that Lin's facial features were quite graceful, suggesting an appealing countenance. The more she looked, the more displeased she became. Since the imperial decree had been issued 10 days prior, the palace had outwardly welcomed the new sister-in-law, but behind closed doors, countless handkerchiefs had been torn, and porcelain had been shattered in distress. The sudden and unanticipated decree, not during selection season, indicated a degree of genuine affection from the emperor. Just look at how many officials have petitioned the throne concerning this matter. It is evident the emperor has borne considerable pressure. Yet despite this, he issued the decree without hesitation. Observing Lin Xuanyan today, it was clear she possessed some beauty. Lady Ku scrutinized Lin Xuanyan from head to toe, having come specifically to assert her dominance. Yet, this so-called country girl made no errors in her greeting and maintained her composure remarkably well. Not once rising from her kneeling position, Lady Ku signaled to the senior maid beside her. The maid, receiving the cue, intoned gravely, "Unfamiliar with the palace? Have the etiquette instructors not devoted themselves to your education these days? Or is it that Lin Changzai has not been diligent in her studies?" Such words carried weight. They could easily be construed as Lin Xuanyan's disdain for imperial authority, leaving her vulnerable to accusations of disrespect. In situations like this, one need not struggle for justification. Yet, recognizing the precariousness of her position, Lin Xuanyan was reluctant to make enemies upon her entrance to the palace, especially since her unconventional arrival had already drawn the attention of many. Kneeling and bowing her head, her voice trembled with trepidation. "This humble concubine dares not. Since the issuance of the decree, I have not dared to be negligent." Such audacity, Jiqin angrily rebuked. "Dare you lie before the empress?" "Enough, Jiqin," Kupin replied with a smile. It is understandable that Lin Xuanyan, having just entered the palace, is unfamiliar with the rules. Let her kneel here for an hour. There is no need to be overly harsh. Lin Xuanyan was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity of it all, though she had intended to tread carefully. The audacity of others could not be tolerated. If she did not resist, would she not be inviting further humiliation? Kupin gazed with satisfaction at the figure kneeling before her. Just as she prepared to turn away, a soft voice broke the tension. Sister Kupin, you claim that I am ignorant of palace decorum, yet I cannot discern where I have erred to warrant such reproach. However, I do understand one thing. The inner palace is under the management of the Empress. Lin Xuanyan's words were deliberate, their implication unmistakable. What authority did you, a mere concubine, possess to chastise me? Raising her head, Lin Xuanyan met Kupin's gaze, her face maintaining an expression of feigned timidity, as if summoning the courage to speak. Yet each word struck with precision. You, Kupin exclaimed, her finger trembling with indignation. The sight of Lin Xuanyan's delicate beauty only fueled her ire further. Jiqin immediately interjected, her demeanor fierce. How dare Lin Xuanyan confront a mistress? Lin Xuanyan once more lowered her head, feigning fear, but her words remained sharp. I merely spoke the truth. If anyone has been disrespectful, it is this maid who should be the one to apologize. In that moment, Kupin regained her composure and coldly remarked, very well. Lin Xuanyan, you possess a sharp tongue. I shall seek out the Empress to adjudicate this matter. I am terrified, Lin Xuanyan murmured, burying her face deeper. With Kupin storming off in a huff, Ji Lu rushed forward to assist Lin Xuanyan to her feet. Compared to Lin Xuanyan's feigned fear, Ji Lu was genuinely on the verge of tears. Everyone spoke of the palace as a realm of unmatched wealth and splendor, yet upon entering, the atmosphere felt far more ominous than any mountain beast. Observing Ji Lu's distress, Lin Xuanyan sighed inwardly, about to speak when Ji Lu reassured her, Miss, do not fear. I will protect you. Despite her own quivering voice, she vowed to safeguard her mistress. Lin Xuanyan felt warmth spread through her heart. Indeed, I am not afraid. Ji Lu is not afraid either. Ji Lu nodded vigorously, wiping her tears. Meanwhile, Su Tong, who had been rendered speechless by the events, recalled his excitement upon learning he would escort the new arrival to the palace. After all, she was the Empress's favored one, a privilege beyond his wildest dreams. Now, he understood why this fortunate task had fallen to him. Lin Xuanyan, shall we proceed to Ningxin Hall, or wait for the Empress to arrive? Su Tong inquired, a frown marring his features. Lin Xuanyan could not discern the Empress's opinion of her, but she was not one to suffer in silence. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, let us return to the Hall of Tranquil Truth. If the Empress truly arrives, at least there will be a place for her to sit there. Su Tong nodded in agreement and quickly took the lead, not daring to introduce Lin Xuanyan any further, focusing solely on completing the remaining journey swiftly to fulfill her obligations. Supported by Ji Lu, Lin Xuanyan did not need to watch the path ahead, and thus could thoughtfully ponder how to navigate the events of the day. During her time at the Marquis' residence, Lin Yunfei had already sent someone to inform her about the circumstances of the various concubines within the palace. Chapter 21. Bestowing a name, the current emperor ascended to the throne 2 years ago. At the time of his enthronement, the palace housed only one primary consort, 2 secondary consorts, and 2 concubines. The primary consort, now the Empress, is Lady Shu, the daughter of the Chancellor, residing in the Chanqiu Palace. The 2 secondary consorts are Lin Handong, originally known as the Deconsort, who was elevated to the status of noble consort due to her merit in bearing the crown prince, residing in the Yalan Palace, and the Shushi consort, Lady Su, the daughter of the General of the West, residing in the Wanyang Palace. The remaining 2, Yang Kairan and Zhuo Changzai, cohabitate in the Yihe Palace. Following the death of the late emperor, the new emperor observed a period of mourning, which lasted a day for each month, to enrich the imperial harem. After the mourning period concluded, the Ministry of Rites selected maidens from the capital, referred to as the minor selection. During this time, 7 maidens entered, among whom Kupin currently holds the highest status, hence her audacity to challenge Lin Xuanyan. It is also noteworthy to mention Yi Meiren, residing in the Yaguang Palace. Though only of 5th rank, the character Yi signifies her unique standing within the harem. The bestowal of a character often symbolizes the emperor's favor, even if Yi is merely derived from her given name. In contrast, Lin Xuanyan is not intimidated by Capin, as she still enjoys a modicum of the emperor's affection, while Capin relies solely on her family background. Lost in thought, the Ningxin Palace soon came into view. Lin Xuanyan raised her gaze to behold the 3 gilded characters glimmering in the sunlight above the entrance. Ningxin Palace, Lin Xuanyan murmured to herself. However, Su Tong was oblivious to Lin Xuanyan's musings, preoccupied with the urgency of delivering his report. He hurriedly advanced, prompting Lin Xuanyan to follow him into the palace. The Tianzhao Pavilion, where Lin Xuanyan resided, was situated on the right side of the main hall. The Tianzhao Pavilion has arrived, so I shall take my leave, Su Tong announced, bowing in deference. Ji Lu, who had prepared a purse, was unable to present it. Lin Xuanyan shook her head at Ji Lu, who understood the gesture and allowed Su Tong to depart. However, Ji Lu remained indignant and aggrieved, though she suppressed her feelings, smiling at Lin Xuanyan and saying this, "Allow me to assist you inside." Yet her expression betrayed a sense of unwillingness. Lin Xuanyan nodded, internally sighing that Ji Lu still had much to learn. As Lin Xuanyan and Ji Lu stepped into the Tianzhao Pavilion, the inhabitants within heard their entrance and came forth to welcome them. Dressed in the attire of a 6th-rank consort, Lin Xuanyan was recognized by the palace attendants even in the absence of Su Tong, who immediately bowed, addressing her as Little Mistress. The attendants of a consort's household typically comprise 2 palace maids and 1 eunuch. With Ji Lu accompanying her, Lin Xuanyan was greeted by 1 maid and 1 eunuch. Lin Xuanyan offered a perfectly measured smile, saying, "There is no need for excessive courtesy." Upon entering the main hall, after the maid served Lin Xuanyan a cup of tea and the eunuch performed a respectful bow, both knelt before her in a gesture of profound reverence. The maid began, "We greet you, Little Mistress. I am a servant sent from the palace to attend to you." The eunuch followed suit, and together they implored, "We humbly request your bestowed name." This is a customary practice within the palace, regardless of prior service. Upon entering the service of a new master, one must seek a bestowed name, as retaining an old name signifies disdain from a new lord. Lin Xuanyan had long since decided on names for the 2 individuals. Taking a sip of tea, she first addressed the maid, saying, "You shall be called Ji Xing." Then, turning to the eunuch, she proclaimed, "You shall be known as Ji Shun." Ji Xing and Ji Shun expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the bestowed names. They were both filled with joy as Lin Xuanyan summoned them. Unbeknownst to her, their thoughts were a mystery, yet this did not deter her from making her expectations clear. Lin Xuanyan set her cup down with a gentle tap against the table, the sound resonating in the stillness. "Now that you are in my service, you must carry out your duties diligently. I shall not betray the loyalty of any devoted servant, but I will not tolerate betrayal from any who forsake their master." Her tone was calm, yet Ji Xing and Ji Shun's expressions gradually shifted to one of apprehension. Nevertheless, with a hint of a smile, Lin Xuanyan reassured them, "I have said I shall not fail those who remain loyal to me." Turning her gaze to the side, she addressed Ji Lu, instructing him to present the gifts she had prepared prior to entering the palace. Ji Lu retrieved 2 pouches from his sleeve and handed them to the 2. Their faces brightened once more at this gesture, and Lin Xuanyan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, for she understood that a blend of kindness and authority was essential in managing people. Yet, she pondered whether these 2 harbored any ulterior motives. Ji Lu withdrew to the inner chamber to organize the packages brought from outside the palace. Ji Xing, observing Lin Xuanyan's demeanor, mustered the courage to inquire, "My lady, you must not have dined before entering the palace today, correct? We estimated the time and have brought you a meal. It should be just the right temperature now. Would you care to dine?" "Indeed," Lin Xuanyan replied. Having consumed only a few morsels of cake while grooming that morning, she found herself quite hungry now. Ji Xing swiftly arranged the breakfast on the table, the aroma of the dishes wafting through the air. Whether it was due to her hunger or the exceptional quality of the palace cuisine, Lin Xuanyan felt that the food was more delectable than ever before. Noticing her cheerful disposition, Ji Shun gathered his courage to ask, "My lady, the esteemed Tao Baolin resides directly across from us in Ningxin Hall. Would you like to pay her a visit after your meal?" Although Lin Xuanyan held a slightly higher rank than Tao Baolin, the latter was a seasoned figure in the palace, and a visit from Lin Xuanyan would convey sincerity. However, Lin Xuanyan cast a glance at Ji Xing and Ji Shun, noting their youthful appearances, likely around 14 or 15 years of age, and she wondered if her forthcoming words might frighten them. With a pensive expression, she set down her chopsticks and sighed. "Earlier, upon entering the palace, I encountered Sister Capin, who reproached me rather harshly and mentioned seeking the Empress to arbitrate the matter." As her words hung in the air, she observed the shifting expressions of Ji Xing and Ji Shun, but continued, "Thus, I believe I shall wait here for the Empress's Imperial carriage at Tianjiao Pavilion." Finally, it was Ji Xing who spoke first, forcing a smile as she reassured, "My lady, there is no need for concern. The Empress is known for her benevolence and will surely not be harsh with you." Ji Shun, recalling something, nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, the Empress's kindness is praised by all within the palace." Yet, despite their words, both Ji Xing and Ji Shun still appeared somewhat anxious. Lin Xuanyan, however, remained unperturbed. She was the woman personally chosen by the Emperor, and Kupin's actions were akin to slapping the Emperor's face. If the Empress were wise, she would let this matter pass with subtlety. If she were not, Lin Xuanyan's eyes shimmered, suggesting that it was merely a matter of eliciting a touch of sympathy from the Emperor. However, those who rise to the position of Empress are not only distinguished by their lineage, but also possess considerable cunning. Soon, someone arrived from the Empress's palace. Though it was not the Empress herself, but rather a eunuch from the Chanqiu Hall, who came to announce the imperial decree. The contents of the decree took Lin Xuanyan by surprise. Chapter 22. House Arrest. Lin Xuanyan found herself subjected to a month of house arrest, during which she was to diligently practice court etiquette at Tianjiao Pavilion. Beyond its surface meaning, house arrest bore another implication. She was prohibited from serving the emperor during this period. After bidding farewell to the eunuch from Chanqiu Hall, the three attendants at Tianjiao Pavilion wore expressions of concern, while Lin Xuanyan silently furrowed her brow. However, she must remain composed. If she faltered, her subordinates would be rendered ineffective. With a radiant smile, Lin Xuanyan reassured herself, "Fear not, His Majesty will await my return." Ji Xing and Ji Shun understood the gravity of the situation and immediately exhaled in relief, their expressions softening considerably. Despite the fact that the young mistress had fallen out of favor with the Empress, the Emperor remained the ultimate authority within the palace. Ji Xing and Ji Shun were both personally selected by the Emperor to serve Lin Xuanyan at Tianjiao Pavilion, a clear indication of His Majesty's regard for her. Since Lin Xuanyan was confined to the pavilion, it was evident that the visitor, Tao Baolin, would not be able to pay her a visit either. Thus, Lin Xuanyan led Ji Lu into the inner chamber to rest. Seated by the bed, Lin Xuanyan held Ji Lu's hand and confided, "You are the only one I can truly trust in this palace." The maidservant nodded earnestly, affirming her unwavering loyalty to her mistress, promising that she would never betray her. Lin Xuanyan gazed into Ji Lu's eyes, her own sparkling with sincerity as she said, "I am aware of your loyalty. Otherwise, I would not have brought you along. It is not merely your fidelity that I value, but your steadiness surpasses that of Sun Shui, which fosters my deeper trust in you." Ji Lu had never received such heartfelt praise before, and she instinctively lowered her head in bashfulness. However, Lin Xuanyan's tone shifted as she remarked, "Loyalty and composure alone are insufficient. The most crucial aspect is to conceal one's emotions." Leaning closer to Ji Lu, Lin Xuanyan whispered, "One must not allow their true feelings to manifest on their face. Such expressions are meant for the eyes of others." Her voice was soft yet imbued with an unspoken weight that sent a chill down Ji Lu's spine. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuanyan playfully collapsed onto the bed, saying, "This is what my aunt taught me." Ji Lu laughed, though she shook her head in disbelief. "Surely, Aunt Xiangju speaks wisely. But is it even possible to control one's facial expressions? Ji Lu, inspired, clenched her fist in determination. The youthful vigor emanating from her was a refreshing change from her usual reticence, prompting Lin Xuanyan to smile instinctively as she placed her hand over Ji Lu's fist. Meeting her gaze, "Then let us strive together." Ji Lu nodded earnestly. Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter, and also mentioned that one must cultivate connections within the palace and not solely focus on their own small domain. Lin Xuanyan continued, posing a question to Ji Lu. Ji Lu, without hesitation, affirmed Aunt Xiangzhu is undoubtedly correct. Yet, upon seeing the glint of expectation in Lin Xuanyan's smiling eyes, Ji Lu realized her mistress sought more than mere agreement. Contemplating deeply, Ji Lu suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed, "I understand now. It is akin to today, when Lady Ku sought an audience with Her Majesty the Empress. However, we lack connections and remain entirely ignorant of how Lady Ku spoke to Her Majesty. Currently confined to the palace, we are unable to venture outside, rendering us oblivious to the happenings beyond these walls. Were we to have acquaintances outside, we could not only ascertain the state of affairs, but perhaps even defend our master should any ill words be cast against her." After expounding her thoughts, Ji Lu suddenly realized she may have spoken too much and cast a shy glance at Lin Xuanyan. Lin Xuanyan, ever gracious, praised her, exclaiming how brilliant Ji Lu was, even thinking of matters that had eluded her own mind. Ji Lu, now genuinely embarrassed, lowered her gaze, unable to meet anyone's eyes, though her lips betrayed her with a slight smile. Once Ji Lu had composed herself, Lin Xuanyan continued, "There is one more matter I must entrust to you." Lin Xuanyan's tone turned serious, and Ji Lu was taken aback, quickly looking at Lin Xuanyan, who wore an earnest expression. Ji Lu promptly rose and declared, "My lady, command me, and I shall face any peril, be it climbing mountains or traversing fire." Lin Xuanyan found Ji Lu's fervor amusing, chuckling as she beckoned Ji Lu to sit. "It is not as grave as it sounds, yet it is indeed important, and only you can assist me." With that, Lin Xuanyan glanced toward the door and spoke softly, "You must keep a vigilant eye on those two individuals. I fear they may be planted by others. Today, upon my entrance to the palace, Lady Ku dared to humiliate me, and the Empress imposed a severe punishment. This clearly reflects the sentiments of those within the palace toward me. Particularly," Lin Xuanyan paused, her voice dropping lower, "I have a consort sister." Ji Lu felt a weight settle in her heart. No matter how one viewed it, the consort sister could hardly be considered an ally to their mistress. As long as she did not impede her, it could be said she was honoring the bond of sisterhood. Yet, judging by the demeanor of the lady of the house toward their mistress, one could surmise how the consort would treat her. Ji Lu understood, well, that had it not been for the support of the Marquis on the day of their return to the estate, the lady would not have remained so composed. A simple calculation of the years their mistress had spent in the countryside would reveal the lady's true intentions. "I shall keep a close watch on them," Ji Lu assured. Yet Lin Xuanyan shook her head, but do so discreetly. "What if they are truly loyal to me? If you are too overt in your vigilance, it may breed disloyalty." Ji Lu pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. Having expressed all she needed to, Lin Xuanyan now awaited Ji Lu's growth, hoping she would not disappoint her trust. In truth, managing subordinates is akin to dealing with men. It is merely a matter of exchanging sincerity for sincerity. The one who exhibits the truest emotions is the one who captures hearts most effectively. After a busy morning, Lin Xuanyan instructed Ji Lu to rest. However, after performing several demanding scenes, Lin Xuanyan lay on her bed, eyes closed, reflecting on all that had transpired since her entrance into the palace. She had anticipated facing intimidation upon her arrival, yet she never expected the Empress's actions. The Emperor had ascended the throne for just over 2 years, and she had been wed to him for but 3. Thus, sitting upon the Empress's throne, one could argue that her time in power was still brief, obscuring her true disposition. In her previous life, the Empress had always held her position without change, signifying her remarkable ability to maintain her status. Moreover, Lin Xuanyan having learned that Lin Xuanyan was merely relegated to the cold palace, took a keen interest in the happenings within the palace. She was aware that the empress had only one daughter, rumored to be frail and unlikely to survive past the age of 15. Yet, it was this empress, lacking a legitimate heir, who had gracefully occupied her position for 2 decades, indicating her profound cunning. This was a source of perplexity for Lin Xuanyan. Did the empress not oppose the emperor's actions, thereby conveying her discontent to the harem? Was it possible that the empress was still too youthful, with potential yet to be realized in the future? Chapter 23. The human heart. Those within the palace have always been adept at navigating the winds of favor. This morning, the empress decreed that Lin Xuanyan be placed under house arrest. By noon, the meal was delayed by an hour, consisting solely of bland cabbage and tofu, with the oil congealed atop, rendering it utterly unappetizing. As the afternoon unfolded, however, the emperor bestowed upon Lin Xuanyan a plethora of gifts, and the flow of visitors became incessant. The evening meal arrived punctually, replete with a sumptuous variety of dishes, both meat and vegetables, each a feast for the senses. After a day of such highs and lows, the hearts of Ji Xing and Ji Shun finally found solace, and as they exchanged glances, both wore beaming smiles. Upon finishing their dinner, twilight gradually enveloped the sky. Yet, with the long night ahead, Lin Xuanyan, feeling somewhat restless, summoned her attendants to bring forth the treasures granted by the emperor for her to examine closely. Although she possessed a fondness for wealth, she seldom displayed it so overtly. When in the company of her family, she could entertain herself with tales, but in the palace, such pastimes were absent. Among the items she had received today, aside from some garments and silver, were the dagger and warm jade gifted to her by the emperor. It took Ji Lu and the others several trips to transport all the bestowed items. Lin Xuanyan, pleased as she caressed the smooth fabric beneath her fingers, cheerfully proposed, "Since the night stretches long and we have nothing to occupy ourselves with, why not join me in admiring these treasures?" Startled, Ji Xing and Ji Shun quickly replied, "We dare not, my lady. Such imperial gifts are not for us to touch." Lin Xuanyan lifted her chin slightly and asserted, "These imperial gifts have now become mine. Thus, I shall do as I please with them." Exchanging glances, Ji Xing and Ji Shun observed the resplendent treasures illuminated by the evening glow and flickering candlelight. A sight so dazzling it was almost blinding yet irresistibly captivating. Lin Xuanyan continued, "Moreover, tonight's affairs are known only to the 4 of us. What is there to fear?" "Thank you, my lady," both Ji Xing and Ji Shun chorused. Lin Xuanyan nodded in satisfaction, knowing that sharing a secret binds hearts together. Having secured the loyalty of Ji Xing and Ji Shun, Lin Xuanyan no longer paid them heed, instead wandering around the room, feeling the fabrics and picking up a box filled with jewelry, trying each piece before the bronze mirror. Admittedly, her actions were somewhat rustic. It was understandable for one from humble origins to be momentarily dazzled by opulence. In stark contrast to Lin Xuanyan's carefree demeanor, Ji Lu and the others remained exceedingly cautious. They dared not even extend a hand, maintaining a respectful distance from the treasures resting upon the brocade. After trying on all the jewelry, Lin Xuanyan suddenly recalled, "Ji Lu, go fetch me some silver coins." Ji Lu complied, and Lin Xuanyan, noticing the slightly dazed expressions of Ji Xing and Ji Shun, smiled. "Today, I have received gifts, and it is only right that I share in your joy as well. I must remember to remind me next time such an occasion arises." Lin Xuanyan's approachable nature encouraged Ji Shun to grow bolder as well, and she replied with a grin, "I understand. Thank you for your generosity, my lady." Ji Xing echoed her sentiment, albeit with a hint of trepidation. "The kindness you bestow upon us is overwhelming, my lady." At that moment, Ji Lu returned, and Lin Xuanyan cleared her throat, adopting a serious tone. "As I have stated today, those who are loyal to me shall not be treated poorly. As for the disloyal, they shall not escape my judgment." The 3 responded in unison, their expressions grave. Subsequently, the 3 of them evenly divided the silver ingots, and the atmosphere in the room was once again filled with warmth and joy. As the saying goes, where there is joy, there is sorrow. Lin Xuanyan was delightedly toying with her treasures. Yet just a wall away, someone was in no mood for celebration. Chichos thought to himself, how could I, a dignified emperor, be left waiting outside the window for a quarter of an hour? A soft knocking sound came from outside the window, causing the actions of the four inside to come to a halt. Just as they were straining to listen, the sound ceased. Ji Xing, who was closest to the window, was anxious to peek outside, but Lin Xuanyan hurriedly stopped her. Cough, Ji Xing, it's probably just a bird resting outside. There is no need to open the window. She then added, I'm feeling a bit tired. You may all leave now. The three complied, and Ji Shun inquired, my lord, shall we move the rewards back to the storeroom? Lin Xuanyan replied, by the time you make a few trips, the gentleman outside will surely become impatient. Pretending to reluctantly caress the jade Rui, she insisted, no need, you may withdraw. Only then did the three exit in succession. No sooner had the door to the inner chamber closed than a soft click sounded from the window, and Chichos effortlessly jumped in. Lin Xuanyan regarded Chichos in silence, neither speaking nor bowing, merely standing with her lips pressed together, observing him. Chichos furrowed his brow in confusion, suppressing the urge to caress her face, wondering if she was on the verge of tears. Today, she had indeed been wronged. With a gentle sigh, Chichos intended to approach and console her, when suddenly Lin Xuanyan darted over and leapt into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his waist, lifting her small face within his embrace. Her lips pressed together, yet her eyes sparkled with unabashed joy. Chichos was puzzled by Lin Xuanyan's unexpected boldness that day. Aside from the kiss they shared previously, their encounters had always observed the boundaries of propriety, where even a slight touch of hands would prompt instant retreat. Stealing a glance at Chichos, Lin Xuanyan shyly lowered her head, burying her face in his chest, her voice barely audible. Today, upon entering the palace, I have become your majesty's person. This act, is it not considered impolite? Her words muffled, yet the exuberance in her tone was unmistakable. In that instant, a surge of indescribable sensation washed over Chichos, a bittersweet ache that felt oddly pleasant, even enjoyable. He tightened his embrace around her, inhaling deeply the scent of her hair as he whispered, of course it is not impolite. We could be even closer. As he spoke, Chichos' hand wandered along the nape of Lin Xuanyan's neck, igniting a series of invisible sparks wherever his fingertips grazed. A small flame, poised to ignite a conflagration. Lin Xuanyan was nearly unable to stand within his embrace, relying entirely on the strength of his arm wrapped around her waist. Just then, as Chichos' hand slipped beneath her clothing, a gentle breeze of early summer swept in, carrying a slight chill. Lin Xuanyan seemed to awaken somewhat from the coolness, her misty eyes widening as she softly murmured, the window is still open. If one were to liken Chichos' fingers to Lin Xuanyan's flint, then the soft, melodious tone of Lin Xuanyan's voice would have stirred the already fervent flames of Chichos' desire, as if a gentle breeze had fanned the fire, causing it to blaze even more fiercely. Yet, leaving the window open was unwise, despite the flourishing peach trees outside. After all, the discerning eyes of the watchful cannot be concealed by mere blossoms. Reluctantly, Chichos nipped at the delicate lips of the one in his embrace, gently lifting her and placing her upon the bed, before reluctantly attending to the window. You are the first to request that I close the window, he mused. Lin Xuanyan, watching Chichos return, rolled playfully on the bed, enveloped in the blankets, laughing softly, an expression of the emperor's tender concern for his beloved consort. Chapter 24. Alas! Unattainable slumber. The room was illuminated by several flickering candles, their wavering light casting a shimmering glow upon an array of treasures, which danced upon Lin Xuanyan's flawless skin, creating an ethereal aura around her. Unbeknownst to her, she lay on the bed, gazing up and smiling at him, utterly oblivious to her own allure. Chichao, observing Lin Xuanyan in such a state, felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him. Yet, mindful of the night watchman nearby, he could only tread softly as he approached her. Shinner, Chichao whispered, then climbed onto the bed, playfully nipping at her. One garment after another fell away, and Lin Xuanyan's soft murmurs transformed from addressing him as Her Majesty back to Qi Lang, her intentions muddled in passion. However, just as Lin Xuanyan was left with but a single undergarment, she seemed to awaken, startled by the heat radiating from his body, and instinctively pressed her hands against his chest. Qi Chaokai furrowed his brow but restrained himself. What is the matter? You are mine now. The boundaries of man and woman no longer apply. He countered her with words she had just spoken. Yet Lin Xuanyan, daring to halt the most esteemed man in the realm at this critical juncture, clearly possessed her own reasoning. I am confined, should I spend the night with your majesty and not have a mark of my presence? Then Lin Xuanyan's words faltered, but Qi Chaokai understood her implication. Frustration bubbled within him, and he struck the bed with a clenched fist, producing a dull thud. Startled, Lin Xuanyan called out softly, "Your Majesty," and instinctively sought refuge in his embrace. "My lady, is there something you require? Should I come in?" The night watchman, Ji Xing, had been alerted by the sound of the thud. At this moment, Lin Xuanyan was genuinely frightened. The room was in disarray. Should Ji Xing catch sight of them, the embarrassment would be but a trivial concern compared to the potential scandal that could ripple throughout the palace, tarnishing her reputation as a seductive concubine. Just then, Qi Chaokai seemed to take delight in her predicament, perhaps as retaliation for her earlier defiance, as he nibbled on her earlobe, rendering her speechless. "Xing, I am fine. You need not enter," Lin Xuanyan managed to say, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. Yet, Ji Xing remained unconvinced, responding, "My lady, your voice sounds unusual. Are you unwell?" Indeed. The flames of desire have been ignited only to be suppressed. Who suffers discomfort but the emperor, with years of experience? Lin Xuanyan was aware of the emperor's capabilities, yet lamented the circumstances. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and she quietly cleared her throat, hastily assuring, "Perhaps I am merely fatigued. I am well." Ji Xing retreated, albeit with lingering doubts, just as Lin Xuanyan flashed a charming smile at Qi Chaokai. Ji Xing's voice echoed once more from the outer chamber. "Should my lady require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." Lin Xuanyan quickly responded with a few dismissive words to brush her off. "Your Majesty." She turned to Qi Chaokai, her voice soft as she called to him. Having dealt with Ji Xing, now she needed to soothe the gentleman before her. After experiencing such an ordeal, Qi Chao's previous ardor had diminished considerably. Yet, gazing at the beauty nestled in his embrace, how could any man remain unmoved? "Do you not comprehend that defying the emperor is a grave offense?" Qi Chao released Lin Xuanyan and sat up. His intention was to distance himself slightly from the source of his desires, to allow for a moment of clarity. However, Lin Xuanyan was unwilling to let go. She leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his waist, her delicate face reflecting unease as she implored, "I understand. But surely the emperor cannot blame me for this." With her soft skin pressed against him and her voice dripping with sweetness, how could he find calmness? Qi Chao, feeling vexed, pinched his brow, pondering where it all went awry. As an emperor, to find himself entangled in a secret affair with his concubine was already a predicament. Yet he could not even indulge in the act. To make matters worse, he was expected to maintain his composure, but when he looked at Lin Xuanyan's pitiful face, even if his heart burned with rage, he could not unleash it upon her. Resigned, he reached for a silken quilt tucked in the corner, unfurling it to envelop her completely. "I have not blamed you," he said with a hint of exasperation. "M'aurais que chaos penché de Lin Xuanyan's petite nose," instructing her to continue addressing him as Qi Lang in private, as she had before. At this, the previously anxious Lin Xuanyan finally broke into a smile, wriggling closer to him within the cocoon of the quilt, surreptitiously extending a hand to gently grasp the hem of his garment. She then turned to Qi Chao, her voice soft and tender, calling out. Qi Lang, the candlelight flickered dimly. Despite the shimmering pearls adorning the room, it felt somewhat shadowy. Yet at that moment, Lin Xuanyan's eyes appeared to hold twinkling stars, sparkling brighter than any rare treasure in the storeroom. And in the midst of this precious sight, there was nothing but him. Qi Chao's heart immediately softened as he leaned down to embrace her through the quilt, taking hold of the hand she believed to be unnoticed. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, murmuring, "I apologize for putting you in this position." Lin Xuanyan was taken aback, confused as she replied, "I do not feel wronged." She then smiled brightly, expressing, "Today I thought I would not see Qi Lang, but now that I can, I feel very fortunate." Which man could possibly resist a woman whose heart and gaze were entirely focused on him? As Chi Chas reminisced about their shared moments, a pang of guilt surged within him. Although Lin Xuanyan hailed from humble origins, her aspirations soared high. Had she not encountered him, she would likely have married into a common family as a legitimate wife. And the very notion of being a concubine or sharing a husband with her sisters would have been unbearable for her. Chi Chas had thoroughly investigated the circumstances of the Duke of Wu'an's household from the very first day he met Lin Xuanyan. Furthermore, their conversation during that meeting had unmistakably revealed her stance towards Lin Handong. The events of today had not originally been intended as punishment from the Empress. It was the Empress Dowager who, upon learning of the situation, sent someone to speak on behalf of the Empress. Since sleep was no longer an option, Chi Chas recalled his purpose for visiting today. "The Empress Dowager?" Lin Xuanyan exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Does the Empress Dowager disapprove of me?" Chi Chas fell silent, realizing that this was indeed his fault. His frequent outings had led the Empress Dowager to perceive Lin Xuanyan as a seductress, hence her discontent. However, such words could not escape Chi Chas' lips. As an emperor, how could he acknowledge his faults? He could only speak ambiguously. Mother does not understand your true character and has been swayed by the whispers of others. Simply focus on being yourself, and Mother will come to recognize your virtues. Lin Xuanyan furrowed her brow slightly, but could not help but smile when she gazed at Chi Chas. As long as Qi Lang was present, the concubine felt utterly content. Chapter 25. Some rejoice, some sorrow. The two conversed briefly before succumbing to slumber. When Lin Xuanyan awoke the following morning, she found the bed beside her chillingly vacant, indicating that Qi Zhao had departed some time ago. The half-open window fluttered gently in the morning breeze, allowing specks of soft light to filter in. Lin Xuanyan gathered her scattered garments and donned her underclothes. Making her way to the window, she gazed at the flourishing peach tree outside. Inhaling the crisp air deeply, her spirits lifted. Yet, the joys and sorrows of the world seldom align. Where there is joy for one, there is sorrow for another. Within the vast imperial palace, few welcomed Lin Xuanyan's presence. Yet many harbored envy towards her without having met her. Following the events of the previous day, the entire court was abuzz. Particularly the concubine Ku. While her beauty was not striking, her appearance was certainly acceptable for the palace, especially when she smiled, effortlessly lifting the spirits of those around her. However, upon rising that morning, concubine Ku erupted in fury, yanking her hair and striking the maid who had been styling it. "Are you trying to pull out my hair?" She fumed. The maid immediately knelt in supplication, her face pale as she bowed her head to the ground, pleading for mercy. Yet this display of submission only fueled concubine Ku's ire, reminiscent of the previous day's fox spirit, who had knelt in a similarly feeble manner, only to turn the tables on her. Incensed, she sought out the Empress for redress, expecting the Empress to punish the fox spirit on her behalf. Instead, she was met with rebuke, chastised for her own actions, and reminded that had it not been for the Empress Dowager's keen insight, she might have become a laughingstock throughout the palace. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, yanking out several hairpins and hurling them at the maid, the pins clattering sharply against the polished tiles. "My lady," Ji Qin interjected, stepping forward to soothe her, "there is no need to expend such energy over a mere servant. It is not worth jeopardizing your health." With a glance, Ji Qin signaled for the kneeling maid to be swiftly removed from the scene. "Kongthin kiskivikos kokith. Why should I let a lowly servant vex me? It is simply that yesterday—" "My lady," Ji Qin raised her voice slightly, shaking her head in disapproval. Aware that she had spoken out of turn, concubine stifled the complaints that almost escaped her lips, though her resentment remained unyielding. Just when she had the Empress Dowager's support, news reached her that the Emperor had just emerged from the study, promptly bestowing a multitude of gifts upon the fox spirit, seemingly in her favor. How had this fox spirit ensnared the Emperor, leading him to oppose the Empress Dowager, who was typically so devoted to filial piety. In the end, the fox spirit would bear the brunt of the consequences, but concubine Ke feared she too would incur the displeasure of both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. It would have been better had the Empress chosen to gloss over the matter. As she recalled her impending visit to pay respects to the Empress, her frustration grew, prompting her to pound the table and declare, "Ji-Qin, send someone to request leave from the Empress, claiming that I am unwell today." Concubine Ke's furious demeanor belied any notion of illness, causing the palace servants to lower their heads further, feigning ignorance. "My lady," Ji-Qin was unable to timely intercept the conversation, and thus cast a sharp gaze around the court, dismissing everyone present before softly advising, "I understand your reluctance, my lady, but should you choose not to pay your respects today, you will undoubtedly miss the opportunity to see the other ladies. Once today has passed, they will surely weave even more intricate tales about you." However, Ke was not easily swayed. Yet, Ji-Qin's reasoning was sound, having spent 2 years in the inner palace. She had witnessed the sharp tongues of its inhabitants. Gazing at her disheveled reflection in the mirror, Ke brows furrowed with indignation, a stark contrast to her usual charming demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, she commanded, "Summon Xuanyan to style my hair." Xuanyan was the maid who had just been chastised by Ke, yet she was renowned for her exceptional hairdressing skills in the Xuanyan pavilion. Ji-Qin responded with delight, recognizing that the lady's willingness to overlook her pride and call for Xuanyan indicated her understanding of the situation. Soon, Ke transformed into a radiant vision and made her way to the Changqiu Hall to pay her respects. Upon her arrival, she found many concubines already gathered. Aside from herself, only Lin Guifei and Tao Baolin remained. Each of them was associated with the vixen of Ningxin Hall. Clenching her handkerchief, Ke donned her customary smile and approached the only lady of higher rank present. "I pay my respects to Lady Xufei. There is no need for such formalities." "My dear sister," Lady Xufei replied coolly. The other concubines promptly rose to pay their respects to Ke. Once she seated herself beside Lady Xufei, Tao Baolin hurried in, her steps faltering upon seeing the number of people present, and she quickly bowed to everyone. Lady Xufei offered no further words, merely casting a glance at Tao Baolin before lowering her gaze to sip her tea. It was Ke who, feeling out of sorts, spoke first. "Oh, Tao Baolin, you're quite late today." At that moment, Tao Baolin had yet to take her seat and quickly stood to respond. In reply to Sister Ke, "I did not sleep well last night. Hence, I rose late today." "Did not sleep well?" This piqued Ke's interest. "What transpired yesterday that kept you from resting?" The other concubines exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and caution, mindful of Ke's rank. Yet their eyes spoke volumes. Lowering her head, Tao Baolin's voice was barely a whisper. "It was merely my own fault. I had an inexplicable nightmare." Ke curled her lips in disinterest, thinking Tao Baolin's persistent timidity was the reason she had not advanced in rank after 2 years in the palace. At that moment, a eunuch outside announced, "The Guifei has arrived." Lin Xuanyan entered the Changqiu Hall gracefully, dressed in a gown of pale moonlight, with delicate butterfly embroideries fluttering around blooming flowers at the hem. Her hair ornamentation was simple, embodying the ethereal beauty of a lotus emerging from the water. If Lin Xuanyan was fiery and radiant, Lin Xuanyan was gentle and serene, her voice flowing like a tranquil stream. "My dear sisters, there is no need for such formalities. Please rise." With a smile, she surveyed the room. I could hear the lively chatter from afar. "Do share any amusing tales with me." The expression on Ke's face subtly shifted as she observed the gleeful anticipation in the eyes of those around her. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "I merely engaged in a brief conversation with Tao Baolin." "Is that so?" Lin Xuanyan remarked, directing her gaze toward Tao Baolin. "It appears you reside in the Ningxin Palace, correct?" Tao Baolin promptly rose, about to respond, when the Empress emerged from within the inner chamber. A flurry of bows ensued, and everyone took their seats once more. For those of lower rank, the act of bowing alone could be quite tedious, especially as they were compelled to arrive early despite their status. "Let us dispense with formalities. We are all sisters here," the Empress stated. She projected a gentle demeanor, yet her presence held a certain gravity that contrasted with Lin Handong's unadulterated grace. Though the Empress offered such reassurances, who would dare to act casually in such a setting? Ultimately, it was the Empress who broke the silence, inquiring, "Has the esteemed concubine arrived today? Is the eldest prince's health improving?" The Empress, demonstrating her consideration for the palace's concubines, acknowledged that the customary greetings, which were typically required every 3 days, had been scarce since Lin Handong gave birth to the eldest prince earlier this year, often excusing her attendance under the pretext of the prince's needs. Chapter 26 Late Night Reunion. However, Lin Handong's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a faint smile. "Thank you, sister, for your concern. Chen'er is in good health, but he tends to cling to his younger sister. Whenever she strays a little away, he cries incessantly. As the eldest prince, it would be wise for the favored concubine not to indulge him too much." The only ones who could speak so bluntly to Lin Handong were the Empress and the Shufei. Shufei had always had a contentious relationship with Lin Handong, perhaps due to her martial family background, which made her disapprove of Lin Handong's delicate demeanor. Lin Handong lowered her gaze to blow on the floating leaves in her tea, gently saying, "Sister Shufei has yet to bear children. How could she possibly comprehend my feelings?" Upon hearing this, the other concubines in the hall felt as if they had been struck. The smile on the Empress's face faded slightly as she pressed her hand against the armrest, exerting a bit of force before changing the subject. "Speaking of which, the favored concubine's sister has also entered the palace. It is a pity we cannot meet today. I wonder what kind of beauty she is." "Before you arrived, I was just about to discuss this with Tao Baolin," Lin Handong continued. "Baolin, my sister will be residing with you in Ningxin Hall. I hope you will look after her well." Tao Baolin responded nervously with a bow. Ever since the decree had been issued to confer Lin Xuanyan as a regular concubine, the palace had speculated extensively about this favored concubine's sister, especially since they were half-sisters, which only fueled curiosity about their relationship. However, Lin Handong had not left the palace, leaving others unable to fathom her intentions. Now, with her words, did it imply she intended to protect this half-sister? The thoughts of the onlookers raced. Sitting opposite Capin, Imarin smiled and spoke. "Sister Capin, you look truly radiant today." All eyes in the hall shifted to Capin, who straightened her posture. She had deliberately dressed this way, believing that the more she lost face, the more dazzling she must appear to suppress others' ridicule. Yet, Capin overlooked one crucial detail: the more elaborate the hairstyle and jewels, the more striking one's beauty must be to command attention. Otherwise, it would overshadow her appearance, rendering her looks mediocre. Unfortunately, Capin's beauty was merely acceptable. At that moment, someone could no longer contain their laughter, covering their mouth. Although no one spoke directly, the mocking gazes were unmistakable to Capin. "You." Capin pressed against the armrest, preparing to rise, but Ji Qin quietly nudged her from behind, helping Capin suppress her anger. Imarin belonged to the favored concubine's faction. Her audacity to mock was merely a reflection of the favored concubine's stance. Capin seethed inwardly. Despite her arrogance, she was aware of boundaries. She usually wouldn't dare provoke the uniquely favored concubine in the harem. It was only speculation that the favored concubine disapproved of this half-sister who sought the emperor's favor that emboldened her to humiliate Lin Xuanyan. Now it seemed anyone, regardless of status, felt entitled to mock her. Ultimately, it was the Empress who intervened to smooth things over. All right, next time, let's remember to pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. Sisters, it's best to return early and think of ways to please her." The Empress's words undoubtedly offered support to Capin, for although Lin Xuanyan had the Emperor and favored concubine backing her, the Empress Dowager held a disfavor towards her. Yesterday's confinement stirred much curiosity, and after a day's passage, all that needed to be known has been uncovered. However, the Queen has issued an eviction order, leaving Capin unable to reclaim her dignity. Yet, the intricacies of these entanglements have not reached Tianzhou Pavilion. Even the return of Tao Baolin, who shares the same hall, has only brought faint echoes, devoid of further revelations. Once the peace was restored, Tianzhou Pavilion buzzed with activity once more. First came the Queen's bestowals, followed by Lin Handong's gifts, and even those of lower rank. such as Ymir, and sent several tokens of esteem. While others may have refrained from involvement due to Lin Hondong's connections with the Empress Dowager, it is peculiar that Tao Baolin has remained silent as well. However, Lin Xuanyan swiftly cast these thoughts aside. After all, she was confined and could not venture beyond these palace walls, rendering her both deaf and blind to the outside world, rendering worry futile. Moreover, rather than fretting over such matters, it would be more prudent to seize these moments to tighten her hold on the emperor's affections. With a heart full of contentment, Lin Xuanyan set down her brush, having painted the peach tree outside her window. Compared to her true artistic prowess, the current work could only be deemed slightly superior to that of a novice, capturing form yet lacking spirit. Nonetheless, it was still pleasing to the eye, although the accompanying inscription, written in flowing script, rather overshadowed the painting's merit. Scholars are expected to master the 6 arts, and those of royal lineage are held to even higher standards. One wonders if her humble creation could inspire the emperor to adopt a more pedagogical disposition. After all, relying solely on physical allure cannot sustain affection in the long term. Genuine emotional connection is essential. Lin Xuanyan stretched languidly and made her way to the dining hall. Ji Xing had already come to summon her, and mealtime had arrived. After savoring a satisfying lunch, she lamented as she pinched her belly, realizing that if this continued, she would inevitably gain weight. Yet when dinner came, Lin Xuanyan indulged heartily, having once endured the confines of a prison and fought for scraps with mice. She understood the true value of the meals presented to her now. That evening, having finished her ablutions, Lin Xuanyan dared not allow Ji Lu and the others to linger in her chamber. What if the emperor were to visit again? She dismissed them, opened the window, and sat waiting for his arrival. Bored, Lin Xuanyan gazed upwards at the sky. The palace heavens were divided into segments by the palace walls, yet the vastness of the starry expanse provided ample delight for her. After all, there was little else to behold, as she had grown weary of the peach tree outside during the day. The stars twinkled, seemingly unchanged for millennia. Time slipped by, and the early summer evening breeze grew cooler. Lin Xuanyan propped her chin in her hand, struggling to remain alert, yet her head dipped lower and lower, threatening to succumb to slumber. When Qi Zhaosu arrived, he beheld this very scene. He reminisced about the enchanting beauty he had held in his arms the night prior. And she, it seemed, was also waiting for his arrival. Not wishing to awaken Lin Xuanyan, Qi Zhaosu approached quietly, but she was not in deep slumber. Just as he prepared to enter stealthily, Lin Xuanyan suddenly jolted awake, her drowsy eyes meeting his. "Qilong," she murmured softly. "Here," he replied in response. At that moment, Lin Xuanyan truly awakened, immediately revealing a sweet smile, for she knew Qi Lang would come. The moonlight, like flowing water, spilled through the window into the chamber. Yet at that moment, Qi Zhaozi stood before the window, his shadow replacing the moonlight, perfectly enveloping Lin Xuanyan as if the shadow embraced her tenderly. Unable to resist, Qi Zhaozi leaned down and placed a gentle peck on Lin Xuanyan's lips. This kiss, akin to a gift from the heavens, rendered the exquisite beauty even more radiant. In an instant, Lin Xuanyan's cheeks were tinged with a blush as rich as rouge, her long, feathery lashes fluttering, clearly shy, yet she remained captivated by the man's gaze. Chapter 27. Midnight encounters. Qi Chao's breath quickened involuntarily, yet upon recalling that Lin Xuanyan was still under house arrest, he reluctantly restrained his desires. Mentally chastising Kapin once again, Lin Xuanyan stepped aside, creating a space for Qi Chaos to enter. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Lin Xuanyan, reminiscent of the previous night, leaped into his arms, tilting her face up towards him, her voice sweet and sticky like honey. "Qi Lang," a sound that resonated warmly within his heart. Though Qi Chaos had encountered many passionate women, none had ever approached him with the fervor that Lin Xuanyan displayed, and he found this sensation rather pleasant. He closed the window and turned to envelop Lin Xuanyan in his embrace, feigning irritation as he remarked, "It is the first time I've seen a woman so shameless." "Not at all. This concubine is quite well versed in propriety," Lin Xuanyan replied, her eyes wide with innocence. "Now that my status has changed, it is only natural for me to behave thus," It does not indicate a lack of modesty. After saying this, she pouted and released him, adding, "If your majesty disapproves, I shall amend my ways. Let us not quarrel." Chichas quickly pulled her back into his embrace. "I was in the wrong. I greatly enjoy this side of you, Xuanyan." With that, Lin Xuanyan's smile returned, and she discreetly stood on her toes, planting a soft kiss on his Adam's apple. The warmth of her lips faded almost instantly, causing Chichas to instinctively swallow hard, his breath quickening. And he found some truth in the palace rumors of her being a siren. Yet, the one in his arms craved more, fueling the fire with her words. "This kind of your majesty is precisely what Xuanyan adores." Chichas averted his gaze, almost flustered, and deftly shifted the topic. "Did we not display an array of jewels and fabrics in this room last night? Why is there not a single one left today? The treasures displayed last night were all gifts from your majesty to this concubine. Now that you are here, I need not dwell on them." Chichas found himself unable to escape Lin Xuanyan's allure, and his gaze returned to her, taking in her expression of reliance, which filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, the emperor's affections and aversions must always be tempered with a hint of reserve. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "Is that so? I was under the impression that a little gold digger had entered the palace." What was meant as mere jest caught Lin Xuanyan off guard, as she hesitated before candidly acknowledging, "Indeed, this concubine has never seen such exquisite treasures. Besides reminding me of your majesty, I truly do adore them." She glanced cautiously at Chichas' expression, her voice dropping slightly. "Will Qilang think less of me for this?" Her tone betrayed a hint of trepidation. "How could that be? I possess wealth beyond measure. Keeping a little gold digger like you is more than feasible," Chichas replied without hesitation, causing Lin Xuanyan to beam with delight, which in turn elicited a chuckle from him. She truly was a woman easily satisfied. Lin Xuanyan felt quite content. As the saying goes, lies are easily unveiled, but a blend of truth and falsehood remains undetected. Rather than fabricating a single lie requiring countless others to uphold it in the future, it was far more prudent to acknowledge this moment's slight embellishment, thus eliminating future worries. Tonight, the emperor arrived far too late. The candles had already extinguished, leaving only a sliver of moonlight from outside to illuminate the dim chamber. Lin Xuanyan's carefully prepared artwork would remain unexecuted. Yawning lightly, she feigned fatigue, yet immediately forced her eyes wide open, beaming with joy as she gazed at Chichas. The thought of her dozing off made Chichas smile. Had he not come, the foolish girl might have succumbed to slumber by the window. Without hesitation, he swept her up in his arms, eliciting a gasp, and swiftly set her down beside the bed. "Rest now. I shall not disturb you," he declared, turning to leave. Startled, Lin Xuanyan pondered why this night differed from the last. She quickly grasped the hem of Chichas' garment, adopting a face of confusion mingled with distress as he turned away. "Are you leaving, my lord?" she pleaded. "I intended to pretend to sleep because I truly wished to rest, but I did not mean for you to depart. Would it not be delightful to simply share the warmth beneath the covers?" "Does Xuanyan not wish for me to leave?" he inquired. "Of course not," she affirmed, nodding vigorously, climbing the figurative ladder of her emotions as she clutched his fingers, urging him to remain. Chichas had no intention of departing. Seeing her reluctance, he willingly shed his outer garments and reclined beside her. His earlier desire to leave had not stemmed from malice, but rather from the overwhelming temptation she posed, causing him to struggle against his desires until he regained composure. The thought of Kapin only intensified his resolve. Why could she not remain content in her own snowy pavilion? With their hearts laden with unspoken thoughts, they drifted into a tender slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, Lin Xuanyan found her bed companion had already grown cold. She could not help but shake her head, pondering the burdens of an emperor's life. Rising early for court and sneaking away at night to meet his concubine, such was his arduous existence. Enduring a day of confinement, she sought diversion by crafting a shuttlecock from a feather duster, and soon the four of them were engaged in spirited play within the courtyard. Their laughter and merriment echoed through the modest hall, starkly contrasting with the silence of the adjacent dream half-pavilion. As night fell, Chichos once again entered through the window. This time, Lin Xuanyan greeted him with exuberance, showering him with affectionate titles, sweetness that could soften even the hardest of hearts. However, after presenting him with her painting and receiving his promise to teach her when time permitted, her demeanor shifted abruptly. In Chichos' perception, the sweet darling who had so recently wished for his company now declared he should not visit the following day. Is this truly how one converses? He mused. As the emperor, he risked scaling walls each night for whom? Yet, recalling Lin Xuanyan's recent behavior, he maintained a gentle tone, inquiring, "What troubles you? Are you now willing to let me depart?" "I do not wish for that," Lin Xuanyan replied, lowering her gaze as she tugged at his fingers. "But if you come every night, what if someone were to discover us?" Confidently, Chichos interjected, "Fear not. My martial prowess is formidable, and I have allies who will ensure we remain undetected. However, ever since I, the humble concubine, was confined by Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, Your Majesty has not only showered me with a plethora of gifts, but has also refrained from entering the inner palace for 3 consecutive days. It seems the Empress Dowager harbors an even greater disdain for me." As she spoke, Lin Xuanyan could not help but lean into the man's embrace, her voice tinged with grievance. "Naturally, I yearn for Your Majesty's companionship each day, yet you are not an ordinary man of the realm. I dare not indulge in such desires." Lin Xuanyan's words were indeed reasonable, and Chichos had not intended to clandestinely visit Tianzhou Pavilion indefinitely. At least on the 15th day of the 5th month, he was obliged to spend the night in the Empress's Changqiu Palace. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lin Xuanyan would proactively push him away. "Very well." Chichos grasped Lin Xuanyan's hand in return. It felt considerably smaller than his own, delicate as if devoid of bones, compelling him to hold it even tighter. "Therefore, I shall not visit tomorrow. I shall, like Xuanyan, think of you." Chapter 28. The Empress Dowager with the Emperor's absence. Lin Xuanyan finally found a moment of tranquility, free from the daily torment of ambiguous marks upon her lips and shoulders, and the need to explain them to Lu Heir. However, while Lin Xuanyan enjoyed her respite, the concubines within the palace had to resume their bustling routines. On the 1st and 15th of each month, the concubines were required to pay their respects at the Empress Dowager's Changlu Palace. Compared to the Queen's tri-daily visits, the concubines were notably more enthusiastic about visiting the Empress Dowager, who was the Emperor's mother, especially given the court's emphasis on filial piety. Moreover, there was always the possibility of encountering the Emperor during these visits. Thus, most concubines prepared themselves early and set forth to the Changlu Palace. The Empress Dowager sat in a position of honor, observing the vibrant array of palace ladies below, and kindly remarked, "I have grown old and sleep little. Young ones need not come so early." Who would dare to respond? Even if the Empress Dowager truly felt her age, no one could dare to affirm her words. The Queen was the first to speak up. "Mother, how can you say such things? If someone is healthy, as you can be considered old, then everyone in the palace must be elderly." The Empress Dowager playfully pointed at the Queen, teasing her for her jest. The hall was filled with warmth and laughter, praising the Empress Dowager's kindness and the Queen's filial devotion, commending the Empress Dowager's health, which rivaled that of youth. Whether it was the serene Shu Fei or the proud Kupin, all concealed their true natures, smiling and engaging in light-hearted conversation with the Empress Dowager, a stark contrast to their demeanor in the Changqiu Hall. After exchanging pleasantries with the Queen, the Empress Dowager's gaze turned to Lin Handong, and she could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. "Handong, why did you not bring Chinner along?" Lin Handong replied in a calm and measured tone, "Your Majesty, the morning breeze is cool, and I feared that Chinner might catch a chill, hence I did not bring him." A smile blossomed on Lin Handong's face as she added, "If Your Majesty wishes to see Chinner, I shall send someone to fetch him once the temperature rises. However, it may disturb you during your meal." The Empress Dowager could hardly refuse, immediately exclaiming 3 times, "Good, come every day. As long as I can see Chunner, my heart shall be content." Lin Handong lowered her head, concealing her amusement. The Empress Dowager looked at Lin Handong with increasing satisfaction, but her expression dimmed slightly as she turned her gaze to the others. You all ought to learn from the Gui Fei and strive to provide the royal family with heirs sooner." The faces of the concubines changed in unison, with some furtively glancing at the queen's expression. The queen rose, bowing her head in acknowledgement, obscuring her countenance. "The palace is lacking in offspring, for it is my failure in management." The Empress Dowager's lips moved, but she ultimately sighed. "I have seen your efforts these past years, and you have done well enough." She gestured for the queen to sit down, no longer broaching the topic of heirs. Yet, regardless of the new subject introduced, the atmosphere within the hall never regained its initial vibrancy. It was not until the eunuchs announced, "The emperor has arrived," that the ambience in the hall abruptly shifted. Many concubines discreetly adjusted their attire, eager to present their most beautiful selves before the emperor. Even though the protocol dictated that they would spend the night in the queen's palace, they understood that leaving a good impression might lead to a visit to their own quarters the following day. A slender figure entered the hall, prompting all present, save for the Empress Dowager, to rise and pay their respects. Chichas approached the Empress Dowager directly, clasping his hands in greeting. "Son greets mother." However, the Empress Dowager did not respond with warmth, letting out a huff, yet still allowed him some dignity. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Sit down." Chichas understood the source of her displeasure. It was simply due to his absence from the inner palace since Lin Xuanyan had been confined. Indeed, Chichas felt aggrieved as well, for he had previously sought the Empress Dowager's approval before bringing Lin Xuanyan into the palace, only to have her placed under house arrest upon arrival. Was this a reflection of her dissatisfaction with Lin Xuanyan, or a subtle affront to him as the emperor? Concealing his emotions, he took a seat beside the Empress Dowager and addressed the assembly. "Be at ease." Although the court ladies wished to present themselves favorably before the emperor, they hesitated to draw attention during this moment of tension between the emperor and his mother, and thus sought excuses to withdraw. Just as the empress was about to take her leave alongside the noble consort, the Empress Dowager cast a glance at Chichas and commanded, Stay." Was the empress's maiden name. The empress paused momentarily before responding, "As you wish." The noble consort, acquiescing gracefully, exited. The Empress Dowager waved her hand to dismiss the palace attendants, causing the empress to feel a pang of anxiety. Chichas allowed his impatience to surface, slamming his teacup heavily onto the table. If mother is to speak thus, there is no need for further discussion. The Empress Dowager, taken aback, pointed a trembling finger at Chichas. "You, now that the emperor has grown bold, you dare to express your temper towards me?" The empress inwardly sighed, wishing to escape the discord between the Empress Dowager and her son, for such disputes were hardly melodious. Yet, she could only hasten to the Empress Dowager's side, gently placing her hand upon her chest. "Mother, please take care." The empress's affectionate gesture seemed to lend the Empress Dowager some strength, as she grasped the empress's hand and struck the table. "Such a good child as Ear. Yet you, emperor, persistently neglect her for that Lin girl." The cups and dishes on the table trembled under the force of the Empress Dowager's hand, while Chichas pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. On one side stood his biological mother, who had raised him for many years. On the other was the empress, whose presence made open conflict with her a matter of decorum. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the fatigued Empress Dowager and said, "Mother may think as she pleases. I have matters of state to attend to and cannot linger." Seeing that Chichas genuinely intended to leave, the Empress Dowager, her tone softening, called after him, "Is it such that just because I raised my voice, the emperor would rather depart?" Though Chichas hesitated at her softer tone, he ultimately returned to his seat, resignedly stating, "I understand Mother-S intentions. With no heir in the central palace, the empress and I must strive harder." He then turned to the empress beside the Empress Dowager. The empress possessed a gentle beauty, somewhat lacking in the serene grace of Lin Handong. Yet her poise and dignity befitted her royal status. Especially during the tumultuous time of his ascension, she had been like a gentle moonbeam, soothing his sorrow and uncertainty following the loss of their first child during the period of upheaval. Both he and the empress had been preoccupied with their respective duties, which ultimately led to the tragic loss of their unborn child. Over the past 2 years, the empress has diligently taken her medicine, and I often inquire with the imperial physician, Chichos took a deep breath and said, "Mother, the nurturing of a child also requires destiny. Haste will not yield results." The empress beside him offered her consolation, stating, "The physician has assured us that your health is nearly restored, and both you and His Majesty are still young. There is no need to rush this matter." The Empress Dowager shot a glare at the Empress, feeling frustrated. "You may be young, but I am aging. I cannot help but wonder if I will ever see my legitimate grandson." Mother, as a child, nothing is more disheartening than hearing such words from one's parents. Even Chichos, despite being the emperor, is no exception. Observing Chichos' softened demeanor, the Empress Dowager reined in her emotions and inquired, "But why has the emperor not entered the harem these past few days? Is it because he resents me for confining Lin Xuanyan?" Regarding this question, Chichos preferred not to address it in the presence of the Empress. Chapter 29. The bond between mother and son. No one understands a child better than a mother. The Empress Dowager ultimately relented, gently patting the Empress's hand. "You should return to the palace for now, and in the evening I shall have the emperor visit you." "Yes." The Empress bowed, and after a moment's hesitation, added, "Mother, if you and His Majesty could sit down and discuss matters calmly, everything could be resolved without anger." The Empress Dowager felt a warmth in her heart. "Ah, how considerate you are, my dear." Chichos also offered a smile to the Empress. "Please return for now. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you tonight." The Empress lowered her head, a blend of shyness and joy illuminating her face as she exited the Changlu Palace. The Empress Dowager, her smile fading slightly, turned to Chichos. "Now that the Empress has departed, can you explain the situation to me?" Chichos no longer hesitated. "Mother, you have allowed your temperament to cause distress to Lin Xuanyan. What of my dignity? Have you ever considered preserving my face? In recent days, due to the Dowager's actions, more individuals in the court have begun to criticize him, to the point where they liken him to the tyrants of old, such as King Xian of Shang and King Yu of Zhou. His repeated visits to the Ningxin Hall were not without reason." The Empress Dowager fell silent, suddenly realizing that the young man before her was no longer the little boy who once ran into her arms, but a ruler wielding the power of life and death. She saw the shadow of the late emperor in Chichos, and a wave of emotions surged within her, bringing tears to her eyes. Her child had ultimately grown up. Unaware of the Dowager's sentiments, Chichos assumed that his words had been too harsh, causing her to weep. Despite his growing impatience with her overbearing nature, he could not disregard her tears. "Mother," he said, taking a handkerchief to wipe her tears, "please do not cry. My handling of this matter was not entirely right. I acted out of anger." Yet, the Dowager smiled, grasping Chichos' hand. "No, this time it was I who was in the wrong. The harem is your domain, and I have indeed overstepped my bounds. From now on, I shall consider your circumstances more carefully and act with greater prudence." Chichos was taken aback, but then he grasped the Dowager's hand in return, revealing the most relaxed smile he had worn in days. "I am overjoyed to hear you say that, Mother." Since the Dowager had confined Lin Xuanyan, Chichos had visited the Changlu Palace daily, but each time, he was in a hurry, not lingering. Today, it was purely the Dowager's concern for Chichos that prompted her to forego her traditional rest in the Changqiu Hall on the 1st and 15th days of the month. She had insisted the Empress stay behind, intending to have a heartfelt conversation with Chichos. Now that they had resolved their differences, the mother and son had restored their previous bond. Especially in light of the recent criticisms he faced in the court, Chichos finally had someone to confide in. The Dowager had heard whispers of dissatisfaction among the court regarding little Lin, but she had not anticipated that her own actions contributed to this discontent. A hint of regret washed over her for the anger she had previously felt towards Chichos, which had now entirely dissipated. Before departing, the Dowager inquired of Chichos, "As for Lin Xuanyan, do you think it necessary for me to lift her confinement?" Chichos was taken aback for a moment, almost without hesitation, shaking his head, deeming it unnecessary. The Empress Dowager's decree had been issued. How could it be casually altered? Indeed, the Dowager had intended to release Lin Xuanyan as an act of atonement for the incident, yet upon witnessing Chichos' reaction, she felt a flicker of delight in her heart. Nevertheless, she feigned a huff, reminding him that it was the Emperor's directive. and he should not later claim that she held a grudge against his favored one. What nonsense, mother, Chi-Chas replied nonchalantly. I merely observed her countenance. After bowing in respect, he took his leave. His prior refusal of the dowager's suggestion echoed his true thoughts. However, beneath that surface lay another sentiment. If he were to acquiesce wholeheartedly, it was likely the dowager would only grow increasingly disdainful of Lin Xuanyan. In that fleeting moment before responding, the image of Lin Xuanyan nestled against him that night flashed vividly in his mind, alongside her tearful expression, acutely aware of the dowager's disfavor towards her. Initially, it was indeed her beauty that captivated him, but as time passed, he had developed a genuine fondness for her. After the emperor and dowager's conversation, the previously tense atmosphere within the palace returned to its usual state. Nearly a month had passed since Chi-Chas had paid his respects to the dowager, and as the weather began to warm, the spirits of the people also began to stir. When Yimerin came to pay her respects to Lin Handong, she remarked, "Sister, I estimate that the time for our younger sister's confinement will soon come to an end." Lin Handong paused momentarily while trimming flowers but soon resumed her task, cutting a vibrant bloom. Indeed, time flew swiftly. Unaware of Lin Handong's unease, Yimerin continued with a smile. On the day our younger sister is released, shall we host a small banquet in the palace to welcome her home? Lin Handong had initially endeavored to befriend Yimerin due to her simple nature, yet at times, this very simplicity could prove quite vexing. Setting down her shears, Lin Handong gently tapped Yimerin's forehead, shaking her head. "You, my dear. The dowager is clearly displeased with my sister. Why should I rush to host a banquet for her? Are you so afraid that the dowager does not despise her enough? Or perhaps you fear the dowager holds a modicum of affection for me?" Lin Handong scoffed. Since her entry into the crown prince's residence, the dowager had treated her with indifference. The little warmth she received now was solely due to her bearing the emperor's son. Realizing her misstep, Yimerin quickly chided herself lightly on the lips, offering, "I misspoke. It is still you who considers things more thoroughly." Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Handong, with a gentle smile, took Yimerin's hand, saying, "Your words do carry some merit. While it would not be appropriate to host a banquet for my sister, as her elder sister, a welcoming gathering is indeed warranted. Let's invite her on that day." Yimerin eagerly agreed. After bidding farewell to Yimerin, Lin Handong proceeded next door to visit the first prince. The 3-month-old infant was in the midst of his feeding and sleeping routine, but this time, Lin Handong arrived at a fortuitous moment, as the first prince was wide awake, his round eyes surveying his surroundings. Upon spotting his mother, he immediately began to babble excitedly, calling out to Lin Handong. Lin Handong's heart softened as she hurriedly took the child from the wet nurse's arms, carefully wiping away the drool from the eldest prince's lips. She playfully coaxed him, "Has Chun'er recognized mother? Call mother, mother." The eldest prince continued to babble, unintentionally grasping the sleeve of Lin Handong. Before long, he succumbed to slumber in her embrace, perhaps accustomed to the intricate patterns of her sleeve. Whenever Lin Handong attempted to withdraw, the eldest prince would furrow his brows, displaying an expression as if he were about to cry. Lin Handong could not bear to disturb him and allowed the eldest prince to cling to her sleeve in peaceful repose. It was only after her arm grew numb from holding him that she reluctantly removed her outer garment and returned to her quarters. Chapter 30. The Art of Women's Work. As the days drew closer to Lin Xuanyan's release from confinement, apart from the discussions held at Yalan Palace with Lin Handong, those with ulterior motives in the Imperial harem had all set their sights on Tianzhou Pavilion. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuanyan, who was the focus of everyone's attention, her days were spent either painting or playing shuttlecock, offering little amusement and proving exceedingly dull. With her imminent freedom, she had begun to pay more attention to her diet, eating somewhat less than usual, and rising early each morning to stroll around Tianzhou Pavilion. As the saying goes, a blade must be sharpened before the battle, and upon her release, she would likely be summoned to the emperor's bedchamber that very night. It was imperative to maintain her figure to ensure she made a splendid impression on her first night with him. Ji Xing emerged from the inner chamber and hurried over to Lin Xuanyan. "My lady, the garments I have sewn for you are completed. Would you like to try them on now?" In the early days of her confinement, several gifts had been sent from various palaces, including an abundance of fabrics. Rather than allowing them to gather dust in storage, it seemed wiser to fashion a few dresses. However, after years of navigating the intrigues of the harem, Lin Xuanyan was acutely aware that every consort was her rival, and one could never afford to be remiss when dealing with foes. Thus, these dresses were crafted from materials sent by Chi-Chos, yet Lin Xuanyan employed alternative methods to test the quality of the fabrics. Fortunately, summer had arrived, and the palace was filled with the sounds of chirping insects. While Lin Xuanyan appeared to be playing shuttlecock in the courtyard each day, she was, in fact, allowing Ji Lu to catch a few insects and place them on the exquisite fabrics, observing whether the insects could survive the night. This method had been imparted to her by a former courtesan, a lady of noble birth who had been relegated to a life of servitude due to family misfortune, just before Lin Xuanyan was redeemed from her plight by the governor. Thanks to this technique, Lin Xuanyan had evaded countless crises in her past life. Over several days, she had meticulously tested the items stored in the warehouse, and thus far, it appeared that no one had initially sought to use these objects to harm her. After all, she was still regarded as the emperor's favored, and without having engaged in any serious disputes with the other consorts, there was truly no need for excessive caution. Very well, Lin Xuanyan said as she and Ji Xing returned to the inner chamber. Thank you for your hard work. Ji Xing shook her head. It is no trouble at all, my lady. Serving you is my duty. During this period of observation alongside Ji Lu, Lin Xuanyan had yet to discern any disloyalty from Ji Xing. However, given that they were still under confinement, even if they desired to pursue other activities, they had no means to communicate with the outside world. The two appeared to be quite harmonious, especially Ji Xing, whose sewing skills were truly commendable. In her previous life, Lin Xuanyan had focused on refined arts, learning the elegant skills expected of a young lady, such as embroidery, until the age of 17, after which she had scarcely touched them again. After all, in the courtesan houses, attracting literary gentlemen did not require needlework or culinary talents. What the governor sought was a woman who could be freely ravished in bed, with no need for additional skills. Yet, within the solitude of the inner chamber, the musical and artistic pursuits she had learned in the brothel had been practiced daily, but ultimately, every note and every word had faded into nothingness. In recent days, Lin Xuanyan has been keen on learning the art of needlework from Ji Xing. However, within a mere quarter of an hour, her fingers were pricked 3 times, a sight both alarming and disheartening. Fortunately, Ji Lu had been sent to rest after guarding the inner chamber all night, sparing Lin Xuanyan the awkwardness of an explanation. After all, at the tender age of 16, Lin Xuanyan, though not a master embroiderer, could craft items that would garner widespread admiration. The contrast between her current clumsiness and her past skill was stark. If Ji Lu were to discover her struggles, it would indeed be difficult to explain. Yet, Lin Xuanyan was not one to yield easily. Having mastered the craft in her previous life, she was determined to do so again. Concealing her shortcomings from Ji Lu was merely a means to an end. Her greater aspiration was to present small handmade gifts, such as pouches, to Chi-Chos, thereby fostering a closer bond. Thus, whenever she had a moment, she would observe Ji Xing as she stitched garments, practicing diligently in solitude until she could, albeit awkwardly, embroider a small flower. Ji Xing presented a gown to Lin Xuanyan, a stunning white dress adorned with plum blossoms, its sleeves embroidered with butterflies poised to take flight, as if ready to flutter away at any moment. Even though Lin Xuanyan had watched Ji Xing meticulously sew each stitch, the finished piece left her utterly captivated. "It's truly beautiful. Ji Xing, you are remarkable," she exclaimed. Ji Xing, taken aback by such praise, lowered her gaze, insisting that her skills were modest and unworthy of such compliments from her young mistress. Were it not for Lin Xuanyan's consistent admiration during her observations, Ji Xing, a once overlooked maid, would have found it hard to believe she had earned such attention. Without hesitation, Lin Xuanyan changed into the new gown under Ji Xing's attentive service, twirling before the bronze mirror to admire her reflection. The joy of having created something cherished was palpable, and Ji Xing's smile never faded throughout the process. After indulging in her reflection, Lin Xuanyan swiftly approached the dressing table, retrieving a hairpin from the cosmetic box. Ji Xing initially thought Lin Xuanyan intended to adorn herself anew. But to her surprise, Lin Xuanyan walked straight to her, gently inserting the pin into Ji Xing's hair. Stunned, Ji Xing stammered, "Mistress?" stepping back to admire the transformation. Lin Xuanyan complimented, "This hairpin truly suits you. You look splendid." She then expressed her desire to remove the gown, intending to wear it again for the emperor, clearly demonstrating her affection for the garment. However, Ji Xing, seemingly awakened from a dream, hastily removed the hairpin from her head, presenting it back to Lin Xuanyan with both hands. "Mistress, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Though the hairpin appeared ordinary, merely a wooden piece, Ji Xing was aware of its value after having styled Lin Xuanyan numerous times. The fact that Lin Xuanyan bestowed it upon her filled Ji Xing with trepidation. "Do you truly wish to refuse?" Lin Xuanyan inquired, raising an eyebrow at Ji Xing. Ji Xing nodded. Yet as she watched Lin Xuanyan genuinely take the hairpin from her hand, a faint sense of disappointment welled up within her. Lin Xuanyan chuckled softly. Despite Ji Xing's earnest attempts to conceal her emotions, she was merely a girl of 14 or 15. How could she possibly evade Lin Xuanyan's perceptive gaze? After acquiring the hairpin, Lin Xuanyan feigned an intention to return it to the cosmetics box, but in a swift and unforeseen motion, she inserted it back into Ji Xing's hair. Ji Xing was momentarily taken aback. Observing Ji Xing's stunned expression, Lin Xuanyan could hardly contain her laughter. Collapsing onto the dressing table, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. After a while, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, suppressing her amusement with a few light coughs. Lin Xuanyan raised her chin, adopting a condescending demeanor, stating, "I have declared it a gift. How can one reclaim a gift once bestowed? Moreover, I have acquired a most exquisite gown, and this is rightfully yours." The earlier flicker of disappointment within Ji Xing transformed into overwhelming delight, enveloping her completely, as tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Chapter 31. Paying respects to the Empress in the 3 days preceding Lin Xuanyan's release from seclusion, a gentle rain fell incessantly in the bustling city of Xingtian, casting a shadow of foreboding that led many to anticipate a spectacle of sorts. Yet, on the very day of her liberation, the sky cleared, heralding a stroke of good fortune. The typically composed Ji Lu could not help but display her delight, exclaiming, "No wonder I heard the joyous call of magpies early this morning. It seems a good omen indeed." Lin Xuanyan gazed into the mirror at her unadorned reflection and halted Ji Lu's hand, which was poised to draw an embellishment on her brow. Instead, she opted for a light dusting of powder and a simple arrangement of her hair. Despite her natural beauty shining through, the overall effect was rather understated. "My lady." Ji Lu hesitated, her words hanging in the air. Lin Xuanyan understood her unspoken concern. Having been confined within the pavilion, her previous attire had been far more elaborate. Why then was she now dressed so plainly for her first outing? Ji Lu, being her trusted confidant, did not mind a little additional guidance. "A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Ji Lu, what do you believe is the likelihood of me encountering His Majesty during the day?" Lin Xuanyan countered. Having been subjected to numerous inquiries from Lin Xuanyan lately, Ji Lu pondered for a moment before responding, "Given His Majesty's heavy responsibilities, the probability of an audience during daylight hours should be minimal. Therefore, my lady intends to present herself more beautifully in the evening. Am I correct, my lady?" A satisfied smile graced Lin Xuanyan's lips as she continued, "Now, think again. Why have I chosen to dress more simply today than when I was confined indoors? Because my lady is to pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress, and a modest appearance may endear her to the Empress," Ji Lu ventured, though still not entirely accurate. However, Lin Xuanyan was pleased with her progress. In such a short span, Ji Lu had grown remarkably. After all, she hailed from a serene rural upbringing and had navigated the treacherous waters of the court with commendable poise. Raising an eyebrow with a smile, Lin Xuanyan disclosed, "Ji Lu, Do you not think that even with my modest adornments, how many could resist envying my beauty? While one's looks may be preordained and immutable, one's demeanor is subject to cultivation. Both the Empress and the Dowager Empress, regardless of their inner thoughts, would outwardly desire harmony within the palace and surely favor those who maintain a tranquil and untroublesome presence. Ji Lu nodded in understanding. I comprehend, my lady. Let us proceed to the Changqiu Palace to pay our respects to Her Majesty. According to protocol, Lin Xuanyan was to have paid her respects on the first day of her entry into the palace. However, due to the machinations of concubine Ku, this had been delayed by an entire month. The Empress held sway over the inner court, while the Dowager Empress, despite her higher status, rarely interfered in palace affairs, making it prudent to first pay homage to the Empress. As Lin Xuanyan and her attendant approached the entrance of Changqiu Palace, the young eunuch stationed there may not have recognized Lin Xuanyan, yet the grace of her attire signaled her identity as the newly arrived Lin Changzai. Her radiant smile was enough to inspire immediate goodwill. Esteemed eunuch, I am Lin Changzai from Ningxian Hall, here to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. I kindly request that you announce my arrival, Lin Xuanyan stated. Following her words, Ji Lu stepped forward and discreetly slipped a pouch into the eunuch's sleeve. The young eunuch weighed the pouch in his hand and found Lin Xuanyan's demeanor increasingly amiable. He immediately bowed and said, Lady Lin, please wait a moment. I shall inform you right away. Before long, the eunuch emerged from the inner hall, a smile gracing his face, indicating good news. Indeed, he cheerfully announced, Lady Lin, the Empress is still preparing. You may rest in the hall while you wait. Thank you, Your Excellency, Lin Xuanyan replied. It is my duty. The eunuch guided her into the hall, where the decor, though modest, exuded an air of opulence through its intricate details, presenting a stately atmosphere. After leading Lin Xuanyan to the reception area, the eunuch withdrew, and soon after, a young palace maid approached with tea, her movements silent, reflecting strict adherence to protocol. Ji Lu wore a serious expression. Although her head was bowed, her gaze was furtively assessing the palace maid's every action, eager to memorize it for practice later. Ji Xing, though also seasoned in the palace, found herself incomparable to the young maidservants of the Empress's court. The Empress did not keep Lin Xuanyan waiting long and gracefully entered the reception area. Lin Xuanyan quickly rose to pay her respects, her voice clear. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. May you be in good health. The Empress seated herself on the main throne and raised her hand, saying, Sister, there is no need for such formalities. Please, rise and take your seat. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty, Lin Xuanyan replied as she sat down. The Empress observed Lin Xuanyan's every movement from her position, nodding in satisfaction. Her etiquette appeared commendable, suggesting that even during her month of confinement, she had not been lax in her studies. Although the Empress had initially hesitated to impose punishment on Lin Xuanyan upon her arrival, she still agreed with Ku Pin's assessment. Her demeanor was lacking. After all, from the Empress's perspective, having grown up in the countryside, Lin Xuanyan could be considered fortunate to have learned even the basics in her 10 days with the palace's teaching aunt. However, upon catching sight of Lin Xuanyan's slightly raised face, the Empress felt a pang of concern. Indeed, the daughters of the Marquis of Wu'an were all remarkably beautiful. Yet, as she scrutinized Lin Xuanyan's attire, the Empress felt a measure of relief, for she did not seem to possess a penchant for seeking the limelight. One could only hope she was not like her sister, merely appearing demure on the surface. These observations transpired in an instant, and the Empress turned to a nearby maid. Song Yun, fetch the bracelet I have prepared for the lady. Song Yun complied and soon returned, bearing a tray. As she presented the tray to Lin Xuanyan, the Empress wore a warm smile, saying, Sister, as it is your first visit to my palace, let this bracelet serve as a token of our meeting. Lin Xuanyan hastily stood, shaking her head in refusal. I am grateful for Your Majesty's kindness, but you have already bestowed upon me many precious gifts. I cannot accept more. Seeing Lin Xuanyan's earnestness, the Empress couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth. It is merely a bracelet, not a valuable treasure. You must accept it. With that, the Empress descended from her throne and personally placed the bracelet onto Lin Xuanyan's wrist. Based on her years of collecting treasures, Lin Xuanyan recognized it as a bracelet made of mutton fat jade. How could something so exquisite be deemed worthless? Truly, the royal family was extraordinarily wealthy. It is quite reasonable that Lin Xuanyan, coming from the countryside, does not recognize the exquisite jade bracelet, especially since it has been personally bestowed upon her by the Empress. How could she possibly refuse? Reluctantly, Lin Xuanyan accepted the bracelet, her cheeks slightly flushed, and murmured softly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I possess little in the way of material wealth, save for my ability to write. I shall compose a few volumes of Buddhist scriptures and, following my offering before the Buddha, present them to you, Your Majesty." As she spoke, Lin Xuanyan discreetly surveyed the elegant decor of the hall, her subtle movements not escaping the watchful eyes of the Empress and Xuanyan. The hall was adorned with an air of sophistication, each detail exuding grandeur. As Lin Xuanyan spoke, her confidence waned, and she ultimately bit her lip, pleading, "I hope Your Majesty will not find my offering lacking." The Empress, observing Lin Xuanyan's increasingly bowed head, smiled warmly, gently patting her hand. "Your heartfelt intention is more than enough for me to cherish." She noted her purity, reminiscent of a little rabbit she had once encountered in the woods during her childhood. Chapter 32. The Empress Dowager's Intentions in the Palace of Eternal Happiness. Lu whispered softly, frowning, "Your Highness." At this moment, Lin Xuanyan and her maid stood before the palace, awaiting the summons of the Empress Dowager, uncertain of when they would be permitted to enter. Unfortunately for Lin Xuanyan, today the Empress Dowager was feeling unwell and had yet to rise. Lin Xuanyan cast a warning glance at Lu, signaling her to swallow her words. However, internally, Lin Xuanyan couldn't help but grumble. After nearly half an hour, if the Empress Dowager found her unworthy, she could have dismissed them already. Standing at the palace gates, under the scrutiny of several pairs of eyes, Lin Xuanyan had no choice but to adhere to palace etiquette and stand upright, which was quite exhausting. "Miss Lin, the Empress Dowager summons you inside," announced an elderly palace maid as she emerged from within. Lin Xuanyan's heart soared with joy, and she hurriedly replied, "Yes, thank you, Auntie, for the message." Lu stepped forward, discreetly offering a pouch. Fortunately, Auntie Xiangzhu had prepared ample small pouches for rewards before their entry, or Lin Xuanyan would have found it insufficient for such lavish spending. The windows inside the hall were tightly shut, with fragrant incense wafting through the air, and the Empress Dowager sat with her eyes closed in the main seat, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon entering, Lin Xuanyan immediately knelt and performed a deep bow. "This humble servant, Lin, pays respects to the Empress Dowager. May your Highness live a long and prosperous life." The Empress Dowager quickly bid Lin Xuanyan to rise and even granted her a seat, appearing more as if she had simply not yet risen rather than intentionally making things difficult. Similar to the Empress, the first reaction of the Empress Dowager was to scrutinize Lin Xuanyan's attire and demeanor, feeling a sense of satisfaction inside, while adhering to court etiquette was secondary. What truly pleased the Empress Dowager was Lin Xuanyan's modest and unassuming appearance, suggesting a virtuous character. With a smile gracing her face, the Empress Dowager, in accordance with the customary protocols, presented a gift, a gold hairpin adorned with rubies, radiating opulence. "You, Lin, ought to adorn yourself more, being so young," the Empress Dowager remarked with a light-hearted tone. In gratitude for the valuable pin, Lin Xuanyan willingly bowed once more, expressing, "This humble servant sincerely thanks the Empress Dowager for the generous gift." "There is no need for excessive courtesy." The Empress Dowager raised her hand. "I do enjoy having more delicate and charming beauties within the palace." Lin Xuanyan secretly rolled her eyes at this insincere flattery that seemed to require no preparation. "How old is Lin now?" the Empress Dowager inquired, replying, "To your Highness, this humble servant is nearly 17. The Empress Dowager nodded thoughtfully, observing, "Then you are still merely 16, indeed quite young. In the court, girls typically come of age at 16, which signifies their readiness for marriage. In Lin Xuanyan's vicinity, most girls married at 14 or 15, with some even wed at just 12. Daughters from official families might marry a bit later, Yet they would still be betrothed before turning 18 unless unforeseen circumstances arose. At her age, Lin Xuanyan was no longer considered child. Uncertain of the Empress Dowager's intentions behind her words, Lin Xuanyan chose to remain silent, merely smiling, for one should never strike a frown upon a smiling face. A smile is always a wise choice. The Empress Dowager did not require Lin Xuanyan's response and continued, being young. There is no rush for you to bear an imperial heir. It would be prudent to wait a few more years before considering such matters. Lin Xuanyan. It has always been a common refrain for mothers-in-law to urge their daughters-in-law to hasten the arrival of offspring. Yet Lin Xuanyan found herself taken aback upon hearing someone advise against such haste. Her confusion was evident. But the Empress Dowager seemed oblivious as she instructed a nearby palace made to summon the physician from the Zhuangyuan to prepare several prescriptions for nourishing the body of the favored consort. With a smile directed at Lin Xuanyan, the Dowager remarked that the consort's delicate health required careful nurturing to ensure she could adequately raise the imperial heirs. With the Empress Dowager's words laid bare, Lin Xuanyan had little recourse but to bow her head in gratitude, feeling elated that the Dowager expressed concern for her well-being. Shortly thereafter, the Zhuangyuan physician hurriedly arrived, took Lin Xuanyan's pulse, and prescribed her medicine before departing the Chonglu Palace without delay. However, as Lin Xuanyan scrutinized the ingredients listed on the prescription, a cold smile flickered across her face. Banbai, Jiamu, YinYZ, these were familiar names to her. They were the very herbs she had consumed most frequently during her time in the brothel. Each time she entertained a guest, she would take a dose to prevent pregnancy. The reason she had never borne a child in her previous life was due to her excessive intake of contraceptive medicines in her youth, which had ultimately compromised her ability to conceive. Yet, this prescription differed from those she had taken before, with the dosage band by being significantly lower. Alongside several other herbs, if Lin Xuanyan recalled correctly, some indeed possess the capacity to regulate and enhance bodily health. The profundity of traditional Chinese medicine was vast, and having paid closer attention to her herbal remedies in the past, she pondered if this particular combination might indeed align with the Empress Dowager's assertion. Once her health was restored, it would be imperative for Consort Lin to contribute to the imperial lineage. Suppressing her lingering doubts, Lin Xuanyan donned a guise of innocent modesty, affirming her commitment to the Dowager's guidance. With that, the Empress Dowager found a pretext to send Lin Xuanyan away. On her return to the palace, Ji Lu, who had been holding her tongue for quite some time, could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, once they were alone, "My lady, is the prescription provided by the Empress Dowager truly for your health?" Lin Xuanyan merely chuckled softly, choosing not to respond directly, instead advising, "One must exercise caution in speech and conduct when in public." Ji Lu fell silent, obediently accompanying her back to the Ningxin Hall. Upon their arrival at Tianzhou Pavilion, Ji Xing and Ji Shun approached, wearing expressions of identical concern tinged with fear. "My lady, the Imperial Hospital sent numerous medicines for you, stating they must be taken daily," Ji Xing reported, and Ji Shun quickly added, "What ailment do you have? Please do not frighten us." Lin Xuanyan found their worry amusing and reassured them, "There is nothing to fear. It is merely the Empress Dowager's concern for me, as she perceives my frail constitution and has prescribed tonics." Both Ji Xing and Ji Shun sighed in relief, patting their chests in unison. "It is good to hear that you are well." However, Ji Lu, who had overheard the entire exchange in the Chonglu Palace, remained anxious. Though she, too, was an inexperienced girl, she had grown up in the countryside where women's conversations revolved around domestic trivialities and children. As children grew, the comparisons shifted to the quality of their lives, and when they were younger, to the number of births. Ji Lu could not believe that the royal family would exhibit such benevolence and concern for her master, particularly since the Empress Dowager had initially harbored a dislike for her. Following Lin Xuanyan closely, Ji Lu entered the inner chamber, and as soon as the door closed, she could not restrain herself from saying, "My lady, I have been pondering this throughout our journey. It would be wise for you to refrain from consuming the medicine prescribed by the Empress Dowager." Under Lin Xuanyan's tutelage over the past month, Ji Lu had made considerable progress, learning to be more discerning within the palace. where it was better to harbor a few doubts than to trust others too readily. Observing that her mistress would even go so far as to inspect the gifts from the emperor for any signs of poison, it was clear to her that the Empress Dowager could not be entirely trusted. Lin Xuanyan did not rush to respond. Instead, she removed the exquisite jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Ji Lu, the implications of which were unmistakable. Chapter 33. Lin Xuanyan's invitation. After Ji Lu returned the bracelet to the storeroom, Lin Xuanyan was leisurely reclining on the Imperial concubine couch. "Your concerns are valid," she mused, her finger tracing circles around the ends of her hair that hung down before her. "For the time being, I have no intention of consuming that medicine." Suddenly, Lin Xuanyan sat upright, a cold smile gracing her lips. "I have encountered in literature that several ingredients in that prescription are explicitly intended for contraception." Ji Lu met Lin Xuanyan's icy gaze and felt a shiver run through her. The mistress had grown increasingly formidable. If Cui were to arrive at this moment, she might scarcely recognize her, were it not for Aunt Xiangju's constant reminders over the past 10 days. "I might have genuinely felt gratitude for the Empress Dowager's concern," Lin Xuanyan remarked nonchalantly as she reclined back on the couch. Lin Xuanyan cast a glance at Ji Lu, acknowledging that the singular drawback of her rebirth lay in the necessity of remaining vigilant about any deviations from her former self. However, now that she had entered the palace, Ji Lu was the only one familiar with her, making the situation considerably more manageable than before. In a few months, Ji Lu should acclimate to her current disposition, and Lin Xuanyan would no longer need to use Aunt Xiangju as a pretext. Closing her eyes to rest, Lin Xuanyan languidly instructed, "You have accompanied me all morning and must be weary. Please retire for a while and have Ji Xing and Ji Shun come in to massage my shoulders." Ji Lu complied and withdrew. Shortly thereafter, Ji Xing and Ji Shun entered the room. Ji Xing began to knead Lin Xuanyan's shoulders while Ji Shun attended to her legs. Lin Xuanyan sighed contentedly. This was the life one ought to lead. The rituals of kneeling and bowing in the palace were excessively burdensome. As Lin Xuanyan's breathing grew more languorous, Ji Xing discreetly signaled to Ji Shun, and the two quietly exited. They returned to rouse Lin Xuanyan when lunch arrived. "My lady, please eat more. Shall I serve you some fish?" Ji Xing urged, persistently coaxing Lin Xuanyan to partake of the meal. When questioned about the reason for her insistence, Ji Xing firmly stated, "It must be that you have eaten little these past few days, resulting in considerable weight loss, which has caused the Empress Dowager to perceive you as fragile." Lin Xuanyan recalled the scene when she had sent the emperor away, indulging in a lavish feast thereafter. Initially, Ji Xing had been taken aback, yet now she was lamenting that Lin Xuanyan was not eating sufficiently. However, Lin Xuanyan, feeling the hard-earned reduction in her belly over the past 2 days, resolutely resisted Ji Xing's temptations. "My lady," Ji Xing began, but Lin Xuanyan swiftly interrupted, redirecting the conversation. "Let us pay a visit to the half-drink pavilion across the way. I have been here for a month and still have not seen what Tao Baolin looks like." Saying this, Lin Xuanyan hastened into the inner chamber and called out to Ji Lu, "Ji Lu, my hair is disheveled. Come in and help me redo it." She paid no heed to Ji Xing, who was stamping her feet behind her. However, upon entering the inner chamber, Lin Xuanyan promptly reclined on the Imperial concubine couch. Ji Lu was puzzled. "Did you not say you wished to visit Tao Baolin?" Lin Xuanyan waved her hand dismissively. "It is precisely lunchtime. We are not going begging. What kind of hour is it for a visit?" Ji Lu sheepishly scratched her head, realizing that this was indeed the custom in the countryside as well. But she had momentarily forgotten. "You instructed Ji Shun to deliver an invitation to Banmengxian." Lin Xuanyan covered her eyes with a handkerchief, stating, "I shall rest for a while. Ji Lu, please awaken me when the time is right." The exertion from the 2 encounters in the morning had been quite taxing, necessitating ample rest to restore her energy. Lin Xuanyan had barely slept for an hour and a half when Ji Lu called her rise. "Madam, how about dressing a bit more elaborately this afternoon?" Ji Lu ventured tentatively. Lin Xuanyan's eyes brightened, and she regarded Ji Lu with admiration, acknowledging her swift progress. In the morning, when meeting significant figures, Her makeup had been modest, merely sufficient to avoid any rudeness. However, as they were to meet Tao Baolin, whose status was inferior to hers, there was no longer any need for such restraint. A more splendid appearance might evoke a sense of intimidation, potentially averting numerous complications. Nevertheless, given the recent disturbances, it seemed that Tao Baolin possessed a rather subdued temperament and would likely not stir up much trouble. Though Jilu's hairstyling skills did not rival those of Sun Shui, her proficiency had markedly improved over the past month, particularly in terms of speed, earning frequent praise from Lin Xuanyan. The reflection in the mirror revealed a captivating woman, with delicate floral designs accentuating her brows and her lips adorned with a hint of rouge. Her hair was loosely gathered, embellished with a few ornamental pins, and she donned a somewhat intricate palace gown that was both radiant and exuded an air of pride. For her visit to Tao Baolin, Lin Xuanyan chose to leave Ji Lu behind and brought along Ji Xing. Ji Xing had not been at Ningzhen Hall for long before Lin Xuanyan's arrival. She and Ji Shun had been busy tidying up. Her knowledge of Tao Baolin was not greater than that of Lin Xuanyan. However, this merely underscored the reality that Tao Baolin was indeed a quiet presence within the inner palace. Had she been as willful as Kupin, Ji Xing, having spent many years in the palace, would surely have heard tales of her. However, the servants in Tao Baolin's quarters were quite astute. By the time Lin Xuanyan arrived at the entrance of Banmeng Xian, Tao Baolin was already waiting there. "I am Bao Lin of the Tao family. Honored to meet you, Lin Chongzai," she greeted, immediately performing a grand courtesy. Startled, Lin Xuanyan hurriedly approached to assist her back to her feet, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Bao Lin. I cannot bear it." As Lin Xuanyan was merely half a rank above Bao Lin, according to palace etiquette, a simple half squat would suffice. Tao Baolin accepted Lin Xuanyan's hand and rose, a shy smile gracing her face. "It should have been my duty to pay respects to you first, dear sister. I apologize for my lack of decorum and for troubling you to come here." Lin Xuanyan gently patted Tao Baolin's hand, reassuring her, "Once we enter the palace, we are all sisters. Furthermore, our bond is deeper than that of others since we reside in the same hall." "Indeed, sister speaks wisely," Tao Baolin replied, leading Lin Xuanyan into the main hall to take a seat, offering her the left side of the main position as a sign of respect. The table was already laid with tea and pastries, exuding a fragrant warmth. Tao Baolin, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "My quarters are rather humble. I hope you do not mind." "Not at all. I find it quite agreeable," Lin Xuanyan responded, although upon lifting her cup, the aroma revealed that it was aged tea, clearly a sign of neglect. It seemed that even the scant remnants of tea had been intentionally reserved for guests. Whether in the inner quarters or the palace, sycophantic servants were ubiquitous, and Lin Xuanyan was unfazed by such realities. Unexpectedly, as Lin Xuanyan exchanged a few idle words with Tao Baolin, Jishin, who was stationed at Tianzhao Pavilion, hurriedly approached. "My lady, the noble Lady Lin has sent word, stating that she and Lady Yi invite you to gather at Yalan Palace." Lin Xuanyan paused, her hand clutching the pastry, taken aback by the swift summons for her meeting with Lin Handong. She had initially planned to visit Yalan Palace after the court ladies paid their respects to the Empress in a few days, unaware that someone else was even more eager than she. Chapter 34. Preparations before the Emperor's visit, however, Lin Xuanyan had no intention of meeting Lin Handong today, for it was highly likely that the Emperor would summon her for the evening. Visiting Lin Handong would undoubtedly affect her mood for enticing the Emperor. Just then, a eunuch from the Imperial attendance room arrived, his face alight with joy as he brought good news. The Emperor had summoned Lin Chongzai's token today, and a palace attendant would bear her to Taichu Palace in the evening. The Chongzai wished to take advantage of this time to prepare adequately. "Thank you for delivering the message," Lin Xuanyan replied, her face radiant with delight. At that moment, Ji Lu, who had been lingering at the Tianzhao Pavilion, rushed over and deftly handed her a purse. Both the people of the Tianzhao Pavilion and the eunuch benefited from this situation, creating a harmonious atmosphere that made the protagonist, Tao Baolin, seem out of place. After the eunuch from the Imperial attendance room left, Tao Baolin stepped forward to congratulate her. saying, "Congratulations, Sister Changzai." Lin Xuanyan was accustomed to the affairs of the inner chamber, yet standing on another's territory to vie for another's man left her feeling somewhat bashful, especially given her status as a young maiden. In response to Tao Baolin's congratulations, Lin Xuanyan merely mumbled her thanks and hurried back to the Tianzhao pavilion. Behind her, Tao Baolin watched her retreating figure with a sigh of melancholy, only to be amused by a sudden thought. Upon her return to the Tianzhao pavilion, Ji Lu and the others eagerly approached to offer their congratulations, their faces brimming with joy. Lin Xuanyan waved her hand generously, distributing 3 more purses. A master who is generous is always adored, yet Lin Xuanyan's nonchalant attitude towards wealth was quite rare. Indeed, Ji Xing held a purse and inquired, "Master, during this period, I have lost count of how many rewards you have given me. Is your money still sufficient?" The latter part of her statement was too direct, and Ji Xing refrained from voicing it, though the implication was clear. Lin Xuanyan's eyes gleamed with insight as she replied, "Fear not, even if I exhaust these rewards. There are still the riches the emperor bestowed upon me last time, which include a considerable amount of gold and silver. It seems I must trouble you, Ji Xing, to sow a few more small purses for rewards." Saying this lightly, the 3 companions cheerfully accepted the purses. The 4 of them, master and servants alike, joyfully prepared for Lin Xuanyan's attire for the emperor's visit. However, there was still ample time, allowing for a leisurely preparation. Ji Shun went to fetch water, while Ji Xing headed to the Naiwafu to collect fresh petals for bathing. As for Ji Lu, she naturally remained at the Tianzhao pavilion, for it would not do to leave Lin Xuanyan alone. Lin Xuanyan, too, was not idle. She unrolled a scroll, intending to showcase her recent artistic endeavors to Chichas. This time, instead of painting peach trees, she poured her ink over a potted magnolia within the room. Lin Xuanyan maintained a careful balance. There was progress, albeit modest. After all, she had been practicing for years, making it difficult to achieve substantial improvement in a short span, unless, like in her previous life, she encountered a sudden transformation that propelled her skills forward. Though Ji Lu may not appreciate art, the innate ability to discern beauty from ugliness is a human instinct. Upon seeing Lin Xuanyan's work, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Master, your painting is truly beautiful." Yet Lin Xuanyan shook her head, saying, "This is but a humble effort, far from the emperor's mastery." As soon as the words left her lips, Ji Lu fell silent. During Chicha's last nocturnal meeting with Lin Xuanyan, he had glimpsed a peach tree rendered by her hand. With a few casual strokes, he elevated the painting to an entirely new level. Naturally, Ji Lu assumed that the artwork had been brought from outside the palace, far superior to that of the maidservants. It is certainly better than what a mere maid would create. Ji Lu attempted to remedy her statement. Lin Xuanyan shot her a glare, thinking that if her painting were to be inferior to someone who had not even learned the craft, the tutor who had instructed her in painting would be mortified to the point of wanting to bash her head against the wall. Realizing her blunder, Ji Lu quickly donned a polite smile, refraining from further commentary. Before long, Ji Xing returned from the Imperial household with fresh petals. However, it took quite some time for the hot water to be prepared. Buckets of steaming water were poured into the tub, and delicate petals cascaded down, creating a scene where the rising steam rendered everything hazy and enchanting. Observing the spectacle before her, Ji Lu's voice unconsciously softened. "Mistress, allow me to assist you in undressing." Lin Xuanyan extended her arms, permitting Ji Lu to act, as layers of garments fell gracefully to the floor, revealing skin as smooth and luminous as jade, casting a gentle glow in the dimly lit room. One could say that in enhancing her beauty, any addition would be excessive, any reduction would be scant. Her complexion was too fair when powdered, too red when rouged. Her brows resembled emerald feathers. Her skin was as pristine as snow. Her waist was like a delicate ribbon, and her teeth resembled polished shells. With a charming smile, she could captivate all souls. Ji Lu's breath hitched, and she hastily lowered her gaze, fearing that her sight might tarnish such exquisite beauty. Yet Lin Xuanyan seemed oblivious, playfully splashing a bit of water onto Ji Xing. Lin Xuanyan had a distaste for a somber atmosphere. she thrived in joyous revelry. Observing the two maidservants with their lowered heads, she felt the air grow thick and stagnant. "Mistress," Zhixing murmured in discontent, "you are no longer a child tonight. Why must you be so mischievous?" Coming from 15-year-old Zhixing, such words sounded particularly comical. Ultimately, Lin Xuanyan was thoroughly amused and chose not to pursue her teasing further. The delicate curves of the figures were partially obscured by the petals' soft hue. Zhixing had bathed with other palace mates before, but this time she felt an urge to avert her gaze, experiencing the same sentiment as Ji Lu. If Lin Xuanyan were to learn of this, she would likely regret not having allowed them to serve her during previous baths. Had she seen more, perhaps shyness would not have ensued. Zhixing maintained a composed demeanor as she completed Lin Xuanyan's bathing, but when Lin Xuanyan emerged from the tub and requested her to dry her, she could not help but look. Tiny droplets cascaded down her impeccably smooth skin, and Zhixing held her breath as she gradually wiped away the beads of water, suddenly comprehending why the emperor insisted on summoning Lin Xuanyan to the palace. If she were a man, she too would find it impossible to part with such a beauty. At last, once the droplets had been thoroughly dried, Zhixing stepped back to allow Ji Lu to assist Lin Xuanyan in dressing. After donning her inner garments, Ji Lu took a cloth and meticulously wrung out Lin Xuanyan's long hair. Lin Xuanyan mused that the early summons had likely been to ensure the concubines had ample time to dry their hair. Her hair was abundant and thick. Ji Lu went through several cloths, all still damp. Eventually, Lin Xuanyan grew impatient and donned her outer robe, opening the window. A refreshing breeze rushed in, enveloping her. Ji Lu's expression changed suddenly as she cautioned, "My lord, you mustn't expose yourself to the wind after washing your hair, lest you catch a chill." Lin Xuanyan, unfazed, gleefully grasped Ji Lu's hand, relishing the gentle summer breeze outside. "Look, the wind is warm. I shan't catch a cold." Ji Lu, at a loss, could only continue her gentle admonitions. "For today, I shall let it pass, but in the future, when the wind turns cool, my lord must not open the window while your hair is damp." Lin Xuanyan nonchalantly nodded, dismissing her with a wave. Chapter 35. The primordial palace after the wind had blown through. Her hair dried swiftly, yet it still took nearly an hour. As the appointed time drew near, Lin Xuanyan hastily partook of the dishes procured in advance from the Imperial kitchen and began her grooming ritual. "Today, I shall apply my own makeup. You only need to style my hair," she instructed. The last time she had adorned her own brows and lips was in her past life. Gazing into the mirror at her youthful visage, a sense of nostalgia washed over her. In the brothel, she had diligently honed various skills, only to ultimately become a mere ornament in the Liu household, her talents going unnoticed. Initially, Lin Xuanyan felt somewhat clumsy as she applied her makeup, but she soon regained her touch. Before long, her face was impeccably arranged. Ji Lu and Zhixing were momentarily entranced. If the previous Lin Xuanyan was a rare beauty of the mortal realm, then her appearance after makeup was akin to that of a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Her glances sparkled with an enchanting radiance, capable of ensnaring anyone in the depths of her gaze, rendering them oblivious to the passage of time. Ji Lu, returning to her senses, remarked, "My lady is truly stunning." "Oh." Lin Xuanyan elongated her tone. "Are you implying that I was not beautiful before?" "And no, not at all." Ji Lu stammered, unable to articulate further. Zhixing, quick-witted, interjected, "Our lady is always beautiful, but today she possesses a different kind of beauty." Ji Lu nodded vigorously. "Indeed, she is beautiful." Lin Xuanyan chuckled at their banter. "All right, enough of the flattery. Please style my hair promptly." Ji Lu worked deftly, and soon, a delicate flying fairy bun took shape beneath her skilled hands. The hairpin adorned with scattered red pins was perfectly placed, preserving Lin Xuanyan's delicate charm while accentuating her exquisite features. Ji Lu and Zhixing quickly grew accustomed to the mesmerizing impact of Lin Xuanyan's beauty. However, Zhixing, who had been waiting outside, could not tear his gaze away when she emerged. His eyes remained fixed on her face, captivated for quite some time. Zhixing, anxious, signaled frantically to Zhixing. Realizing his lapse, Zhixing ingratiated himself. "My lady, You are truly radiant today. I almost mistook you for a celestial being gracing the mortal realm." Yet Lin Xuanyan merely cast him a sidelong glance, her expression devoid of the delight she usually exhibited upon receiving compliments. Observing her demeanor, Ji Shun, having served in the palace for many years, understood the implications. He sank to his knees, acknowledging, "I have overstepped. I beseech your forgiveness, my lady." Ji Shun's gaze was different from that of Ji Lu and Ji Xing, who had been momentarily spellbound. While the latter were preoccupied with styling her hair, Ji Shun had no right to raise his eyes to her face. Moreover, his flattery carried a different weight. Most importantly, Lin Xuanyan intended to use this incident to instill a sense of discipline among the three. The previous month of playful banter was to foster camaraderie, especially as they were confined within the Tianzhou Pavilion, where certain rules could be relaxed. However, today marked her night of service, signifying her genuine integration into the royal inner court. Playfulness was acceptable, but it must be tempered. Lin Xuanyan did not wish for her flawless performance to be undermined by her own people. As she strode past Ji Shun, the fragrance she left in her wake carried her words to his ear. "Given that this is your first transgression, I shall only impose upon you the penalty of fasting for tonight. If one were to err again, certain words need not be spoken too definitively. Allowing one's imagination to wander can yield far greater effect." The soft palanquin accompanying Lin Xuanyan to the Imperial chamber was already awaiting her before the Ningxin Hall. Ji Ying assisted Lin Xuanyan into the carriage, while Ji Lu discreetly slipped a purse into the hands of the eunuchs who were carrying it. Perhaps it was the influence of Ji Lu's generosity, for the journey felt as smooth as walking on flat ground, with nary a tremor to be felt. A playful breeze lifted a corner of the curtain, and the lingering hues of the sunset took the opportunity to slip in, casting a beam of warm yellow light upon the scroll resting on Lin Xuanyan's lap. Watching the sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of the golden glow upon her fingers, a faint smile graced her lips. The sensation of riding in a palanquin was truly delightful. She set a modest goal for herself. Henceforth, she would travel in such luxury. Within the palace, only those of the rank of a primary consort or above, or those bearing the mark of the dragon, were afforded the privilege of palanquin travel. The latter depended on fortune, while the former seemed a distant aspiration for Lin Xuanyan, who currently held the title of 6th-rank lady. A full 4 ranks away from the 2nd-rank consort position, her ambitions soared high. Before long, the palanquin came to a halt. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the Taichu Palace." Ji Ying lifted the curtain and extended her hand to assist Lin Xuanyan down. As Lin Xuanyan descended, she cast a glance at the Taichu Palace, truly a residence befitting the Son of Heaven, not only resplendent in grandeur, but also fortified with stringent defenses, far surpassing the Ningxin Hall. "Greetings, Miss Lin," a nearby eunuch approached, introducing himself as Lu Sheng, the steward of the Taichu Palace. Lu Sheng's gaze sharpened, and with a courteous smile, he inquired about the scroll Lin Xuanyan held. "Might I ask what your esteemed self carries?" "The Taichu Palace prohibits the entry of any extraneous items." Lin Xuanyan tightened her grip on the scroll and replied, "It is a painting I created." Pausing for a moment, her voice tinged with shyness, she added, "It is a promise made with His Majesty." Lu Sheng inclined slightly, still smiling. "May I kindly request to inspect it? I must ensure proper compliance." Lin Xuanyan nodded and handed the scroll to Lu Sheng. After a meticulous examination, he returned it to her, inwardly contemplating. The artistry displayed was rather mediocre. Many in the palace had superior skills. Could it be that His Majesty had a penchant for such work? However, recalling the fleeting glimpse of her visage, he pondered anew. Perhaps His Majesty's interest lay not in the painting itself, but rather in the beauty of the artist. As an experienced eunuch, Lu Sheng concealed his speculations behind a mask of servility, bowing his head and saying, "Allow me to escort you into the palace." Lin Xuanyan followed Lu Sheng inside, while Ji Ying, adhering to protocol, remained outside. Lin Xuanyan settled beside the dragon bed, and Lu Sheng summoned a young palace maid, addressing Lin Xuanyan. "If you require any assistance, you may instruct her. I shall take my leave." "Thank you." Eunuch Lin Xuanyan acknowledged with a nod. Lu Sheng bowed and withdrew, while the young maid performed a curtsy before silently retreating to a corner. Moments later, the door swung open again, and 4 palace maids entered in succession, bearing an array of pastries and tea. They set the delicacies and beverages upon a table not far from Lin Xuanyan, and the lead maid stepped forward. Bowing gracefully with a smile, "Your servant pays respects to Miss Lin. May you be blessed with fortune. Your Majesty, I am unaware of when you shall arrive. Should the young mistress feel hungry or thirsty while waiting, she is more than welcome to partake in what is available. If it proves insufficient, I shall fetch more." Lin Xuanyan responded with a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude for the maid's efforts. The 4 palace maids bowed and gracefully withdrew. Time flowed languidly, the evening glow dissipating as the moonlight gradually enveloped the earth. Outside the hall, visitors lit candles, their flames flickering in a playful dance. Lin Xuanyan gazed out at the moon, soon to be full, her clear eyes seemingly reflecting a hint of sorrow, as if she were longing for someone. Beside her, a small maid stood silently, akin to an invisible presence, yet she keenly observed Lin Xuanyan, ever ready to attend to her needs. The aforementioned sorrow and longing attributed to Lin Xuanyan were merely the imaginative constructs of the small maid. In truth, Lin Xuanyan had begun to utter scornful words as soon as the lamps were lit. Chapter 36. The Long Night men have always been impatient towards Lin Xuanyan, rarely leaving her to wait. With palace maids watching nearby, she could only sit upright, wary of attracting gossip with any slight deviation. As she prepared to share a bed with the emperor for the first time, Lin Xuanyan aspired to perfection. Finally, as the moon ascended to its zenith, the palace doors swung open once more. A tall figure strode in from outside. A delightful expression blossomed on Lin Xuanyan's face as she rose, eager to rush towards him, but upon catching sight of the attendants, she restrained herself, bowing respectfully. "This humble concubine welcomes your Majesty." Her voice was delicate and soft, akin to the gentle evening breeze that caressed the heartstrings. Qichaosu took a few swift steps, pulling her into his embrace, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he murmured, "Have you kept Xianer waiting?" Lin Xuanyan, blushing, lowered her gaze, though she had not waited too long. Her hand, however, subtly slipped around the man's waist. Qichaosu leaned down, resting his forehead against hers, chuckling lightly, "But I have awaited this day for a long time." With that, he swept Lin Xuanyan off her feet, eliciting a startled gasp from her as she clung to his neck. The palace maids who had entered with him discreetly retreated, leaving only one to remain with a petite maid, prepared to assist should their masters require anything. Qichaosu gently placed her on the bed, observing her appearance, which differed from her usual demeanor. His gaze deepened as he noted the blush on her cheeks, intensifying and cascading down her collar with a mere utterance from him. Lin Xuanyan, shyly bowing her head, soon summoned her courage to gaze up at Qichaosu, for tonight was unlike any other. She straightened, wrapping her arms around his neck, whispering sweetly into his ear, "Qi-lang." The faint scent of innocence lingered in the air, accompanied by a melodic whisper that seemed to intoxicate the senses. Qichaosu halted his actions, succumbing to the pull of Lin Xuanyan as he fell back onto the bed. Yet the enchanting temptress feigned innocence. "Qi-lang, I have brought my painting. I shall view it tomorrow," he declared firmly, swiftly silencing her with a kiss, casting aside his shoes as he rolled onto the dragon bed. The attentive palace maids lowered the bed curtains, and soon, delicate moans resonated from within the confines of the golden dragon bed. The inexperienced maid blushed deeply, while the moon, veiled by clouds, seemed to shy away from the unfolding scene, leaving only the wind to playfully rustle the curtains, yearning to catch a glimpse. The long night stretched on, the lights of Tai Chu Palace illuminating the surroundings, captivating many eyes. Yet, only the palace maids stationed outside knew the intensity of the night, having to change the water multiple times. They exchanged whispers, pondering, if not for the emperor's early court session the next day, the candles in Tai Chu Palace would likely burn until dawn. "Your Majesty," called in Sheng, the emperor's close eunuch from outside the curtains, "it is time to rise." Qichaosu opened his eyes, gazing at the lovely figure entwined around him, a satisfied chuckle escaping his throat. Qi Chaokai carefully moved Lin Xuanyan's limbs aside, and, after getting out of bed, instructed in a low voice, "Be quiet, do not wake Lin Qiren." Anxing, still processing the implications of the Emperor's words, heard Qi Chaokai continue, "Once Qiren awakens, she shall be returned. Today's morning greetings are hereby waived." Anxing suppressed her astonishment and responded softly, "It is an unwritten rule in the palace that concubines ascend in rank after their first night with the Emperor. Yet Lin Qiren alone remained peacefully asleep after he had risen, especially since His Majesty had specifically exempted her from the morning audience, a clear indication of his affection. After all, it is customary for concubines to express their gratitude in the Changqiu Hall following their first night of favor." Once the rustling sounds in the hall had completely faded, Lin Xuanyan, lying on the dragon bed, turned over while clutching a brocade quilt. "Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. I fear not the chill," she murmured before drifting back into slumber. In the most opulent of beds, to not indulge in a little more sleep would be a loss. The palace maid stationed by the bedside, upon hearing movement within, leaned in to listen, only to be met with silence once more. It was not until the hour of Chun that Lin Xuanyan rose, still heavy with sleep. Stifling a yawn, she suddenly widened her eyes in alarm. Hastily lifting the bed curtains to inquire of the maid, "Where is His Majesty?" Clad only in a simple undergarment, though wrapped in the quilt, she inadvertently revealed a glimpse of her beauty, marked with traces of slumber. Despite her weary visage, a flush of springtime radiance adorned her face. The maid, having caught a fleeting glance, quickly bowed her head, replying, in response to Qiren, "His Majesty should be in the study at this hour, reviewing memorials." Realizing that daylight had fully broken and that the Emperor had likely completed his morning court, Lin Xuanyan's complexion paled. "I have risen late," she thought, anxiety gripping her. The maid, sensing Lin Xuanyan's quivering voice, reassured her, "There is no need for concern. His Majesty specifically instructed us not to disturb you. Moreover, he has waived all your morning greetings today." The maid's soothing tone, laced with gentle mirth, eased a furrow in Lin Xuanyan's brow. Yet even so, Lin Xuanyan knew she could not linger too long in the Taichu Palace. Glancing at the tattered garments at the foot of the bed, she felt a flush of embarrassment. She had not anticipated such intensity at her age. The maids of Taichu Palace were well versed in handling such matters and had already prepared fresh garments for Lin Xuanyan. They meticulously assisted her in changing, washing, and grooming, and after this sequence of events, her rare shyness began to dissipate, leaving only a feigned blush upon her cheeks. The maid supported Lin Xuanyan as she exited the Taichu Palace. Unlike before, when Ji Lu and Ji Xing would often assist her merely for show, this time Lin Xuanyan truly felt a bit unsteady on her feet. Sigh, she mused inwardly. Though youth brings vigor, the initial experience remains discomforting, regardless of any past encounters. My lady, Ji Xing, who had stood guard at the palace gate all night, greeted Lin Xuanyan with a beaming smile as she emerged, immediately taking Lin Xuanyan's hand to help her into the carriage. Ji Xing seemed to have an abundance of thoughts to express, yet constrained by the inappropriate setting. She could only suppress them for the time being. Lin Xuanyan had initially believed that she would not need to pay her respects to the Empress today, and could simply return to Tian Zhao Pavilion to rest. However, no sooner had she disembarked from the carriage than an imperial decree arrived. It was the edict proclaiming Lin Xuanyan's promotion to the rank of a favored concubine. Reluctantly enduring her discomfort, Lin Xuanyan accepted the decree with gratitude, offering several silk pouches as tokens to dismiss the attendants. Only then, with the support of Ji Lu and another, could she return to her chamber to rest. How callous was this wretched emperor, devoid of any compassion, unaware that a woman's first night deserves to be cherished. At this moment, Lin Xuanyan completely forgot who had secretly stirred her emotions the previous night, leading the emperor to take her time and again. After all, while the emperor had many women, they were primarily sheltered in seclusion, rarely daring to be liberated. Their allure was rather mundane compared to Lin Xuanyan, a seasoned opponent well-versed in the art of seduction. Chapter 37. The tumultuous hearts, the two of them, Ji Lu and Ji Ying. smiled and congratulated Lin Xuanyan on her elevation to the esteemed rank of talent. However, Lin Xuanyan gazed toward the entrance, pondering, where is Ji Shun? How is it that he does not come to celebrate this joyous occasion? Was he not the first to rush here in the past? Last night, while staying with Ji Shun at Tianjiaoxia, Ji Lu remarked, I suspect this fellow is worried that his master is still displeased with him. Hence he dares not approach you. Lin Xuanyan chuckled softly and shook her head. Having already been punished yesterday, there is no reason for anger. He simply needs to remember this lesson moving forward. Allow me to summon him, so the master may bestow a reward. After Lin Xuanyan nodded in agreement, Ji Ying excitedly departed. As Ji Ying and Ji Shun had served at Tianjiaoxia together, their bond was undoubtedly deeper than that with Ji Lu. Soon enough, Ji Shun timidly entered, following Ji Ying. Upon entering, he knelt and offered a profound bow. Master, I have learned my lesson and humbly seek your forgiveness. Lin Xuanyan replied, rise. Her tone was neutral, revealing neither joy nor anger. Yet Ji Ying had just informed him that the master had already forgiven him. With a determined bite of his lip, Ji Shun stood, forcing a sycophantic smile. I congratulate the master on her elevation to the rank of talent. Only then did Lin Xuanyan's face brighten. The past was behind them, and there was no need for constant reflection. Merely a remembrance of a lesson learned to avoid future transgressions. Lin Xuanyan cast a glance at Ji Lu and Ji Ying. You too as well. The trio bowed in unison. Very well. Lin Xuanyan clapped her hands. According to our usual practice at Tianjiaoxia, we shall reward those who bring joy. Ji Lu, go fetch some silver coins to distribute. The three, upon receiving their rewards, beamed with delight, showering her with praise. Lin Xuanyan waved them off, intending to rest. However, just then, Ji Shun smacked his forehead and dashed out, exclaiming, oh no, the medicine for the master is still simmering on the stove. Lin Xuanyan's eyes narrowed as she shot a glance at Ji Lu, who understood immediately and hurried after Ji Shun. Before long, Ji Lu returned, holding the medicinal concoction. The familiar aroma of the medicine filled the room with an overwhelming presence, prompting Lin Xuanyan to frown in displeasure, pointing at the nearby Yulan potted plant. Spill it. The brown liquid vanished into the brown soil, leaving no trace aside from the lingering bitter scent. Ji Lu opened the window to disperse the odor, refreshing the air inside. The heaviness in Lin Xuanyan's chest lifted significantly, and, once Ji Lu departed, she reclined on the bed to continue resting. Yet, as fate would have it, not all unfolded according to her wishes. Lin Xuanyan had barely settled when visitors arrived at Tianjiaoxia. First came the Empress Dowager, followed by the Empress. And even Lin Handong and Xu Fei joined in the festivities, bringing forth treasures as if they cost nothing. Ironically, the rewards from Qi Chao Su arrived the latest, delivered personally by the esteemed Grand Eunuch in Shan, just as Lin Xuanyan was about to partake in her midday meal. Having had no respite throughout the morning, Lin Xuanyan could only muster a gracious smile, especially in the presence of such a favored figure at the emperor's side. Accepting this honor with a mix of pain and joy, a series of rewards were delivered through Anshan's announcement to the Amaterasu Pavilion. Finally, as Lin Xuanyan respectfully bid farewell to Anshan, who represented the emperor, Anshan chuckled softly, Lady Lin, that painting titled flowers, stones, grasses, and insects was specially chosen for you by His Majesty after he admired your artwork. Lin Xuanyan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, expressing her gratitude. Nevertheless, the faint blush on her cheeks was impossible to conceal. Having completed the orders from the Qi dynasty, Anshan did not linger, but returned with a procession of palace attendants to report back. After watching Anshan and his entourage depart, Lin Xuanyan immediately instructed Jishuan to take out the flowers, stones, grasses, and insects painting and hang it in her chamber, ensuring she could admire it day and night. The other items were meticulously cataloged and stored in the treasury. At last, Lin Xuanyan could enjoy a well-deserved rest. After having lunch, she lay in bed and commanded, "Unless it is of great importance, do not disturb me." Thanks to Lin Xuanyan's foresight, she was spared the incessant visits from the various ladies of the court, which would have otherwise disrupted her peace. Even in the absence of visitors, the court ladies left behind gifts as tokens of goodwill. Of course, while some were eager to curry favor, others were unwilling to even maintain the facade of harmony. Each of them was like a fair-weather friend, swaying with the wind's direction. Kepping, in her fury, swept her hand across the table, sending cups and vessels crashing to the ground. Jiqin quickly stepped forward to soothe her, saying, "My lady, it is only natural for His Majesty to shower affection upon a newly favored land." Kepping understood Jiqin's reasoning, yet she could not swallow the bitterness in her heart. What had Lin have besides her beauty? A mere country bumpkin. My lady speaks true. Jiqin paused. Lin may possess beauty, but in all other aspects, she pales in comparison to you. According to yearly tradition, the Empress would host a Lotus Appreciation Banquet in early July, and there was a chance the Emperor would attend. Your dancing skills are unparalleled. You need not fear winning His Majesty's heart. Currently, with few consorts in the palace, Kepping would have her turn to serve the Emperor once or twice a month. A routine akin to the Emperor visiting the Changqiu Palace on the 1st and 15th days of each month. This left the ever-proud Kepping feeling anything but satisfied. The Empress, the noble consort, and the virtuous consort were all old acquaintances from the Crown Prince's residence, and while she could not compete with them, she would not allow anyone else to overshadow her. Kepping reminisced about her early days in the palace, when she and the Emperor shared tender moments, even forcing the Empress to tread carefully around her. She recalled the Emperor's words, praising her graceful dancing. "Go to the opera house and find a few performers for me to rehearse with," Kepping instructed softly, her emotions now steadied. "As you wish," Jiqin replied, accepting the command. Kepping was unwilling to offer gifts, her heart brimming with resentment. Yet, were those who gave gifts truly as agreeable as they appeared? In the Iha Palace and Jingning Pavilion, a maid exclaimed in confusion, "My lady, the Jade Rui was originally bestowed upon you by His Majesty. How could you give it to Lin?" Yang, a lady-in-waiting, gazed pensively at the dim light filtering through the window, dust motes dancing in the air. After a moment, she murmured, "It is merely a lifeless object." In this moment, I wonder if anyone else within the palace remembers, aside from myself. With the upcoming elections next year, the influx of newcomers will only intensify. Yang, the favored concubine, turned to the maid, Bingsu, and inquired, "Do you believe there remains a place for me in His Majesty's heart?" Outside the window, the trees grew ever more verdant, while she remained forever trapped in that winter of yore, her visage wan and haggard. Observing the hollow expression on Yang's face, Bingsu felt a pang of sorrow. Having grown up alongside her mistress, their bond was unparalleled. The pain of her mistress was her own. Having served His Majesty for many years, he is merely momentarily beguiled by the allure of fleeting beauty. How could he possibly forget you? Bingsu grasped Yang's cool fingertips, seeking to offer warmth. Yet, Yang withdrew her hand, shaking her head with a bitter smile. "His Majesty has not summoned me for 6 months, and even Zhua, the regular attendant, has fallen out of favor." Chapter 38. Ambition. Lin Xuanyan evaded the morning greeting following her night with the Emperor. Yet the following day marked the tri-daily visit to the Empress, leaving no room for further avoidance. As she set forth, she varied her companions, this time accompanied by Ji Lu, having previously brought Ji Xing along. Upon exiting, she fortuitously encountered Tao Baolin, who was also on her way out, and together they proceeded to the Changqiu Hall. Tao Baolin had yet to express her congratulations on Lin Xuanyan's recent promotion to a lady-in-waiting. Her voice, always delicate and tender, exuded an air of endearment. "Not at all," Lin Xuanyan countered. "Didn't you send me a gift yesterday, dear sister?" "I have received your heartfelt gesture." Tao Baolin's cheeks flushed crimson. The gift she had presented was merely a pouch she crafted during her leisure time. Compared to the offerings of others, her humble pouch paled in comparison, yet it was her finest effort. Observing Tao Baolin's despondency, Lin Xuanyan took her hand and said, "Sister, your creation is exquisite. I adore it. In the future, may I seek your guidance on such crafts?" Lin Xuanyan's eyes sparkled with sincerity, her expression earnest. Tao Baolin, biting her lip, blossomed into a small smile, eagerly nodding. "It is an honor that sister does not disdain my humble skills. There is no need for formal instruction. Lin Xuanyan mused. It seems I must hasten my needlework practice, lest I be unable to conceal my inadequacies. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation until they reached the entrance of the Changqiu Hall, where they were joined by Imperial. Good evenings, Yi Meiden. Lin Xuanyan and Tao Baolin both bowed in unison. Oh dear, no need for such formality. Imperial quickly interjected, assisting Lin Xuanyan to her feet. With warmth, she took Lin Xuanyan's hand, leading her into the hall while completely overlooking Tao Baolin. Lin Xuanyan could only cast an apologetic glance towards Tao Baolin, who, unfazed, smiled as she watched her sister being drawn away, evidently accustomed to the neglect. Imperial ushered Lin Xuanyan to sit beside her, relegating Tao Baolin to the farthest position, separated by a space from Lin Xuanyan. As the concubines had not yet gathered completely, Imperial chatted with Lin Xuanyan, remarking, "Today, we are fortunate to finally see each other. Truly, you are as beautiful as the esteemed Gui Fei, sharing the same lineage." Lin Xuanyan lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat bashful, and with a gentle laugh, replied, "Sister E, you jest. How could I possibly compare to the Gui Fei's unparalleled beauty?" Though Lin Xuanyan's words were humble, her mere smile ignited envy among the gathered concubines. Her simple yet elegant attire did little to conceal her radiant allure, particularly the brilliance of her smile, akin to a precious gem that captivated the room. At that moment, Kupin entered the hall, her gaze fixated on Lin Xuanyan. The lower-ranking concubines bowed in respect, yet she merely scoffed at Lin Xuanyan, opening her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately dismissing it with a wave of her sleeve as she settled into her seat, bidding the others to rise. Shortly thereafter, Lin Handong and Xu Fei made their entrance, closely followed by the Empress emerging from the inner hall. "Greetings to Her Majesty." The harmonious chorus of voices, whether soft or crisp, resonated as melodically as the court musicians, rendering the Changqiu Hall the most enchanting place in the realm at that moment. Lin Xuanyan gazed at the resplendent crimson gown of the Empress beneath her feet, separated from the Empress by 4 rows. She vowed that one day she would ascend to the foremost position, compelling all to bow before her. The Empress gestured for everyone to rise, and once seated, her gaze fell upon Lin Xuanyan. Lin, favored by the Emperor, must soon bear fruit for the royal family, lest she disappoint the Emperor's heartfelt intentions. With a mere phrase, the Empress had drawn the attention of the entire assembly to Lin Xuanyan. Lin Xuanyan's ambition to ascend the ranks would inevitably attract a myriad of animosities. Yet she wished to avoid inciting excessive jealousy at this juncture. Presently, the Emperor's affection felt as precarious as a rootless water lily, easily scattered by a gust of wind. As the Empress concluded her words, Lin Xuanyan promptly rose to pay her respects, expressing her frail constitution since childhood and her desire to regain her strength to honor the Emperor and the Empress's goodwill. The Emperor's favor towards her was evident. To claim it was merely lukewarm would only incite ire. Hence she chose to portray her plight, suggesting the difficulty of conceiving. After all, married women, regardless of their circumstances, vie for their husband's affections and the blessing of offspring. Upon returning to her seat, Lin Xuanyan maintained a smile, yet a hint of sorrow lingered beneath the surface. It was said that Lin, raised in the countryside, had suffered from poor health, and Ku Pin's sudden revelation drew the attention of the crowd, confirming the truth of her frailty. Realizing her faux pas, Ku Pin hastily covered her mouth. Lin Xuanyan harbored no fondness for this newcomer who had so boldly asserted her dominance, yet she couldn't help but applaud her audacity inwardly. The more she spoke, the more Lin Xuanyan found herself intrigued. Nevertheless, she struggled to maintain her smile, lowering her head to conceal her expression. "Your sister's health is paramount. She must nurture herself," Lin Handong remarked, her icy gaze piercing through Ku Pin. "You, in good health, ought to bear the Emperor a child post-haste." Ku Pin, incensed, clenched her handkerchief, forcing a smile as she replied, "Indeed, I shall heed the guidance of my esteemed sister." There was little choice. Given Lin Handong's higher status and her unique position as the sole bearer of a royal heir, the Empress concluded the discussion, affirming, "What the noble consort has said rings true. Good health is essential for extending the royal lineage." The assembly, having learned of Lin Xuanyan's potential difficulties in conceiving, witnessed a shift in the demeanor of those who had previously harbored jealousy towards her. They now approached her with amiable conversation. Some less favored consorts even contemplated, rather than allowing others to serve the emperor in producing an heir, it might be wiser to bestow additional favor upon Lin Xuanyan. The gathering engaged in light-hearted discussions about popular cosmetics and accessories, recycling the same few topics. "Now everyone, please quiet down. I have an announcement to make," the empress declared, taking a sip of tea before speaking aloud. The hall fell silent, awaiting her orders. "At the beginning of next month, I intend to host a Lotus Appreciation Banquet," she announced, turning to the noble consort. "Noble consort, I request your assistance." The noble consort acquiesced. The empress bypassed Lin Handong. Yet it was necessary to provide an explanation for seeking the noble consort's aid. It is of utmost importance for the noble consort to attend to the young prince. Thus there is no need for added concern this time. Lin Handong's smile remained undiminished as she nodded in agreement. She paused momentarily, noticing that Chen'er had grown somewhat, no longer as troublesome as before. Should Her Majesty the Empress and the virtuous consort find themselves overwhelmed, I would be more than willing to lend my assistance. The Empress responded with a faint acknowledgement, her expression unreadable as her gaze swept over the assembly. "If any of you sisters are inclined, you may organize a few performances to enliven the banquet. The merits of managing the feast do not rest upon them." Yet when this topic arose, the lower-ranked consorts became animated. Instantly, the hall buzzed with chatter, with one expressing a desire to play the zither, another wishing to dance, while only 2 or 3 remained conspicuously silent amidst the lively atmosphere. Chapter 39. The mockery of Kupin among them was Lin Xuanyan, who, besides her exquisite calligraphy, had little else to showcase. Kupin, who had been closely observing Lin Xuanyan, feigned curiosity and inquired, "I wonder what talent Miss Lin has prepared." The Guifei's performance on the pipa is akin to celestial music. Miss Lin should not be lacking in skill. Kupin's acting was inferior even to that of Lu Fuyin's concubines. Were it not for her favorable lineage, Lin Xuanyan would likely have been overshadowed by others long ago. Hearing the malicious glee in Kupin's tone, Lin Xuanyan's complexion paled somewhat, and in a subdued voice, she replied, "I am but a dullard, inferior to the esteemed Guifei." Yet Kupin was relentless, continuing, "The Guifei's talents are extraordinary. It is only natural that ordinary individuals cannot compare. However, Miss Lin must possess some expertise of her own. Do not hide it." Kupin had thoroughly investigated Lin Xuanyan's background. Despite being half-sisters, they both belonged to the legitimate lineage, yet Lin Xuanyan, as the daughter of the primary wife, was relegated to a rural existence. Kupin did not believe their apparent camaraderie was genuine. Though Lin Handong often spoke on Lin Xuanyan's behalf, Kupin did not trust a word of it. She was merely spoiled, not devoid of intelligence. Lin Xuanyan hesitated, struggling to respond. It was then that Mei Run, seated between the two, could no longer bear the scene and retorted, "Kupin, you ought to mind your own affairs. I have not seen you display such concern for others before." The title of Mei Run was a rank below Pin, and Kupin immediately scoffed. "I am conversing with Lin Kai Run and did not invite your opinion." The emphasis on the term Mei Run was unmistakable. She added, "Mei Run frequently trails behind the Guifei. Why does she not adopt even a modicum of the Guifei's temperament?" Mei Run, incensed, could only grit her teeth in frustration. However, the hierarchy of rank held sway, and she cast a helpless glance at Lin Xuanyan. Lin Xuanyan responded with a grateful look. But facing Kupin's relentless barrage, she steeled herself and said, "My talents are lacking. I shall not embarrass myself further." Internally, Lin Xuanyan rolled her eyes, realizing that displaying her talents for them was akin to casting flirtatious glances at the blind, utterly futile. Men cultivate skills in both the arts and martial disciplines for the sake of wealth and the imperial family. Women, however, showcase their talents primarily for the gaze of men. Satisfied with Lin Xuanyan's answer, Kupin exclaimed in delight, drawing the attention of the entire assembly, only to feign contrition as she covered her mouth. "Oh dear, I have spoken out of turn. Please forgive me, sister." Curiosity piqued, others inquired about the commotion, and those who had overheard the exchange began to whisper amongst themselves. Caught in the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Xuanyan felt a mix of shame and fury. Had it not been for the constraints of palace decorum, she would have likely fled in tears. The empress merely reprimanded Ku Pin lightly for her indiscretion before dismissing the court ladies. Yimeirun followed Lin Handong, while the typically timid Tao Bao Lin lingered behind, waiting for Lin Xuanyan to approach. The two quietly made their way through the throng, and after a moment, Tao Bao Lin awkwardly offered, "I possess no talent either." As the conversation concluded, Tao Bao Lin grasped Lin Xuanyan's hand, offering her warmth. Deep down, Lin Xuanyan relished the attention that Kapin directed towards her, for the more she appeared insignificant, the more the other concubines would allow the emperor's affections to bypass her. Yet, Tao Baolin's gesture still enveloped Lin Xuanyan in a comforting embrace. She reciprocated by holding Tao Baolin's hand and flashed her a smile. "Sister," she said. Just as they stepped out of the palace doors, a gentle voice resonated from a distance. Lin Xuanyan looked up, swiftly releasing Tao Baolin's hand and composing herself before bowing respectfully. "This humble concubine pays her respects to your highness." Tao Baolin hurriedly followed suit in greeting. "We are sisters. There is no need for such formality," Lin Handong said, extending her hand to assist Lin Xuanyan, her face adorned with her usual gentle smile. Instinctively, Lin Xuanyan felt the urge to withdraw her hand, yet she restrained herself, allowing Lin Handong to help her rise. Once standing, Lin Xuanyan offered Lin Handong a smile. "Thank you, dear sister." However, the smile bore an unmistakable distance. Having been immersed in palace life for many years, Lin Handong seemed oblivious to the underlying tension. She invited, "I had hoped to welcome you to the palace a few days ago, but alas, the timing was unfortunate. Yesterday was also inconvenient for you. Rather than waiting for a more suitable day, why not come to my palace now and reminisce?" "Dear sister, do not forget our promise to meet," added Yimeirun, interjecting. Lin Xuanyan regarded her unfamiliar sister, and despite Lin Handong's earlier support within the hall, the 16 years of neglect could not be easily erased. Instinctively, Lin Xuanyan took a step back, but quickly realized her actions and halted, forcing a semblance of a smile. "It was my fault for not visiting sooner, dear sister." Lin Xuanyan's response was devoid of rudeness, yet her gaze continually sought Tao Baolin, revealing a silent plea. Tao Baolin understood Lin Xuanyan's unspoken message, yet since entering the palace, she had remained like a shadow, hesitant to voice her thoughts for fear of missteps. However, she could not ignore the pitiful state of Lin Kalen. Though confined to her corner in Hanming Pavilion, whispers about Lin Kalen's plight reached her ears. Being a legitimate daughter herself, Tao Baolin knew that while the empress basked in public admiration, Lin Kalen had endured a life devoid of favor since childhood. Subconsciously avoiding Lin Xuanyan's gaze, Tao Baolin hesitated until she heard Lin Xuanyan's tentative suggestion. "May my sister invite Tao Baolin to accompany me to your palace?" Lin Handong maintained her serene expression, her gentle smile reminiscent of an elder sister. "Of course," she replied. Lin Xuanyan cast an apologetic glance towards Tao Baolin, who had no choice but to accompany them to the empress's elegant lawn palace. Yimeirun sensed the peculiar tension between the Lin sisters. Aware of their past grievances, she possessed insights that surpassed even Tao Baolin's understanding. Initially, upon observing the empress, she had presumed the sisters shared a bond contrary to the rumors. But witnessing their estrangement today, especially Lin Kalen's efforts to mask her emotions, revealed the stark truth of their distant relationship. The ever-eloquent and playful Yimei, on this occasion, remained utterly silent during the journey to Yalan Palace. Upon their arrival, the palace attendants, having returned early, had already prepared the gathering place. Within Yalan Palace lies a quaint garden, featuring a pavilion where tea and delicacies were laid out. A palace maid approached with a gentle smile. "Your Highness, we have prepared your favorite green plum soup, the sweet soup of bird's nest and koiks, as well as the glutinous rice cake beloved by Lady Lin." Chapter 40. A gathering at Yalan Palace. Lin Xuanyan raised an eyebrow inwardly, realizing that Lin Handong was indeed intent on adopting the role of a caring older sister, having even inquired about her culinary preferences. Meanwhile, both Yi Meiren and Tao Baolin shared an astonishingly similar sentiment, indicating that the noble consort was keen on mending the sisterly bond with Lin Qiren. Upon recognizing this, Yi Meiren broke into a smile, affirming that it was indeed pleasant to visit the elder sister's palace, where delicacies such as bird's nest soup were often prepared for the concubines. Lin Handong helplessly tapped Yi Meiren's forehead, playfully admonishing her. Yi Meiren, covering her forehead, joyfully dashed toward the pavilion. Lin Handong turned to Lin Xuanyan, smiling as she said, "Long before you entered the palace, Father had already sent word to inform me of your preferences." With that, she glanced apologetically at Tao Baolin, saying, "I did not realize that you would be here today, and I regret not having prepared your favorite dishes in advance. Next time you come, I shall ensure everything is ready." Tao Baolin, flustered, hurriedly bowed. "It was my audacity to intrude. I am truly sorry for causing you any trouble, noble consort. Now, let us join them," Lin Handong urged as she assisted Tao Baolin to her feet, lest the little glutton in the pavilion consume all the delicacies. The two followed Lin Handong to the pavilion. Lin Xuanyan could not help but marvel. It was no wonder Lin Handong had secured the position of noble consort. Besides her success in child-rearing, her meticulous handling of affairs must surely contribute to her esteemed status. By the time they arrived, Yi Meiren had already finished every drop of her sweet soup made from bird's nest and koik seeds, while her personal maid wore an expression of hesitance, as if she had something to say. "Come, both of you, and taste the sweet soup," Yi Meiren beckoned. "The bird's nest soup in my elder sister's palace is simply unparalleled." However, Lin Xuanyan and her companion dared not act as casually as Yi Meiren. They obediently followed Lin Handong's lead, taking their seats in turn. As Lin Xuanyan gazed at the array of soups and pastries before her, a flicker of unease crossed her eyes. The means to poison through food were not uncommon. She herself had encountered several methods, such as harmless tea with poison smeared on the cup's rim, or seemingly innocuous ingredients that became toxic when combined. There were even special teapots capable of dispensing both poisonous and non-poisonous brews. The methods were countless. "Dear sister, do try the sweet soup first." Lest Yi Meiren whisk it away, Lin Handong teased, personally presenting a bowl of sweet soup to Lin Xuanyan. Yi Meiren, pouting in mock annoyance, fiercely bit into a pastry. Her delicate fingers, resembling slender green onions, held the steaming sweet soup, creating a picturesque scene. Lin Xuanyan lowered her gaze, accepting the bowl of bird's nest and koik's seed sweet soup, sipping it slowly, betraying no signs of its delightful flavor. Observing Lin Xuanyan's demeanor, akin to drinking poison, Lin Handong could not help but smirk coldly. Such an unremarkable girl hardly warranted their mother's special request for her to take care of her. Lin Handong indeed harbored a disdain for this younger sister, who had always sat unnoticed in the corner, yet now found herself in the palace just as she had. However, seeing Lin Xuanyan in this state relieved Lin Handong's worries. It was merely a stroke of luck that the emperor had taken notice of her, posing no real threat. One must ponder the implications of her actions. How could she possibly poison someone within her own palace? Should any misfortune arise, her innocence would be indefensible. Lin Xuanyan took a few delicate sips of sweet soup before indulging in the pastries, all of which had been previously tasted by others, a clear indication of her intent. Lin Xuanyan was not oblivious to the fact that a rapidly effective poison must be administered with utmost caution to eliminate any suspicion from herself. On the other hand, a slow-acting poison requires prolonged consumption, rendering this meal insignificant. Thus, it was highly probable that the array of delicacies prepared by Lin Handong was indeed free of toxins. However, would this deter Lin Xuanyan from feigning trepidation? She was determined to exhibit distrust towards Lin Handong, shaped by her childhood experiences. Despite sharing the same lineage within the Wu'an Marquis, they were irrevocably distinct individuals. After all, with merely a year remaining until the calamity of witchcraft, Lin Xuanyan harbored no intentions of shielding Lin Handong. Her sole desire was to preserve her own well-being and that of her aunt, Xiangzhu. Imei, having nibbled on a few pastries, suddenly brightened and inquired of Lin Xuanyan, "Sister Lin, did you become acquainted with His Majesty outside the palace?" At that moment, Lin Xuanyan, having just taken a bite, was caught off guard by Yimay's candid question, choking and hastily turning away to cough. Zhilio promptly patted her back, while Tao Baolin, witnessing the commotion, quickly poured a cup of tea for her. Once Lin Xuanyan regained her composure, her face, whether due to coughing or otherwise, flushed a deep crimson, her eyes glistening with a hint of vulnerability. Yet Yimei remained undeterred, pressing on as Lin Xuanyan resumed her seat. "Sister Lin, how did you come to know His Majesty?" Lin Xuanyan lowered her gaze in silence, her fingers grasping the teacup. Yimei, filled with curiosity, awaited her response, and even Lin Handong tacitly acknowledged Yimei's inquiry. Which woman in the palace would not be intrigued by the methods that could capture the emperor's attention? The noble consort and the beautiful lady exchanged glances until finally, Tao Baolin, mustering her courage, interjected, "This pastry is exceptionally delightful. Might you both care to try?" A soft chuckle escaped Lin Handong as she regarded the pastries Tao Baolin presented, her expression inscrutable. Nevertheless, she accepted the offering, and Yimei, with a slight pout, followed suit. The earlier line of questioning dissipated into the ether without a trace. Lin Handong leisurely savored her pastry, meticulously wiping away any crumbs that might linger at the corners of her mouth, then spoke gently, "Yimei and Tao, you may return now. I have some matters of a personal nature to discuss with my sister." Tao Baolin could only follow Yimei in bowing her farewell, though her concerned gaze lingered on Lin Xuanyan, which did not go unnoticed. Lin Xuanyan paused, taken aback by Tao Baolin's genuine kindness, even when reluctantly dragged to this gathering. She still considered Lin Xuanyan's feelings. Once Yimei and Tao Baolin's figures vanished from sight, Lin Handong dismissed the palace attendants, ensuring they remained at least 10 paces away from the pavilion. The pavilion was adorned with white gauze curtains, fluttering gracefully in the summer breeze. Zhilio, filled with apprehension, surveyed the pavilion, but could only discern vague outlines, the sounds entirely inaudible. Lin Handong rose to pour a cup of tea for Lin Xuanyan and inquired, "It has been over a month since you arrived in the palace. What are your thoughts?" Lin Xuanyan accepted the tea with trepidation and hesitated, saying, "The sisters in the palace have gentle dispositions, and I find that quite agreeable." Her words were clearly a fabrication, for not long ago, the targeting she had endured from concubine coup in the Changqiu Hall was still fresh in her memory. Lin Handong chuckled softly, choosing not to directly address the matter. Her sister ought to realize that she was inquiring about something else entirely. Lin Handong's gaze fixed intently upon Lin Xuanyan, who, unable to meet her sister's eyes, averted her gaze, glancing towards the indistinct silhouette of the willows beyond the pavilion. Her sister simply did not comprehend. Chapter 41. A game of chance. Lin Handong remained non-committal and shifted the question, inquiring why her sister had entered the palace. Lin Xuanyan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she cast a swift glance at Lin Handong, then lowered her gaze to the tea swirling in the water, remaining silent. Lin Handong, unhurried, lifted her teacup and gently swirled it, as if what it contained was not tea but wine, exuding an air of beguiling allure. Lin Handong's lustrous eyes were fixed upon Lin Xuanyan, her voice emerging from her throat. When the emperor summoned the consort into the palace, Lin Xuanyan replied, her left hand gripping her skirt tightly on her lap. "I entered the palace." Lin Handong refrained from commenting on this response, and, after a pause, posed another question. "Sister, do you wish to enter the palace?" Lin Xuanyan abruptly lifted her head to meet Lin Handong's gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a few moments of staring in a daze, she seemed to regain her senses, rising to bow and saying, "I suddenly feel unwell, so I shall take my leave." "Your Highness." Without waiting for Lin Handong's reaction, she hurriedly made her way out, as if pursued by some monstrous threat, neglecting even the decorum of court etiquette, the hairpins in her coiffure clattering as she moved. Ji Lu quickly followed Lin Xuanyan, panting to keep up. Yet, she dared not call out for her mistress to wait, having already imagined various possible reactions her lady might exhibit upon Lin Handong's invitation. Each year, Upon returning from the Ho residence, her mistress would remain silent for an extended period. The current display of restraint from Lin Xuanyan was, to Ji Lu, exceedingly restrained. Upon reaching a secluded area, Lin Xuanyan suddenly dashed forward, causing Ji Lu to gasp in alarm. Not only was it forbidden by palace rules, but should she collide with a noble, punishment would be inevitable. Ji Lu hastily caught up to Lin Xuanyan and grasped her arm. Madame Ji Lu attempted to counsel her, but upon witnessing Lin Xuanyan's tear-streaked face, she found herself at a loss for words. Lin Xuanyan, lost in her thoughts, was pulled back by Ji Lu, her tears flowing incessantly. Seeing Lin Xuanyan in such distress pained Ji Lu as well. Yet while they were in solitude, the outdoors was never devoid of passers-by. Regaining her composure, Ji Lu gently urged, "Madam, let us return to the palace." Upon hearing Ji Lu's words, Lin Xuanyan slowly turned her gaze toward her, seemingly returning to her senses, and managed a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. "All right." As she spoke, Lin Xuanyan hastily wiped her face, attempting to erase the traces of her tears. Yet, tiny droplets still clung to her long lashes. Ji Lu supported Lin Xuanyan as they made their way back, and as they approached a corner of the palace wall, Lin Xuanyan suddenly whispered, "Ji Lu, why is she the emperor's consort?" Before her words could fully escape, tears brimmed once more in Lin Xuanyan's eyes, and with the slightest blink, they threatened to cascade down her cheeks. Just as Ji Lu was about to offer words of comfort, a few palace maids appeared around the corner, dropping to their knees upon seeing Lin Xuanyan. Servants pay their respects to the mistress. Lin Xuanyan quickly looked upward, waiting for the tears to subside, and called for them to rise. Though her voice was hoarse and strained, the palace maids lowered their heads even further, only daring to rise from the ground once Lin Xuanyan and her companion had walked far away. They gazed from a distance at Lin Xuanyan's despondent figure, whispering among themselves. Rumors within the palace spread with remarkable speed, almost as if carried by the wind from one ear to another. After being caught in a compromising situation, Lin Xuanyan maintained her composure on her return journey. It was only when Zhilio supported Lin Xuanyan into the Tianzhou pavilion that she noticed her back was soaked. Zhixing and Zhilio were taken aback by Lin Xuanyan's distracted demeanor. It was only after assisting her into a room to rest that they felt bold enough to approach and inquire softly. Not long ago, Tao Baolin had visited, mentioning that their mistress had been invited by the noble consort to a gathering at the Yalan Palace. Zhixing cast a worried glance at the closed door, lowering her voice further, wondering if their mistress had been wronged. Zhilio frowned and shook her head. Their mistress had seemed relatively normal until her private conversation with the noble consort, after which she had become like this, leaving Zhilio hesitant to ask further. Observing the genuine concern on the faces of her companions, Zhilio's gaze flickered, and she pulled them away a little further. However, in order to hear Lin Xuanyan's commands promptly, they did not dare to stray too far. Noticing Zhilio's serious expression, Zhixing and Zhilio sensed something amiss and looked at her apprehensively. After much internal deliberation, Zhilio finally closed her eyes and resolutely stated, "I believe you have heard the rumors. Our mistress, she is not favored in the Ho residence." Their mistress had lost her mother at a young age and was sent to the countryside shortly after birth, under the pretext of needing to recuperate due to poor health. Yet, if you observe her condition, Zhilio's voice cracked as she struggled to continue, eventually regaining her composure. The noble consort was their mistress's half-sister, raised in indulgence within the Ho residence, while their mistress, despite being a legitimate daughter, could only return to the estate once a year during the new year. At this point, tears streamed down Zhilio's face, yet her gaze remained fixed on Zhixing and Zhilio. "Today, I share this with you not to elicit pity for our mistress. She is a proud individual who scorns the sympathy of others. I merely hope that you will remember her kindness towards you. You must never betray her, for if you do..." Zhilio glared at each of them in turn, declaring, "Our mistress would not spare you, and I, Zhilio, would be the first to tear you apart." Each word emerged from her clenched teeth, accompanied by her fierce expression, capable of silencing even the most restless child. Fortunately, Zhixing and Zhilio's reactions pleased Zhilio, as they hastily swore to the heavens that they would never betray her. Sister Zhilio, Zhixing began, should we wait outside? Is it necessary to guard our mistress inside? I fear. Zhilio shook her head, affirming, our mistress is a strong person. Give her a little time, and she will be fine. Having accompanied Lin Xuanyan since childhood, Zhilio's words were not met with dissent from Zhixing and Zhilio. Then I shall go to Hanming Pavilion to inform Tao Baolin that our mistress has returned and that she need not worry, Zhilio declared decisively. I will go and sew some garments for our mistress. She adores beautiful dresses, Zhixing added, rushing off. Zhilu then proceeded to the Imperial kitchen. The master, besides having a penchant for beauty, also relished fine delicacies. Perhaps by procuring some of the master's favorite dishes, she might hasten her return. The three individuals busied themselves with their respective tasks, entirely oblivious to the fact that the door to the chamber had quietly closed. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanyan, who remained within the confines of the room, had long since reverted to her true self, or rather, one could say that she had been feigning all along. Her earlier silence and apparent despondence merely an act. Even the conversation at the corner had been performed only after she had discerned the faint sound of footsteps. Chapter 42. The messenger of Anshan Lin Xuanyan intended to convey to those in the palace that she and Lin Handong were not of the same ilk. As for Zhi Lu's actions, they were entirely a delightful surprise. She did not mind publicizing her tragic experiences, if it could yield benefits. She would even subtly encourage it from behind the scenes. In high spirits, Lin Xuanyan sat at her writing desk by the window, diligently copying Buddhist scriptures. She had promised to transcribe these scriptures for the empress and must not forget her commitment. After a duration akin to 2 cups of tea, a knock sounded at the door. Your Grace, lunch has arrived. Do you wish to dine now? Zhi Lu inquired cautiously from outside. Lin Xuanyan set down her brush and responded, then gazed into the mirror to ensure her face bore no signs of despondency before stepping outside. The time for sorrow had passed. Prolonged melancholy would only erode the confidence of those who followed her. As Lin Xuanyan stepped out, she greeted with a radiant smile. What delectable dishes do we have today? Please do enlighten me. Zhi Lu, seeing such a joyful Lin Xuanyan, felt a great weight lift from her heart and responded with a broad grin. Today I arrived early at the Imperial kitchen, prepared with 4 dishes and a soup. All to your liking. The other 2 maids, upon witnessing Lin Xuanyan's smiling demeanor, collectively exhaled in relief. A woman's life before marriage starkly contrasts with that after. Once wed, her existence is dictated by her husband's standing. Now, with the emperor's favor upon her, the birth of a royal heir was only a matter of time, and she might yet ascend higher than the beloved consort. After all, both the beloved consort and Lin Xuanyan hailed from the distinguished Wu'an Marquis, who could claim greater nobility. As Lin Xuanyan enjoyed her meal, a commotion arose from outside, indicating a visitor had arrived. She raised her gaze and beheld Ji Shun leading Anshan into the room. Anshan, with a beaming countenance, bowed. I have the honor of meeting Lin Kaijin. Lin Xuanyan, quick to assist the emperor's favorite attendant, exclaimed, What an unexpected pleasure, master, and has his majesty sent you on some errand? Anshan was accompanied by 2 young eunuchs, both empty-handed, clearly indicating that the emperor had not bestowed any gifts. Stealing a glance at Lin Xuanyan's current disposition, Anshan could not help but express his astonishment. Earlier, while dining with the emperor, he had observed Lin Kaijin exiting the beloved consort's quarters, her expression woeful and somewhat impertinent, compelling him to hasten to Tianzhou Pavilion to assess her condition. Now, however, Lin Kaijin's eyes sparkled with joy, showing no trace of the sorrow that had been rumored. Had it not been for the messenger being his apprentice, he might have thought the stories were mere fabrications. In this palace, the truly formidable individuals are not solely those who enjoy the emperor's favor, but those who can also quickly regain their composure. Such individuals, even when plunged into despair, find it but a temporary state. In an instant, Anshan's regard for Lin Xuanyan deepened, and he respectfully replied, His Majesty has decreed that you are to dine at Tianzhou Pavilion this evening. Lin Xuanyan's eyes gleamed with delight. Really? The words slipped from her lips before she realized her breach of decorum, and she hurriedly knelt in gratitude. It was evident to all that she was overwhelmed with joy. Anshan gazed upon Lin Xuanyan and could not help but wonder if she would leap with joy had he not been present. After expressing her gratitude, Lin Xuanyan hurriedly inquired of Anshan, "Esteemed eunuch, does His Majesty have any preferred dishes? I wish to prepare in advance." As someone who had accompanied the emperor since childhood, Anshan was well aware of His Majesty's tastes. However, such knowledge was not to be divulged to others. With a gentle smile, Anshan shook his head. "His Majesty does not have any particular culinary favorites. Lady Lin, it is best that you prepare accordingly. If there are no further matters for the young master, I shall return to report." Once Anshan took his leave, the trio surrounding Tian Zhao Xie approached to offer their congratulations. The emperor would be dining soon. With a bit of effort, perhaps he might even stay the night. However, the emperor's arrival meant that one could not afford to be idle this afternoon. Whether the dishes would please His Majesty's palate was a trivial concern, for a simple command in the imperial kitchen would ensure a variety of dishes were presented, ultimately catering to the emperor's preferences. For Lin Xuanyan, the most arduous task remained her bathing and changing of attire, as this burden rested squarely upon her shoulders. Ji Lu and the others hastily concluded their midday meal and quickly resumed their tasks. A busyness tinged with both pain and joy, their delighted expressions impossible to conceal. Upon returning to report, Anshan wore a beaming countenance as well. After all, Lin Xuanyan was in high spirits, which would make it easier for him to relay the news to the emperor. Were Lin Xuanyan to wear a frown, he would be left pondering how best to convey the information to lighten His Majesty's mood. When Anqing returned to Qi Zhao's side, the latter had already finished his lunch and was preparing for an afternoon nap. Initially, he had planned to visit personally, but the emperor could not indulge in such whims. Lin Xuanyan was displeased due to Lin Handong, and he could not simply ignore the face of the beloved concubine. Thus, he reluctantly sent Anqing in his stead, intending to visit later in the evening. "Your Majesty," Anqing said with a cheerful demeanor, "the esteemed lady appears to be in excellent spirits, especially upon hearing that His Majesty will be dining at Tian Zhao tonight." Qi Zhao exhaled in relief, although he intended to comfort her in the evening. Who would not prefer the company of someone who greets them with a smile? With his mind at ease, Qi Zhao settled into his afternoon rest, eagerly anticipating an intimate evening with the enchanting beauty. Yet, news within the imperial harem traveled swiftly. Lin Handong, while amusing the eldest prince, received word of the emperor's visit to Tian Zhao that evening. It was only natural for His Majesty to shower affection upon a newly favored beauty. Lin Handong entrusted the eldest prince to the nurse and waved away the attendants. However, the maidservant Fan Shi, who had accompanied her from the Marquis's residence, frowned and cautioned. "Your Highness, Madame Lin has sent word stating that Lin Xuanyan is no simple character. You must act swiftly to eliminate her." Lin Handong turned her gaze towards Fan Shi, her amber-hued eyes glinting ominously in the sunlight. Fixated on Fan Shi, she held an unsettling intensity. Fan Shi, unable to meet Lin Handong's piercing gaze, quickly lowered her head but persisted in her counsel. "A woman raised in the countryside who has managed to gain the emperor's favor demonstrates remarkable cunning. Your Highness cannot afford to lower your guard." "I have mentioned before," Lin Handong replied, turning her attention to the lush greenery outside, her tone calm. "Has my guard truly been lowered?" Previously witnessing Lin Xuanyan's hasty retreat, Lin Handong could not suppress a disdainful smile, deeming her sister unworthy of the grand stage. However, Lin Handong approached everyone with a measure of caution, a principle she upheld in her dealings. Moreover, the palace was a crucible of character. Those who could not master their emotions today would soon learn to navigate the intricacies of court life. Lin Xuanyan naturally stood in opposition to her, and thus, Lin Handong would not easily lower her guard. There were countless instances of seemingly inconspicuous individuals causing one's downfall. "Fan Shi, your audacity has grown remarkably. You even dare to aspire to my position," Lin Handong remarked with an air of indifference. Yet her words sent a chill through Fan Shi, who promptly fell to her knees. The sound of her knees striking the stone floor was enough to make one wince. Yet Fan Shi appeared oblivious, her pallor evident as she stammered, "Your Highness, it is I who has overstepped my bounds." Before Fan Shi could complete her apology, Lin Xuanyan coolly interrupted. "Our bond, forged through childhood companionship, spares you from punishment this time. Depart and reflect deeply. Return only when you have come to your senses." With that pronouncement, Fan Shi collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though she had received a harsher sentence than punishment itself. The euphemism of reflection masked a grim reality. She had been effectively cast into the cold palace, her future reemergence dependent on her mistress's whims. Fan Shi could only hope that their past camaraderie would inspire Lin Xuanyan to summon her back to service sooner rather than later. Otherwise, this palace was rife with those who thrived on elevating themselves by stepping on others. Chapter 43. The Master, did you not mention wanting to visit Lady Lin earlier? Shall we go a bit later? Pei-er, the maid of Tao Baolin, tentatively inquired. Tao Baolin frowned disapprovingly and shook her head. His Majesty will go in the evening. What need have I to follow? To compete for His Majesty's affection? Pei-er, exasperated, retorted sharply, Master, are you truly content to live a life of obscurity within the palace? After a brief pause, she pointed to the uneaten dishes on the table. Fortunately, the weather is warm. Otherwise, you would be relegated to cold meals every day. You are the master, yet even the servants dare to trample upon you. After a moment of silence, Tao Baolin replied, "It is not the warm weather that prevents my meal from being cold, but rather that Lady Lin has arrived and the kitchen attendants brought my food along with hers." Pei-er was incensed. She had toiled elsewhere for years, saving her hard-earned coins to secure a position in the service of a palace consort, expecting to bask in her patron's glory. Yet, this master showed no inclination to vie for favor. It would have been better to remain in her previous position, where perhaps she could have eventually ascended to a more prominent role. However, now that she had entered the half-dream pavilion, her fate was inexorably tied to Tao Baolin. Pei-er genuinely could not comprehend how simply sitting idle in the palace could summon the emperor's attention. At last, a favored figure appeared in the neglected Ningxin Hall. Yet she did not even plot for her own benefit. Compared to Tan, at least that individual frequently frequented the Imperial gardens, hoping for a chance encounter with His Majesty, who might one day take notice. Over the past 2 years, Pei-er had argued with Tao Baolin countless times over the issue of favor, but ultimately as a servant. Her options were limited. She could only express her frustration. "You, my dear master, seem destined to be known as Baolin for all your days." Tao Baolin remained silent, picking up a nearby sewing basket to continue the embroidery she had left unfinished in the morning. She had contemplated the overwhelming favor bestowed upon Lin Xuanyan. Yet, as Pei-er suggested, confronting her directly would likely lead to unfavorable outcomes. It would be wiser to cultivate a friendship with Lin Xuanyan, thus earning the respect of other palace attendants. Of course, if Pei-er were to learn of Tao Baolin's thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff at her. Listening to the commotion outside, Pei-er secretly resolved to take action. As time passed, night gradually descended. The eunuchs guarding Ningxin Hall announced, "The emperor has arrived." Upon seeing the bright yellow robe of Qi Chas appear before him, the attendant at Tianzhou Pavilion swiftly echoed the announcement. The calls of announcement brought a spark of excitement to Lin Xuanyan, who hastily led Ji Lu and another companion out of the main hall. The evening breeze gently stirred Lin Xuanyan's hair as she stood at the entrance, gazing out. When she spotted him, her smile deepened, as if she might rush forward and embrace him at any moment. However, bound by decorum, she suppressed her impulses and performed a graceful bow. Yet as the emperor, Qi Chas was not always bound by palace rules. He quickly stepped forward to support her and drew her into his embrace. Today, Xian was resplendent in her beauty. Lin Xuanyan, feeling bashful, lowered her head and subtly placed her hand over Qi Zhaoca's arm, which was wrapped around her waist. Yet, she protested softly, "There are still many people watching." Qi Zhaoca immediately cast a glance at all the attendants present, then turned back to Lin Xuanyan, lifting her chin playfully and teasingly said, "Who dares to look?" Lin Xuanyan had no intention of pushing him away. Instead, she playfully punched his chest with her delicate fist and allowed him to lead her into the room. According to custom, when the emperor dined, the concubines were required to serve him. The trivial task of arranging the dishes was left to the servants. "You shall dine with me," Qi Zhaozi insisted, gently restraining Lin Xuanyan from rising and seating her beside him. Lin Xuanyan did not resist, her eyes sparkling with affection as she sat comfortably next to him. Ji Lu and Ji Xing exchanged knowing glances, both filled with identical delight. Although they occasionally received imperial gifts, nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. After exchanging a few playful words with the beauty in his embrace, Qi Zhaozi's gaze wandered to the lavish spread before them, his brow arching in surprise. There were delicacies from the sky and the sea, mild and spicy, sweet and bitter. Truly, it was a feast for the senses. Qi Zhaozi mused that had the table allowed for more, it could have held even greater abundance. "Shinner, do you usually consume such a feast?" Qi Zhaozi teased, glancing at Lin Xuanyan. "And yet you're not fat." Lin Xuanyan, sensitive to tickles, erupted into laughter from his playful pokes at her waist, prompting Qi Zhaozi to continue his antics. It wasn't until she collapsed into his arms, playfully grasping his hand, that he ceased his childish behavior. Her delicate fingers pressed against his robust palm, and he instinctively captured her hand, bringing it to his lips for a few gentle pecks. "Your Majesty," Lin Xuanyan exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed in mock indignation, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Qi Zhaozi released her hand and gazed down at her petite, cherry-red lips, a fleeting desire to kiss her blossoming in his heart. However, considering the table laden with food, he realized that further playful mischief might jeopardize their meal. He adjusted her posture, pulling her closer, and pointed at the dishes, asking, "Shinner, how is it that you can eat so much and remain so slender?" The blush on Lin Xuanyan's face faded slightly as she heard his inquiry. She pouted and shot him a glare, declaring, "It is because you are coming, and I did not know what you like to eat. So, I specially ordered the kitchen to prepare a variety of dishes." What Lin Xuanyan did not realize was that her feigned anger lacked any real intimidation. Coupled with the laughter from moments ago, her eyes, glistening with mirth, made her glare seem more like a flirtatious glance that stirred Qi Zhaozi's desires. Suppressing his inner urges, Qi Zhaozi's voice became slightly husky as he looked down at Lin Xuanyan, whose eyes were as deep as the ocean, capable of drowning one in their allure. Lin Xuanyan found herself momentarily entranced, but quickly shook off her thoughts, conceding that the emperor indeed possessed a fine exterior, nearly ensnaring her instead. However, Lin Xuanyan did not hastily avert her captivated gaze. Instead, she lingered for a moment before feigning a return to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson. She quickly turned her attention to the dishes on the table, saying, "Your Majesty, let us dine swiftly, lest the food grows cold." Yet, Qi Zhaozi had no intention of letting her off so easily. He leaned closer to Lin Xuanyan's ear, so near that she could feel the gentle brush of his eyelashes against her cheek. "Time is fleeting. Does Xuanyan not feel the urgency?" Qi Zhaozi whispered, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he observed Lin Xuanyan's face nearly ablaze. In her heart, Lin Xuanyan could not help but marvel at his youthful charm and the myriad of flirtations he employed. A competitive spirit ignited within her. She yearned to engage Qi Zhaozi in a contest of wits to see whose flirtation was more refined. Yet, given her current circumstances, she could only maintain a facade of innocence, sitting rigidly in her chair while burying her face in a bowl of rice. Though her mouth was occupied with food, her thoughts were far more provocative. Chapter 44. Calligraphy and paintings. As the night deepened, the entire palace was enveloped in a shroud of darkness, with only a few flickering lights illuminating the halls. Qi Chaokai refrained from further disturbances, finally enjoying a peaceful dinner. Lin Xuanyan was not idle. With her years of keen observation, she had gleaned Qi Chaotsai's preferences throughout the meal. He favored dishes that were light and sweet, enjoyed meat, and had a habit of starting with a bowl of soup. As the saying goes, a full stomach stirs desires. After a satisfying meal, Qi Chaokai took the beauty by the waist and led her towards a chamber. However, Lin Xuanyan was not inclined to retire to bed so soon. The allure of beauty was ultimately a lesser strategy. Winning the heart was paramount. Once they entered the chambers, with only the two of them present, Lin Xuanyan promptly altered her address. As she guided him towards the writing desk, she turned back with a smile, saying, "Qi Lang, you have finally come to visit me again. This time, you must teach me to paint properly." At that moment, Qi Chaokai noticed the painting titled Flowers, Stones, Grasses, and Insects hanging beside the desk, and his heart stirred. Although this piece was not crafted by a renowned master, it was one of his cherished artworks, and seeing it valued by another filled him with joy. Lin Xuanyan was oblivious to Qi Chaocai's reaction to the painting. Even had she known, her greatest response would likely have been to commend herself for her good taste. In terms of details, Lin Xuanyan was always meticulous. While she was busy organizing the Buddhist scripture she had copied on the desk, Qi Chaokai, having finished admiring the painting, glanced down and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Why have you copied so many Buddhist texts?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuanyan replied, "It is a gift I intend to present to the Empress." As she spoke, she neatly arranged the scrolls, preparing to set them aside when Qi Chaokai reached out, drew one of the copied scriptures, and unfolded it. He had seen Lin Xuanyan's handwriting before and knew it to be quite elegant, a refined small script inherited from Lady Wei. However, Qi Chaokai could not shake the feeling that her current script bore an even greater sincerity. The first time she wrote was merely to communicate a few words to a maid. The second instance was more audacious. Written on the back of a painting that he had forcibly taken from her, clearly directed at him. Recalling the painting he had brought during their previous encounter, Qi Chaokai had found it rather pleasing at the time. Yet, compared to the script in his hands now, it was as if they belonged to vastly different realms. Xuanyan's gift for the Empress is indeed crafted with great thought, he muttered through clenched teeth. Lin Xuanyan, however, seemed oblivious, nodding as if it were entirely justified. "The Empress has bestowed upon me a precious jade bracelet. I possess little else of value, and my only worthy possession is my handwriting. Thus, I thought to transcribe these Buddhist scriptures as a token of my heartfelt intentions. Is the gift I presented to you not precious?" At this point, even Lin Xuanyan, usually slow on the uptake, sensed something amiss. She swiftly turned to face Qi Chaokai, only to see his expression darkened, as if he were suppressing a surge of anger. Without delay, Lin Xuanyan wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her face against his chest, gazing up at him with an ingratiating smile. "What you have given me, Qi Lang, is undoubtedly the most precious of all." With that, she nuzzled against his chest, the implication of her playful demeanor unmistakable. Qi Chao's demeanor was but a facade. He was not genuinely vexed. At that moment, Lin Xuanyan's playful antics nearly caused him to lose his composure. Coughing lightly to mask the smile tugging at his lips, he raised a finger to gently press against her forehead, pushing her away. He then lowered his hand, adopting an expression of displeasure. If the gifts he bestowed were indeed the most precious, why was the calligraphy meant for the Empress, while he received a painting that required further practice? Initially startled when Qi Chao pushed her away, Lin Xuanyan soon grasped the underlying meaning of his words. The more he distanced himself, the more determined she became to draw near. With a haughty tilt of her chin, she teased, "So your Majesty is feeling a touch envious?" Her expression radiated a sense of triumph, akin to a mouse that has fallen into a rice bin. Qi Chao was taken aback by how swiftly his secret had been uncovered. Frowning deeply, he retorted sharply, "Nonsense." Yet, Lin Xuanyan could see through the fierce facade to the embarrassment beneath. Unperturbed, she swiftly leaned in and pecked him on the lips. In that moment of surprise, she nestled against his chest, stifling a laugh. Amidst the flickering candlelight, Qi Chao looked down at the enchanting figure in his embrace. The warm golden glow lingered on her luscious lips, and suddenly, he found himself devoid of the urge to tease her further. He leaned down to savor the sweetness of her kiss, and upon parting, his smile transformed dramatically. In a buoyant mood, he began to play with the strands of hair cascading over Lin Xuanyan's shoulders. "Why, my dear Xuanyan, have you not inquired why I received a painting?" he mused. "Surely, as a token of gratitude, it should reflect one's finest skill." To his surprise, Lin Xuanyan turned her back to him, saying, "I thought your Majesty would prefer the paintings I created, considering you have taken one from me." She continued, lowering her voice moreover. I would not hesitate to gift you beautiful artwork. However, while proficiency in calligraphy can be attained through diligent practice, painting is not solely reliant on self-teaching. As she spoke, her tone gradually softened, revealing a hint of sorrow. I am but a simple maidservant and not one gifted with innate talent. Although her voice remained steady, it was clear to all that she was disheartened. Chicha's thoughts drifted to Lin Handong, Lin Xuanyan's legitimate elder sister. By rights, Lin Xuanyan, as the daughter of the primary wife, should hold a higher status than Lin Handong, whose mother was a concubine. Yet, Lin Xuanyan had grown up in the countryside, merely bearing the title of a noble daughter from the Marquis of Wu'an's household. In contrast, Lin Handong had already earned acclaim for her beauty and talent. But the current empress contended for those very titles, preventing her from claiming the foremost position. With a sigh deep within, Chichas embraced Lin Xuanyan from behind, murmuring, "My dear Xuanyan, your art has been guided by my hand. How could I not cherish it? I merely wish to receive another piece of your calligraphy." He concealed the twinge of sympathy swelling within him, allowing only his discontent to surface. Hearing Chichas' words, Lin Xuanyan regained her composure, letting out a discontented hum. The emperor has a knack for intimidation. If he desires a note from me, he could simply articulate his request. However, as Lin Xuanyan turned in Chichas' embrace, a charming smile graced her face. Might the note intended for His Majesty be delayed? I have already made a promise to the empress, and it would be unseemly to postpone for too long. Chichas averted his gaze, deliberately ignoring her. Lin Xuanyan grasped his hand and playfully shook it, her voice sweetly coaxing, "Oh, please, your majesty." Ultimately, Chichas conceded, "Very well, but I do not wish for merely a solitary note. It must be accompanied by a painting. If it is not to my liking, do not present it to me." Lin Xuanyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your majesty." Chichas raised an eyebrow, not pleased. "It seems that Xuanyan no longer requires my guidance in painting." Quickly, Lin Xuanyan moved closer, playfully teasing until, unbeknownst to them, she found herself reclining on the bed. The curtains fell, soft moans began to rise, and garments fluttered to the floor like delicate butterflies. In the fleeting embrace of spring's night, Lin Xuanyan, caught between dreams and reality, heard the man above her murmur softly, "Whenever I have the time, I shall come to instruct Xuanyan in her painting." Chapter 45. The jade token of Xi. The summer heat arrived abruptly and fiercely. In just one night, the once refreshing morning breeze transformed into an oppressive warmth. Lin Xuanyan, feeling the sheets beside her now at room temperature, realized that Chichas had once again left for court at the break of dawn. A sigh escaped her lips, perhaps a consequence of being surrounded by 3,000 beauties. "Xi Lu," Lin Xuanyan called out. Xi Lu, who had been waiting in the adjoining room for quite some time, promptly entered upon hearing her name. Her face flushed crimson upon seeing the scattered garments throughout the room. Although she had listened to the events of the previous night, nothing could compare to the shock of witnessing the aftermath firsthand. Yet, the innocent Xi Lu could not fathom that the disarrayed clothing was the least of her worries. Leaning against the headboard, Lin Xuanyan, wrapped in her quilt, bore the telltale blushes from her neck to her collarbone, leaving her too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze. In contrast, Lin Xuanyan appeared far more composed. She had weathered such situations countless times before and had long since thickened her skin. Moreover, with Xi Lu's head bowed low, Lin Xuanyan felt no need to feign shyness. Instead, she cleared her throat twice, requesting Xi Lu to fetch her a set of clothing. Declining Xi Lu's assistance, Lin Xuanyan dressed herself, fearing that Xi Lu might mistakenly tie her sash incorrectly while distracted. After completing her morning routine and breakfast, Lin Xuanyan led Xi Lu back to the inner chamber. After such extensive nurturing, combined with Xi Lu's earlier words regarding Xi Xing, Lin Xuanyan felt it was time to allow Xi Lu to advance further in her trust. "Xi Lu, do you find Xi Xing and her companion trustworthy?" Lin Xuanyan leaned back against the soft couch, fanning herself leisurely. Xi Lu pondered deeply, taking her time to respond. She understood her mistress's character. It was better to deliberate than to provide a vague answer. However, she did not keep Lin Xuanyan waiting long. Raising her gaze to meet Lin Xuanyan's, she declared, "Mistress, I believe Ji Xing is indeed trustworthy. As women, we share many common topics. Over these past few days, I have learned much about her past and her family situation outside the palace. Lin Xuanyan nodded in agreement with Ji Lu's assessment, but raised an eyebrow as she inquired, "What about Ji Shan? Is he not trustworthy?" Ji Lu hesitated before shaking her head. She felt uncertain regarding Ji Shan. "Please elaborate." Ji Shan is not like Ji Xing. His nature is quite slippery, and he has several acquaintances within the palace. I cannot ascertain whether he has connections with others. Ji Lu's response plunged Lin Xuanyan into contemplation. From her observations over the past few days, Ji Xing indeed possessed a more straightforward disposition. A little sweetness could easily secure her loyalty. However, Ji Shan's slippery nature might not be entirely detrimental. If utilized wisely, he could prove to be a valuable aid. Yet, Ji Lu's concerns were not unfounded. He could very well be a pawn sent from another palace. Soon, Lin Xuanyan concluded her reflections. One should not doubt those they employ, and those whose loyalty is uncertain, no matter their potential value, should not be utilized. She lifted her gaze to Ji Lu, whose anxious expression lingered after her response. Offering a few comforting words, Lin Xuanyan instructed, "Go summon Ji Xing. I have matters to discuss with both of you. We must not allow Ji Shan to perceive anything amiss." With a gentle smile, she added, "Let us proceed cautiously." As the conversation concluded, Ji Lu's anxiety deepened, for Lin Xuanyan's words undoubtedly indicated that her response had led to the current directive. However, Lin Xuanyan offered no further explanation, leaving Ji Lu to suppress her unease, bow respectfully, and take her leave. Shortly thereafter, Ji Lu entered with Ji Xing. Unaware of the prior discussion between Lin Xuanyan and Ji Lu, Ji Xing cheerfully followed Ji Lu in greeting. Her bright eyes sparkled as she looked toward Lin Xuanyan, curious about her master's instructions. With a beaming smile, Ji Lu's demeanor led Ji Xing to believe there was delightful news to share. Ji Xing approached, and Lin Xuanyan beckoned her over. As Ji Xing squatted before Lin Xuanyan's couch, Lin Xuanyan affectionately ruffled her hair and produced a small jade token from her sleeve. Before Ji Xing could decline, Lin Xuanyan remarked, "I had 4 maidservants at home, each possessing a similar jade token, and today I bestow one upon you." Though Ji Xing was of a simple nature, having spent 6 or 7 years in the palace, she grasped the implications of Lin Xuanyan's words. This token signified Lin Xuanyan's trust in her. Upon arriving at Tianjiaoxia, Ji Xing felt both elated at being freed from her previous menial tasks and apprehensive about whether her new mistress would be difficult to serve. However, the kindness displayed on her first day left her grateful for her fortunate circumstances. Each subsequent day made her wonder if she had burned incense in her past life, allowing her to encounter such a gentle and approachable mistress in this one. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuanyan, Ji Lu, or the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Ji Xing, the young maid merely gazed down at the jade token, rendered speechless. Lin Xuanyan remained patient, though Ji Lu grew anxious, unable to intervene. Her gaze fixed intently on Ji Xing's back, wishing she could embody Ji Xing to answer in her stead. Instead of a response, Ji Xing's tears began to fall, quickly soaking one corner of the soft couch. Lin Xuanyan lifted Ji Xing's chin with her fan, observing the young girl's tear-streaked face. Unable to suppress a smile, she wondered why Ji Xing cried so sorrowfully if she were unwilling. Yet Ji Xing's demeanor spoke volumes about her feelings, prompting Lin Xuanyan to tease with contrary words. "I'm willing," Ji Xing interjected, then realized her voice had been too loud, lowering her tone to repeat, "I am willing, my lady." After speaking, Ji Xing hurriedly tucked the jade token into her bosom, fearful that someone might snatch it away. Lin Xuanyan, unable to resist, affectionately tousled Ji Xing's hair again, suddenly sighing, "Each of their jade tokens bears a character engraved upon it. It's a pity that I cannot have yours engraved at present. The Imperial Treasury handles palace jewelry, and engraving on the jade token is not a difficult task. However, given that I currently enjoy favor yet hold a low position, it would be inappropriate to seek a special request from the Treasury. Furthermore, Regarding Ji Xing as one of my own must be kept from Ji Shun. If Ji Shun were to feel neglected, it could drive him away. Yet Ji Xing clutched the jade token tightly, sniffing as she retorted, I believe this is already wonderful. I love it very much. Upon hearing this, even Ji Lu could not help but break into a smile. Lin Xuanyan lightly tapped Ji Xing's forehead and smiled, saying, the reason I summoned you today is not solely to present you with this jade token. Pausing for a moment, she continued, observing the anxious expressions of Ji Lu and Ji Xing. I have other matters to entrust to you. Please, milady, give your instructions. Ji Lu and Ji Xing replied in unison. Having been in the palace for over a month, Lin Xuanyan was only acquainted with a number of court ladies and their respective quarters. As for their appearances, she only recognized them all during her last visit to pay respects to the empress. Yet to merely survive amidst a throng of women with such scant knowledge, how could that be sufficient? Chapter 46. News of Ji Xing, do not be alarmed. It is merely a trivial matter, Lin Xuanyan chuckled lightly. However, Ji Lu and Ji Xing maintained their solemn expressions. With a hint of exasperation, Lin Xuanyan adopted a serious tone. I require you both to be observant and attentive while traversing the palace. I seek to ascertain what transpires daily among the other consorts, and if there are any peculiarities. The consorts often spent their days idly within the palace. In contrast to the palace maids, particularly those serving lower-ranked concubines, who had countless tasks and frequently moved between the various halls. Lin Xuanyan elaborated on her request to the two. We understand, mistress, they replied in unison. Then Ji Xing displayed a moment of hesitation, seemingly deliberating whether to voice her thoughts. Observing this, Lin Xuanyan gently tapped her head with her fan, knowing that Ji Xing, having served in the palace for many years, must possess knowledge beyond her own. I have indeed heard some rumors, though I am uncertain if your family has shared any with you while you were at home, Ji Xing admitted, pausing to offer Lin Xuanyan a smile, albeit with a furrowed brow, as if to say she feared her words would only waste the mistress's time. This subject irked Lin Xuanyan. Prior to entering the palace, her nominal father, Lin Yunfei, had provided her with a list of the harem's occupants, but nothing more. How dare he ask her to whisper sweet nothings to the emperor? He might as well be chasing a dream. Yet, Lin Xuanyan concealed her displeasure and replied, it is nothing. Speak freely. Different perspectives exist on various matters. Ji Xing gathered her thoughts and continued. The consorts place great importance not only on the emperor, but also on the heir. However, before the grand prince of the noble consort, there were others in the palace who had also been with child. I am unsure if you are aware, but the empress was once pregnant when His Majesty ascended the throne. However, the news was only known after she suffered a miscarriage, and thus it was never made public. Lin Xuanyan had heard whispers of this in her previous life, noting that the empress's early miscarriage had led to her frail health, resulting in years of struggle to bear a weak princess. Lin Xuanyan listened intently, allowing Ji Xing to continue uninterrupted. Furthermore, Ji Xing lowered her voice abruptly. It is rumored that Yang Kaijin of Iha Hall once gave birth to a prince while at the crown prince's residence. She bore prince? Lin Xuanyan furrowed her brow. This was indeed distinct from a miscarriage, as it indicated a full-term birth of a male infant. Yet, with Lin Hondong's son as the eldest, it was likely that this young prince did not survive. In the next moment, Ji Xing's words confirmed Lin Xuanyan's suspicions. It is said that the young prince was in poor health at birth and did not survive past his first month. Hence, he was never presented on the jade tablet. Ji Xing scratched her face, adding, I have only heard this as gossip. I cannot ascertain its truth. If it is true, then it merely illustrates the heartlessness of the royal family, Lin Xuanyan pondered. After all, she too was a woman who had borne children, yet her status was no different from that of a mere maid. Perhaps this was the lamentable fate of women of low birth. Yang Kaijin, originally a palace maid, had been bestowed upon Qi Chas by the Empress Dowager as a concubine. She was nothing more than a vessel for bearing children, and with her child's demise, what merit was there to invest in her? However, Lin Xuan's heart felt inexplicably heavy, perhaps pondering the destined path that awaited her a year hence. She gently closed her eyes and murmured, Is there anything else? Please continue. The subsequent words from Ji Xing made her hesitate, yet she gritted her teeth and spoke. Prior to your arrival, the most favored in the palace were concubine Lin, concubine Ku, and beauty Yi. The emperor likely spends over 10 days each month in the harem, predominantly in the elegant lawn palace of the concubine, followed by visits to beauty Yi and concubine Ku, with occasional trips to other residences. Without Ji Xing's prompting, Lin Xuanyan had already surmised much of this. Concubine Lin, beauty Yi, and concubine Ku. I have had some interactions with them. What the other imperial consorts? Do you possess any insights regarding them? Lin Xuanyan paused, adding, regarding concubine Lin and the others, I would also appreciate your opinions. Aside from Lin Xuanyan herself, there were 12 imperial consorts in the palace. However, aside from the empress and the aforementioned 3, she knew little more than their names and faces. Yet, understanding a person's visage does not equate to knowing their heart. During her initial days in the palace, Lin Xuanyan had barely glimpsed their true natures. Ji Xing nodded, beginning without hesitation. The empress is renowned for her gentle and generous demeanor, and she handles matters with fairness. As for the concubine, she is indeed exceptionally beautiful. Upon uttering this, Ji Xing offered a flattering smile towards Lin Xuanyan, adding, but in my heart, the most beautiful remains you, my lady. Such flattery. Lin Xuanyan feigned annoyance, lightly tapping Ji Xing's head with her fan, though without any real force. Ji Xing, clutching her head, showed no sign of pain, instead grinning foolishly, prompting Lin Xuanyan and Ji Lu to stifle their laughter behind their hands. Enough, Lin Xuanyan finally declared. Ji Xing, please continue. Ji Xing nodded, her expression turning serious again. The concubine is also widely praised within the palace and possesses a kind and generous nature. Many of the palace maids enjoy running errands for her. At this point, Ji Xing couldn't suppress a smile, but then her expression faltered slightly, remembering. I was fortunate enough to run an errand for the concubine once and was rewarded with a golden melon seed. In that moment, Ji Xing felt like slapping herself. It was evident that her lady held no fondness for the concubine. Why had she chosen to extol her virtues? Was she not merely inviting displeasure? Yet, contrary to Ji Xing's assumptions, Lin Xuanyan was not as irked as she had anticipated. The fact that Lin Handong could bear the only heir in the palace and receive acclaim from all was indicative of her capabilities. Contemplating this, Lin Xuanyan let out a cold laugh, realizing how deeply she had inherited her mother's cunning. Kindness and generosity were mere prerequisites for a mother of the nation. What Lin Handong desired was hardly a mystery. Ji Xing, mistaking Lin Xuanyan's cold laughter for discontent with her statements, fell silent in fear. It was Ji Lu who spoke first. My lady, Ji Xing meant no harm. Please do not let her words disturb your peace. Lin Xuanyan then turned her gaze to the two, her brow slightly furrowed, appearing to bear a heavy burden, before bursting into laughter. I'm not angry with you. I was merely lost in my thoughts. She then looked at Ji Xing and gently said, You have articulated your feelings splendidly. I require you to express your most authentic sentiments fully. Indeed, what Lin Xuanyan has said rings true. The servant relaxed a bit and continued. I have not had much opportunity to encounter the noble consort. My knowledge of her is solely derived from hearsay. As for consort Shu, my understanding of her is limited, as news from Wanyang Palace is seldom disseminated. Consort Shu rarely ventures out, aside from paying her respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. As for concubine Ku, I believe you are somewhat acquainted with her. She is quite a haughty individual, often heard reprimanding her servants. Below concubine Ku is Lady Lu, who, upon her entrance to the palace, enjoyed the emperor's favor immensely. However, for reasons unknown, she has since fallen out of favor and, like consort Shu, seldom leaves the palace grounds. Chapter 47. Summer's agreement yesterday. During the court's greetings, Lady L sat beside consort Shu, accompanied by Lady Yang behind them. The demeanor of the three was rather aloof, rendering them conspicuously out of place amidst the lively court. Following them was Lady Yi, who had garnered the emperor's favor through her connection with the imperial concubine. Although Lady Yi was not as willful as concubine Ku, she frequently mistreated her servants. Next was Lady Yang, who was rumored to have borne an imperial heir, yet it was said that she had fallen out of favor, with her last night of service to the emperor being nearly a year ago. Additionally, There was Lady Run, residing in the Jinhua Hall, whose presence was only known to the servants, as the emperor would occasionally summon her. Other details remained unclear. Zhuo Changzai, of similar origins as Lady Yang, had received the same imperial favor when the emperor was still a prince, and both had experienced the same decline in fortune, as the emperor had not visited the Iha Hall in half a year. Besides Zhuo Changzai, there was also Lady Ran, whom the emperor would occasionally summon as well. Then there was Tao Baolin, who shared a hall with Lin Xuanyan. Zhixing knew little about her, but like Lin Xuanyan, she had recently discovered that Tao Baolin possessed a timid disposition. Lastly was Summer's agreement, about whom Zhixing was also not well informed. After all, the lower one's rank, the less attention one garnered in the palace. It is merely human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm. Lin Xuanyan nodded, rising to pour herself a cup of tea. Her throat parched. Zhixing shook her head, but, feeling the honesty of her body, approached the table to pour herself a cup, drinking eagerly. She then filled another cup for Lin Xuanyan. My lady should also drink tea. Lin Xuanyan took a sip out of courtesy, setting the cup aside as she looked at Zhixing. The information Zhixing had provided was far from sufficient. She craved more insights. Let me pose a simple question. What is the reason behind Lady L's inexplicable loss of favor? I wish to avoid any further bewildering occurrences of which I am unaware. Ji Lu and the others responded in unison. Very well, you may leave now. Lin Xuanyan waved her hand dismissively. As they were departing, Zhixing cautiously approached the door and spoke. My lady, what of Zhishan? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanyan, who had been reclining with her eyes closed, opened them sharply. Casting a piercing gaze at Zhixing felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, causing her to kneel immediately, the sound echoing painfully. My lady, I spoke out of turn. I humbly request your punishment. Ji Lu hastily followed suit, kneeling as well, but did not plead for Zhixing. Lin Xuanyan regarded Zhixing's bowed head for a long moment before speaking indifferently. Considering this is your first offense, I shall refrain from punishment. However, I have yet to place my trust in Zhishan. You may consult Ji Lu about that. Remember, know what to say and what to withhold. I detest those who cannot keep secrets. Upon finishing her words, Zhixing quickly prostrated herself, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your grace, my lady. I will remember. Ji Lu echoed her sentiment. I will remember. Lin Xuanyan responded with a faint acknowledgement before closing her eyes once more to rest. Ji Lu and Zhixing remained kneeling for a while, noting that Lin Xuanyan showed no signs of movement. Finally, they exchanged glances and quietly exited the room. However, once the two departed, Lin Xuanyan turned over in frustration. Although she had gleaned some information from Zhixing, it was far from sufficient. If possible, she would wish to eradicate the calamity of witchcraft from her past life entirely. Lin Xuanyan harbored a desire to ensure that Lin Han Dong and the others would never rise again. Yet she was marked by the insignia of the Marquis of Wu'an, having been born into that family. The downfall of the Marquis of Wu'an was inevitable. Even if Lin Xuanyan could survive by virtue of the emperor's favor, what hardships lay ahead for her? Do we not see that those in high positions now are all from illustrious families? Lin Xuanyan rubbed her temples, finding no solace in rest. Just as she intended to rise and transcribe Buddhist scriptures to quiet her mind, she heard Zhixing announcing from outside, My lady, Tao Baolin and Xiada Ying have arrived. Just as she had mentioned the two, they appeared as if summoned by fate. Lin Xuanyan called out, Please have the two sisters wait outside for a moment. I shall change my attire and join you shortly. Yes, Zhixing responded and departed, while Ji Lu entered to assist Lin Xuanyan with her change of clothes. Moments later, clad in an elegant blue palace gown that flowed gracefully, Lin Xuanyan emerged, holding a palace feather fan. Xiada Ying, with keen eyes, immediately spotted her and stepped forward to bow, saying, I pay my respects to Lady Lin. Though Tao Baolin was a fraction slower, she too bowed in greeting. Lin Xuanyan smiled gently, bidding them to rise. What brings you two sisters to Tianjiaoxia today? It is I who wish to come, Xiada Ying replied with a bright tone. After seeing Sister Lin yesterday, I felt as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Regrettably, I could not find the opportunity to converse with you. Therefore, I specifically requested Tao Jia to accompany me here. Xiao Ying's praise was both sincere and straightforward, leaving Lin Xuanyan momentarily speechless. Yet, she soon regained her composure, settling into her seat with the fan in hand. Thank you for your kind words, Sister Xia. Upon closer inspection today, I find your radiance surpasses that of yesterday. Xiao Ying added. Lin Xuanyan smiled, choosing not to respond to Xiao Ying's remarks, and instead turned her attention to the gently smiling Tao Baolin. I must thank you, Sister Tao, for yesterday's events. Oh, Tao Baolin exclaimed, taken aback, then quickly shook her head. No. I merely did what was expected of me. You need not thank me, sister. Xiao Ying's eyes darted, and she interjected, Sisters, I actually have something to discuss with you today. She continued, for the upcoming Lotus Appreciation Banquet in half a month, I would like to propose that we perform a program together. Upon hearing Xiao Ying's request, Lin Xuanyan internally rolled her eyes. The humiliation she had suffered at the hands of Kupin for lacking talent was still fresh from the previous day. And now this person wanted to collaborate with her in performance? Lin Xuanyan's expression immediately cooled, and she raised her teacup to mask her feelings. However, when she set the cup down, it struck the table with a dull thud, silencing the room. Whether Xiao Ying was truly oblivious or deliberately seeking to humiliate her, she was merely an unbacked concubine. Did she, a mere talent, truly need to bow to the whims of a concubine? Xiao Ying was about to speak when Tao Baolin hurriedly interrupted her. Sister Xia, you hold me in too high regard. I possess no remarkable talents and cannot be of assistance to you. It would be wiser for you to seek help from other sisters elsewhere. Although Tao Baolin did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. Lin Xuanyan would not perform either, urging Xiao Ying to find someone else. The two elder sisters listened as the younger one expressed her thoughts on the talent show she envisioned, proclaiming that it was quite simple and could be mastered with diligent practice in the days to come, ensuring it would pose no problem. Chapter 48. Even clay figurines have their temper this summer. Maiden appeared oblivious to the unspoken cues around her, unabashedly expressing her thoughts. She envisioned herself dancing while Lin Xuanyan sang, and Tao Baolin played the music. The music was simple, merely water in a cup struck with a metallic stick. As long as Tao Baolin remembered the sequence of taps, it would not pose much difficulty. However, upon hearing the proposal, Lin Xuanyan could not suppress the smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Did Summer truly perceive her as a naive girl unversed in the ways of the world? Following Summer's arrangement would clearly position her as a mere accompaniment to highlight Summer's graceful movements, despite the fact that she held a rank 1.5 levels above Summer. If she were to play such a role, it would undoubtedly attract unwelcome gossip long before the Lotus Appreciation Banquet concluded. Thus, as soon as Summer finished speaking, Lin Xuanyan openly scoffed, Summer, you certainly have a keen sense of strategy. After all, Lin Xuanyan had only recently entered the palace. If she failed to make an impression at the banquet, she would surely be the subject of whispers. Yet, Summer seemed oblivious, smiling lightly. Sister, you are merely considering my welfare. At this moment, Tao Baolin could no longer remain seated. She abruptly stood and bowed. Sister Lin, I have suddenly recalled some matters and shall take my leave. With that, she turned to Summer. Shall we depart together? Summer furrowed her brow slightly, but quickly smoothed her expression before anyone could notice her discontent, politely declining Tao Baolin's offer. Tao Baolin stood awkwardly in the hall, unsure of what to do. Summer had been brought by her, and now this predicament left her feeling embarrassed to remain in the Tianzhao Pavilion. However, if Summer did not leave, her own departure would serve no purpose. Lin Xuanyan, harboring a fondness for Tao Baolin, did not wish to see her humiliated. Just as she was about to suggest that the two ladies retreat, an announcement rang out from the palace doors. His Majesty has arrived. These 4 words resonated clearly within the hall, and Lin Xuanyan observed with clarity as a jubilant smile graced Summer's face. It seemed likely that the invitation to rehearse was merely a ruse. In truth, she sought to encounter the emperor, buoyed by his recent favor. My dear sisters, with His Majesty's arrival, I shall not keep you any longer, Lin Xuanyan remarked with a slight smile, unceremoniously ushering them out. She was not the primary consort, so what need had she for magnanimity? Securing the emperor's affections was the true strategy. Summer was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Lin Xuanyan's forthrightness, which deviated from her expectations of a palace consort. While Summer was stunned, Tao Baolin, whose wits were intact, wasted no time. She stepped forward to grasp Summer's arm, intending to drag her away. However, Summer was resolute in her refusal to leave. In a silent struggle, she ultimately found herself colliding directly with the emperor as he entered the Tianzhao pavilion. The humble concubine pays her respects to your majesty. May your majesty enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. Among the chorus of bows, Summer's voice stood out, sweet and captivating. Yet, Chichos quickly spotted Lin Xuanyan amidst the crowd, hastening to assist her to her feet, while dismissing the others with a casual wave of his hand. Be at ease. Not even a glance was bestowed upon Xia Dang. Lin Xuanyan was embraced by Qi Zhaozi as they entered, and from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Xia Dang, who was so enraged that she was gritting her teeth, which made her unable to suppress a chuckle. What has suddenly brought you such joy? Qi Zhaozi inquired with curiosity. By the time Lin Xuanyan replied, they had already moved some distance from the entrance. Yet her words did not escape the attentive ears of Xia Dang. His Majesty has arrived, and I'm simply elated. Her voice was soft, as if it could draw forth tears. Following this, the emperor uttered something, but Xia Dang could not discern it clearly, given the circumstances. She had no choice but to follow Tao Baolin. Upon returning to the half-dream pavilion with Tao Baolin, the moment Xia Dang stepped through the door, her expression shifted dramatically. Tao Baolin, what are you doing? Tao Baolin, usually averse to conflict, also changed her demeanor, about to speak when her maid, Ping'er, interjected. Yes, my lady. Why did you come out just now? His Majesty has arrived. A sharp sound echoed. Half-dream pavilion fell silent. All present stared at Tao Baolin, astonished that she had struck Ping'er. Sister Tao, Xia Dang swallowed hard, tentatively speaking. Yet Tao Baolin did not acknowledge her, calmly stating, the palace maid has failed in her duties, causing Xia Dang to witness this farce. We shall not retain Xia Dang today. Very well, then I shall take my leave. And next time, I will visit you again, sister, Xia Dang said as she hurriedly lifted her skirts and dashed away, as if pursued by some monstrous beast, her maid struggling to keep pace. When a usually gentle person becomes enraged, it can be more fearsome than those who are perpetually irate. Inside Half-Dream Pavilion, Ping'er was left stunned by Tao Baolin's slap. The force was not excessive, but the surprise was overwhelming. After a considerable while, as Tao Baolin retreated into her chamber, Ping'er sat down abruptly and wept loudly. Startled by the commotion, another servant, the young eunuch Bai Mu, hurried out, admonishing in a hushed tone, silence. His Majesty is nearby. Do you wish to disturb his tranquility? Ping'er sobbed quietly, but just as Bai Mu turned to re-enter, Ping'er's eyes glimmered with determination, and she began to wail even louder. This startled Tao Baolin inside, causing her to drop her cup, shattering it on the floor. Bai Mu, in a moment of exaggerated panic, rushed to cover Ping'er's mouth. Despite her attempts to resist, Bai Mu, being stronger, managed to drag her back into the room. Bai Mu threw Ping'er onto the floor, panting heavily, and gritted his teeth. If you wish to die, do so outside of Half-Dream Pavilion. Do not drag me and my mistress down with you. You're pathetic, just like your mistress. Ping'er retorted, her eyes red with indignation. With tempers flaring and words exchanged, Bai Mu locked the door behind him, leaving Ping'er to scream within the confines of the room. Given the distance from Tianzhao Pavilion and the door separating them, it was unlikely they would disturb the emperor, Bai Mu mused as he hurried back to Tao Baolin's side. As he reached the courtyard, he encountered Ji Lu, who had come to inquire about the earlier happenings at Tianzhao Pavilion. Chichos held Lin Xuanyan closely as they sat at the desk, engrossed in painting. Suddenly, a wailing cry pierced the air. Though distant and indistinct at first, the sound soon intensified, startling Lin Xuanyan so much that she lost grip of her brush, leaving an unsightly ink blot on her otherwise pristine artwork. Who goes there? Chichos furrowed his brow, calling for someone to investigate the source of the commotion. The duty fell to the chief eunuch, Anshan. Observing the situation, Lin Xuanyan hastily interjected, Let Zhilio go and take a look. There is no need to trouble Lord Anshan. Within the Ningxian Hall, apart from the Tianzhao Pavilion, only the half-dream pavilion remained, and Lin Xuanyan, with the acumen of her intellect, surmised that the cries were emanating from the half-dream pavilion. Given her knowledge of Tao Baolin's character, she was more than willing to lend a hand. Chichas harbored no particular preference for who attended to the matter. His only concern was the disruption of his tranquility. Lin Xuanyan swiftly signaled to Zhiliu, who comprehended the cue immediately and hurried off to investigate. Chapter 49. A return to the Emperor's embrace before long. Zhiliu returned with news. Your Majesty. It was a maid from Ban Mengxian who accidentally shattered a teacup and scalded herself, which is why she cried out. Qi Chao Su waved his hand dismissively. But Lin Xuanyan instructed, I recall there is some medicinal ointment in the storeroom that His Majesty bestowed. Zhiliu, please fetch a box for Ban Mengxian. Zhiliu complied and departed. Ah, how delightful, Qi Chao Su remarked, playfully pinching Lin Xuanyan's cheek. You're using my gifts to perform acts of kindness. Lin Xuanyan feigned turning to bite his hand, but Qi Chao Su deftly evaded her attempt. Pouting, she retorted, but you have already given it to me. Thus it is mine to bestow as I wish. Qi Chao Su couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. You are quite the eloquent one. I cannot contend with you. Lin Xuanyan, emboldened by her favor, replied, Indeed, I am in the right. Very well, my dear Xian, you are indeed correct. Let us continue our painting. The pair had barely completed half of their artwork when it was time for lunch. This time, Lin Xuanyan had early on instructed the kitchen to prepare dishes predominantly to the Emperor's taste. Upon seeing the array of exquisite dishes laid before him, all of which pleased his palate, Qi Chao Su looked at Lin Xuanyan in astonishment. Is there something on my face? Lin Xuanyan queried, touching her cheek in confusion. Qi Chao Su suddenly broke into a broad smile, approaching her to wipe her face, exclaiming, Indeed, there is ink on your cheek. There is no ink. That is merely an excuse Qi Chao Su used to mask his true feelings. The Imperial harem was not overly populated, consisting of 12 consorts. Apart from Lin Xuanyan, the most recent entrant had been with him for 3 years, yet only she discerned his preferences within a single meal. If her thoughts were not wholly devoted to him, how could she have perceived it so swiftly? Qi Chao Su gently guided Lin Xuanyan to sit at the dining table, her delicate hand warm and soft, mirroring the warmth and tenderness that blossomed in his heart. After finishing his lunch, he took a brief respite before returning to his study to attend to governmental affairs. Before departing, he reminded Lin Xuanyan, Tonight, I shall come to you. Once Qi Chao Su left, the atmosphere in Tianzhao Xia grew markedly sparse, as if a substantial presence had vacated the space. Zhi Xing could finally suppress her laughter no longer, her grin broad enough to reveal her molars. My lady, the Emperor will visit again tonight, but he has come for 2 consecutive nights. Is this truly worthy of such exuberance? Lin Xuanyan cast a sidelong glance at her, turning to enter the inner palace. Zhi Xing cheerfully followed, exclaiming, His Majesty typically visits the harem only 10 times a month. You have only just begun to serve him this month, and with tonight, it will be 3 times already. With that, she held up 3 fingers. Lin Xuanyan regarded the 3 fingers, finding it rather ironic. This was the plight of a woman confined within a limited realm, expending every effort for a mere fragment of a man's favor. She had only served him twice, yet others were already coveting her slight share of his affection, eagerly seeking serendipitous encounters. My lady, do you think His Majesty will summon you again tomorrow night? Zhi Xing inquired, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Xuanyan, in a moment of irritation, playfully flicked Zhi Xing's forehead with her finger. Tomorrow is the 15th. Have you forgotten? On the 1st and 15th days, the Emperor invariably retires to the Empress's palace. Aware of her slip, Zhi Xing chuckled sheepishly while covering her forehead. Very well. I shall be in my chamber, transcribing Buddhist scriptures for Her Majesty. Please refrain from disturbing me unless necessary, Lin Xuanyan instructed, returning to her diligent transcribing. With the duty of paying respects to the Empress tomorrow and the Dowager Empress the day after, Lin Xuanyan realized she had only completed a mere 10 pages of the scripture, while the entire volume comprised 40 pages. If time proved insufficient, she would have to burn the midnight oil tomorrow night while the emperor visited the Chanqiu Hall. After an hour transcribing, it was time for her bath and a change attire. Serving the emperor came with its own set of inconveniences. Preparations had to commence well in advance, particularly for bathing, which was non-negotiable. However, with the attendants around, Lin Xuanyan felt little inconvenience, save for her hair, which proved troublesome to dry. "Master, just now Tao Baolin arrived," said Ji Lu, her eyes lowered as she assisted Lin Xuanyan with her back. The white mist swirled within the closed chamber, some droplets clinging to Lin Xuanyan's long lashes. Upon opening her eyes, a few droplets fell uncontrollably, dissolving into the water below. "Why didn't she inform me upon her arrival? Baolin didn't wish to disturb you." And she mentioned that today's actions were rather presumptuous. Ji Lu paused, then added, "Oh, and Baolin brought you a set of garments she crafted herself." This piqued Ji Xing's interest, who exclaimed, "Tao Baolin's creations are exquisite. The stitches are fine and smooth. It's evident she invested considerable effort." Lin Xuanyan chuckled lightly. "How do her works compare to yours?" Ji Xing fell silent, but Lin Xuanyan, intrigued, continued to gaze at her. With no other option, Ji Xing murmured, "I have not learned Baolin's embroidery techniques." "Ah, I see. It's not that you're lacking, but rather the technique is different," Lin Xuanyan deduced. Even Ji Lu could not resist teasing. "Indeed, our Ji Xing's embroidery is the finest under heaven." Ji Xing remained quiet. Lin Xuanyan seized her playful banter, smiling for a considerable time before instructing Ji Lu, "If Tao Baolin's garments prove satisfactory, I shall wear them when I pay respects to the Empress the day after tomorrow." "Understood." Lin Xuanyan had yet to inform Ji Xing of the method for testing items for poison. It would be prudent to disclose this only when Ji Xing accomplished something noteworthy. Ji Xing did not grasp the implications of their conversation until Lin Xuanyan donned the new attire, at which point her countenance brightened once more. Ji Xing held several hairpins before Lin Xuanyan, suggesting, "How about we style your hair in a falling horse bun today? A few strands cascading down the sides would surely enhance your beauty." Lin Xuanyan remained non-committal, allowing Ji Xing to proceed once her hair was dry. As Ji Xing inserted the final decorative pin, Lin Xuanyan gazed at her reflection in the mirror and smiled softly. Both Ji Lu and Ji Xing were momentarily captivated by the exquisite beauty captured in the mirror, though they quickly regained their composure. Initially, the allure of such beauty had dulled, having been witnessed too frequently in recent times, and the penalty imposed on Ji Xuan had only transpired a mere 2 days prior. This master possesses a unique beauty that diverges from the norm. Ji Lu could not help but offer her admiration. However, Lin Xuanyan cast an irritable glance at Ji Lu in the mirror, recalling that she had received similar compliments last time. "Is there no fresh vocabulary to praise me?" she retorted. This left Ji Lu at a loss, as conjuring a distinct description of beauty had already stretched her creative limits. Ultimately, it was Ji Xing who alleviated the tension. Their master, with her hair styled in a disheveled bun, exuded a languorous charm reminiscent of someone who had just awakened from an afternoon slumber. Only then did Lin Xuanyan smile with satisfaction, granting reprieve to the two. Chapter 50. He knows everything that night. The sky was as cool as water. After the rain, Lin Xuanyan nestled in Qi Zhao Su's embrace, her delicate hand restlessly tracing the contours of his chest. Unable to bear it any longer, Qi Zhao Su firmly grasped her wandering hand and asked in a low voice, "Xin'er, do you still have the energy?" Lin Xuanyan let out a soft, languid laugh, her demeanor exuding a post-desire languor that indeed possessed an allure potent enough to awaken primal instincts. However, as the hour grew late, Qi Zhao Su simply murmured that it was time to sleep and closed his eyes. "Will your majesty come again the day after tomorrow?" In the next moment, Lin Xuanyan's voice drifted softly from within his arms. Although her tone was placid, lacking even a hint of inquiry, Qi Zhao Su discerned an undercurrent of unease. He tightened his embrace, teasing her, "Why not push me away this time? Are you not afraid of what the Empress might say?" Lin Xuanyan silently rolled her eyes. "Your mother directly gave me contraceptives. Why would I still cling to her?" In the palace, there existed 3 formidable figures: the emperor, the empress, and the empress dowager. The empress was an adversary, merely to be tolerated. The empress dowager was initially someone she wished to please, for in the realm of Jin, filial piety was paramount, and having an ally was always beneficial. Yet now, the empress dowager seemed intent on ensuring her childlessness. What enmity ran so deep? Hence, maintaining a fade was the only option. With two of the three major powers rendered inaccessible, only the emperor remained as her greatest support. If she did not seek his affection fervently, her survival in the palace would be at stake. Lin Xuanyan inwardly lamented, yet her words emerged with a hint of excitement. The empress dowager quite favors me. During our first meeting, she even summoned the imperial physician on my behalf, stating that her voice inadvertently took on a tinge of shyness. Based on Qi Zhao's past reactions, he would typically respond with intimacy or jest. Yet now, he remained silent, his grip on her hand tightening momentarily, a fleeting pressure that could not escape Lin Xuanyan's acute awareness. A heaviness settled in her heart, but she continued to speak shyly. She said it was to help me strengthen my health, so that in the future, I might bear your majesty a son. Qi Zhao fell into a contemplative silence before smiling and saying, then Shinner must strive to achieve that. He paused, adding, sleep now. I have court to attend to tomorrow. Lin Xuanyan's suspicions were conclusively validated. The emperor was aware of the medication provided by the empress dowager, and he acquiesced to it. It seemed imperative for her to swiftly devise a means to ascertain whether the concoction would affect her body, or to seek an alternative that could prevent conception without harming her health. After all, the notion that a remedy could render one infertile was not far-fetched. With the emperor's frequent affections, the likelihood of pregnancy was exceedingly high. Should she indeed conceive, it would expose her failure to heed the empress dowager's counsel. Yet to refuse the emperor's advances would be tantamount to courting her own demise. Lin Xuanyan lowered her gaze in contemplation, which led her to two potential solutions, though their feasibility remained uncertain. Moreover, there lingered an exceedingly pressing question. Why did both the emperor and the empress dowager conspire to prevent her from bearing children? It should be universally acknowledged that many offspring equate to great fortune. She must confront this issue. Otherwise, a woman without offspring in the inner palace must exert twice the effort of others to ascend in status. Moreover, Lin Xuanyan blinked away the tears welling in her eyes. Having no children in her previous life, she could only gaze enviously at others cradling their soft, delicate babies. After much contemplation, Lin Xuanyan ultimately traced the root of the problem back to Lin Handong. The inner palace is not akin to the outer household. It is intricately connected to the court. A woman from a prominent family naturally enjoys greater favor within the palace, and when a concubine is cherished, her family benefits externally as well. Presently, there are two women of the Lin family in the palace. One occupies a high position and nurtures the emperor's only son, while the other is also quite favored. If Lin Xuanyan were to bear a royal heir, the Lin Marquis would likely be addressed as Lin Guizhong, surpassing even the empress's father. That morning, Lin Xuanyan yawned and rose from her bed. Chichos found it quite odd. Why was Xuanyan up so early today? Serving the emperor in dressing is the duty of a concubine. Lin Xuanyan offered a soft smile to Chichos as she accepted the sash handed to her by Anshan. With a beauty attending to him, who would still desire a eunuch? Chichos immediately extended his arms, inviting Lin Xuanyan to assist him. However, as she encircled his waist with the sash, she fumbled behind him for some time, unable to fasten it properly. Anshan, unable to bear it any longer, suggested, "My lady, perhaps I should assist instead?" Chichos agreed. Having a lovely woman in his embrace was delightful, but timing was everything. "Your Majesty," Lin Xuanyan did not hastily depart. Instead, she looked up at him in that position. "You have yet to answer my question from last night. Will you return in 2 days?" Chichos gazed down at the little woman in his arms. Her eyes filled solely with him, as if he were her entire world. In truth, he understood that Lin Xuanyan had never contemplated entering the palace, and her background ensured that she would only have him to rely upon once she did. However, one beloved concubine from the Lin family was sufficient. Lowering his head, he placed a kiss on her forehead, saying, "I will come when I have the time." Those words fell upon her like the gentle dew of spring, instantly brightening Lin Xuanyan's face with a radiant smile, her voice soft, as if it could drip with water. "All right, I shall await your majesty embarrassed." Lin Xuanyan returned the sash to Anshan, but she did not remain idle. Standing beside her, she carefully observed Anshan's movements, her fingers unconsciously mimicking the actions. Every little gesture of Lin Xuanyan did not escape Chi Cha's notice, deepening the smile on his face. However, as soon as Lin Xuanyan bid farewell to the emperor, she collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. The emperor had slept soundly, while she had pondered through the night. The next moment, Ji Lu yanked her up from the bed. "My lady," Ji Lu stamped her foot, "we must pay our respects to the Empress Dowager today. You cannot sleep now." Lin Xuanyan sighed, but followed Ji Lu's pull to the dressing table. Looking at her weary reflection in the mirror, she suddenly slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to regain her composure. No, even if the Empress Dowager does not favor her, she must not allow any mistakes to be pointed out, must she? As Lin Xuanyan hurried to the Chonglu Palace, she fortuitously encountered Kupin. "Oh, is that not Lin Qiren?" Kupin scrutinized Lin Xuanyan from head to toe. Lin Xuanyan curtsied, stating, "This humble servant greets Kupin." Observing the lingering traces of charm and fatigue on Lin Xuanyan's brow, Kupin felt a pang of bitterness, akin to swallowing a sour pear, lodged uncomfortably in her heart. Given the location at the entrance of the Chonglu Palace, Kupin had no choice but to swallow her irritation and strode inside with a flourish of her sleeve. Lin Xuanyan scoffed to herself. If she had the capability, she should confront the emperor directly. What merit was there in venting her anger at her? Chapter 51. As Lin Xuanyan arrived, the palace ladies had mostly gathered, leaving only Lin Handong's seat unoccupied. Passing by Tao Baolin, she heard her softly express gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Lin, for the ointment yesterday." This morning, Tao Baolin had intended to come with Lin Xuanyan, but her delay meant that Tao Baolin need not wait for her. After Lin Xuanyan exchanged greetings with everyone in the hall, she took her place. Shortly thereafter, the Empress Dowager emerged from the inner chamber, prompting everyone to bow and take their seats again. The familiar benevolent smile graced the Empress Dowager's face, yet it slightly faltered upon noticing the empty seat, her tone turning a touch frosty as she inquired, "Why has the noble consort not arrived today?" Typically, when paying respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress, the two would wait until all had assembled before emerging from the inner chamber, unless time was pressing. The Empress Dowager's comment indicated that Lin Handong had not informed her of any absence in advance. A hush fell over the hall, and Lin Xuanyan sat composedly, observing her surroundings, yet someone chose to draw attention to her. Rin Kaijin, seated diagonally opposite Lin Xuanyan, gently waved her fan, concealing her lips as she laughed. "Sister Lin has arrived rather late today. Could it be that she was in discussion with the noble consort?" The hall, previously quiet, now buzzed with attention directed toward Lin Xuanyan. Internally, she scoffed. If it were someone of higher rank, she might have shown a modicum of deference in public. But a mere consort of equal standing, relying on years spent in the palace to overshadow her. Unperturbed, Lin Xuanyan set down her cup and replied with a light laugh. "Sister Rin jests. This morning, I was preoccupied with serving His Majesty. Where would I find the time to seek out the noble consort?" Rin Saijin's hand paused, nearly crushing the fan's handle. What was of utmost importance in the palace? Merely the emperor's favor. Lin Xuanyan's seemingly shy demeanor was not merely a thorn in Rin Saijin's side. It implied that if one only needed to serve well to the emperor, other matters could be disregarded entirely. Such overt targeting could only be orchestrated by Kupin. Lin Xuanyan maintained her calm, feigning surprise. "Sister Ku, you have misjudged me. I arrived at Chonglu Palace simultaneously with you. How could you speculate so wrongly about my intentions? I was late because of my duties to the emperor, yet you, having not served the emperor, arrived just as late." Kupin's expression contorted, momentarily at a loss for words, and under the prompt of her maid, Ji Qin, she hastily concealed her face with her fan to compose herself. Enough. Given the considerable distance between Ningxin Hall and Yalan Palace, rather than speculating here, it would be wiser to send someone to inquire at Yalan Palace. The Empress intervened to ease the tension. The Empress Dowager slightly nodded in agreement with the Empress's suggestion, and a young palace maid promptly took her leave to carry out the task. I just remembered, Imarin suddenly interjected, yesterday the first prince was unwell, and the noble consort was busy attending to him, leaving her no time to meet with me. As the beautiful Imei hesitated, biting her lip under the scrutinizing gaze of the Empress Dowager, she finally voiced her speculation. Could it be that the crown prince's health has not yet fully recovered, which has caused the consort to delay? Upon hearing this, the reactions within the hall varied. Most displayed concern, while a few others exhibited a flicker of jealousy, quickly masking their expressions with feigned worry. Regardless of the authenticity of others' concerns, the Empress Dowager's anxiety was unmistakably genuine. Almost as soon as Imei finished speaking, the Empress Dowager inquired, "Is the crown prince's illness severe? Speak swiftly." Startled, Imei rose to apologize, replying, "Your Majesty, this humble servant is unaware, for I was unable to enter the Yalan Palace yesterday." She added, "I only know that the crown prince is unwell." The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Imei, yet could only wave her hand for her to sit, now left to await the return of the maidservants dispatched to Yalan Palace. The atmosphere grew tense, as the Empress Dowager's displeasure rendered the courtiers hesitant to speak. However, at that moment, the usually reticent Xu Fei spoke up. In the past, whenever the crown prince fell ill, the consort would make it known throughout the palace. Yet no news emerged yesterday, indicating that the crown prince's condition must not be grave. The mention of the crown prince's illness stirred some of the concubines, who viewed him as a source of both anxiety and opportunity. Since the birth of the crown prince, the consort had employed this tactic countless times, whisking the emperor away from their sides at night. Given that the emperor was already reluctant to frequent the inner palace, spending only half the month there at most, the consort's actions had caused considerable ire among the women, except for the 1st and 15th days of the month, when the consort had not intervened. She had indeed claimed the emperor on several occasions at the expense of the empress. Nevertheless, the consort's status remained unassailable, for maternal privilege held sway. Ku Pin echoed, "Sister Xu Fei speaks the truth. The consort treasures the crown prince dearly. Had there been any grave matter, His Majesty would have certainly chosen to stay in Yalan Palace rather than in Lin Kai-ren's Tian Zhaoxia." Her brief remark reignited the tensions directed towards Lin Xuanyan. The other concubines quickly grasped the implication. Why had the consort not claimed the emperor for herself when it was Lin Kai-ren's turn to serve him? Could it be that she was genuinely concerned for sisterly bonds? Feeling the weight of the scrutinizing gazes from the palace, Lin Xuanyan's desire to retaliate against Capin intensified. The elaborate performance she had staged the previous day could not be so easily dismantled by Capin's trivial words. Lin Handong was someone she must distance herself from. Lin Xuanyan promptly retorted, "The consort and the crown prince are both esteemed individuals. While this humble servant is of lowly status, how could I dare to compare myself to the mother and son?" Her tone remained neutral, subtly delineating her boundaries with Lin Handong. While questioning why Lin Handong did not seize the opportunity to claim the crown prince for herself was of no concern to her. With the Empress Dowager presiding over the proceedings, Capin refrained from being overly aggressive, merely emitting a non-committal hum. Before long, the maidservants who had been sent to inquire at Yalan Palace returned, accompanied by a young eunuch from the same residence. As the young eunuch entered the palace, he knelt to address the Empress Dowager, saying, "I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the esteemed princesses. Due to His Highness's ill health, the Empress and the esteemed concubines are unable to pay their respects today. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." The Empress Dowager squinted at the young eunuch, observing the fine beads of sweat dotting his forehead, a testament to his hurried journey in the sweltering heat of the summer morning. "Is the crown prince's health satisfactory?" she inquired. Replying to the Empress Dowager, "His Highness exhibited a slight fever yesterday, but it has subsided now. However, the Empress remains anxious and has kept a vigil by His Highness's side since yesterday," the young eunuch responded. This revelation caused Lin Xuanyan to furrow her brow as she scrutinized him. Despite his brief remarks, the implications were clear. The royal family, despite their access to numerous physicians and medicinal resources, faced a high mortality rate concerning infant fevers, indicating the serious nature of the Crown Prince's illness the previous day. It was also evident that Lin Xuanyan harbored a motherly concern, having spent the entire night awake, watching over the Crown Prince. Chapter 52. Lin Xuanyan's intentions. Lin Xuanyan's gaze was fixed intently on the eunuch kneeling in the center of the hall. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be merely the lowest-ranking eunuch of Yalan Palace, yet his ability to articulate such words suggested he had been coached in advance. But what was Lin Xuanyan's true intention? Surely it could not be merely to show concern for her younger sister. The individuals present were not foolish. Soon, the majority of their attention returned to Lin Xuanyan. Ordinarily, even in a state of fever, if the Crown Prince so much as coughed, Lin Xuanyan would have summoned someone from another palace. Yet yesterday, there had been an unexpected calmness. Who would not commend the depth of sisterly affection? Why was the Crown Prince's fever not reported to me? The Empress Dowager exclaimed, slamming her hand onto the table in indignation. The eunuch, kneeling in the hall, visibly shrank back, stammering, "Your servant." Perhaps the mistress did not wish to disturb the tranquility of the Empress Dowager. Before he could finish, the Empress Dowager jumped to her feet, declaring, "I must go and see." With that, she strode toward the exit, prompting the others to rise and follow her to Yalan Palace. A throng of people, a magnificent sight indeed, made their way through the corridors, where palace maids and servants bowed low in submission. Lin Xuanyan lingered at the back, and Tao Baolin chose to accompany her silently, both preferring to remain quiet as they trailed the larger group to the entrance of Yalan Palace. It seemed the news had already reached Yalan Palace, for Lin Xuanyan's personal maid, Huako, had been waiting at the palace gate for quite some time. "We pay our respects to the Empress Dowager, the Empress, the noble consort, and the esteemed ladies of the various palaces," she announced. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, signaling for them to rise, and remarked, "The Empress and noble consort shall accompany me inside. The rest need not enter." With that, she allowed the palace maids to assist her within. However, the Empress did not rush to enter. Instead, she instructed Huako, "The Crown Prince is unwell and should not be disturbed by too many visitors. Find a place for the ladies to sit and rest with some tea." After a moment's pause, she glanced among the concubines and then fixed her eyes on Lin Xuanyan, standing at the rear. "Lin Kai'er, please enter with me," she directed. Without waiting for Lin Xuanyan's response, the Empress stepped into Yalan Palace, leaving Lin Xuanyan no choice but to follow closely behind the noble consort. This marked Lin Xuanyan's first venture into the halls of Yalan Palace, where the decor was grand yet retained an air of elegance and grace, with rare treasures visible at every turn. As she walked in silence, maintaining her composure, she was suddenly startled by a heart-wrenching wail echoing through the halls. The Empress Dowager, invigorated by urgency, moved swiftly with the aid of palace attendants. "Where is the physician? Hurry and summon the physician to attend to Chen'er." Just as Lin Xuanyan and the noble consort stepped into the hall, they heard the Empress Dowager's furious reprimand. Lin Xuanyan was cradling the Crown Prince, soothing him, and upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, tears began to stream down her pale face. "Your Majesty, the physician has just left. Medicine has already been prepared for Chen'er." Yet the Empress Dowager paid little heed to the response, drawing closer to examine the Crown Prince while commanding the attendants, "Summon the physician. He cannot leave until he is well." Lin Xuanyan immediately crouched down, cradling the Crown Prince, and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Empress Dowager." Enough of these formalities. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, signaling for them to rise. "Why has Chen'er suddenly developed a fever? As a mother, you must be more attentive." Lin Xuanyan's expression stiffened as she rose to hand the first prince to the wet nurse beside her, tears cascading down her cheeks. Perhaps the recent swift changes in weather had taken a toll on the frail child, leading to his high fever. Observing Lin Xuanyan's haggard visage, the Empress Dowager, despite the myriad words she wished to convey, swallowed them back. The first prince was her only grandson. How could she not be concerned? "Ishan, please retrieve some medicinal herbs from my storeroom and send them to Yalan Palace." After issuing this command, the Empress Dowager turned to the Empress and the others, saying, "You may return. I shall remain here." The first prince, having cried earlier, now lay peacefully in the wet nurse's embrace, sucking on his thumb and drifting into slumber. Lin Xuanyan found herself at a loss. What purpose did the Empress Dowager have in summoning someone to follow her in? Not only was she unable to see the bundled first prince from her position at the back, but it seemed even the Empress had missed the sight. Nonetheless, she felt content. As long as her connection with Lin Handong remained unentangled, she was satisfied. Obediently, Lin Xuanyan followed Xu Fei out. As they neared the palace gates, they encountered other concubines who were originally on their way to the side hall to rest, likely called back before they could settle. The group dispersed before Yalan Palace, and gradually, only Tao Baolin remained by Lin Xuanyan's side. "Lin Jia, how is the first prince? Is he very ill?" Tao Baolin inquired. Lin Xuanyan, however, did not rush to answer. She took Tao Baolin's hand and smiled. "Please refrain from calling me sister in private. I am only 16 this year, perhaps younger than you. Calling me sister makes me feel aged. You may call me Xuanyan." Tao Baolin was taken aback, but after a moment, she regained her voice and returned the smile. "Very well, then I shall be bold. My surname is Tao, and my given name is Fei. You may call me Fei Fei." The exchange of names seemingly deepened their bond. After sharing a few light-hearted moments, Lin Xuanyan returned to the previous topic, stating, "I believe the first prince is recovering swiftly. Before I even entered, I heard his cries. His voice was quite robust, far from that of a sick child." Although Lin Xuanyan had never borne a child herself, she had encountered countless infants during her time in the inner chambers, particularly when she managed the household, and the younger generation frequently brought their children to her for admiration. Therefore, upon hearing the strong cries of the first prince, she began to suspect that he had not truly been ill the day before. Otherwise, even if he had recovered, his cries would not have been so resounding. Moreover, Lin Handong's frail appearance was clearly a fade. In her past life, Lin Xuanyan had honed her skills in makeup to attract patrons. If she claimed the second position in that art, none would dare contest her for the first. Despite Lin Xuanyan having only been present for a brief moment, she had gleaned more than she ought to know. Yet, she remained puzzled as to Lin Handong's true intentions behind this charade. Lin Xuanyan could only pray not to incur the wrath of the elder. Upon hearing this, Tao Baolin breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the first prince was unharmed. Lin Xuanyan found it quite peculiar that Fei Fei was so concerned about the eldest prince. Lin Qiren was unaware that the young prince often experienced discomfort since his birth, causing unrest throughout the palace. It was Pinger who interjected, stating that our young master had to adhere to a vegetarian diet for an entire month to pray for the prince's well-being. Tao Baolin merely smiled, choosing not to speak. However, Lin Xuanyan cast a discerning glance at Pinger, the corners of her mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. It appeared that this Pinger, who had been wailing just yesterday, was indeed somewhat oblivious to the distinctions of rank and decorum. Lin Xuanyan refrained from responding, feeling relieved as she quietly shared her delight with Tao Baolin, remarking that it was fortunate the prince was unharmed. Otherwise, she too would have to endure a month without meat, which she could scarcely tolerate. Chapter 53. From spectator to participant on this 15th day, the emperor was not expected to visit. Lin Xuanyan and Tao Baolin engaged in light conversation for a while before returning to Tianzhou Xie to transcribe Buddhist scriptures. During lunch, Ji Lu brought the latest news from the palace. The emperor had gone directly to Yalan Palace after the morning court session to see the crown prince, and fortunately, the crown prince was unharmed. Later that evening, there was further development. The emperor had dined at Yalan Palace before proceeding, as per tradition, to Changqiu Palace. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xuanyan had just completed her transcription and, in high spirits, generously rewarded the diligent Ji Xing with silver. It is often necessary to offer a token of appreciation when one seeks information from others to ensure their willingness. Lin Xuanyan dismissed Ji Xing's modesty with a single remark. Ji Lu, being less seasoned than Ji Xing, who was an elder in the palace, had fewer connections, yet managed to gather the evening's news through the pretext of delivering a handkerchief. That night, undisturbed by any intrusions, Lin Xuanyan enjoyed a deep, refreshing slumber. Even Ji Xing, who was styling her hair, noted her excellent mood. This was partly due to the absence of any obligation to serve a man, and partly because Lin Xuanyan was curious to observe how Lin Handong would behave after having offended the Empress the day before. Would the Empress maintain her usual dignified composure during the morning greetings? However, to Lin Xuanyan's disappointment, Lin Handong did not attend to pay respects to the Empress, citing the Crown Prince's ill health. The Empress, nonetheless, remained poised and gracious, revealing no signs of discord. With no captivating spectacle to behold, Lin Xuanyan languidly sipped her tea, awaiting the conclusion of the Empress's mundane discussions so that they could all retreat to their respective chambers. Yet, it seemed someone had set their sights on her. The Empress was arranging a lotus appreciation banquet and requested the concubines planning to perform to present their programs. Lin Xuanyan had no intention of drawing attention to herself, merely listening with half an ear as the proposals were announced in order of rank, starting from Courtesan. When it was Lin Xuanyan's turn, Courtesan made a snide remark directed at her, nothing more than a trivial jab, which she chose to endure. Observing Lin Xuanyan's silence, Courtesan lost interest and turned her attention to the patterns on her sleeve. Unexpectedly, it was then that Xia Danying, seated at the very end, rose to speak. To Sister Ku, Lin's sister has already decided to perform alongside the concubines. Lin Xuanyan was taken aback, swiftly looking up at Xia Danying, convinced she must have misheard. Before she could gather her thoughts, Courtesan scrutinized Xia Danying with disdain, scoffing. "You too?" Her tone dripped with condescension, barely suppressing a roll of her eyes. Xia Danying did not respond to Courtesan's derision, but merely smiled at Lin Xuanyan before turning to the Empress. "Your Majesty, the program that the concubines Lin and Tao Baolin wish to present is..." At this point, Lin Xuanyan could no longer remain seated. She slammed her hand on the table, interrupting Xia Danying mid-sentence. Lin Xuanyan was genuinely bemused by Xia Danying's audacity. How could one of the lowest ranked in the palace, barely above a maid, dare to target her? Did she think that Lin Xuanyan's refusal to engage in petty squabbles with Courtesan and the others made her a soft target, easily molded to their whims? Lin Xuanyan abruptly stood up, her finger pointed accusingly at Xia Dang, her brows furrowed and her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. "How could I have never heard such words from you, Xia Dang?" Lin Xuanyan's chest rose and fell with agitation, prompting Zhi Xing to gently pat her back in an attempt to soothe her anger. However, Zhi Xing's occasional glances at Xia Dang revealed an undercurrent of resentment. "Lin Qiren, what is the meaning of this?" the Empress inquired in a stern tone. Lin Xuanyan gradually regained her composure, and as she faced the Empress, her fury diminished, replaced by a look of grievance. "Your Majesty, this humble servant is equally perplexed as to why Xia Dang would utter such statements." Upon hearing her words, I could scarcely believe them myself. Lin Xuanyan bit her lip and continued, "Indeed, Xia Dang has spoken to me about this matter, but I deemed it a trivial scheme and did not wish to embarrass myself. Therefore, I did not give my consent." Xia Dang opened her mouth to defend herself, but at that moment, Tao Baolin also rose to corroborate Lin Xuanyan's account. "Your Majesty, I was present at the time, and it is true that neither Lin Qiren nor I agreed to Xia Dang's proposal." Upon hearing this, the Empress slammed her hand on the table, her phoenix eyes ablaze with fury. "Xia Dang, who gave you the audacity to arbitrarily arrange matters for Lin Qiren and Tao Baolin, and to speak recklessly before me?" The Empress's pronouncement was swift and decisive. "Xia, you are to be demoted to a lower rank and relocated to the Nanan Hall, and you shall not step outside without summons." In that brief statement, the Empress effectively sealed Xia Dang's fate. Being demoted to a mere attendant was the lowest status among the concubines, and being sent to the distant Nanhan Hall, far from the Emperor's chambers, amounted to a sentence akin to banishment. Those within the palace were taken aback by the Empress's unexpected fury, yet they maintained their distance, as it was of no concern to them. At that moment, Xia Dang could scarcely comprehend how her momentary cleverness had led to the demise of her future. Upon hearing the Empress's decree, she collapsed onto the ground, and only when the eunuchs approached to seize her did she awaken from her stupor, crying out, "Your Majesty, please spare me. I did not mean it." Xia Dang struggled fiercely, and even two eunuchs found it challenging to subdue her, causing the empress's expression to darken visibly. As another eunuch advanced to restrain Xia Dang, the usually reticent Lady L finally spoke up. "Your Majesty, I hold a different perspective on this matter. Might I be allowed to express my thoughts?" Lady L had always been composed and had avoided disputes even during her time of favor. So the Empress, sensing the rare request, softened her demeanor and granted her permission to speak. Lady L glanced at Xia Dang, who looked at her with hope, and her voice, like a gentle spring breeze in March, seemed to calm the turbulent hearts around her. Lin Xuanyan and Tao Baolin both stated that Xia Dang had spoken to them, yet they did not agree. Could it be that a misunderstanding arose in their communication, leading Xia Dang to believe that Lin Xuanyan had indeed given her consent? With that, Xia Dang eagerly seized the opportunity, nodding vigorously. I had thought that the Lotus Festival was the first banquet Lin Jie would attend after entering the palace. How could she not perform? Xia Gengyi reminisced, stating that as soon as she had finished speaking, the emperor arrived, thus preventing her from awaiting Sister Lin's response. However, she assumed that Sister Lin had tacitly agreed. Indeed, the women in the palace are far more formidable than those in the inner chambers, despite being merely a low-ranking consort. One cannot help but be taken in by her seemingly sincere demeanor. Were it not for Lin Xuanyan being the party involved, one might truly be deceived. Yet, Xia Gengyi is skilled in performance. Does Lin Xuanyan lack such talent? If today Xia Gengyi were to exit the Changqiu Hall unscathed, she would no longer bear the surname Lin. Chapter 54. A grand farce. Lin Xuanyan gazed intently at Xia Gengyi for a moment, her face gradually revealing an expression of disbelief. "Xia, are you suggesting that I should reenact that scene before Her Majesty the Empress alongside Tao Baolin?" "Lin, Xia Gengyi is considering your feelings. There is no need for such hostility," Kopin interjected immediately. Yet, Lin Xuanyan chose to disregard her, turning her attention to the Empress. "Your Majesty." Before she could finish her words, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread, silently conveying the immense grievance she bore. "Your Majesty," Lin Xuanyan stammered, suppressing her sorrow, "I clearly remember that I had rejected Xia Gengyi before the Emperor's arrival. It is not as." "Lin." Xia Gengyi's sharp reprimand cut through the air. Had it not been for the eunuchs restraining her, Lin Xuanyan was certain that Xia would have lunged towards her. Xia Gengyi interrupted Lin Xuanyan, turning to Tao Baolin. "Sister Tao, please clarify. It must have been Lin who misremembered, correct? It was you who took me to Tianzhou Pavilion that day." "Enough." The Empress's countenance darkened as she surveyed the disheveled Xia Gengyi, her eyes brimming with fury. Such a woman could hardly embody the dignity of a concubine. "All of you are a source of constant trouble." The Empress cast a glance, and the waiting eunuchs promptly advanced to escort Xia Gengyi out of the Changqiu Hall, effectively silencing her. The once tumultuous hall fell into a hushed stillness, as palace attendants discreetly cleared Xia Gengyi's space, erasing any traces of the previous uproar as if it had never transpired. After recording the remaining performances of the concubines, the Empress waved her hand, signaling everyone to disperse. On the way back to the palace, Lin Xuanyan and Tao Baolin walked in silence, their demeanor markedly subdued. Even the birds perched upon the branches seemed more boisterous than they. As they entered Ningxin Hall and were about to part ways, Lin Xuanyan lowered her gaze and called softly, "Fei Fei." Tao Baolin was taken aback, finally responding, "Xuanyan, are you upset with me today? Are you blaming me for not supporting Xia Gengyi?" Tao Baolin fell silent, and just as Lin Xuanyan began to feel despondent, she slowly spoke. "I entered the palace alongside Xia Gengyi. As we held the lowest ranks, we were naturally closer than the others. However, due to our differing viewpoints, we gradually grew apart." Yet, Tao Baolin lowered her head again, enveloped in silence. If yesterday, Lin Xuanyan had held a modicum of affection for this reticent, unambitious girl, today that sentiment had dissipated entirely. While being quiet and uncompetitive might be seen as virtues, a lack of intellect rendered her all but devoid of brilliance. "So, do you think I am at fault?" Tao Baolin opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Lin Xuanyan took a deep breath, reflecting on the scarcity of women in the palace. pondering how such an innocent disposition could secure Tao Baolin's position. Tao Baolin had initially stepped forward to defend her, only to inadvertently cross paths with the Empress's displeasure, leading to Xia Gengyi's severe punishment. Unexpectedly, Lady Lu assisted Xia Gengyi in her defense, granting her an opportunity for redemption. Had Lin Xuanyan followed Xia Gengyi's lead at that moment, it is indeed plausible that the punishment awaiting both the Empress and Xia Gengyi could have been averted. But what about her? She had unequivocally stated earlier that she had not consented to Xia Gengyi, which incited the Empress's wrath, only to subsequently claim it was a mere lapse in memory. Should she remain in the palace, where a mere individual could dictate her fate, potentially inciting further displeasure from the Empress? Moreover, at that time, Tao Baolin had not offered a single commendatory word on Xia Gengyi's behalf. Contemplating this, Lin Xuanyan could not suppress a cold laugh. She herself was too timid to retract her previous statements, yet expected others to play the role of the benevolent. Truly, it was a preposterous notion. However, Lin Xuanyan exhaled slowly, as if to lament, "I had hoped we would become friends." With that, she turned to leave. Yet Tao Baolin panicked, hastily grasping Lin Xuanyan's sleeve. "Xuanyan, I was merely momentarily distressed. Will you wait for me to return and be alone for a while?" Lin Xuanyan lowered her gaze to where Tao Baolin clutched her sleeve and softly replied, "Very well." Upon returning to Tianzhou Pavilion, Ji Xing, who had been holding back her thoughts for quite some time, glanced at Lin Xuanyan's expression and hesitantly began, "My lady." Lin Xuanyan, seated in her chair, lifted her gaze to Ji Xing. "Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush." "My lady." Ji Xing furrowed her brow. "I feel that Tao Baolin, that she's not good. Is that correct?" A nervous chuckle escaped Ji Xing, tacitly acknowledging Lin Xuanyan's sentiment. Lin Xuanyan shot her a glance. "I too find her lacking." "Then, my lady." Ji Xing looked astonished. The earlier scene when my lady parted from Tao Baolin hardly suggested such a sentiment. Lin Xuanyan, however, chose not to elucidate further and dismissed her. "Go see if Ji Lu has returned." "Where's the sutra I asked to be offered at the small temple?" Ji Xing could only bow in confusion and take her leave. Lin Xuanyan slumped back in her chair, sighing, "Having just nurtured Ji Lu, now I must tend to Ji Xing. How exhausting." Thus, she decided to send Ji Xing to Ji Lu for clarification. In the tea room, Ji Xing recounted the events to Ji Lu in great detail. "Sister Lu, why did my lady act in such a manner?" Ji Lu, pouring freshly brewed tea, replied, "Consider again the rationale behind my lady's actions." With that, she refilled Lin Xuanyan's cup. Ji Lu meticulously mirrored the method Lin Xuanyan had once taught her, offering hints rather than direct answers, encouraging her to ponder. As afternoon approached, Ji Xing had yet to arrive at a conclusion when the eunuchs from the Respectful Affairs room made their entrance. "Lin Xiaozhu, today His Majesty summoned you." The deputy chief of the Respectful Affairs room's arrival indicated the shifting winds within the palace. The more Lin Xuanyan was favored, the more she became a thorn in the sides of the other concubines, and the palace attendants increasingly venerated her. After Lin Xuanyan gracefully bid farewell, the maids of the Ningxin Hall and the gatekeepers approached to extend their congratulations. Inside the Tianzhou Pavilion, laughter and joy resonated, while the opposite Ban Mingxuan grew increasingly hushed. Pinger, filled with discontent, gazed at the palace attendants emerging with smiles across their faces, yet she could only turn away and cast a glare at the serene chambers. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuanyan, even if she were aware, she would remain indifferent. She was the favored one, and what did it matter if others harbored jealousy? Today marked the emperor's fourth indulgence in her favor this month, and should there be a fifth, she would truly have to devise a means of evasion. It was not the envy of the concubines that troubled her, but rather the scrutiny of the former court regarding her. Chapter 55. The ice silk fabric. Before Lin Xuanyan entered the palace, there were already whispers in the court that labeled her as a source of calamity. She aspired to be the empress, to become the most esteemed woman in the world, and thus required the support of the previous dynasty. The inner palace and the outer court have always been intertwined. While she could disregard her reputation within the harem, she could not afford to neglect the front court. As evening fell, the lanterns in Taichu Palace were lit, and Lin Xuanyan finally awaited her emperor's arrival. "Your servant pays her respects, your majesty." Lin Xuanyan bent gracefully, yet her face was tilted upwards, gazing at Chi-Chos, her eyes brimming with affection. Chi-Chos stepped forward to assist her, drawing her into his embrace. Inhaling her delicate fragrance, which seemed to dissipate the fatigue of the day in an instant, he settled her beside him on the bed, this time not hastening to remove his garments. Instead, he waved away the palace attendants and engaged Lin Xuanyan in leisurely conversation. "Ever since I entered the palace, every time I see you, my dear Xuanyan, I feel untroubled." His tone was light, yet Lin Xuanyan's heart raced with alarm. The punishment of the summer wardrobe change was related to her. Could it be that he had come to question her about it? That was the worst of possibilities. Yet before this man who held her fate in his hands, Lin Xuanyan had to muster every ounce of her spirit. She gazed into his profound eyes. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, for the sight of Qi Lang made her forget her worries. The candlelight danced upon her fair complexion, flickering and dimming. Yet it could not conceal the profound affection in her eyes, bright and piercing. Suddenly, Chi-Chos drew Lin Xuanyan close, their necks entwined. "Qi Lang?" He remained silent, enveloping her tightly in his embrace, burying his head in the crook of her shoulder, inhaling her subtle fragrance. Lin Xuanyan wrapped her arms around his waist, tightening her hold as she murmured, "Qi Lang, Xuanyan is here. Have you ever regretted entering the palace?" After a long pause, Chi-Chos spoke. "Qi Lang?" Lin Xuanyan, flustered, attempted to pull away to see his face, but being firmly held, she nestled against him, her voice muffled against his body. "Since I learned that Qi Lang was the one who issued the decree for my entry into the palace, I have felt nothing but joy. I have never regretted it. Since the emperor has decreed it, how could I refuse? What would I use to reject you?" Though he had roughly guessed Lin Xuanyan's response, hearing it with his own ears was another matter. Chi-Chos Adam's apple bobbed as he murmured, "During this time, I have caused you to suffer." Lin Xuanyan shook her head vigorously within his embrace, hastily replying, "How could I feel wronged? As long as I can see Qi Lang, everything is worthwhile." Her voice gradually softened, laced with shyness. "As long as Qi Lang, like Xuanyan, harbors thoughts of each other, Xuanyan will be content." "I promise I will," Chi-Chos vowed. To maintain balance in the harem, one household could not have two consorts, but he would surely compensate in other ways. This night was rare, devoid of any exertion, merely a peaceful slumber beneath the covers. This sentiment resonates perfectly with Lin Xuanyan. Although engaging in physical activities with skilled men is undeniably exhilarating, it requires considerable effort. Today, she secured a promise from the emperor merely through conversation, achieving her goal, rendering physical exertion inconsequential. Fortunately, there was no obligation to pay respects the following day, allowing Lin Xuanyan to remain peacefully ensconced in her Tianzhou pavilion, undisturbed by any intrusions. It remains uncertain whether the emperor and Lin Xuanyan share an unspoken understanding. But during the subsequent month, Qi dynasty's court only visited the inner palace on 2 occasions, once to Yalan Palace and once to summon concubine Ku. Consequently, even with the customary visits every 3 days, fewer eyes were fixed upon Lin Xuanyan, granting her a serene half-month. Otherwise, each visit would have been fraught with veiled barbs, a tiresome ordeal for anyone. As the Lotus viewing banquet approached in early July, ice basins were promptly arranged in the Tianzhou pavilion. Lin Xuanyan gazed at the sunlight streaming through the door, bright yet blinding, and let out a sigh. In such sweltering heat, what joy could there be in admiring lotus flowers? Would it not be better to rest comfortably in one's chambers? She recalled her experience at Hanmengshuan a few days prior, where she had barely spent half an hour before her back was drenched in sweat. She had subsequently arranged for an ice basin to be sent there daily. Such was the plight of one who lacked favor. Even the most insignificant figures felt entitled to trample upon her. Despite not being summoned by the emperor, Lin Xuanyan received frequent bestowals, not only avoiding any reductions, but often being gifted additional ice basins. Otherwise, she would not have shared one with Tao Baolin for the sake of an insincere sisterly bond. "My lady, I have heard that the Qingyuan Lake is particularly refreshing at this time, and it surely will not lack for ice basins, Ji Xing said with a smile, covering her mouth. Yet, Lin Xuanyan remained in low spirits. Leaning on the dining table, her appetite diminished as she gazed at the sumptuous breakfast. Lamenting the long journey to Qingyuan Lake, Ji Lu, observing her mistress, couldn't help but reflect on how much Lin Xuanyan had matured since entering the palace. Yet at times, she still resembled her former self, pouting in a manner that had not changed at all. My lady, do not fret. I have prepared a veil cap for you, crafted from the ice silk that His Majesty recently bestowed upon you, Ji Lu reassured her. The ice silk, cool to the touch, was ideal for the sweltering summer. This exquisite fabric had been a tribute from a small southern kingdom, and only 5 pieces existed in the palace, one of which Lin Xuanyan had received. A spark of joy ignited in Lin Xuanyan's eyes, her mood lifting instantly. Excellent. I shall wear this. Ji Lu is indeed thoughtful. The cheerful disposition of their mistress naturally uplifted the spirits of her attendants. However, they remained oblivious to Lin Xuanyan's true sentiments. Among the 5 pieces of ice silk, aside from Lin Xuanyan, the others had been allocated to the Empress Dowager, the Empress, the noble consort, and the Shu Fei, distributed according to rank. Yet, when it came to concubine Ku, the last piece fortuitously landed in Lin Xuanyan's possession. Lin Xuanyan could already envision the fiery glare in concubine Ku's eyes when she appeared adorned with the ice silk veil cap. Merely contemplating it filled her with delight. Even if concubine Ku wielded her status to belittle her, what truly mattered was the tangible prize in her hands. After breakfast, Ji Lu carefully placed the veil cap upon Lin Xuanyan's head, ensuring not to disturb her meticulously arranged hair. As Lin Xuanyan stepped out of the Tianzhou pavilion, she noticed Tao Baolin waiting outside. With a disapproving glance at the doorman, Jishuan, Lin Xuanyan reproached Tao Baolin, "Why didn't you wait for me inside? Look at you, drenched in sweat." With that, she gently led Tao Baolin to a shaded area and delicately wiped her brow with a handkerchief. "It's not Jishuan's fault. I just arrived as well," Tao Baolin explained with a faint smile. "It's simply too hot. A brief stroll has left me in this state." Observing the sunlight filtering down to her feet from the eaves, Lin Xuanyan sighed deeply. "Let us hurry. We should make our way to the pavilion at Qingyuan Lake to enjoy the coolness." Chapter 56. The Lotus Appreciation Banquet. Having spent considerable time within the Imperial Palace, this marks the first occasion Lin Xuanyan has ventured to Qingyuan Lake. Initially, her duties involved attending to the Emperor and paying respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. As the days grew warmer, her reluctance to traverse the distance solely to gaze upon a few flowers and trees became evident. Was the fragrance of the peaches blooming beyond her window not sufficiently sweet? A path of cobblestones meanders alongside Qingyuan Lake, bordered by a circle of weeping willows. Walking beneath their shade, a gentle breeze sweeps by, momentarily dispelling the oppressive heat of summer. The lake is now adorned with blooming lotus flowers, their petals ranging from pristine white to vibrant red, layered and clustered in exuberance. As the wind stirs, the blossoms sway gracefully, and even from the shore, Lin Xuanyan can catch a faint whiff of their delicate perfume, a balm for the spirit. After a few steps, a wooden bridge leading into the lake comes into view, its terminus crowned with a sizable pavilion already occupied by guests. "Your servant pays her respects to Lady Shushi," Lin Xuanyan greeted, bowing alongside Tao Baolin. Lady Shushi acknowledged her with a gentle nod, her gaze returning to the lotus blossoms beyond the pavilion. Seating arrangements, though intended to mimic a casual gathering of sisters as per the Empress's decree, still adhered to the hierarchy, with 4 rows designated. The foremost row was reserved for the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress herself, while the remaining concubines occupied the back 3 rows. Lin Xuanyan and Tao Baolin found themselves seated at the far right of the 3rd row and the far left of the 4th row, respectively. The performance area was situated across the lake on the waterside platform. As fate would have it, just as Lin Xuanyan settled into her seat and entrusted her veil to Ji Lu, Kupin arrived shortly thereafter. Lin Xuanyan noticed the fiery glint in Kupin's eyes upon spotting the veil crafted from ice silk, which lifted her spirits considerably. However, Kupin was not one to suppress her temperament. After exchanging pleasantries with Lady Shushi, she spoke up. I have heard that the noble consort has prepared a performance. Might it be the pipa, her specialty? After the previous audience, it was rumored that Lin Xuanyan had informed the Empress of her intended performance. Yet the specifics remained undisclosed. Upon hearing Kupin's words, Lin Xuanyan instinctively recognized the intent to mock her through the talents of Lin Xuanyan. She contemplated confronting Kupin directly, weary of their repeated exchanges, yet chose to remain silent, aware that others would engage her, given Kupin's esteemed position. I have heard whispers that the noble consort's pipa performance is a rarity, unparalleled in the mortal realm, remarked Rin Kai Run, seated behind Kupin, a smile gracing her lips. I was fortunate to witness it once at the Crown Princess residence. It was indeed celestial music, added Zhuochang Zai, who sat beside Tao Baolin, also smiling. Lady Shushi, however, remained aloof, her attention lost in the contemplation of the lotus blossoms, her thoughts a mystery to those around her. However, as long as Kupin found someone to echo her, she would continue the conversation. Indeed, it is said that the noble consort excels in all arts, unlike me, who is merely proficient in dance. Rin Kai Rin complimented. Sister Kupin's dance has also earned His Majesty's praise. A skill that is unattainable for someone like me. Yes, I too have practiced dancing, but only at a mediocre level. Tao Baolin glanced at Lin Xuanyan with concern. Yet Lin Xuanyan found the clamor around her bothersome. She quietly instructed Ji Lu to invite Tao Baolin to sit behind her. The seat behind Lin Xuanyan was initially reserved for Xia Gengyi, but since Xia had been confined, it became available for Tao Baolin. Even if Lin Xuanyan maintained only a superficial sisterly bond with Tao Baolin, it was preferable to endure Kupin's subtle mockery. Indeed, as Lin Xuanyan and Tao Baolin engaged in hushed conversation, punctuated by occasional laughter, they appeared entirely unbothered, which compelled Kupin to cease her jibes, instead idly gazing at the lotus flowers in the lake. Before long, the other consorts gradually arrived, with the Empress being the last to make her entrance. The younger sisters were instructed to forego formalities and treat the gathering as a casual reunion among sisters. The Empress took her seat at the head and began to speak. One glance at the resplendent attire of the consorts revealed that they had all made a considerable effort. After all, the Emperor was likely to attend, and some consorts might not see him even once in a month. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. The initial performances were prepared by the Music Bureau, showcasing both dance and instrumental pieces that opened Lin Xuanyan's eyes. Although she had spent time in a brothel in her past life, where her skills were commendable, the seductive dances meant to please men could not be compared to the refined music of the palace. Even after entering the residence of a prefect, the performances remained noble, yet they could not rival the grandeur of the palace's displays. Lin Xuanyan watched with rapt attention, yet some regarded her humble origins with even greater disdain. Among the performances, the first to take the stage was Ran Changzai, who presented a piece for the Guqin. The lively tune of Yangshan Baishue showcased exceptional artistry. Compared to Lin Xuanyan's genuine skill, it was not far off. The subsequent performances by other consorts, whether in dance or song, were all executed by those with considerable talent, which heightened Lin Xuanyan's vigilance. These women were carefully cultivated ladies from prominent families, instructed by renowned mentors. Although Lin Xuanyan possessed experience from her previous life, her artistic abilities did not surpass those of the noble ladies who had trained for over a decade. Since entering the palace, Lin Xuanyan had indeed grown somewhat complacent. The indulgent lifestyle often leads to a sense of ennui. After all, she had gained the emperor's favor, and although the consorts appeared cordial, their verbal sparring had yet to escalate to lethal measures. Nevertheless, Lin Xuanyan did not believe that women from affluent households were devoid of the subtle machinations typical of a household. It could only be said that the newly entered Lin Xuanyan had yet to pose a threat in their eyes. Nonetheless, the most pressing concern remained the Lotus Appreciation Banquet, for not only did the other consorts seek to capture the emperor's attention, but Lin Xuanyan also desired the same. Throughout the course of the morning, 3 esteemed concubines showcased their performances, with an additional 3 scheduled for the afternoon. Naturally, the midday meal was served at the pavilion in the heart of the lake. featuring ingredients exclusively sourced from the lotus, imparting a fragrant and distinctive flavor. After the meal, according to Lin Xuanyan's usual routine, this time would typically be reserved for her afternoon nap. However, as the Lotus Appreciation Banquet had yet to conclude, she was left to sit idly. Lin Xuanyan stifled a small yawn, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. "Are you feeling tired, my dear sister?" inquired concubine Yang softly from her left, her voice unexpectedly breaking the morning silence, causing Lin Xuanyan to freeze mid-yawn. Chapter 57. The peculiar Yang Kaijin walked out with me. "Is there something on your mind?" Lin Xuanyan tilted her head, gazing at Yang Kaijin with a look of curiosity. Just moments ago, at the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Yang Kaijin had taken Lin Xuanyan aside under the pretext of urgent matters. Seeing that Lin Kaijin appeared somewhat fatigued, she thought a stroll might prove refreshing. Yang Kaijin smiled gently, her gaze warm as she explained herself. In response, Lin Xuanyan merely smiled, the extent of her belief in Yang Kaijin's words known only to herself. However, as Yang Kaijin had suggested, a walk indeed alleviated fatigue, especially with the cool breeze by the lakeside, invigorating and refreshing. After the two had attended to their urgent matters, on their way back, Yang Kaijin, gazing at the delicate lotus flowers in the lake, casually remarked, "It seems Lin Kaijin has been in the palace for almost a month." "Indeed," Lin Kaijin replied. "What do you think of the palace?" Lin Xuanyan glanced at Yang Kaijin, who maintained a tranquil expression, as if her words were simply a passing thought. Lin Xuanyan chuckled lightly. "The palace is the most esteemed place in the world. Naturally, it is splendid." Lin Xuanyan responded with grandiloquent words. Yet Yang Kaijin's reaction was somewhat perplexing. Yang Kaijin let out a wry smile, her gaze drifting towards the pavilion, seemingly peering through the willows at the enchanting concubines, though her thoughts seemed to wander elsewhere. Yang Kaijin halted her steps, and Lin Xuanyan felt it inappropriate to proceed alone. After a moment, Yang Kaijin was roused from her reverie by a palace maid's gentle reminder. With an apologetic look, Yang Kaijin addressed Lin Xuanyan. "I seem to be a source of amusement for you." I was suddenly reminded of the past and momentarily lost in thought. Yang Kaijin had long served the emperor and was said to have been by his side since childhood, also being his first palace maid. Most of her past experiences likely bore the emperor's influence. Lin Xuanyan shook her head with a smile. "Not at all. Enjoying the lotus here possesses its own charm." The two continued their leisurely stroll, engaging in light conversation. As they neared the wooden bridge, they noticed additional palace attendants by the bridge. Realizing that the emperor had arrived at the pavilion during their absence, adorned in a bright yellow robe, Lin Kaijin, Yang Kaijin called out to Lin Xuanyan, who was about to hasten back to the pavilion. Lin Xuanyan frowned at her, observing Yang Kaijin's gentle smile, which seemed to convey a hope that Lin Kaijin would remain true to herself. "Let us go." Yang Kaijin took Lin Xuanyan's hand, urging her not to keep his majesty waiting. Lin Xuanyan, somewhat dazed, allowed Yang Kaijin to guide her towards the lake. The peculiar aura that Yang Kaijin exuded left her feeling unsettled. Though the smile on her face was undeniably warm, Lin Xuanyan sensed an underlying bitterness. Could it be that seeing her stirred memories of the past with the emperor? Transitioning from a palace maid to a concubine, there must have been some emotional ties. Yet, shouldn't she feel envy towards her, akin to the other concubines? However, the pavilion was now in sight, compelling Lin Xuanyan to cast aside her musings and join Yang Kaijin in paying respects to the emperor, empress, and imperial consort. Indeed, not only had the emperor arrived, but the empress and imperial consort Xian had also joined them. The esteemed consort Xian was a favored concubine of the late emperor, who bore him a son, tragically lost to smallpox at the tender age of 15. Following the emperor's demise, consort Xian resided in a secluded corner of the palace, rarely venturing beyond its walls. "Gentle ladies, there is no need for excessive formalities. Your return is most timely," remarked Chi-Chos with a cheerful smile. Lin Xuanyan suppressed her curiosity and resumed her seat alongside Consort Yang. Moments prior, His Majesty had expressed his weariness of annually admiring the lotus at the pavilion, suggesting a boat ride on the lake to appreciate the blossoms instead. As soon as they settled, Tao Baolin leaned in to share with Lin Xuanyan, her excitement palpable even in her hushed tone. This sparked a light of enthusiasm in Lin Xuanyan. Indeed, sitting idly was quite dull, and a change of scenery would be a welcome diversion. Before long, the boats requested by Chi Chos arrived in full. Each of the 8 small vessels lined up neatly beside the pavilion, and the attendees boarded in accordance with their ranks, with Chi Chos naturally sharing a boat with the Empress. Lin Xuanyan had presumed that the Empress Dowager would share a boat with Consort Xin, but to her surprise, Consort Xin turned to the other ladies and declared, "I have heard there is a new beauty in the palace. I wish to see her." A ripple of excitement ensued among the gathered women, for within the palace, the term beauty could bear multiple interpretations. However, it was clear that the new beauty referenced was none other than Lin Xuanyan. Consort Xin followed the gazes of the crowd to Lin Xuanyan and, with a smile, addressed the Empress Dowager, "Sister, I wish to share a boat with the young one. I long to relive the joys of youth." The Empress Dowager, having no objections, permitted Lin Xuanyan, who was bewildered, to follow Consort Xin onto the third boat amidst the curious glances of the onlookers. As the small vessel glided through the lotus blossoms, the tumult of the world seemed to fade away, rendering the occasional sounds of commotion distant and ethereal. Inside the boat, besides the eunuch who paddled outside, only Consort Xin, Lin Xuanyan, and their respective maidservants occupied the space. "My lady, I wish to go outside to admire the lotuses," requested the matron accompanying Consort Xin. With a gentle nod, Consort Xin acquiesced, and, as the matron stepped outside, she took Zhiliao along to enjoy the blooms together. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xuanyan understood well that Consort Xin had something she wished to discuss privately. Consort Xin gazed at Lin Xuanyan with a hint of nostalgia, finally breaking the silence with a soft inquiry, "How is Xiangzhu faring?" Lin Xuanyan was taken aback. Aunt Xiangzhu was her mother's maid, although Lin Xuanyan regarded her as family. To others, Aunt Xiangzhu remained a lowly servant, while Consort Xin stood as the revered widow of the late emperor. Yet, the familiarity in Consort Xion's tone suggested a deep connection. "Are you referring to Aunt Xiangzhu, my birth mother's servant?" Lin Xuanyan ventured cautiously. Consort Xin chuckled gently, her demeanor warm. "Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to your mother." With this revelation, Lin Xuanyan's doubts began to dissipate. Her mother had once been a lady of great standing, and it was not beyond reason for her to have known Consort Xin. However, Consort Xin appeared to be at least in her 40s, while her mother, if still alive, would be under 40. By age, they should not be mere acquaintances. Yet, Lin Xuanyan had not heard Xiangzhu mention any familial connection between her external family and Consort Xin. Observing the perplexity on Lin Xuanyan's face, Consort Xin could not help but reach out and gently ruffle her hair. "I am acquainted with your grandmother. She is a few years my senior and has always shown great kindness towards me," her neighbor. The warmth of her palm resting on Lin Xuanyan's head left her momentarily stunned, gazing at the tenderly loving expression of Consort Xin, feeling an inexplicable urge to shed tears. Chapter 58. Beauty Beyond Flowers. Such sentiments indeed hold truth. The current sovereign is the late-born child of the Empress Dowager. Thus, although the emperor is merely 4 years senior to Lin Xuanyan, the ages of the Empress Dowager and the Imperial concubine could almost make them Lin Xuanyan's grandmothers. The Imperial concubine Xin smiled gently and remarked, "I have come this time after receiving news relayed by Xiangzhu from outside the palace. However, I have spent many years in devotion to the Buddha and am rather unfamiliar with palace matters. I fear I may not be of much assistance to you." Nevertheless, her words wove a tapestry of suspense, leaving Lin Xuanyan's heart in a tumult of hope and anxiety. "I possess a means to convey messages outside the palace. If you have faith, visit the small Buddhist hall on the 10th of each month. I am generally present there." Lin Xuanyan was taken aback by such unexpected delight. For some time, she had been devising ways to send messages beyond the palace walls, having already entrusted significant sums of silver to the palace's purchasing officials through Xiong, hoping to establish connections. Yet, the act of transmitting messages outside the palace demands utmost caution, and Lin Xuanyan still could not fully trust that purchasing official. Now, with the avenue provided by the Imperial concubine Exa, why seek out palace attendants any longer? Nevertheless, Lin Xuanyan did not place her complete trust in the Imperial concubine either, for words alone could be deceiving. Malice sometimes requires no justification. Yet, Lin Xuanyan gazed at the Imperial concubine Xian with bright eyes, feigning unwavering belief. Your Highness, I have been in the palace for over a month, and I am truly worried about my family. Aunt Xiangzhu, would you be so kind as to convey a message back home, inquiring about their well-being? In her excitement, she nearly forgot the distinctions of rank. To her surprise, the Imperial concubine Xian shook her head with a serious countenance. My dear, she regarded Lin Xuanyan, her youthful innocence still evident in her features, and sighed. I indeed have ways to send messages beyond the palace, but are you certain you wish to utilize it for such a matter? The hierarchy within the palace is strict. Only those of concubine rank and above may send messages home to express longing, and only favored consorts may summon family members. This illustrates the difficulty of sending messages outside the palace. Upon hearing the Imperial concubine's query, Lin Xuanyan fell into a contemplative silence, only responding after a long pause. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. The Imperial concubine Exin nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly smiled playfully. However, this time, I can send you a letter expressing your longing for home. Lin Xuanyan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the Imperial concubine Exit. At that moment, the Imperial concubine appeared unhurried, speaking slowly. It has indeed been many years since I last saw that little girl, Xiangzhu. I find myself missing her. She continued. Speaking of which, I inquired about Xiangzhu's current situation, and you have yet to respond. Lin Xuanyan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She truly felt on the verge of weeping. At that moment, the Imperial concubine, Exin, radiated a warmth akin to that of a cherished elder. This was the warmth Lin Xuanyan had longed for in her past life, unexpectedly found within the treacherous confines of the palace. Aunt Xiangzhu is well, Lin Xuanyan replied, her tears forming a gentle smile. She treats me well, her health is good, and all is well. The Imperial concubine nodded and gently patted Lin Xuanyan's back, whispering tenderly in her ear, Good child, shall we go and admire the lotus blossoms? Lin Xuanyan composed herself within the embrace of the Imperial concubine and nodded in agreement. 3 individuals had already gathered at the bow of the boat, prompting Lin Xuanyan and the noble consort Exan to retreat to the stern. At that moment, Kupin graced the stage on the water platform. She elegantly waved her crimson sleeves, their vibrant hue almost blinding to the eye. It must be acknowledged that Kupin indeed possessed remarkable dancing skills. She was as gentle as flowing water when the moment called for softness, and exuded a commanding presence akin to a valiant warrior when required. Just as her performance concluded, applause erupted in the distance. Excellent. Truly, it can be said, the graceful waist appears to bend, the fluttering sleeves seem to fly. To express his admiration, Chichos rewarded Kupin with a box of exquisite East pearls, inciting envy among onlookers. The consorts who had performed earlier were left gnashing their teeth in frustration. Everyone was acutely aware that the emperor was more likely to arrive in the afternoon, yet those of lower rank had no choice but to abide by the arrangements, hoping he would come as soon as court was dismissed. This marked Lin Xuanyan's first encounter with Chichos displaying affection towards another woman since her entry into the palace. Was she heartbroken? Indignant? Lin Xuanyan merely gazed calmly at the enchanting smile illuminating Kupin's face, feeling no tumult within her heart. Having never experienced romantic love, she found no need to possess it. Xuanyan, may I call you that? Consort Xian inquired with a smile. Lin Xuanyan could hardly refuse, readily acquiescing. What about your performance? Has it already taken place? Consort Exin, unfamiliar with the banquet's itinerary, posed the question. Lin Xuanyan shook her head, observing the performers once again taking the stage as the music began to play, the mellifluous notes of the zither flowing like water. Consort Exan, watching Lin Xuanyan, noted the absence of expression on her face, yet discerned a hint of disappointment. This prompted her to recall Lin Xuanyan's background, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Though her exterior remained adorned with a maternal smile, I was worried I might miss Xuanyan's talent, but it seems I have inadvertently brought some joy instead. With that, Consort Xuanyan plucked a blooming lotus flower and presented it to Lin Xuanyan. Although Lin Xuanyan's earlier demeanor was feigned disappointment, the consort's gesture brought a genuine smile to her lips. Accepting the lotus flower, an idea suddenly struck Lin Xuanyan, and she remarked to Consort Xuanyan, "In the vicinity of my former residence, there lies a lotus pond, where, during the summer, there were lotus gatherers singing merrily in the water. I have learned a little, and, if it pleases you, I would like to offer a humble performance." Initially, Lin Xuanyan had no intention of showcasing her talents, as she did not wish to recklessly present extraordinary skills. However, at this moment, in the lotus pond setting, a simple rendition of Picking Lotus would suffice to fit the occasion, even without instrumental accompaniment. Consort Xuanyan readily agreed. In Jiangnan, one can pick lotus flowers. The lotus leaves spread wide. Within, two carp frolic, playing amid the azure waves. The fish dance among the lotus leaves to the east. The fish dance among the lotus leaves to the south. Deep within the lotus leaves, which maiden resides. Across the water, she smiles, tossing a branch of lotus. A beauty, standing at the stern like a lotus emerging from the water, cradled a lotus flower in her hands. Her melodious voice mingling with the faint floral fragrance carried by the breeze, enchanting all who beheld her. As Chi-Chos turned towards the source of the song, he was met with this captivating scene, momentarily lost in reverie. Anshan, noticing his distraction, swiftly signaled to a young eunuch to steer the boat closer. Meanwhile, the Empress stood silently to one side, wearing a gentle smile that concealed her true thoughts. Chi-Chos instructed to anchor the boat at the rear flank of Lin Xuanyan, signaling others to refrain from interruption. Only after the melody concluded did Chi-Chos voice his admiration, stating, "Shinner's voice possesses the enchanting ability to linger for 3 days. Why do you remain hidden among the lotus, instead of gracing the stage?" Lin Xuanyan had already discerned from the commotion behind her that Chi-Chos had arrived, yet she feigned a blend of surprise and delight. After bowing respectfully to Chi-Chos, she replied, "This humble servant merely learned a few rudiments from the lotus gatherers nearby during my time at home. How could I possibly compare to the esteemed ladies of the palace?" Embarrassed, Lin Xuanyan lowered her gaze, her delicate features partially concealed by the lotus she held, leaving one to ponder whether the blush adorning her cheeks was a reflection of the flower's hue. She hesitated, smiling shyly, for in that moment, she appeared more enchanting than the blossoms themselves. Chapter 59. The beauty, although the lotus leaves spread out beautifully, who among the assembly could divert their gaze from the emperor? No woman relishes the sight of her husband casting his eyes upon another. Lin Xuanyan need not look to feel the piercing glances of jealousy upon her, as if they were flames threatening to consume her. If Xuanyan merely skimmed the surface of her musical skills, what thoughts must occupy the minds of the seasoned performers on stage, who have honed their craft for over a decade? Chi-Chos, with a gentle flick of his folding fan, exuded an ineffable charm, dressed in a white brocade robe adorned with silver-threaded patterns. Chi-Chos moved with an elegance that radiated subtle brilliance. His ebony hair, stylishly gathered with a jade crown, complemented his striking features. The simplicity of his attire belied the exquisite allure of his countenance, pale as jade and eyes twinkling like stars, further enhanced by a gentle smile reminiscent of the warm spring sun, penetrating the hearts of those around him. Even Lin Xuanyan, who had encountered countless men, could not help but concede that Chi-Chos possessed an extraordinary visage, aptly described as a jade-like figure amidst the common folk, a peerless gentleman. Indeed, her sister's exceptional voice left Lin Xuanyan feeling somewhat overshadowed. As Lin Hondong's boat glided into view, the melody she produced seemed somewhat monotonous. The addition of instruments would undoubtedly elevate its charm. Lin Hondong's face radiated her usual gentle smile, which, against the backdrop of sky and water, accentuated her purity, untouched by the murk of the world, and her grace, untainted by seduction. Yet, the jealousy concealed within her words was not lost on Lin Xuanyan, who perceived it with remarkable acuity. The smile on Lin Xuanyan's face faded to a mere veneer as she lowered her gaze to the lotus in her hand, saying, "I am but a dullard, though I dabble in various pursuits. None are mastered, unlike the exquisite performance of the esteemed imperial concubine." Lin Handong's smile faltered momentarily before she seamlessly regained her composure, acknowledging her sister's innate talent. "If only you could focus on one discipline, with time, you too would astonish all," she remarked with a continued gentle smile. After a brief pause, Lin Handong added coincidentally, "I possess a guqin crafted from Wudong wood in the palace, which would be a fitting gift for you." In just a few words, Lin Handong not only countered Lin Xuanyan's remark, but also showcased her own magnanimity through the gesture of gifting the guqin. However, Lin Xuanyan chose not to engage further. Merely bowing in acknowledgement, "I thank the esteemed imperial concubine for her generous gift." With that, she rose on her own accord, not once casting a glance at Lin Handong. The absence of any mention of Lin Handong's status was precisely the effect Lin Xuanyan desired. As the daughter of the primary wife, she found herself overshadowed by her half-sister, the favored concubine. It was indeed humiliating. Yet, the more pronounced the contrast, the greater her disdain for Lin Handong became, allowing her to draw a clear line between them. After all, her future stretched long ahead, and there was no need to compete with a woman destined for the cold palace. "Very well, since Handong has bestowed a guqin, I too cannot refrain from offering a gift," Chi Chos declared with a bright smile. "Xuanyan, do you have any desires?" The Empress chimed in, "Then I shall add a gift as well." In the presence of the Emperor and Empress, Lin Xuanyan graciously displayed a radiant smile, particularly towards the Emperor, embodying the innocence of a young girl. "Your servant thanks the Emperor and the Empress." Lin Xuanyan curtsied, her delight evident. "Any gift from your Majesty and Her Highness is cherished. Behold this foolish child. She appears to be a striking beauty, yet does not make the slightest effort to advocate for herself." Beside her, the noble consort Xian was amused by Lin Xuanyan. Just then, the Empress Dowager was assisted out of the cabin, prompting consort Xian to turn to her and inquire, "Sister, do you not agree with what I have said?" The Empress Dowager, with a serene smile, expressed her accord, saying, "This child may well be entirely devoted to her beauty. I find her utterly delightful." Although the Empress Dowager was merely echoing consort Xian's words, there lingered an undertone suggesting that Lin Xuanyan was but a pretty fool. Regardless of the true meaning behind the Empress Dowager's words, the title of beauty was firmly bestowed upon Lin Xuanyan. Chi Chao closed his fan and declared, "If Xuanyan has not yet made up her mind, then I shall act according to my wishes." Just as the Empress Dowager and consort Xian had remarked, the title of beauty indeed suited Xuanyan's exquisite charm. This revelation nearly caused the usually composed Empress to falter in her demeanor, and it was evident that the attention of those present remained fixated on Lin Xuanyan. Even the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, about to redirect the conversation when consort Xian nudged the dazed Lin Xuanyan. "This child is so overwhelmed with joy. Should she not express her gratitude?" Only then did Lin Xuanyan awaken from her stupor, preparing to kneel in thanks. However, just as she was about to do so, the boat began to sway. "Once Anshan has prepared the decree, expressing your gratitude will not be too late," the Emperor's voice rang out, leaving the Empress Dowager with no opportunity to interject further. After all, the Emperor's words were as precious as gold and not easily altered. At this moment, the performer stepped onto the stage, and the crowd began to disperse. Yet, the burning gazes occasionally directed at Lin Xuanyan indicated that their attention remained firmly upon her. Thus, Lin Xuanyan chose to return to the cabin with consort Xian. The performance by Run was destined to go unnoticed, with only a smattering of applause at its conclusion to spare her from complete embarrassment. This atmosphere of silence persisted until Lin Handong made her entrance. By now, twilight had enveloped the sky, with the sun and moon both gracing the heavens. Candles flickered on the waterside platform, their dancing flames illuminating Lin Handong's skin, which appeared as pure as cream, her delicate wrists reminiscent of frosty snow. The sound of the pipa suddenly filled the air, harmonizing beautifully with the evening breeze that delicately stirred the heartstrings. The sunset cast a shimmering hue upon the water. The gentle zephyrs swayed the flowers and grass, while reflections danced in the water, creating a dreamlike tapestry. The sky and water merged as one under the bright, solitary moon. Fishermen glided across the surface, their boats creating ripples against the shore, while the distant echo of oars resonated softly. What a splendid performance of Spring River, Flower Moon Night. Despite Lin Xuanyan's deep-seated disdain for Lin Handong, she could not deny that Lin Handong's pipa skills were truly exceptional, surpassing even her own proficiency with the qin. In an instant, praises filled the air, yet the most significant aspect was the emperor's response. Lin Xuanyan might win favor with a piece of picking lotus, aided by consort Xn, thus elevating her status from a performer to a beauty. However, Lin Handong could not hope to achieve similar elevation solely through her pipa performance. Therefore, even if the Qi dynasty's policies were exceedingly commendable, they merely resulted in the bestowal of exquisite treasures, inaccessible to the ordinary concubines, such as the snow frog fat from the north, coral from the east, and shoe brocade from the south. Had it not been for Lin Xuanyan's prominence, the true victor of the day would undoubtedly have been Lin Handong. Subsequently, the guests disembarked and dined at the pavilion in the lake before returning to their respective palaces. As today is the first day of the month, both Lin Xuanyan and Lin Handong were to spend the night alongside the emperor in the Chanqiu Palace, following the empress. Naturally, Lin Xuanyan would not foolishly attempt to seize the emperor's attention today. Achieving the status of a favored beauty was already a delightful surprise. Were it not for the subtle encouragement from the dowager consort Xn, Lin Xuanyan could have exerted herself to the point of exhaustion. It would have garnered only a few rewards. Nonetheless, Lin Xuanyan still harbored a degree of caution towards the dowager consort Xn. Chapter 60. The beautiful one whom one cannot forget. On the first day of the summer night, the crescent moon hung in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. To return from Qingyuan Lake to the Ningxin Palace, one must traverse the Imperial Garden. During the day, haste was necessary, but now, with ample time, it was an opportunity to stroll leisurely and appreciate the beauty around them. Payer, holding a palace lantern, illuminated the path ahead. The interplay of starlight and candlelight creating a serene and enchanting atmosphere in the garden. As they journeyed halfway, Tao Baolin suddenly bowed and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Sister Lin, on your promotion to a beauty." Lin Xuanyan was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the mischievous smile on Tao Baolin's face, she understood the jest. Lin Xuanyan lifted her chin, looking down her nose, and huffed, "Well, at least you care. Hurry and assist this beauty back to the palace." Tao Baolin quickly rose and bent down to take Lin Xuanyan's outstretched hand. However, it was not long before both erupted into laughter, startling the insects hidden among the blossoms. Beneath the moonlight's gentle glow, they felt less constrained by palace rules, continuing their playful banter until they neared Ningxin Palace. Upon noticing the brightly lit interior, they exchanged glances, instinctively sobering their expressions. Could it be that the imperial decree for your promotion has arrived? Tao Fei speculated. Earlier, they had thought it too late for the decree to have come, assuming it would arrive the following day, which is why they had leisurely strolled through the Imperial Garden. This was Lin Xuanyan's explicit request. Otherwise, she would have likely delayed her visit to admire the garden's beauty for an indefinite time. Moreover, the summer heat made the evening's temperature particularly pleasant. Yet, none of this compared to the significance of the decree, prompting Lin Xuanyan to hasten her steps alongside Tao Baolin toward the palace. Before they could enter, they spotted Jishun standing at the palace door, gazing outward. Upon seeing Lin Xuanyan, his expression turned anxious yet joyful. Lin Xuanyan felt reassured. The decree for her promotion was indeed on its way. "Master," Jishun hurried to Lin Xuanyan's side, saying, "Lord Anshan has been waiting for a long time." Lin Xuanyan furrowed her brow, but this was not the moment for reprimands. She quickly instructed Ji Lu to assist her in adjusting her attire while they made their way inside. Under the bright candlelight, Lin Xuanyan's radiant beauty from the day was softened, her brows and eyes shrouded in a warm, ethereal glow, akin to a veil, yet utterly captivating. What Anshan beheld was this mesmerizing Lin Xuanyan. Momentarily taken aback, He inwardly marveled at her deserving title as a beauty, and it was no wonder the emperor held her in such high regard. This night marked the emperor's stay in Changqiu Palace. Yet before he could reach the queen, he had ordered Anshan to expedite the decree for Lin Xuanyan's promotion. One could only ponder how long Lin Xuanyan would linger in the emperor's thoughts, a sigh escaping Anshan's heart. Nevertheless, he approached her with a smile. "Your servant greets the beauty." Lin Xuanyan would not allow Anshan to complete his formalities, hastily extending her hand to assist him. "Lord Anshan, there is no need for such courtesy." When it came time to announce the decree, Lin Xuanyan led the attendants of Tianzhou Pavilion to kneel and listen to Anshan's recitation. The decree for promotion contained but a few repeated phrases. Although Lin Xuanyan was elevated for her beauty, the proclamation still included commendations of virtue and grace. After reciting the decree, Anshan did not linger, for as the grand eunuch beside the emperor, he could not afford to be absent for long. Certainly, Zhixing did not forget to present the little eunuchs who accompanied Anshan with pouches filled with golden melon seeds or silver coins. "Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, Lady Lin." Not only the trio from Tianzhou Pavilion offered their felicitations, but a host of palace maids from Ningzhen Hall also surged in to extend their congratulations. Having ascended 2 ranks within merely 2 months of entering the palace, it was conceivable that the future mistress of Ningzhen Hall might very well be this young Lady Lin. How could they not hasten to flatter her? Faced with the obsequious smiles of the crowd, Lin Xuanyan waved her hand generously, bestowing a few taels of silver upon everyone. Even the 2 palace maids under Tao Bao Lin approached to seek their share of the rewards. Lin Xuanyan pondered for a moment, then retrieved a jade hairpin from her cosmetic case and handed it to Ping Er, saying, "Let your mistress partake in this joy as well." Ping Er's expression stiffened, yet Lin Xuanyan seemed oblivious, dismissing her with a wave. Since Tao Bao Lin had sent someone to request a reward, Lin Xuanyan could hardly show favoritism. Moreover, through their interactions over the past few days, Lin Xuanyan had come to discern that Tao Bao Lin was utterly indifferent to the emperor, her temperament quite soft and yielding, even allowing the palace maids beneath her to display discontent. Lin Xuanyan could not fathom Tao Bao Lin's mindset, yet she had no intention of altering it. Once desire takes root within a person, it becomes easy to be ensnared by it, leading one to resort to unscrupulous means. Tao Bao Lin's demeanor was, in fact, rather agreeable. As the night deepened, the jubilant crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the wind swirling in the courtyard. "My lady, shall I prepare you for bed?" Zhixing approached to assist Lin Xuanyan in removing the ornate hairpins and jewels adorning her head. Lin Xuanyan did not respond, instead leaning back in her chair with closed eyes, instructing, "Call Zhixing in." Zhixing paused momentarily, covertly observing Lin Xuanyan's countenance in the mirror, her heart sinking with concern, yet she dared not delay and hurried to summon Zhixing. "My lady?" Zhi Lu approached to take over Zhixing's task, tentatively inquiring, "Did Zhixing err in some manner?" Zhi Lu mused that aside from not allowing Tao Bao Lin to wait in the hall that morning, there should have been no missteps, especially since Tao Bao Lin had clarified matters at that time. Upon hearing Zhi Lu's inquiry, Lin Xuanyan opened her eyes and regarded her reflection in the mirror. Noticing the genuine confusion on Zhi Lu's face, she emitted a cold huff, saying, "You two shall listen attentively." Zhi Lu straightened, hastily lowering her head to deftly remove the hairpins, dutifully kneading Lin Xuanyan's shoulders and back. Before long, Zhixing returned, leading a visibly anxious Zhixing into the room. "My lady," Zhixing called softly. Lin Xuanyan responded in a detached manner, not even opening her eyes to glance at them, simply stating, "Do you two know what you have done wrong today?" Zhixing immediately knelt beside Zhixing, taken aback to discover her own fault in the matter, yet unable to fathom what it might be. Surely it could not be that she had specifically bypassed the palace maid she disliked while distributing silver rewards to the others? Zhixing ruminated in distress, while Zhixing recalled a fleeting frown on Lin Xuanyan's face upon her return to the palace, initially believing he had misinterpreted her expression. "My lady," Zhixing ventured cautiously, Is it that we failed to properly attend to Lord Shan? After Lin Xuanyan received the imperial decree, she noticed the warm tea and delicacies laid out in the hall, indicating that eunuch Anshan had graciously prepared for her return to the palace. Lin Xuanyan remained silent, clearly indicating that the response was incorrect. For a moment, the room was filled only with the crackling sound of the burning candlelight. Lin Xuanyan closed her eyes, leaning against the back of her chair, her expression tranquil, as if she had already fallen asleep. Yet, none of Ji Lu and the others dared to leave. Some continued to knead their shoulders, while others remained kneeling. Eventually, it was Ji Lu who recalled something. On their way back to the palace, the master had mentioned that as the day was drawing to a close, the decree would likely be issued the following day, and it would be better to take this opportunity to enjoy the imperial garden. To their surprise, upon returning to the palace, the decree had already arrived. Chapter 61. The Trial of Jisha, my lord. Is it because we kept Master Anshan waiting for too long? Ji Lu broke the silence. Lin Xuanyan finally opened her eyes and glanced at Ji Xing and Ji Lu, speaking softly. Do you understand where you went wrong? However, Ji Xing and Ji Lu felt aggrieved, explaining at that time we wanted to summon you. But Master Anshan insisted it was not urgent and said he was willing to wait. Willing to wait? Lin Xuanyan was incensed, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Master Anshan's willingness to wait is out of respect for me, while your calling upon me should be out of respect for the emperor. Do you presume that my standing surpasses that of the emperor? Her furious reprimand rendered the three present pale, not merely from her anger, but from the realization of their own transgressions. Yet Jishuan still clung to a feeble defense. Master Anshan expressed it that way. If we left, wouldn't that be a slight to him? Lin Xuanyan suppressed her ire, allowing Jishuan to finish. Have you said all you needed to? Do you have any other excuses? A master, calm in her wrath, can be far more terrifying. Jishuan stealthily cast her gaze downward, burying her head in shame, no longer daring to entertain any false hopes. Seeing the two fall silent, Lin Xuanyan spoke. At that time in Tianzhou Pavilion, it was only the two of you. I assumed you were entertaining Master Anshan and could not leave. But what are the attendants in Ningxin Hall? Were they all preoccupied, or were you simply incapable of directing them? Even if the attendants in Ningxin Hall had tasks, if Tianzhou Pavilion required assistance, many would eagerly volunteer. The three now understood the crux of the issue, particularly Jishuan and Ji Lu, whose foreheads pressed tightly against the ground, cold sweat soaking their backs. Currently, I bask in favor and glory. Minor faults may be overlooked by others. However, should I lose the emperor's favor in the future, these seemingly trivial mistakes will accumulate, transforming into irrevocable blunders. We, the four of us, rise and fall together. Lin Xuanyan lowered her voice, yet her words struck them like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. Ji Lu knelt in accord. From the day they became master and servants, they were bound together like grasshoppers on the same string. If the servants erred, the master could still protect them. But should the master fall from grace, they would truly possess nothing. I have been promoted twice within 2 months of entering the palace. Do you not think that is splendid? Lin Xuanyan continued. Yet the more splendid it appears, the more eyes are fixed upon my position. You are aware that since my arrival, Capin has regarded me with disdain, merely constrained by the emperor's favor to restrict her insults. What if one day she resorts to other means? As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to guard against an invisible arrow. With your current capabilities, I truly cannot ensure that I can evade such hidden threats. Jishuan swallowed hard, her voice hoarse as she replied, my lord. I have a fellow townsman working in Kupin's Tingzhu Palace. I can ask him to keep a close watch on her movements. Lin Xuanyan did not anticipate such unexpected good fortune, yet she merely raised an eyebrow, countering, and what are the others? Can you guarantee that Capin is the only one who harbors resentment towards me? The servant, feeling a sense of insecurity, mentioned that 2 of his fellow townsmen were employed in other palaces. As he spoke, his confidence waned. Among his peers, he was the most fortunate, serving a master favored by the emperor, while the other 3 toiled in menial positions across various palaces. The risk of attracting the attention of the higher-ups was ever present, with the threat of severe repercussions looming if one were to inadvertently gaze upon a superior. Although he had a few acquaintances, primarily maidens with whom he exchanged embroidery patterns, he lacked any deep connections. In his desperation, he could muster no words, ultimately bowing repeatedly and acknowledging his punishment. However, Lin Xuanyan valued this quality of acknowledgement in Zhixing, appreciating that he did not shy away from responsibility when faced with adversity. Previously, when Zhixuan erred, she had merely deprived him of a meal as punishment. Thus, she intended to do the same for Zhixing. Upon hearing her words, Zhixing sighed in relief, grateful for his master's leniency. Yet, Zhixuan felt a weight in his heart, knowing he would not be so lightly treated this time. Lin Xuanyan observed the prostrating Zhixuan, pausing to contemplate an appropriate punishment. As time dragged on, Zhixuan's anxiety grew, his body trembling involuntarily. Despite his master's usual kindness, she wielded the power of life and death over him. Zhixuan, Lin Xuanyan called out suddenly. He felt a sense of relief. Her willingness to speak was preferable to the oppressive silence that bred uncertainty. I know you are astute. During this period of my neglect, you must have felt discontented. She seemed to peer into his soul. Thus, I entrust you with a task. If you succeed, not only will today's incident be forgiven, but I shall also have additional assignments for you. Should you fail, Lin Xuanyan paused, her voice growing icy. I have no taste for bloodshed. You shall return from whence you came. As her words settled, Zhixuan immediately bowed twice, the impact resounding so loudly that Lin Xuanyan questioned whether the tiles would crack beneath him. Please, my master, command me. I shall brave any peril to fulfill your wishes. Lin Xuanyan chuckled softly. It is not so dire. I simply have a craving for crab. Before Zhixuan could fully process this, she continued, however, you must not disclose that it is I who desires them. By the 10th of July, I wish to feast upon steamed crab, accompanied by vinegar. Zhixuan was taken aback. The task was both challenging and feasible. Crabs were best enjoyed in autumn, yet there were some available at present. The difficulty lay in the fact that, without a specific request from the palace's master, the Imperial kitchen would likely refrain from procurement. Although he was a favored servant, he could not command the palace attendants to fetch him crabs and prepare them. Nevertheless, Zhixuan accepted this challenge with utmost respect, recognizing that his ability to remain in Tianzhou Pavilion hinged upon it, as well as Lin Xuanyan's assessment of his potential as a trusted confidant. During this time, even though Zhixing avoided him, he could discern that she had garnered greater trust from their master. They had entered the palace simultaneously. Why should she be favored over him? He felt a deep sense of discontent. Now that his master has granted him an opportunity, he must seize it. After a long day of performing, Lin Xuanyan, weary from her exertions, pinched her tired brow and instructed, fetch me some water for my ablutions. Before long, the Tianzhou Pavilion was enveloped in darkness, save for the flickering candlelight of a few lamps, with only the incessant chirping of insects outside breaking the silence. Zhixuan returned to his room, yet found himself tossing and turning in bed, pondering the significance of the task his master had set before him. Surely, there was a purpose behind it, though he could not yet discern what his master intended to test him on. Chapter 62. The game of chess as the moon wanes and the sun rises. Another night has swiftly passed. After partaking in a light breakfast, Lin Xuanyan accompanied Zhixing to the small Buddhist hall. Nestled on the west side of the inner palace and in close proximity to the residence of Consort Xian, this hall was originally constructed by the late emperor to console Consort Xian following her bereavement. However, it was not yet the 10th day of the month, and Lin Xuanyan's purpose was not to convey messages to Consort Xian, but rather to retrieve Buddhist scriptures to present to the empress. After offering her devotions for over 10 days, her intentions were indeed profound. With her veil in place, Lin Xuanyan hurried directly to the small Buddhist hall, though a light sheen of perspiration adorned her forehead. Upon entering, the faint aroma of sandalwood enveloped her, and the sweltering heat of summer seemed to dissipate in this serene space. Within the hall, only the venerable Ming, a nun with an unshorn head, was present. Recognizing Lin Xuanyan, the nun bowed respectfully, inquiring if the beauty had come to collect the scriptures. Lin Xuanyan nodded and returned a half bow, smiling gently. "I have troubled you, Master." The beauty's heartfelt reverence is no trouble at all. "It is my duty," the nun replied with a benevolent smile, lowering her gaze. Afterward, she poured a cup of tea for Lin Xuanyan, encouraging her to sip first. Lin Xuanyan accepted the tea and casually asked, "Is it just you here in the hall usually, Master?" The nun shook her head, responding, "Consort Xn often visits, though the scorching sun has kept her away of late." "Is that so?" Lin Xuanyan smiled and returned the cup to the nun. Subsequently, the nun lit an incense stick, and after both had offered their respects on the meditation cushions, the scriptures were retrieved from the altar. By the time Lin Xuanyan reached the Chanqiu Hall, the sun had ascended high in the sky. At the corner, she paused to allow Zhixing to meticulously arrange her makeup before approaching the hall. This time, the Empress did not make Lin Xuanyan wait. After a brief announcement, she was ushered into the inner chamber. The Empress, adorned in a light-colored robe, was seated before a chessboard, engaged in a game. "You arrive at an opportune moment, my lady. Come and play a match with me," the Empress said with a smile, beckoning Lin Xuanyan as she noticed her presence. The Empress's demeanor was warm and inviting, contrasting sharply with her usual imposing presence in the Grand Hall. In that moment, Lin Xuanyan perceived a fleeting resemblance to Lin Handong. "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty," Lin Xuanyan said, first performing a complete salutation before rising with a hesitant expression. "I fear my skills in chess are lacking and may disrupt your majesty's enjoyment." While proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Lin Xuanyan had no intention of revealing her chess skills since her arrival in the palace. A strategist must possess cunning to command the board, but in her current lowly position, how could she dare to display her wits? Moreover, her proficiency in music, calligraphy, and painting sufficed to ensure her survival within the palace. Nevertheless, the Empress insisted, "No matter. As long as you understand the rules, it will serve to pass the time." With such an invitation extended, Lin Xuanyan could not refuse without appearing ungracious. Thus, she approached and seated herself opposite the Empress, prepared to display her humble skills. The palace maid gathered the chess pieces on the board, intending to allow the queen to play with the white pieces first. However, the queen exchanged the chess box and smiled, saying, "The beauty shall take the lead." Lin Xuanyan, taken aback by such favor, hesitantly placed a piece on the board. Yet, a mere quarter of an hour later, she inevitably squandered the queen's kind gesture. The queen glanced at the chessboard and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the beauty's skills in chess were unlike those of others. It was worth mentioning that the queen took a quarter of an hour, following her usual strategy, only to find that Lin Xuanyan was playing unconventionally, compelling the queen to ponder the intent behind her moves. However, after a few rounds, the queen realized that Lin Xuanyan was oblivious to her own blunders, often coming to a sudden realization only after making 2 or 3 moves. The queen swiftly concluded the game. Hearing the queen's praise, Lin Xuanyan lowered her head in embarrassment, her voice barely above a whisper. "I hope your majesty does not find me foolish." Having played a game with such a novice, the queen lost her interest in continuing, gesturing for the chess pieces to be cleared away. Soon, the table was adorned with fragrant tea and an array of delicacies, the enticing aroma making one's mouth water. "What brings the beauty here today?" the queen inquired, finally remembering to ask as she held her cup. Lin Xuanyan received the already wrapped Buddhist scriptures from Zhixing and presented them to the queen with both hands. "This scripture, written by your humble servant, has been offered at the altar for over 10 days. I wish to present it to your majesty, and I hope it is not deemed unworthy." "You are thoughtful," the queen remarked as she accepted the scriptures. Upon opening a page, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Your handwriting is truly exquisite. This gift pleases me greatly." Lin Xuanyan, her head bowed, smiled shyly, a delicate blush blooming on her ears from the steam of the tea. The queen handed the scriptures to a nearby maid, instructing her to keep them safe. Regardless of whether the queen genuinely cherished the scripture, she had certainly given Lin Xuanyan face. With her purpose fulfilled, Lin Xuanyan intended to take her leave. At that moment, the queen seemingly casually remarked, "Why is it that you do not wear the bracelet I gifted you? Do you not like it?" Lin Xuanyan felt a fleeting panic but quickly regained her composure. "Your Majesty, the bracelet is far too precious. I fear I might damage it if I wear it. No matter, a bracelet is but a trinket. Should it break, I shall gift you another." Faced with such insistence, Lin Xuanyan had no choice but to acquiesce. As Lin Xuanyan's figure faded from the Chanqiu Palace, the queen squinted at the spot where she had just been seated and mused softly. "Do you believe her to be genuine?" The queen's words left others perplexed. But the maid, having served the queen for many years, understood immediately and replied, "I believe Lin Beauty to be sincere." The queen commanded the maid to set the chessboard anew. Whether her innocence was real or feigned, in this deep palace, it would inevitably be tainted by other hues. Meanwhile, as Lin Xuanyan exited the Chanqiu Palace, her mind was occupied with entirely different thoughts. Whether it was the chess game or the fleeting panic when faced with the queen's inquiry, all was a deliberate act on her part. The aim is to persuade the queen that her favor is solely derived from her beauty, at least until she can withstand this tumultuous period. She must endure the chaos brought by Lin Hondong's sorcery. During this time, she cannot afford to create too many enemies. When Lin Hondong's deeds are finally exposed, she does not seek allies to speak on her behalf, but rather hopes to ensure that few will take advantage of her misfortunes. Most importantly, there is the queen. Despite her current gentle demeanor, should the queen wish to act, even the emperor must tread carefully. This is the advantage bestowed by her role as the mother of the nation. It was the queen's final remark that today left Lin Xuanyan feeling displeased. Chapter 63. The bet is won upon retrieving the queen's bracelet from Tianzhou Pavilion. Lin Xuanyan promptly had it examined by Ji Lu, confirming its authenticity. However, with every circumstance comes the unexpected. She had no desire to wear it if she could avoid it. Yet, since the queen had already spoken, she would have to don the jade bracelet at future encounters with her. Perhaps it was due to neglecting to consult the almanac before departing that she found herself burdened with an additional worry after visiting the queen, only to subsequently encounter concubine Ku and consort Zhua. "Greetings, Lin Meiren," the concubines acknowledged. Lin Xuanyan initially intended to feign ignorance and discreetly circumvent them, but consort Zhua, with her sharp eyes, spotted her from afar and offered a salute. With no other recourse, Lin Xuanyan approached concubine Ku and respectfully greeted her. "I pay my respects to concubine Ku." Concubine Ku was delicately folding a flower. The pale petals contrasted beautifully with her fingers, which gleamed like white jade. In the next moment, the tender rose slipped from her grasp, accumulating a speck of dust. "Oh!" Concubine Ku feigned shock, covering her mouth in a theatrical display. "I am so clumsy. I was too excited to see my Meiren sister and dropped the flower. Might you be so kind as to help me retrieve it?" The term Meiren was almost forced through concubine Ku's gritted teeth, laden with disdain. Aside from the initial intimidation she displayed upon Lin Xuanyan's entry into the palace, concubine Ku had, on subsequent occasions, merely indulged in verbal skirmishes. It appeared that Lin Xuanyan's recent elevation had provoked her ire, while Lin Xuanyan intended to endure the early trials. Allowing concubine Ku to continue such blatant affronts would only lead others to perceive her as an easy target. Thus, Lin Xuanyan merely smiled slightly and stepped forward, deliberately treading on the fallen rose. "You!" Concubine Ku gasped, her expression shifting as she prepared to unleash her fury. Lin Xuanyan, from behind concubine Ku, plucked another rose and, with a radiant smile, presented it to her. "The one that fell has become soiled. Allow me to fetch you another." "Dear sister." The layers of petals unfurled gracefully in Lin Xuanyan's hands, no less exquisite than the one that had fallen. Yet, it was not merely the flower that concubine Ku coveted, particularly as she gazed upon Lin Xuanyan, her delicate features framed by the veil of her hat. She appeared almost ethereal, akin to a celestial being. This exquisite silk should have rightfully belonged to her. With a scoff, concubine Ku's demeanor turned cold as she extended her hand, claw-like, and crushed the rose Lin Xuanyan held, staining her palm with the flower's juice. "I desire that very bloom." In that moment, the bystanders, including consort Zhua, lowered their heads, wary of incurring wrath. Yet, Lin Xuanyan remained unperturbed, smiling as she stepped back. Allowing the crushed flower to be fully visible to concubine Ku, once a delicate blossom, now a mere ruin, reduced to petals and pulp. Lin Xuanyan had not only stepped on it, but had also intentionally ground it further, the juice staining the cobblestones beneath her feet. Emulating concubine, Ku's earlier theatrics. Lin Xuanyan feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I am so sorry. The flower you wished for is no more." Her expression conveyed astonishment tinged with regret, yet to concubine Ku, it was a blatant provocation. Enraged, concubine Ku could no longer contain herself and raised her hand to strike Lin Xuanyan's face. Lin Xuanyan had almost instinctively responded to the situation, swiftly blocking Ku Pin's hand. At that moment, her expression turned icy. What was Ku Pin attempting? Was she to impose personal punishment on a concubine? In the Imperial harem, apart from the Empress, no other consort is permitted to inflict punishment on those of lower rank. Ku Pin tugged at the hand grasped by Lin Xuanyan, yet Lin Xuanyan secretly exerted strength, and Ku Pin, for a moment, could not break free. Infuriated, Ku Pin shouted, "Someone! Lin Marin has shown disrespect to me. Seize her at once." Overcome with rage, Ku Pin lost her composure, yet her attendants remained clear-headed. Despite Ku Pin's rank, Lin Xuanyan had recently been favored by the emperor, and his affection was profound. In the harem, while rank is significant, the emperor's favor holds even greater weight. The attendants behind hesitated, unwilling to advance, and Ku Pin, exasperated, yelled, "Are you blind or deaf? Do you not heed my commands?" Particularly, Zhixing stepped forward to shield Lin Xuanyan, a protective stance that further stung Ku Pin's eyes. Though Ku Pin held a higher rank, her attendants were outnumbered, and today she had brought 2 maids with her, none of whom could match the loyalty of Lin Xuanyan's maid. Ku Pin's eyes reddened with fury, while Lin Xuanyan observed the surrounding attendants moving back and forth, feeling a headache coming on. This place was not secluded. In just a short while, 2 groups of attendants had already circumvented the area. It would not be long before news of her dispute with Ku Pin spread throughout the palace. Sighing internally, Lin Xuanyan leaned forward and whispered to Ku Pin, "Sister Ku Pin, are you certain you wish to create such a scene in front of everyone?" Ku Pin was momentarily taken aback, her anger dissipating somewhat, yet she still gritted her teeth, saying, "You have shown disrespect to me. Do you think this matter can simply pass?" Lin Xuanyan suddenly smiled brightly, raising an eyebrow. "I have already offered you a token of apology. What more do you desire? Or do you intend to argue before the Empress or His Majesty?" As she spoke, Lin Xuanyan released her grip on Ku Pin's hand. Ku Pin was not a foolish individual. She had merely been accustomed to being pampered since childhood, easily angered by minor grievances. At that moment, Lin Xuanyan spoke plainly. Even if the matter escalated to His Majesty, she would not concede. Given the Emperor's current affection for Lin Xuanyan, the best outcome would be mutual reprimands, leaving neither in a favorable position. Yet the worst outcome would see only Ku Pin punished, which would utterly disgrace her. At that moment, Zhuo Changzai, who had remained silent, mustered the courage to speak. "Sisters, today's gathering is meant for joy. Let us not allow a trivial matter to dampen our spirits. If you do not mind, why not visit my palace? I have recently prepared a new lotus seed cake, and I would be honored for you both to offer your critiques." Zhuo Changzai's words provided a way out, and though Ku Pin's face still bore traces of anger, she replied, "Is a mere lotus seed cake worthy of your flaunting? Let us go. I have matters to attend to in my palace." Lin Xuanyan retreated and curtsied. Zhuo Changzai's words were indeed a bridge for the two to ease their tension, and Lin Xuanyan would not be so tactless as to follow her. After a brief exchange of harsh words with Ku Pin, the atmosphere grew tense. Zhuo Changzai made no effort to retain her, merely extending a courteous invitation for Lin Xuanyan to visit again. Lin Xuanyan parted ways with Zhixing and Ku Pin, and after walking a short distance, the sharp sound of applause reached her ears, distinctly audible amidst the cacophony of the wind. "My lady." Zhixing supported Lin Xuanyan's arm. Concern etched on her face as she glanced at her. Lin Xuanyan shook her head and simply replied, "Let us return to the palace." Fortunately, she had emerged victorious in the wager, allowing a sigh of relief to escape her heart. Chapter 64. The youthful energy Lin Xuanyan was reluctant to allow Ku Pin to slap her face in public, yet she also wished to avoid escalating the matter. Regardless of the outcome, neither was desirable for her. A peaceful resolution would undoubtedly be the best course of action. Had Ji Qin been accompanying Ku Pin today, Lin Xuanyan would have been confident in persuading her. Indeed, with Ji Qin present, it was highly probable that Ku Pin would refrain from humiliating her in front of others. Having spent a fortnight in Ku Pin's company, Lin Xuanyan was quite impressed by Ji Qin. Whenever she witnessed Ku Pin seething with rage, Ji Qin would invariably remind her to maintain an faade of composure. Although Lin Xuanyan found Ku Pin's suppressed fury amusing, she had no intention of provoking a conflict. Despite Ku Pin's lesser status, the general's household was her strongest ally. With the general of Jingdong having only one daughter, she was cherished like a precious jewel in her family. In contrast, what did Lin Xuanyan possess? The Marquis of Wu'an had already favored a consort who had borne him a son. If Lin Xuanyan were to encounter any misfortune, he would undoubtedly abandon her without a second thought. Fortunately, Ku Pin, though spoiled, was not entirely devoid of sense. After Lin Xuanyan elucidated her reasoning, Ku Pin was willing to swallow her pride. With this thought, Lin Xuanyan let out a sudden sigh. "Master, what troubles you?" Ji Xing inquired promptly, her concern genuine. She assumed Lin Xuanyan was still preoccupied with the earlier altercation with Ku Pin. However, upon seeing Ji Xing's worried expression, Lin Xuanyan's earlier melancholy dissipated. Even if Ku Pin was fortunate enough to have Ji Qin, she was equally blessed to have Ji Xing, who cared for her wholeheartedly. With a smile, Lin Xuanyan playfully pinched Ji Xing's still chubby cheeks, suddenly realizing that Ji Xing seemed to have gained quite a bit of weight. With that, Lin Xuanyan hurried ahead, her laughter ringing like silver bells behind her. Ji Xing, catching on, quickly chased after her, pouting in dissatisfaction. "Master." Seeing Ji Xing's reaction, Lin Xuanyan laughed even harder, clutching her stomach as she struggled to stand upright. Ji Xing stomped her foot in irritation, yet she could do nothing to deter Lin Xuanyan, instead supporting her while tears of laughter threatened to spill from Lin Xuanyan's eyes. As they walked, Ji Xing chattered on. "It's not that I've grown fat. It's that you're too thin, master. You should eat more." Thus, she continued her gentle nagging all the way back to Tianzhou Pavilion. Lin Xuanyan conceded. "I stand corrected." Immediately, she sent Ji Xing to fetch the qin that Lin Handong had delivered. It would be a pity to neglect practice after such a thoughtful gift. Consequently, throughout the afternoon, the sounds of either discordant or melodious music resonated from Tianzhou Pavilion and even the Ningxin Hall, much to the chagrin of those within. It seemed Lin Marin's self-deprecating remark about her own dullness was indeed not unfounded. A gatekeeper of Ningxin Hall contemplated with a blank expression as the torturous music persisted until late into the night, finally allowing the residents some respite for sleep. However, this did not include Ji Shan. Ji Shan has begun to grasp the challenges posed by Lin Xuanyan, yet having an understanding is one matter. The execution and success are entirely different concerns. Another restless night has passed. The following day, when Lin Xuanyan beheld Ji Shan, who had come to serve her breakfast, she was momentarily taken aback. His visage appeared ashen, resembling someone drained of vitality by some mischievous spirit. However, one must ponder whether eunuchs even possess such vitality. Lin Xuanyan rested her chin on her hand, contemplating this. In truth, Lin Xuanyan could surmise the reason behind Ji Shan's restless night. Regardless of whether he could fulfill her test, she was nonetheless quite pleased with his attitude. Yet, satisfaction alone would not suffice. Should he fail to complete the task, she would undoubtedly send him back, for how could she command respect in the future otherwise? After finishing her breakfast, Lin Xuanyan dispatched the 3 attendants to gather peaches while she retreated to her inner chamber to take up her embroidery frame. In terms of skills, she had no deficiencies, though a semblance of practice was necessary. However, the art of embroidery proved to be somewhat challenging for Lin Xuanyan. After a month and a half of practice, it could not be said that she had made no progress, but the advancements were minimal. The flowers were indeed flowers, and the birds were distinctly birds, with no blunders such as embroidering mandarin ducks as ducks, but they were merely objects of distant admiration, not to be trifled with. Upon closer inspection, the uneven stitches revealed themselves, and placed within the palace, her work would be deemed unworthy even as a cleaning cloth. Yet, there was a silver lining. Lin Xuanyan had gradually begun to find a rhythm. Perhaps remnants of her 16-year-old muscle memory lingered, for her recent improvements were indeed visible to the naked eye. With the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching next month, she estimated she might be able to craft a ceremonial forehead ornament as a gift. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Even retrieving a precious item bestowed by the emperor from the storeroom would be preferable to presenting a mere forehead ornament, which would be quite embarrassing. As Lin Xuanyan embroidered, her thoughts wandered aimlessly until she was suddenly startled by Ji Shun's announcement from outside. The emperor has arrived. Startled, she inadvertently pricked her finger with the needle, causing a small bead of blood to surface. Yet, there was little time for concern. She quickly wiped her finger on a handkerchief and concealed the embroidery frame. No way would she allow such inadequate work to see the light of day. When Lin Xuanyan hastened outside, Qi Zhaosu had already entered the room. "Your Majesty," she exclaimed, darting into his embrace. Only then did she remember her manners and hurriedly stood to perform the proper greeting. However, as she bent her knee, Qi Zhaosu swiftly pulled her into his arms, saying, "Xuan need not be overly formal." With a bashful smile, Lin Xuanyan inquired, "Why has your Majesty come so early today?" Qi Zhaosu, still holding her close, replied, "Today, there is no court assembly. I wish to see how your recent studies have progressed." Lin Xuanyan silently rolled her eyes. The emperor had spent the night at Yilan Palace, and now he had come straight from Lin Handong's chambers to visit her. Ah, the vigor of youth. Yet, outwardly, Lin Xuanyan cautiously scrutinized Qi Zhaosu and softly asked, "Is it permissible to forego painting today?" In the latter half of last month, although Qi Zhaosu had not shared her bed, he had joined her for lunch several times, each occasion culminating in a painting session that left him thoroughly satisfied. Lin Xuanyan began to suspect whether the emperor had come to her in search of confidence, finding joy in overpowering others. "What? Was it not you who insisted that I teach you to paint?" Qi Chos raised an eyebrow. "Are you now contemplating retreat?" Lin Xuanyan retorted, "Just wait until I create a magnificent piece and slap it right across your face." She buried her face into Qi Chos' chest, wrapping her arms around his waist, and playfully said, "I painted yesterday. Today, I wish to pursue something different." The gathered courtiers of Ningxin Hall exclaimed, "Nonsense! Who was it that incessantly filled our ears with her magic tunes yesterday?" Unbeknownst to Qi Chos, upon hearing Lin Xuanyan's words, he replied, "Then show me what you painted yesterday." As he spoke, he began to step forward, but Lin Xuanyan, intent on stopping him, found herself effortlessly lifted into his arms. Chapter 65. In contemplation of Peach's Qilong, Lin Xuanyan exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Qi Zhaozu's neck. Qi Zhaozu took a large stride, placing Lin Xuanyan on the soft couch. Leaning in to inhale the scent at her neck, his voice slightly husky. "What fragrance has you infused today, Xuanyan? It is particularly delightful." "What fragrance?" "The incense is the most adept at concealing poison." Lin Xuanyan had suffered from this in her past life, and had never lit incense since entering the palace. It was clear the emperor's desires were clouding his judgment, and he sought an excuse. "Qilong," Lin Xuanyan pushed against Qi Zhaozu's chest, "is still daytime." To her astonishment, as soon as she spoke, Qi Zhaozu boldly reached into the opening of her clothing, his rough palm grazing her delicate skin. Lin Xuanyan's eyes widened in shock, hastily pressing down on his hand. "Qilong, this is inappropriate in broad daylight. Perhaps at night, you may do as you wish with me." The last words escaped her lips in a barely audible breath, and she was uncertain if Qi Zhaozu had heard. Yet her face flushed crimson, rivaling the peaches outside the window. Qi Zhaozu chuckled softly, the vibrations from his chest leaving Lin Xuanyan puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, Qi Zhaozu slightly lifted himself from her, brushing her nose with his fingers. "Where is your mind wandering, Xuanyan? I did not imply anything untoward in daylight." His gaze was clear, devoid of any lustful intent. Lin Xuanyan was left dumbfounded. Had she truly been teased? Yet Qi Zhaozu, feeling unsatisfied, added, "You were the one who mentioned tonight, allowing me to do as I please." His voice lowered, and even his gaze deepened. At this, Lin Xuanyan was genuinely too embarrassed to face anyone, yet trapped beneath Qi Zhaoca's arms with no means of escape. She could only shield her face with her arms, her voluminous sleeves cloaking her flushed cheeks. However, summer garments were light, and the sheer layers of gauze offered little concealment. Qi Zhaoca could still see her clearly. Her eyes were tightly closed, yet her long lashes fluttered, and her cheeks blushed a deeper shade. Qi Zhaoca ceased his playful banter, recognizing that too much teasing could lead to anger, which would spoil the mood. "Where's the painting you made yesterday? Show it to me." He rose and headed towards the desk. Lin Xuanyan finally opened her eyes and sat up, silently scoffing at the man's retreating figure. If he wished to compete in the bedroom, tonight she would ensure he could not rise from bed. However, before Qi Zhaoca turned around, Lin Xuanyan quickly resumed her bashful demeanor, slowly approaching him at his behest. "Shilong, let's not view the painting today." Even with her head lowered, unable to meet his gaze, Lin Xuanyan remained steadfast. Qi Zhaoca had initially mentioned the painting merely as a diversion, but now, seeing Lin Xuanyan's demeanor, his curiosity was piqued. "If you do not retrieve it, I shall search for it myself." With that, Qi Zhaoca raised his hand to rummage through the nearby painting jar. With no other option, Lin Xuanyan reluctantly began to search herself. After all, viewing one painting was surely preferable to many. "Qilong," she exclaimed, hastily darting forward to embrace Qi Zhaoca, who had casually selected a painting, her smile ingratiating. "I shall find it. You may simply observe." As the conversation concluded, without waiting for Qi Chao to respond, Lin Xuanyan pressed him down onto the chair, offering him tea with thoughtful care. Had she not needed to fetch some paintings? Qi Chao mused that she might have even given him a shoulder massage. Soon, Lin Xuanyan retrieved the so-called painting from yesterday out of the ink pot. Holding it in her hands, she hesitated for a while, then stamped her foot and handed it over to Qi Chao. This only piqued Qi Chao's curiosity further, and he reached out to unveil it. Qi Chao was momentarily taken aback. It was Lin Xuanyan who broke the silence, inquiring if he had finished viewing it. At that moment, Qi Chao burst into laughter, pointing at the artwork, eager to say something, but was caught off guard by his own reaction, causing the attendant and Shan to rush in, alarmed. It took 3 cups of tea for him to recover. Having seen the painting, Lin Xuanyan, undeterred by her embarrassment, pouted in discontent. "Is my painting truly that amusing?" Qi Chao pulled her onto his lap, declaring, "Your work is quite admirable. However, its style is remarkably novel, one I have only encountered in the works of children." Spread across the table was a collection of vibrant peaches, each one glistening and plump, exuding a faint fragrance, a testament to Lin Xuanyan's rapid improvement in her craft. Yet, amidst this heap of peaches lay a small figure, clutching a peach in each hand and enjoying one that was half-eaten, clearly relishing the moment. The small figure's face was mostly obscured by the peach it was nibbling, yet its attire was unmistakably familiar, mirroring the flowing, intricately patterned garment Lin Xuanyan was currently wearing. With amusement, Qi Chao pointed at the painting and asked, "What inspired you to depict it in this manner?" Lin Xuanyan shyly scratched her cheek, admitting, "I've been eating so many peaches these past few days that they have invaded my dreams. Upon waking yesterday, I immediately captured the scene from my dream." Qi Chao laughed heartily again, though this time he managed to contain himself, avoiding another choking fit. "So, you've indulged in peaches to such an extent? It seems I chose the right place for you to enjoy them." Yet Lin Xuanyan remarked, "I do enjoy them, but having picked so many, I cannot finish them all. It would be a shame to waste them, yet I am nearing the point of being sick from overeating." Qi Chao, initially inclined to suggest that she discard any unwanted peaches, reconsidered given Lin Xuanyan's background and instead offered, "If there are too many, send some to me, and I shall share them with you." Lin Xuanyan's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Then I shall personally pick them for your majesty." Without waiting for a reply, she dashed outside, leaving Qi Chao momentarily speechless. However, just then, lunch was served, and Lin Xuanyan had to pause to dine with Qi Chao before she could continue her quest for peaches. After their meal, Lin Xuanyan did not rush outside. Instead, she returned to her quarters to change into a fitted, flowing skirt before heading out to gather peaches. After days of picking, the lower fruits were mostly gone, and she would have to climb the trees to reach the ones at the top. Though her companions, including Lu San, had intended to do the picking for her, Lin Xuanyan was determined to do it herself. Chi Chao did not dissuade her, allowing the others to carefully watch beneath the trees to ensure her safety. And Shan, observing Lin Xuanyan nimbly climbing the tree from the shaded area beneath the eaves, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, recognizing that this Lin beauty was indeed quite carefree. In this palace, there are also 2 concubines hailing from families of martial generals, yet who among them entered with anything less than decorum? Only Lin Marin dares to act so freely. However, Anshan secretly observed the countenance of Chi Chos. Though he appeared helpless, after many years of service, he could hardly be oblivious to the emperor's evident delight. If rules are to be bent, so be it, for the paramount decree within these walls is to ensure the emperor's happiness. Reflecting on this, Anshan proposed, Your Majesty, why not draw closer and see which fruit might be the sweetest? Chapter 66. The Flavor of Peach Master, to your left. There's a large one, the young girl, Xing, exclaimed, bouncing as she pointed the direction to Lin Xuanyan. Without hesitation, Lin Xuanyan reached out her hand to the left, where the sweet peaches were partially hidden by the leaves. Almost there, her fingertips could already feel the fuzzy texture of the peach. However, in the blink of an eye, the large, crimson fruit vanished, leaving only the lush green leaves in sight. In a moment of distraction, Lin Xuanyan lost her footing and tumbled from the tree, landing face first. The sudden scream startled nearby birds, which fluttered away in a flurry back to their nests. Lin Xuanyan closed her eyes, bracing herself to protect her head, but predictably, she fell into a warm embrace the next moment. Internally applauding herself, she waited for Chi Chos to set her down before sluggishly opening her eyes. Upon seeing the man's darkened expression, she quickly sought to appease him, saying, Your Majesty, you are remarkable. This sort of matter should be left to the servants. Chi Chos, still holding Lin Xuanyan, turned to lead her indoors. Yet, noticing the large peach in Anshan's hands, Lin Xuanyan's displeasure surfaced, her lips pouting in discontent. Chi Chos' countenance remained grim, prompting her to mutter softly, It was clearly Your Majesty who startled me, causing my unfortunate fall. But standing beside her, Chi Chos could not have missed her words. He scoffed, If it weren't for me, you would have landed in a heap of mud. I can climb trees. Had Her Majesty not appeared suddenly, this accident would not have occurred. Lin Xuanyan retorted defiantly, disregarding Chi Chos' dark expression. In response, he silenced her with a single remark. All right, blame me this time. What about last time? Last time? Just as Lin Xuanyan was about to counter, she recalled the incident outside the palace when she had fallen from a tree and he had caught her. A sheepish smile crept on her face, and she dared not speak further. Though Lin Xuanyan had quieted, Chi Chos was not inclined to let her off lightly. He guided her to a chair and commanded, Bring a basin of water for the beauty. Lin Xuanyan, puzzled but seeing the unyielding look on Chi Chos' face, remained silent, waiting patiently for the water to arrive. Soon, Ji Lu approached with the water. However, her expression appeared rather peculiar, and Lin Xuanyan detected a hint of suppressed laughter on her face. As Ji Lu neared, Lin Xuanyan lowered her voice to inquire, What is going on? Without answering, Ji Lu placed the basin steadily on the table beside Lin Xuanyan, gesturing for her to look. The water rippled gently, yet Lin Xuanyan could clearly see her reflection, her hair in disarray, with several strands that had escaped from her once neatly styled bun cascading down her shoulders. A hairpin precariously hung within her locks, seemingly on the verge of slipping out. Strangely enough, a few leaves had found their way into her hair, swaying gently with her movements, appearing far more secure than the hairpin itself. Upon closer observation, one could discern some delicate fuzz clinging to her body, leading one to believe she had just rolled about in the peach blossoms. Despite having merely climbed a couple of trees, how could she appear so disheveled? Lin Xuanyan's face flushed crimson, and she hastily rose, saying, Your Majesty, I shall attend to my grooming in the inner chamber. Chi-Chas regarded Lin Xuanyan's current state. Her cheeks were flushed, and with leaves tangled in her hair and fuzz adorning her face, she resembled a freshly plucked peach, succulent and enticing, provoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Not that Chi-Chas was particularly angered. Upon encountering such a delectable beauty, he felt his fingers twitch, but constrained by the bright daylight. He could only swallow hard and nod in acquiescence. "Your Highness," Ji Lu entered, carrying a basin of water. With the emperor absent, she felt emboldened. Though she refrained from laughing aloud, the tremors of her shoulders betrayed her amusement. Lin Xuanyan shot her an annoyed glance. "Why didn't you call me down sooner when I looked like this?" Ji Lu protested. "Could a mere servant summon the likes of you?" Lin Xuanyan fell silent, yet continued to regard Ji Lu with a frosty demeanor, only managing a reluctant smile once she had composed herself. At that moment, Chi-Chas entered with impeccable timing, followed by Shan, who bore a plate of peaches. "Your Majesty," Lin Xuanyan blinked at Chi-Chas. The earlier image of her as a peach sprite had stirred appetites, and now, without any adornment, she presented an entirely different allure. Contemplating this, Chi-Chas instructed Shan to fetch him some books before dismissing the attendants from the room. Subsequently, he acted upon a long-held desire, planting a gentle kiss on Lin Xuanyan's lips. "Indeed, it is sweet." "Qi Lang." Lin Xuanyan's eyes widened, yet her hands instinctively grasped Chi-Chas' belt. However, Chi-Chas, still mindful of propriety, refrained from indulging in any brazen display of affection in broad daylight. Instead, he reclined on the soft couch with her, gazing out at the peach trees swaying in the breeze, savoring the peaches she had plucked with her own hands, and relishing the closeness of the soft beauty beside him. "Which ones did you pick, Qi Lang?" Lin Xuanyan inquired, pointing at the pile of peaches beside the couch. Chi-Chas found himself momentarily speechless. All the peaches appeared quite similar, and after the maids had washed them and arranged them together, who could distinguish one from another? Moreover, the peach he had just picked had been handed to Shan without a second glance. Nevertheless, Chi-Chas took a leisurely bite of the peach in his hand and, after swallowing, replied, "This one my hand." Lin Xuanyan frowned slightly, then leaned forward to take a bite from the peach he held, covering her mouth as she mumbled, "It should be given to me, since your Majesty picked it." She lifted her chin, combining a sense of playfulness with a hint of shyness. Chi-Chas promptly removed her hand from her mouth and placed the peach in her palm. "This segment, though revised countless times, has left me weary. I truly wish not to alter it further." The defined contours of his hand seemed to ignite a fire, melting away the intricate layers of her garments, leaving nothing but her soft, jade-like skin. It was unclear when they had transitioned from the soft couch to the bed. Just as Chi-Chas was contemplating further advancements, Lin Xuanyan gazed at him with her misty eyes and softly called out, "Qi Lang." Chi-Chas responded perfunctorily, only to hear Lin Xuanyan continue, "Peach." "Peach? What peach?" Chi-Chas was taken aback, realizing that Lin Xuanyan had been holding the peach he had personally plucked for her. The peach, nibbled at in several places, lacked any aesthetic appeal, yet Lin Xuanyan clutched it tightly, unwilling to part with it even as its juices stained the bedding. Chapter 67. The Clouds Part. The rain ceases. A peculiar emotion surged within Chi-Chas, an inexplicable feeling that, nonetheless, did not evoke discomfort. A half-eaten peach lay innocently on the low cabinet, while the enchanting beauty, reminiscent of a peach spirit, had been fully consumed. The bed curtains were drawn, and even the open window had been stealthily closed by some kind-hearted soul, shutting out the room's enchanting spring light. By the time the clouds lifted and the rain ceased, it was the hour when weary birds returned to their nests, and Shan, with head bowed, attended to Chi-Chas' change of attire, anxious about the vivid red marks that might mar the emperor's back. "Your Majesty, shall we have dinner now?" Chi-Chas responded with a contented hum. Just as he donned his garments and prepared to step outside, he cast a glance at Lin Xuanyan, who lay asleep behind the bed curtains, and softly instructed, "Bring in the dinner." And Shan, taken aback yet swift in his actions, bowed deeply and exited the room. Once he had arranged the meal in the inner chamber, he cautioned, "Be light-footed, do not disturb the mistress." Lin Xuanyan awoke, lured by the enticing aroma of the food. After a long afternoon of labor, hunger overcame her fatigue. "Qi Lang," she murmured, reaching out in the direction of her companion. Her hand met with emptiness. The palace maid, overhearing Lin Xuanyan's call, held her breath in surprise, hurriedly setting the dishes in place before fleeing the room as if pursued by a ghost. And Shan, being considerate, followed suit, recognizing his presence was no longer necessary. Chichas chuckled softly as he observed Lin Xuanyan wriggling beneath the covers, leaning down to lift her into his arms. The warmth of his presence enveloped her, more invigorating than the fragrance of the meal, yet she still feigned drowsiness, pouting, "I'm hungry," upon hearing herself address. Chichas chuckled rather than grew angry, settling her at the table. "I shall feed you." With that, he awkwardly attempted to deliver a morsel to her lips, only to have the chopsticks miss and poke beside her mouth, revealing his inexperience in serving others. Lin Xuanyan initially tried to endure this absurdity, but upon the third clumsy attempt, she surrendered. "Enough of this playful charade. Let me serve myself." Her frown, still laced with drowsiness, rendered her gaze more playful than threatening. Lacking any real authority, Chichas, taken aback by the sight of her glistening lips from his feeding, felt a rare pang of shyness. He pretended to cough to mask his embarrassment and placed her beside him. He then filled her bowl with a serving of vegetables without even glancing at her. "Eat." Lin Xuanyan gazed at the bowl filled with scallions, ginger, and garlic, lost in thought. After all, he is the emperor. The meal unfolded in a rather awkward yet intimate atmosphere. The palace maids cleared away the remnants of the feast and opened the windows to air the room. And yet it was still early in the evening. According to the usual course of events, this would be the moment when the two lovers exchanged tender glances, savoring the pricelessness of their shared time. However, the daylight has already faded into indulgence. Despite Chichas' youthful vigor, Lin Xuanyan's waist could scarcely endure it. Therefore, after their evening meal, the two merely nestled in bed, engrossed in reading. The book that Shan had brought during the day finally found its purpose under the flickering candlelight, The Art of War. Upon seeing the title, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Lin Xuanyan's eyes. Not long after, Chichas heard her emit a soft yawn, her head leaning onto his arm, only to readjust moments later. He could only glimpse the crown of her head, her facial expressions obscured. Amusingly, as Lin Xuanyan straightened her head, she soon tilted it to either side again, only to stubbornly correct herself repeatedly. This reminded Chichas of his childhood days spent in class, fighting the urge to succumb to sleep. "Are you tired?" he asked softly, closing the book, intending for Lin Xuanyan to rest first. However, she promptly replied, "No, I'm quite awake." Yet, the weariness in her voice betrayed her, likely unnoticed by her alone. "Well, I am weary. Xuanyan, read to me from the book." Chichas teased, reopening the text. The game of chess with Zhou Gong was quickly cast aside as Lin Xuanyan looked up at him with an expression of feigned innocence. "Qi Lang, Chichas raised an eyebrow. Defeated, Lin Xuanyan mustered her energy to read aloud word by word, but after less than half a page, her voice dwindled. Unable to resist the allure of Zhou Gong's game, she returned to it. "Xuanyan?" Chichas leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Lin Xuanyan, frowning in irritation, rolled over from his arm to his chest, adjusting her position to find comfort, wholly oblivious to the brush of his lips across her forehead. Chichas paused, momentarily taken aback, then amusedly observed Lin Xuanyan sleeping peacefully in his embrace. An impish thought crossed his mind, and he gently pinched her nose. Lin Xuanyan was roused once again, frowning in displeasure. Yet, Chichas was quick to seize the moment. "Did you not promise to read to me?" Still disoriented, Lin Xuanyan processed his words and eventually offered an ingratiating smile. "Qi Lang, this book is simply too hypnotic. One cannot blame me." "Ah, so it is the book's fault. What book would not lull you to sleep?" Chichas replied earnestly. Surprisingly, Lin Xuanyan pondered this, furrowing her brow for a moment. "I enjoy travelogues and tales, particularly the latter." Speaking of which, Lin Xuanyan felt her drowsiness dissipate, recalling a book she had been reading at home, which should have progressed by now. "I wonder if Miss Yu and Master Chu have eloped." At this, an unexpected surge of anger welled up within Chichas, and he gritted his teeth. Eloped? It seems you envy Xuanyan. He had indeed encountered such romantic tales amongst his sister's collection. These are tales of love between fallen scholars and noble ladies. He truly cannot comprehend why such unrealistic narratives garner the affection of women. Moreover, upon reflection, his encounter with Lin Xuanyan aligns perfectly with those dismal tales. If it were not for me, would you have indiscriminately eloped with any man? Chicha's words struck Lin Xuanyan like a hammer, leaving her momentarily dazed. Once she regained her composure, she abruptly withdrew from the man's embrace, glaring at him, and exclaimed, "Is this truly how your majesty perceives me?" Chapter 68, A Trivial Matter. No need to panic. Lin Xuanyan took a deep breath, attempting to calm her turbulent emotions. Yet her voice trembled as she spoke. "If I were to accept anyone, how could it possibly come to you?" In a fit of fury, Lin Xuanyan momentarily forgot the distinctions of rank, casting aside notions of you and I. You. She wished to say more, but ultimately, tears welled in her eyes. She turned away, lying down at the side of the bed, pulling the blankets around herself, cocooning her body, leaving only a few strands of hair visible. Zhaozi realized he had misspoken when Lin Xuanyan's voice quivered, but upon hearing her words, "How could it possibly come to you?" the anger he had just quelled flared up anew. Now, Lin Xuanyan displayed an air of indifference, and as an emperor, he had been insulted in the most humiliating manner. Was he to lower himself and coax her? In a fit of frustration, Zhaozi threw down the book in his hand, rose, donned his outer robe, and strode out. As he reached the door, the sound of suppressed sobs reached his ears, but he merely paused momentarily before continuing to pull the door open. The heated exchange from within had faintly echoed outside, and the servants stationed nearby fell silent, their demeanor subdued. Witnessing Zhaozi's unyielding departure, and Shan quickly followed suit, accompanied by a host of attendants. "Your Majesty." Once Zhaozi and the others had left, Lu immediately entered Lin Xuanyan's chamber. As Lu began to speak, tears streamed down her face. She simply could not comprehend how, just hours earlier, the emperor and her mistress had been so inseparable. Yet now they found themselves in such conflict. While it was not unusual for couples to quarrel, the emperor could swiftly seek solace in another woman's quarters, leaving Lin Xuanyan with no opportunity to reconcile. Lin Xuanyan's voice emerged from beneath the covers, unmistakably laced with sorrow. "Has he left?" This inquiry plunged Lu further into despair, fully aware of the difficulties faced within the palace, especially after becoming acquainted with the servants of the Ningxin Hall. She had learned of Tao Baolin's former plight. In the Imperial harem, without the emperor's favor, even the lowliest of servants could trample upon them. Lu sniffled, speaking in a hushed tone, fearful of disturbing Lin Xuanyan. "His Majesty has departed. Perhaps he is attending to state affairs." Yet, even she found her own words unconvincing. Lin Xuanyan simply replied, "I understand. You may leave now." Lu opened her mouth to say more, but ultimately retreated in silence. Once the door to her chamber was closed, Lin Xuanyan flung aside the ornate blanket and inhaled deeply, feeling as though she might suffocate. However, there were no visible traces of tears on her face. Her eyes were merely slightly reddened, betraying a semblance of sadness. Today, when the emperor arrived, everything had been under her control, except for the moment he had lost his temper, an unforeseen occurrence. In truth, she merely wished to convey to the emperor that she harbored no ulterior motives. She was simply a girl enamored with romance, blissfully naive to the world's harsh realities, and content with winning a single heart. Yet, the emperor's ire played into her hands, providing the perfect opportunity for their quarrel. After all, it was clear he was jealous. As the saying goes, a little jealousy can be endearing. A brief separation might just rekindle their affection, making their reunion feel like a honeymoon all over again. The reason she chose to argue and separate from the emperor was that she was entering a fertile period. In her previous life, although she had never considered bearing a child for the governor, her subordinates had still supported several concubines in their bid for status. And the most effective means of securing a favored position among concubines was to bear children. The concept of a fertile period was something she learned from physicians during that time. While there remained a possibility of conception outside of this period, The odds were significantly reduced. Lin Xuanyan had not consumed a single drop of the medicine prepared by the Empress Dowager. If she were to conceive, would not be akin to striking the Empress Dowager in plain sight. Moreover, and most importantly, this was not the optimal time for pregnancy. Sometimes, one must wait until their status is firmly established before having children to ensure a viable future for them. At other times, it is to garner a man's affection, as a mother's worth is often elevated by her offspring. However, her quarrel with the emperor could not extend for too long. Timing was crucial. With so many women in the harem, it was uncertain whom the emperor would choose to bed. Why should he remain preoccupied with her? Thus, she decided to send a letter to Aunt Xiang Zhu, requesting her to investigate the effects of the medicine and, ideally, to procure a contraceptive method that would not harm her health. This matter was of utmost importance. After all, relying solely on quarreling with the emperor to avoid her fertile period was not a viable strategy. During moments of intimacy, could she truly refuse his advances? Lin Xuanyan pondered her subsequent plans and, feeling assured, soon fell into a deep slumber. Yet, while she slept undisturbed, countless individuals in the harem remained awake, their candles burning bright. The faint twinkle of starlight failed to illuminate the dark palace. Undercurrents flowed unseen, and the fates of all were constantly being reshaped. The most noticeable change in the Tianzhou pavilion was the following day, when the number of ice basins delivered decreased, and the breakfast spread shrank from dozens of varieties to merely 2 or 3 small dishes, with even the servants in the Ningxin hall appearing less cheerful. The world, indeed, could be harsh and unyielding. Ji Xing observed Lin Xuanyan, who was silently dining and desperately sought a different topic of conversation. My lady, yesterday, Zhuo Changzai sent over some pastries. Yesterday? Lin Xuanyan's expression remained unchanged as she continued to follow Ji Xing's lead. Why am I only hearing of this now? At that moment, Ji Xing was about to respond, but after uttering 2 words, she abruptly halted. It was only when Lin Xuanyan cast her a puzzled glance that she quietly elaborated. At that time, His Majesty was present, and Zhuo Changzai said she would not intrude, so Ji Xuan, in passing, did not present the pastries at that moment. Indeed, Ji Xuan was the most astute among the 3. Had the pastries been presented and the emperor not favored them, it would have been inconsequential. However, if they had coincidentally pleased the emperor's sweet tooth, it would have unjustly benefited Zhuo Changzai. Thus, after a brief pause, Lin Xuanyan revealed her first smile of the day. Ji Xuan did well. She shall be rewarded. Yet, to Ji Lu and the others, it appeared as though their mistress had become momentarily dazed upon hearing the mention of the emperor, forcing a smile. Nevertheless, Ji Lu and the others could only pretend not to notice, believing their mistress was genuinely in good spirits, and they quickly returned her smile, cheerfully preparing to reward Ji Xuan. By the way, Lin Xuanyan recalled, what kind of pastries did Zhuo Changzai send? If they're still fresh, mix a couple of pieces with the other snacks and let the servants in the Ningxin hall taste them to inquire about their preferences. Remember to inquire about Zhuo Changzai's pastry flavors, ensuring they remain oblivious to its origin. The sweltering summer heat renders food perishable, should it turn foul. Lin Xuanyan could not bear to serve spoiled delicacies without reason. Ji Lu and Ji Xing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Yet they dutifully complied with Lin Xuanyan's instructions. After Lin Xuanyan sorrowfully concluded her breakfast, the flavors of Zhuo Changzai's pastries were finally disclosed. Replied my master, Zhuo Changzai sent over lotus seed cakes, characterized by their soft, glutinous texture and sweet flavor, with a distinct aroma of lotus. Ji Lu reported while holding the remaining lotus seed cakes. Lin Xuanyan nodded, maintaining her downcast demeanor, enveloped in melancholy. Observing this, Ji Xing suggested, will my master care to taste it? To their surprise, Lin Xuanyan scoffed coldly, if you fancy it, indulge. If not, discreetly dispose of it. With that, Lin Xuanyan turned and retreated to her chamber, resuming her struggle with the embroidery project, leaving Ji Lu and Ji Xing to exchange perplexed glances. Chapter 69. The visit of Lin Handong after Lin Xuanyan had enjoyed a tranquil morning and a simple lunch. Tao Baolin paid her a visit. Although the two had privately agreed to regard each other as sisters, Tao Baolin consistently observed formalities upon their meetings. Before Tao Baolin could fully bend her knee in greeting, Lin Xuanyan swiftly assisted her to rise, exclaiming, "There is no need for such excessive courtesy." Tao Baolin shook her head, asserting, "One must not abandon propriety." Suddenly, Lin Xuanyan fell silent. It was only when they were seated together on the couch that a bitter smile unexpectedly crossed her lips. Tao Baolin opened her mouth, preparing to speak, but Lin Xuanyan quietly interjected, "You and I are the same kind. How then can there be distinctions of rank?" The sky darkened abruptly, and a summer wind howled, forcing the doors of the inner hall wide open. The meager chill from the ice basin was no match for the humid heat brought by the tempestuous gusts, making it feel as though breathing became a laborious task. Within the palace, those without favor, unless they held the rank of consort or higher, were all treated alike. They were akin to the peach leaves scattered by the wind in the courtyard, devoid of sanctuary. Tao Baolin found herself at a loss for words to console Lin Xuanyan. Thus she silently grasped Lin Xuanyan's tightly clenched fist, offering comfort through this gesture. Lin Xuanyan gazed at their entwined hands, managing a faint smile that was more sorrowful than tears, expressing, "I am grateful for your presence, for you chose to visit me. Had you ever regarded my lack of imperial favor with disdain, how could I have drawn near to you?" Tao Baolin gently unfurled Lin Xuanyan's hand, mindful to prevent her from exerting too much pressure, lest her nails pierce her palm. At that moment, Lin Xuanyan revealed her first genuine smile of the day. The two attendants nearby finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Even if they sought imperial favor, their mistress must first endure the trials herself. However, the attendants had perhaps relaxed too soon. A thunderclap resonated from outside the hall, followed by a torrential downpour that cascaded like a deluge, enveloping the world in a curtain of rain, obscuring all visibility. Just then, Ji Shun dashed into the hall, drenched from the downpour, exclaiming, "Mistress, the noble consort has arrived." Lin Handong, too, felt the misfortune of the weather. She had departed with the sky appearing normal, only for it to darken midway, culminating in a sudden storm as she reached the gates of the Hall of Resolute Truth. Thus, Lin Xuanyan and her companion sheltered under the eave for some time, until they finally spotted Lin Handong struggling through the rain beneath an umbrella. "Your servant pays respects to the noble consort." As Lin Handong approached, she waved her hand, urging the two to rise. At that moment, Lin Xuanyan caught sight of Lin Handong's disheveled appearance, and a smile threatened to break through. Yet, recalling her own sorrowful state, she exerted great effort to suppress it. This was the first occasion Lin Xuanyan had witnessed her exquisitely refined sister in such a disarray. Although the palace attendants held umbrellas, the fierce winds and rain rendered their efforts nearly futile, allowing only a few drops of rain to be deflected. At that moment, Lin Handong's hair dripped with water, and even the makeup she had applied began to run, creating a somewhat alarming visage against the backdrop of the ominous sky and relentless downpour. Nevertheless, Lin Xuanyan chose to feign ignorance, and as Lin Handong instructed her to rise, she spoke in a stiff manner. "What brings you here, noble consort?" "Dear sister, I have come to speak with you," she replied. Yet Lin Handong maintained her customary gentle demeanor, her disheveled appearance failing to conceal the poise cultivated over nearly 2 decades. At present, however, she needed to trouble her younger sister to prepare a vacant chamber for her to refresh herself. "Ji Lu," Lin Xuanyan called. "Follow the arrangements of the noble consort." Ji Lu complied, swiftly providing warm water and garments for Lin Handong's use. After all, as a consort, the attendants of Ningxin Palace dared not show disdain to someone from Tianzio Pavilion, let alone offend the consort. After waiting for a brief half-hour, Lin Handong emerged from the inner chamber, her movements graceful and light, like a lotus swaying gently. Even without the adornment of cosmetics, she remained a captivating beauty. Lin Xuanyan rolled her eyes inwardly. While she had walked with grace before, it was nothing compared to the serene elegance she displayed now. Clearly a facade put on for her sister's benefit. The moment Lin Handong appeared, she affectionately took Lin Xuanyan's hand, tilting her head to instruct the attendant Hua Ko, "Present the gifts I have chosen for my sister." Following her command, a procession of palace attendants entered, each bearing a tray adorned with resplendent jewels that sparkled even when dampened by rain, their opulence undiminished. "Thank you for your kind intentions, noble consort, but I require none of it," Lin Xuanyan replied, still not favoring Lin Handong with a warm expression. Even with Lin Handong's nearly 2 decades of refinement, her perfect composure nearly faltered, though she swiftly regained her poise, guiding Lin Xuanyan to sit on the couch. "These are merely trinkets. There is no need for my sister to be so formal," Lin Handong said, as if in her own palace. "Come, have these items moved to the storeroom." Ji Lu exchanged a troubled glance with her companion, but seeing Lin Xuanyan merely gazing down at the patterns on her sleeves, they reluctantly obeyed Lin Handong's orders and began to transport the items. Once Ji Lu and her companion returned to the inner chamber, Lin Xuanyan finally lifted her gaze to Lin Handong. "The items have been moved. If the noble consort has no further matters, I shall not keep you." Once again, her dismissal was unceremonious, and Lin Handong could only suppress her irritation, for she had chosen to feign a sisterly bond with Lin Xuanyan, making it unwise to show her displeasure. With a strained smile, Lin Handong glanced at Tao Baolin before fixing her gaze on Lin Xuanyan. "Did I not mention that I have something to discuss with you?" Facing Lin Handong's penetrating gaze, Tao Baolin, though concerned for Lin Xuanyan's well-being, could only excuse herself. However, Lin Xuanyan firmly grasped Tao Baolin's hand, addressing Lin Handong with deliberate clarity. "If the noble consort has something to say, please speak plainly. I do not believe there is anything between us that warrants concealment." Even the most amiable person would find their patience tested by Lin Xuanyan's relentless provocations, let alone the inherently proud Lin Handong. Taking a deep breath, Lin Handong's voice, once tinged with warmth, now carried a chill. "In that case, sister, allow me to be frank. The palace is not akin to the countryside. It is not a place where you can indulge in petulance at will. This time, you have angered the emperor, yet he chooses not to hold it against you. Otherwise, you could very well face severe punishment, even banishment to the cold palace, with no refuge for your grievances." Lin Handong's voice grew increasingly louder, culminating in a firm slap on the table, resembling a sister who was exasperated by her sibling's obstinacy. Lin Xuanyan, akin to a statue carved from ice and snow, exhibited an unyielding heart devoid of any semblance of emotion. Not only did she remain unmoved, but she also retorted directly, "What should I do then? Should I emulate the noble consort or the empress?" After a brief pause, she added, "I am merely a concubine. I cannot mimic the essence of others." "You." Lin Handong was infuriated and departed, even though a gentle rain continued to fall outside. Lin Handong left with a flurry of palace attendants in tow. Subsequently, Tao Baolin was also dismissed by Lin Xuanyan under the pretense of desiring solitude. At last, the Tianzhou pavilion was enveloped in tranquility. Chapter 70. Just treat it like flatulence when the servants of Yalan Palace entered the storeroom. Did they pay close attention? Lin Xuanyan immediately inquired of the two Zilius. "Huh?" The two were momentarily taken aback by the urgency reflected in Lin Xuanyan's countenance. Yet they responded truthfully. "Every individual who enters the storeroom is closely watched." Zhilio added, "Absolutely no one tampered with anything inside the storeroom." Lin Xuanyan bestowed a look of approval upon Zhilio and continued, "Please ensure that the items she sent are piled separately, without mixing them with others." The two instantly comprehended her intent and promptly set about reorganizing the storeroom. Aside from the items sent by Lin Handong, which were distinctly stacked apart, there were also items from Chi-Chos, arranged separately for ease of access. However, the clear intent behind Lin Handong's distinct arrangement was to prevent any tampering that might affect other items. As for Lin Handong braving the torrential rain to speak to her, Lin Xuanyan dismissed it as mere nonsense. Why would she adopt a petty demeanor, behaving like most women in the palace, striving to appear gentle and compliant? If such a facade were truly effective, how could the emperor have become captivated by her? Monotony is tiresome to anyone. She must maintain her uniqueness to leave a lasting impression in the emperor's heart. Why had she unveiled such a particular painting yesterday and insisted on climbing a tree? Others might mock her rustic roots, yet this was undeniably her advantage. She would not simply cast it aside. As for Lin Xuanyan, much of her demeanor was learned from the Empress. Gracious and dignified, her ambition to ascend was palpable. Lin Xuanyan scoffed inwardly. Once Lin Xuanyan ascended, it would not be too late for her to embody the regal grace of a sovereign mother. At this moment, the sisters' thoughts surprisingly aligned. Seated in her palanquin, Lin Xuanyan also reflected on her recent conversation with Lin Xuanyan. She chuckled to herself, mocking Lin Xuanyan's lack of sophistication. Raised in the countryside, Lin Xuanyan exuded a certain provincial air. Were it not for her utility, Lin Xuanyan would hardly deign to acknowledge her. As Lin Xuanyan descended from her palanquin, the rain ceased and the previously overcast sky suddenly cleared, revealing a rainbow suspended in the air. Such splendid scenery invariably uplifts the spirit. It was not until nightfall that a gentle drizzle began anew. That night, the emperor summoned Consort Ku. Upon learning this news, Lin Xuanyan could not suppress her inner applause for the emperor, for consecutive nights, truly fearless of exhaustion. However, recalling that the next day was her turn to pay respects to the empress, her expression immediately soured. She could already envision how Consort Ku would treat her the following day. Lin Xuanyan wrestled with the dilemma of feigning illness or dutifully paying her respects for quite some time before finally sighing and deciding to go. There was no alternative. Having just provoked the emperor's ire, she could not afford to further alienate the empress. Yet, Zhixing only knew that her mistress sighed after hearing of the emperor's summons to Consort Ku, which filled her heart with bitterness, though she dared not reveal it. Only when Lin Xuanyan ordered her to leave did she quietly shed tears at the door. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanyan, oblivious to Zhixing's inner turmoil, lay down on her bed, undistracted, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber, enjoying yet another restful night. Though the ice basin was insufficient tonight, the rain brought a refreshing coolness that was quite pleasant. However, the following day, as Lin Xuanyan sat before her vanity, she halted Ji Lu's hand that was poised to apply her makeup, declaring, "I shall do it myself." With delicate strokes, Lin Xuanyan lightly dusted her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. It was evident that even a slight application of powder transformed her demeanor entirely. She shifted from vibrant vitality to a state of dismal languor. Ji Lu, perplexed, inquired, "My lady, why?" Lin Xuanyan met Ji Lu's gaze in the mirror, responding, "As a woman recently scorned by the emperor, this appearance is fitting." While her words rang true, Ji Lu sensed an oddity in the air. Yet, time was not on their side. Devoid of the title of favored concubine, there was no longer room for leisurely pursuits. Upon their arrival at the Chanqiu Hall, only 4 lower-ranking concubines had gathered within. As soon as they took their seats, Rin Kurin, positioned below Lin Xuanyan, stifled a laugh behind her hand, remarking, "Sister Lin, you have arrived early today." Ah! Without waiting for Ku Pin's entrance, the moment she fell from grace, even the lower-ranking Rin Kurin dared to insinuate. However, Lin Xuanyan chose to disregard her, focusing instead on her tea, sipping it leisurely, each movement a sight to behold. Infuriated, yet ultimately refrained from further comment. After all, both were without favor, and Lin Xuanyan's beauty commanded respect. Indeed, rank often dictated power, even in the harem, leaving Rin Kurin to stew in her frustration. Observing this, Zhuge Changzai spoke up, "Sister Lin, I hope you enjoyed the lotus seed cake I sent." At the sound of Zhuge Changzai's inquiry, Ji Lu, standing behind Lin Xuanyan, instantly grasped the instruction from the previous day. They were indeed waiting for this moment. In navigating the palace, caution is paramount, yet one must also preserve the dignity of others, thus seizing the opportunity to respond through another's words. Lin Xuanyan raised her eyes to Zhuge Changzai, her expression devoid of malice, seemingly genuinely concerned about the taste of the lotus seed cake. She returned the sentiment with a smile. "The aroma of the lotus is delightful, and its texture soft and sweet." "Thank you, Sister Changzai. How wonderful that Sister Lin enjoys it," Zhuge Changzai replied, her eyes bright. "If the sisters do not mind, I shall bring more on another occasion." The others readily agreed. Soon, Imerin, El Guiron, and Ku Pin arrived in succession, with the Empress making her entrance last. After the customary greetings, they settled once more. To their surprise, the Empress's first words drew all eyes to Lin Xuanyan. The women of the palace must remember to regard the Emperor as their sovereign, never to defy him. The Empress surveyed the gathering, her voice resonating. Did you hear clearly? The Emperor has been so vexed in the concubine's quarters that he chose to leave in a huff. This is unprecedented in this reign. With disdainful or contemptuous glances directed at Lin Xuanyan, it was apparent that her once vibrant visage now bore a hint of illness and pallor, her hands trembling slightly upon her lap. Courtesan was the first to echo the Empress's sentiment, her voice deliberately sweet. Yes, I shall remember, Your Majesty. No sooner had Courtesan's words fallen than she turned her ire toward Lin Xuanyan, saying, Lin Beauty, you must take to heart the Empress's words. For the first time, Lin Xuanyan lowered her head under the gaze of Courtesan, acknowledging her place with a respectful demeanor. At that moment, Lin Handong interjected to ease the tension, declaring, The Empress is indeed correct. We shall all remember this. The other concubines echoed her sentiment, with the esteemed Guifei present. The others found it inappropriate to continue their scrutiny of Lin Xuanyan. As the Empress, the matriarch of the palace, would naturally not fixate solely on Lin Xuanyan. She had expressed her thoughts and allowed the matter to rest. However, as the crowd dispersed from the Chanqiu Hall, the absence of the Empress and Guifei emboldened Courtesan, who had always harbored disdain for Lin Xuanyan, to seize the opportunity to voice her grievances. Chapter 71. Kneeling Lin Xuanyan gazed at Courtesan, who awaited her at the end of the path, and inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events. At this juncture, altering her course was no longer an option. She could only advance with trepidation and offer her respects. The concubine greeted Courtesan, who responded with graciousness. Courtesan observed the kneeling Lin Xuanyan with keen interest, while her indifference to Tao Baolin, who stood nearby, was palpable. Her lack of discernment was to blame. Courtesan forbade Lin Xuanyan from rising, leaving both women and their attendants to remain in their bowing position, immobile. Any movement could invite accusations of disrespect towards the palace's decorum. The posture of kneeling was particularly arduous, even more so than touching the ground, especially with the sun beating down, its intensity heightened after the rain. Courtesan stood a few paces away, sheltered by the shade of a tree, with palace maids fanning her gently, a picture of comfort. After what felt like an eternity, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Xuanyan's forehead, her complexion growing increasingly pale, as if she might faint at any moment. My lady, Yikvin murmured softly, attempting to console Courtesan. After all, Lin Xuanyan had recently garnered the Emperor's favor. Perhaps his anger was but a fleeting emotion, and he would soon recall her merits. Jiqin believed it would be prudent to avoid provoking Lin Xuanyan today, allowing time to pass, so that the Emperor might forget her entirely before seeking retribution. However, Courtesan was the mistress, and Jiqin merely a servant. The mistress's impatience compelled her to confront Lin Xuanyan without delay, and Jiqin had no choice but to follow. Yet, witnessing Lin Xuanyan's pallid visage, Jiqin could not help but urge restraint. Having vented her frustrations was sufficient. There was no need to humiliate her further. After all, many had ascended from humble beginnings to greatness within the palace. Leave a thread for future encounters, she advised. Courtesan, torn between conflicting thoughts, found some merit in Jiqin's counsel, yet feared that if Lin Xuanyan regained favor, this opportunity for reprisal might slip away. At that moment, someone faltered and began to sway. Courtesan could scarcely believe her eyes. Her delicate mistress remained steadfast, while Tao Baolin's maid succumbed. Oh, Courtesan scoffed Tao Baolin. Is this how your servants show respect to their betters? Pinger, positioned behind Tao Baolin, was unaware of the commotion until Courtesan spoke. At that, her legs buckled, and she knelt, pleading, My lady Ko, I did not mean to, as she crawled forward on her knees. Courtesan's attendants would not permit her approach and promptly kicked her aside. The scene unfolded swiftly. Tao Baolin, grasping the situation, hastily knelt, imploring Sister Ku, Is my maid who lacks understanding. I hope you can show mercy. Courtesan cast a glance at the pair before her gaze returned to Lin Xuanyan. a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Tao Baolin, you ought to discipline your maid properly. Let her kneel for 2 hours to reflect on her actions. As for Lin Xuanyan, Courtesan smirked lightly. Rise, Lin Xuanyan. We are sisters in the palace. There is no need for such formality. With that, Courtesan departed, accompanied by her attendants. Except for the queen, the consorts have no authority to impose personal punishment on those of lower rank. However, circumstances must be considered. Courtesan had only recently gained favor and held a high position, whereas Lin Xuanyan had just fallen out of favor, and Tao Baolin was even less favored, both occupying lower ranks. Were they not entirely at the mercy of Courtesan's whims? Lin Xuanyan gazed at the departing figure of Courtesan, yet without a moment's hesitation. She knelt beside Tao Baolin. Although this incident stemmed from Ping ultimately, it was her provocation of Courtesan that brought about the unjust suffering of Tao Baolin. Out of both sentiment and reason, she ought to share in Tao Baolin's tribulations. Xuanyan Tao Baolin furrowed her brow, looking at Lin Xuanyan and shaking her head. Lin Xuanyan paid no heed, remaining expressionless as she continued to kneel, though only she knew the turmoil within her heart. In truth, Lin Xuanyan had anticipated such occurrences when she had angered the emperor. To her, the overt punishment from Courtesan was, in fact, preferable to the insidious and unanticipated strikes from the shadows. Moreover, her closeness to Tao Baolin was well known. If she were to leave alone at this moment, what would others think of her? Not to mention, Tao Baolin was an innocent victim in this affair. As for Courtesan, since she dared to provoke her, she must be prepared for retaliation. Lin Xuanyan turned to Ji Lu, who had also knelt beside her, and instructed, "Go fetch Ji Xing and bring 2 umbrellas." Under the scorching sun, with moisture still lingering beneath them, the discomfort was palpable. A little shade would be quite welcome. Ji Lu obediently rose and hurried back, recognizing that this was not the time for frivolity. Accompanying her mistress in kneeling was essential, but evidently shielding her from the sun took precedence. "Why must you do this?" Tao Baolin continued to plead. "Ping has erred. As her mistress, it is only right that I share the punishment. You need not accompany me." Yet Lin Xuanyan merely smiled at her, casting a sidelong glance at Ping. After being kicked by Courtesan's maid, Ping quickly rose and resumed kneeling. Her forehead pressed tightly against the cool stone path, obscuring her expression. "This situation arose because of me. How could I abandon you?" Lin Xuanyan turned her gaze to Ping. Fei, you truly ought to be more vigilant." The fact that she could not endure even the briefest interval for a ceremonial bow revealed her habitual laziness. As her mistress, Tao Baolin surely needed to impose some discipline. Otherwise, Ping might incite even more trouble in the future. Tao Baolin followed Lin Xuanyan's gaze toward Ping and after a prolonged silence, she bit her lip and admitted, "I understand." Ji Lu and the others quickly returned with umbrellas, each holding one to shield the 2 mistresses from the sun. While who would concern themselves with the fate of a mere servant? After kneeling for 2 hours, the time for lunch had long since passed. Without the support of Ji Lu and the others, Lin Xuanyan and Tao Baolin would scarcely have been able to rise. Lin Xuanyan had never found the journey back to the palace so arduous. Even with Ji Lu nearly half carrying her, the pain in her knees was excruciating. The brilliant sunlight nearly brought her tears. It was only upon returning to Ningxin Hall, where Ji Shun helped her onto the bed, that she felt a semblance of life returning to her. Her body was indeed frail. After kneeling for merely 2 hours, she was left utterly exhausted. "My lord, today's lunch has grown cold, yet there is crab. Would you care to sample it?" Ji Shun inquired softly while kneeling by the bed. Lin Xuanyan's eyes brightened at the news, finally a glimmer of hope. However, in the next moment, Ji Shun added, "Though it is ginger and scallion crab, stir-fried." The abrupt shift left Lin Xuanyan, despite her ravenous hunger, shooting a glare at Ji Shun. "Did I not specify that I desired it steamed, to be enjoyed with vinegar?" Ji Shun chuckled, responding, "Rest assured, my lord, the crabs are indeed here. How far could the steamed crabs with vinegar be?" Chapter 72. Delectable steamed crabs in the Taichu Palace. His Majesty, Qi Chao Su, paused momentarily as Shan approached and whispered, "Your Majesty, Lin Marin has been kneeling for 2 hours today." Qi Chao Su responded with a nonchalant remark, "What business is it of mine?" He continued on his way without further ado. Observing this, and Shan chose not to speak further, merely following with his head bowed, silently acknowledging that indeed, the emperor still held Lin Xuanyan in his heart. Approximately an hour later, Qi Chao Su dismounted from his horse and absent-mindedly inquired, "What did the imperial physician say?" And Shan quickly understood and replied, "Lin Xuanyan did not summon the physician. She should be without serious injury." However, Qi Chao Su found this hard to believe. Her delicate skin would easily bear marks with the slightest pressure. How could she be unharmed? In a fit of irritation, he chastised, "Am I inquiring about her?" And Shan, visibly anxious, replied, "It was my folly to speak out of turn." Yet, just as Shan could discern the emperor's true feelings, Qi Chao Su recognized the pretense in Shan's unease. Losing interest in archery and horseback riding, he grumbled, returned to the palace. Seated in the dragon carriage, Qi Chao Su contemplated the ointment he had previously bestowed, which was superior to what she could procure from the Imperial infirmary, and he temporarily set aside his concerns. However, when a platter of succulent peaches was presented during the evening meal, his mind was suddenly flooded with memories of the peach held in his hand, its flesh nibbled upon, now slightly discolored and less than appealing. "And Shan," Qi Chao Su exclaimed in anger, pointing at the peaches, "who instructed you to bring these?" The palace attendants immediately knelt in unison, and Shan was no exception, explaining, "I thought your majesty enjoyed them. Thus, I took the liberty." "Do temper your anger, your majesty." In frustration, Qi Chao Su kicked Shan lightly, before roughly pulling him up from the ground. His brows furrowed, yet his tone was surprisingly gentle. "Have someone check on her discreetly." "Yes," and Shan complied, bowing his head. Yet, as he exited the palace, a faint smile graced his lips. The emperor was evidently concerned for Lin Xuanyan. Enduring a few mild rebukes was a small price to pay. As for the kick, Qi Chao Su had not exerted much force. Otherwise, Shan would have been sent flying. Upon Shan's return to the hall, he found Qi Chao Su engrossed in reading with one hand while holding a peach in the other. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanyan, who was in the care of the observant Ji Shan, had applied a thick layer of ointment to her knee and even sent a box to Taobao Lin. Ji Shan, Lin Xuanyan dismissed Lu Er and the others, keeping only Ji Shan in the room. "You came from the inn residence, if I recall correctly?" "Yes, I am from the inn family." Lin Xuanyan gazed into the distance, her voice wistful. "July in the inn residence is when the fireflies bloom abundantly." "Do you miss home?" Ji Shan hesitated, suspecting his mistress might be feeling melancholic, but he answered honestly, "I entered the palace at the age of 7. My memories of home have become faint. However, the sight of fireflies blanketing the hills remains vivid in my mind." As she spoke, Jishuan's voice lowered significantly. "I wonder how my parents and siblings are faring at home." Lin Xuanyan withdrew her gaze, gently ruffling Jishuan's hair, her tone imbued with warmth. "When you're able to stay, I shall assist you in composing a letter to your family and procure some vermilion fireflies to alleviate your longing." Jishuan blinked fervently, attempting to suppress the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. Yet his choked voice betrayed his condition. "Master, I'm deeply grateful, master." Perhaps these words had an effect, for at the lunch the following day, a steaming platter of steamed crabs made a striking appearance, accompanied by a dish of vinegar. Lin Xuanyan cast a look of approval at Jishuan, yet remarked, "The vinegar has been accidentally knocked over. Please fetch some more, preferably a larger quantity, lest it be spilled again." The gazes of Giulio and the others involuntarily drifted toward the neatly arranged vinegar on the table, but soon recalled something and promptly lowered their heads. Jishuan did not inquire why. He simply bowed and replied, "Yes." This seemingly insignificant vinegar might indeed be what the master truly desires. However, what purpose does the master have for this vinegar? The three were puzzled. But as the master chose not to disclose, they remained in ignorance. Before long, Jishuan returned, perspiring profusely and clutching a bottle of vinegar, hastily presenting it with both hands as he struggled to catch his breath. Lin Xuanyan smiled in satisfaction. Giulio took the bottle to store it, while Jixing went to retrieve some coins for Jishuan. Given the meals on the first day of Lin Xuanyan's disfavor, it was evident that the crabs, though not particularly plump, were not meant for her enjoyment. Jishuan had utilized money to establish connections, How could she, as a master, remain inactive? Pray tell, how did you accomplish this? Lin Xuanyan gestured for Zhishuan to assist her in peeling the crab while inquiring. You instructed me not to mention that it was your desire to eat. After much contemplation, I devised a plan. Zhishuan placed a piece of crab meat into Lin Xuanyan's bowl and continued. Unable to utilize your name, I borrowed the mouths of others instead. By fortunate coincidence, I have a fellow townsman working in the Imperial kitchen, and I have been incessantly extolling the delectable nature of crabs to him. Although he is merely a lowly errand boy, his insatiable appetite could not resist discussing crabs with others while working. Thus, it was hardly surprising when the purchasing eunuchs went to procure crabs for the masters to sample. Yesterday, when I went to fetch dishes, I spied ginger and scallion stir-fried crabs, and then Zhishuan faltered, hesitating to continue. Lin Xuanyan, however, raised an eyebrow, bringing a piece of crab meat dipped in vinegar to her lips. The ginger and scallion stir-fried crab was not meant for me. Lin Xuanyan, undeterred, articulated what Zhishuan had refrained from saying. Zhishuan forced an awkward smile, yet felt emboldened to continue. I spent some silver, claiming it was to procure some fresh delicacies to brighten your spirits, and thus I brought this back. Today's steamed crabs, I mentioned to them that you rather enjoy crabs. So I spent a little more silver to acquire too. Lin Xuanyan swallowed the crab meat in her mouth, casting a sidelong glance at Zhishuan with a light laugh. I instructed you not to say it was my wish to eat, yet you still invoked my name. Nevertheless, before Zhishuan could change color in response, she added, Well done. Zhishuan broke into a grin, deftly peeling the shells off both crabs. After the meal, Lin Xuanyan presented Zhishuan with a jade tablet, acknowledging him as one of her own. When she did so, Lin Xuanyan intentionally sent Ji Lu and the others away, leaving only Zhishuan behind. Though you are of similar age to Ji Xing, you possess far greater intelligence. I am aware, Lin Xuanyan stated, gazing at Zhishuan, who was kneeling on the ground, that you are not one to content yourself with the status quo. As I currently find myself in disfavor, do you not fear that I may remain confined within these limited circumstances henceforth? Chapter 73. Family Correspondence. Zhishuan bowed his head and spoke solemnly. I am unaware of the purpose behind your desire for vinegar. Yet I discern that you harbor a plan. Having acknowledged you as my master, I shall forever remain your servant. Lin Xuanyan curled the corners of her lips. Her efforts were not in vain, for he proved to be of use. The request for vinegar seemed trivial, requiring no elaborate ruse, as any excuse would suffice. However, to test Zhishuan, she deemed it necessary to exert some effort, ensuring she obtained the vinegar within 10 days. Go prepare the ink. I shall compose a letter. Lin Xuanyan instructed, gesturing for Zhishuan to assist her to the writing desk. She gathered the stationery and envelopes, adding, and bring the vinegar as well. Zhishuan paused for a moment before bowing his head in compliance. Upon receiving the vinegar, Lin Xuanyan did not cast her gaze upon it. Instead, she unfolded the letter paper and urged Zhishuan to express his longing for his family, diligently writing each word and sentence. After completing Zhishuan's letter, Lin Xuanyan took another sheet and began to write to her Aunt Xiangzhu, filling the pages with sentiments of longing and grievance, ultimately crafting 3 full pages. Had her expression not remained composed while writing, one might have been moved to tears by the contents of her letter. Of course, Zhishuan was illiterate. Otherwise, he might have surreptitiously elevated Lin Xuanyan's status in his mind. Once the letter to Xiangzhu was finished, Lin Xuanyan replaced her brush with a clean one, retrieved an envelope, and opened the vinegar bottle. Zhishuan's breath caught in his throat. He glanced at it briefly before hastily lowering his head. Yet even without looking, he understood that his mistress dipped the clean brush into the vinegar to write on the envelope. The vinegar was transparent, and soon it dried, leaving the envelope devoid of any markings. Puzzled, Zhishuan refrained from questioning her. Instead, Lin Xuanyan remarked, If you have any doubts, feel free to ask me directly. If you do not inquire, do not attempt to resolve them on your own. Zhishuan buried his head deeper and respectfully replied, I shall only attend to my duties. Mindful of your words. Content. Lin Xuanyan handed Zhishuan his family letter, while the letter to Xiangzhu was not yet ready for dispatch. It was somewhat amusing that Ji Shun could leverage connections to send his letter home, expressing his longing. As a consort, she too could write letters home, but through proper channels. Her messages would only reach the hands of the Marquis of Wu'an and his wife, rather than those she truly wished to communicate with. What Lin Xuanyan yearned to convey resided within the envelope, yet the sentiments penned across 3 pages of letter paper were genuine. To demonstrate fairness, she also wrote a letter to Ji Xing, which brought evident joy to the young girl upon receiving it. Many palace attendants could read, but most were close to their masters, and if they sought someone to compose a letter home, they would have to pay a considerable sum to achieve their desire, often receiving only a few terse lines, nothing compared to the fullness of her correspondence. In the ensuing days, without the emperor's occasional interruptions, Lin Xuanyan enjoyed a particularly tranquil existence. Moreover, due to her leg injury, she could only engage in writing, painting, or playing the piano at intervals. Though her piano practice was limited, the frequent listening rendered the music less displeasing to those in the Ningxian Hall. More often, however, she found solace in her room, secretly embroidering. However, such leisurely days are not without their drawbacks, which can be succinctly summarized in 2 words: hunger and heat. Without the means to procure delicacies, the meals presented are often limited to vegetables and tofu, with eggs being a rare treat. As for ice, receiving even a single basin each day is considered fortunate. The internal court would rather lavish attention on favored concubines than spend lavishly. Thus, after enduring for 2 days, Lin Xuanyan, once again paying her respects to the empress, chose to refrain from visiting, citing her leg injury as the reason. Ji Lu expressed concern. "My lady, is it truly acceptable not to pay respects to Her Majesty?" Ji Lu, observing the lingering bruise on Lin Xuanyan's knee, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet her greater fear lay in the potential for Lin Xuanyan to be branded as disrespectful to the empress, a label that could lead to consequences far beyond a mere 2 hours of kneeling. After all, the neighboring Tao Baolin had gritted her teeth and made her way to the Chanqiu Hall, taking the opportunity to request leave on Lin Xuanyan's behalf. Lin Xuanyan fanned herself with a folding fan, nonchalantly asserting that the empress was not one to hold grudges. In fact, she somewhat anticipated that someone might seek to create trouble for her. After all, it was about time for the emperor to come and appease her, and with such exchanges, a few days would inevitably pass, conveniently allowing her to avoid the fertile period. Enduring such days was truly arduous, and Lin Xuanyan was not one to willingly suffer. However, Ji Lu was entirely unaware of Lin Xuanyan's thoughts and could only fret over the possibility of further punishment, vowing to plead for leniency on her behalf should the need arise. Thus, Lin Xuanyan continued to rest serenely in the Tianzhou Pavilion for 2 more days, during which only Tao Baolin visited to engage in casual conversation. On the 10th day, Lin Xuanyan rose early, accompanied by Ji Xing, to visit the small temple, bringing along letters and Buddhist scriptures she had copied during her idle days. After all, one must have a purpose for visiting the temple. Lin Xuanyan deliberately chose a less frequented path, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Although she did not encounter troublemakers like Kupin, she still met several palace attendants along the way. Dressed in a green silk brocade gown, adorned only at the sleeves with silver-threaded clouds, Lin Xuanyan wore her hair simply gathered with a wooden hairpin, complemented by a pair of jade earrings, lacking any additional adornments. Her face bore no makeup, beautiful, indeed, but excessively plain. The palace attendants hurried past, merely bowing their heads in respect upon seeing her approach. Yet Lin Xuanyan knew that her attire today would undoubtedly reach the ears of those who cared. The green fabric was slimming, and given her inadequate meals in recent days, she had not managed to control her appetite, resulting in a slight weight loss. From a distance, she appeared almost ethereal, like a celestial being poised to take flight. Yet there lingered an inexplicable melancholy. Taking a longer route to ensure she was seen by numerous palace attendants, Lin Xuanyan finally hastened toward the small temple with Ji Xing. Consort Xian was already present. "Your humble servant," Lin Xuanyan began, but before she could finish, Consort Xian, kneeling on the mat, interjected softly, We are all Buddhists here. There is no need for excessive formality. Lin Xuanyan accepted this graciously, took a moment to compose herself, and then received incense from Master Miaoyan. Kneeling beside Consort Xan to offer 3 bows before placing the incense into the burner before the Buddha. However, Lin Xuanyan did not hasten her departure. She remained kneeling. Though Lady Xan had her eyes closed, turning her prayer beads, she inquired, "Does the beautiful Lin have any further matters to discuss?" Lin Xuanyan took the Buddhist scriptures from Ji Lu's hand, lowered her gaze, and softly replied, "Recently, I have been troubled. I have copied the scriptures to offer before the Buddha, seeking inner peace." Only then did Lady Xan open her eyes to regard Lin Xuanyan, a faint smile flickering in her eyes. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she simply said, "Place it there. Your intentions will surely be felt by the Buddha." Chapter 74. Ancestral worship. The day after delivering the letter marked the occasion for Lin Xuanyan to pay her respects at Chanqiu Hall. This time, she refrained from making excuses to avoid the visit, though she still feigned a semblance of discomfort while walking. Surprisingly, Kupin did not utter a single word of reproach, not even offering a glance. Upon returning to Ningxin Hall, Tao Baolin exhaled deeply, visibly relaxing, yet soon cast a bashful smile towards Lin Xuanyan. This, in turn, stirred a sense of guilt within her, for it was her influence that had drawn Kupin's ire, leaving her on edge throughout their journey. "Shall we dine at my place today? I shall have Ji Shun fetch some meat dishes," Lin Xuanyan suggested, not waiting for Tao Baolin to decline as she took her hand and led her into Tianjiao Pavilion. The two of them, with nothing pressing to attend to, engaged in light conversation while weaving nets, and the morning slipped away swiftly. Perhaps the palace servants tasked with procuring the meals had taken their time, for Ji Shun returned a quarter of an hour later than usual. After their lunch, Tao Baolin excused herself to return to Hanming Pavilion, reasoning that having just enjoyed a sumptuous meal, Lin Xuanyan was poised to send Ji Shun for some 8 treasures cake, which would incur additional expenses. Having just indulged in a delightful repast, Tao Baolin felt it inappropriate to linger. Once Tao Baolin departed, Lin Xuanyan turned to Ji Shun, inquiring, "Speak, what is it?" Ji Shun chuckled, producing a cloth-wrapped parcel from within his robes. The package was square, suggesting it contained a book. Lin Xuanyan regarded him with a puzzled expression. "Earlier, when I was at the Imperial kitchen, a young eunuch bumped into me and thrust this into my arms." Ji Shun elaborated, deliberately prolonging his explanation to build suspense. Before Lin Xuanyan could respond, Ji Xing shot him a glare, admonishing him for bringing back something so ambiguous without clarification. "You better explain yourself clearly, or you may find yourself in trouble." Ji Shun scratched his head, a sly smile creeping across his face. "I intended to scold him, but I recognized the lad. He had accompanied His Majesty during a previous visit. An associate of the Emperor?" Lin Xuanyan's interest piqued, though she still asked, "Have you examined the contents?" A seemingly inconspicuous eunuch, even one close to the Emperor, could be easily bribed. Ji Shun replied earnestly, "I have checked. It is indeed a book, though I cannot read, so I cannot ascertain its contents. Additionally, I lingered outside for a while, ensuring no one approached with ill intent before I returned for lunch." Satisfied, Lin Xuanyan nodded, instructing them to open the parcel. Upon seeing the title, Lin Xuanyan realized it was the book sent by the Emperor, precisely the one she had mentioned regarding Miss Yu and young Master Chu. The 3 of them observed Lin Xuanyan's expression, and upon witnessing her involuntary smile, they too broke into grins. After all, despite Ji Shun's precautions, one could never be too certain. Lin Xuanyan stepped forward, cradling the book in her arms, and joyously remarked to Ji Shun, "Go to the storeroom and select something of your choosing as a reward for your efforts this time. When Zhu Yinghua arrives, let Ji Xing embroider a few lotus pouches for you to assuage your homesickness." "Ah," Ji Shun responded with delight. Compared to these rewards, he valued the reason behind his master's generous praise even more, and the joy he felt suggested that this book must have been gifted by His Majesty. Even though Ji Sun usually delighted in banter with Ji Shun, upon hearing that a pouch would be embroidered for Ji Shun, she revealed a rare and cheerful expression. The atmosphere in Tianjiao Pavilion brightened considerably. In the following days, Various books were delivered to Tianzhou Pavilion daily. Some appeared mysteriously in the courtyard, while others were thrust into the arms of Ji Lu and the others, all filled with tales of talented scholars and beautiful maidens. Although Lin Xuanyan was not particularly fond of such ethereal tales, the monotony of palace life made reading stories of infatuated men and lamenting women a delightful diversion. The popularity of these stories indicated their quality, and Lin Xuanyan found herself engrossed, nearly neglecting significant matters, such as her pursuit of the emperor. Alas, stories could lead one astray. Before long, the 15th day arrived, marking the royal ancestor worship festival. By the hour of Chun, the concubines and numerous palace attendants had gathered respectfully before the Chengtian gate, awaiting the emperor and empress's appearance. According to protocol, the emperor and empress would depart at the hour of C to pay homage at the royal tombs. An entire hour passed, yet no one dared to make a sound. Everyone stood in their designated positions. When the regal procession finally appeared, the crowd knelt in unison, their movements so silent that the faintest sound of fabric brushing against fabric could be heard, as if a pin could drop. As the hour of C arrived, the Chengtian gate swung open wide, revealing many officials kneeling outside. The emperor and empress's procession moved majestically through the throng, and those on their knees simultaneously exclaimed, "We respectfully send off your majesty and her majesty." It was only when the procession vanished at the roads and that the crowd dared to rise. Subsequently, each returned to their respective quarters according to their rank. Supported by Ji Lu, Lin Xuanyan gazed at the now-closed Chengtian gate and felt a profound sense of insignificance beneath the weight of imperial power. She knelt on the ground, unable to lift her head. The grand procession was such that she could only hear the sound of armor clanking as the guards walked by. Not only could she not see the emperor within the palanquin, but she could not even catch a glimpse of the hem of the outermost guard's robe. Regardless of Lin Handong's elevation to concubine or her status as the foremost among the emperor's consorts, the only one to bear a prince, what difference did it make? Even if she imitated the empress's every move daily, the empress remained the empress. In crucial moments, one could only bow and kneel. Before long, it was Lin Xuanyan's turn to depart. Retrieving her gaze, she left with Ji Lu's assistance. Within Tianzhou Pavilion, the three sensed Lin Xuanyan's discontent and proceeded with utmost care in their tasks. Such festive occasions often stirred feelings of longing and melancholy. Ji Lu observed Lin Xuanyan intently staring at the book in her hands, having not turned a page for quite some time, and approached her with a smile, asking, "My lady, what story does this book tell? Would you share with me?" Lin Xuanyan snapped back to reality, giving her a frustrated glare. "At home, I had you learn your letters alongside me, and now look at you, unable to even guess the story from a mere book." In recent days, Ji Lu and the others had noticed her engrossed reading and often inquired about the tales. Irritated, Lin Xuanyan instructed the only literate among them, Ji Lu, to read first and then relay the story to the other two. However, Ji Lu is but a half-baked individual, utterly incapable of understanding herself, let alone elucidating matters to others. Lin Xuanyan inadvertently overheard this and nearly spat out her tea in disbelief. Consequently, Lin Xuanyan found herself compelled to teach Ji Lu how to read during her intervals of study. After all, as her companion, an esteemed palace maid, how could she be illiterate? Once Ji Lu had mastered the basics, she would then proceed to instruct Xing as well. Yet, the joyous and lively moments always seemed to pass swiftly, and soon it drew near the hour of Shun, the time when the emperor and empress would return to the palace. As a consort, Lin Xuanyan had no choice but to rise from her soft couch and proceed to the Chengtian gate to respectfully welcome the emperor and empress back. How exhausting! Chapter 75. Punishment. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, sending birds soaring into the sky. The palace, which had been dimly lit by flickering candles, suddenly blazed forth like a wildfire. Lin Xuanyan, who had already settled into bed, was stirred awake by the clamor outside, her brow furrowing as she called out, "Zhiliao, what is all the noise outside?" Having knelt twice that day, Lin Xuanyan was utterly exhausted, without a valid reason. She would ensure that the servants of Ningxin Palace remembered this lesson. Although she had infuriated the emperor as a concubine, she was not someone to be trifled with by mere cleaning maids. Zhou Yao entered, shaking her head hurriedly. "My lady, it is merely the commotion outside. The servants of Ningxin Palace are speculating about what has transpired. Ji Shun has gone to inquire." A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Xuanyan. The uproar suggested that something significant had occurred. However, she had no intention of rising, merely flipping over in annoyance and covering her ears with the blanket, impatiently instructing, "When Ji Shun returns, have him inform me immediately." After all, amidst the vastness of the world, sleep was paramount. Knowing the nature of the disturbance would suffice to ease her mind. However, when Ji Shun finally returned, he was accompanied by the imperial edict from the Empress Dowager, summoning all the concubines to Eighteenth Palace. Lin Xuanyan feigned a reason of changing attire to dismiss the eunuch delivering the message, casting a puzzled glance at Ji Shun. He quickly stepped forward and whispered, "It is rumored that Yang Kalin has been burning joss paper." Lin Xuanyan gasped in shock. Such rituals were strictly forbidden in the palace, punishable by death. "I have heard," Ji Shun continued, "that Zhuang Changzai went to seek out Yang Kalin and stumbled upon her burning paper money." Startled, she screamed, prompting the patrolling guards to rush in, fearing something had befallen the concubines, only to catch the scene red-handed. As Lin Xuanyan arranged her hair, Ji Shun hurriedly relayed the information he had gathered. Lin Xuanyan frowned. While the situation seemed innocuous, the uncanny coincidences bred a sense of unease. Furthermore, Yang Kalin was an old servant of the palace, having served the emperor since childhood. It was implausible that she would be ignorant of the grave consequences of such actions. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Xuanyan removed 2 hairpins, pondering the need for such elaborate adornment. Was she to celebrate Yang Kalin's punishment? She then changed into a simple dress and, alongside Tao Baolin, made her way to Eighteenth Palace. The wind howled that night, with cicadas incessantly chirping. Perhaps it was the ghostly atmosphere of the Ghost Festival, as the full moon, round and bright, was obscured by thick clouds, leaving only the faint glow of lanterns held by the palace servants. The path ahead was only just visible. Beyond that, the surroundings faded into darkness, with a dim light flickering under the eaves of the distant palace. One could not help but slow their breath, lost in the journey. Upon arriving at Eighteenth Palace, Lin Xuanyan and Tao Baolin found the emperor, empress, and the empress dowager already seated on the thrones. Zhuang Changzai knelt at one side of the hall, silently shedding tears, while Yang Kalin was held down on a long bench by 2 eunuchs, her head bowed, disheveled hair obscuring her face, rendering her expression unreadable. The impending scene of punishment caused Lin Xuanyan to momentarily halt her steps, but she quickly regained her composure and, lowering her gaze, entered the hall alongside Tao Baolin. The concubines had mostly gathered, with only a few from distant residences still absent. Even the confined Xia Gengyi had been summoned. Lin Xuanyan and Tao Baolin moved so silently that not even the whisper of their garments could be heard as they hurried to join the ranks of the concubines, taking their places according to rank. Once everyone was assembled, the Empress Dowager fixed a stern gaze upon Chi-Chos and declared, "Your Majesty, Yang Kalin has committed a grave offense within the palace. How shall you proceed?" As her words lingered in the air, the Empress Dowager's aged and murky eyes transformed into piercing daggers, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Yet, Chi-Chos remained silent, his gaze cast downward, shielding his eyes from the flickering candlelight that illuminated the hall as bright as day. The Empress Dowager did not urge him to speak. Who among the assembly would dare to interrupt? Even if Chi-Chos appeared to doze with his eyes open, they could only endure the wait until dawn. However, Chi-Chos did not keep them waiting long. He lifted his gaze toward Yang Kalin outside the hall and, with an icy tone, pronounced, "Yang Kalin, having conducted a sacrificial rite in the palace, and fully aware of her transgression, shall receive 50 strokes and be demoted to the status of a mere attendant, forbidden to leave without summons." "Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager frowned in discontent as she looked at Chi-Chos. Aside from her, Xia Gengyi was another who harbored dissatisfaction. Just half a month prior, She had been demoted and confined for deceiving the empress. Yet Yang Kalin, who burned paper money in the palace, merely received 50 strokes more than her. Such a significant error surely warranted a death sentence, did it not? Though 50 strokes might leave her life hanging in the balance. Xia Gingyi clenched her teeth in frustration, straining to hear whether the Empress Dowager would demand the execution of Yang Kalin, or rather, Yang Gengyi. Yet, Chichos did not even glance at the Empress Dowager as he continued. Yang Kalin has rendered service in the past. Thus, her merits and faults balance each other. Enough. The Empress Dowager's lips moved, but ultimately, she refrained from uttering any further words, her furrowed brow expressing her displeasure. Chichos, seemingly oblivious, addressed the Empress Dowager. The hour grows late. I shall escort you back to the palace. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanyan felt invigorated. Whether deemed cold-blooded or not, Yang Kalin's fate was of little concern to her. She would rather retire early for sleep than witness another's punishment. With a mid-autumn festival drawing near, she dreaded the prospect of nightmares. Now that the emperor intended to depart, surely the concubines could also take their leave? Yet, the Empress Dowager interjected, "You shall remain until Yang Kalin has completed her punishment. This is a lesson for all of you." Lin Xuanyan's eyes nearly rolled heavenward in exasperation. Yet reality dictated that she must accompany the other concubines in respectfully sending the emperor and Empress Dowager away. As Chichos assisted the Empress Dowager in exiting the Grand Hall, Yang Kalin suddenly struggled and lifted her gaze toward him. The Empress Dowager frowned in anger, but before she could express it, Yang Kalin called out, "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The incongruity of the address caused Chichos to halt, his demeanor coolly assessing Yang Kalin. "Your Highness!" Yang Kalin extended her hand, as if attempting to grasp the hem of Chi Zhao's garment. Yet the distance between them was insurmountable. She strained forward, only to clutch at a breath of chilly air. A hollow smile unfurled upon her lips, but from her vacant eyes, a cascade of tears fell unbidden, glimmering under the flickering candlelight. "Your Highness, permit me to vacate the Iha Palace, or perhaps allow Zhuo Changzai to be relocated to another palace. I am an ill-fated person. I implore you." Upon hearing these words, Zhuo Changzai, who had been kneeling beside her, head bowed in silent tears, finally lifted her gaze. Astonishment flooding her features as she looked toward Yang Kalin. For a fleeting moment, her tears ceased, only to surge forth even more vehemently. "Very well," Chi Zhaozi replied, supporting the Empress Dowager as they moved onward. "From this day forth, Zhuo Changzai shall transfer to the Tingzhu Palace." Chapter 76 Apologies. The summer breeze rustled a few green leaves, and though the sun blazed overhead, an inexplicable chill permeated the air. The emperor assisted the Empress Dowager in departing from the Yi Hall, the sound of the wooden planks striking against flesh evoking an unsettling aura. Yang, the favored consort, lay silently on a long bench, while Zhuo Changzai desperately lunged towards her. Had it not been for the palace attendants restraining him, he might have taken the punishment on her behalf. Sister Yang, I am truly sorry." His anguished cries were carried by the wind into the hall, merging with the resonant sounds of punishment, rendering the other consorts breathless. Even the Empress merely gazed intently at the scene outside, choosing not to comment on Zhuo Changzai's actions. 50 strikes of a cane, neither a long nor a short count. When the counting ceased, Lin Xuanyan heard several sighs of relief. They were among the first consorts to enter the palace after the new emperor ascended the throne, yet to this day had not undergone the grand selection, though there were more than 10 consorts in the palace. This number was relatively sparse in the context of the harem. Furthermore, the empress, who governed the 6 palaces with a measure of benevolence, rarely resorted to such bloodshed. The empress signaled to her attendant, Song Yun, and soon after, Yang was carried away. Though she had not cried out in pain, it was evident that she had briefly gasped for breath, still clinging to life. The servants of Jingning Pavilion failed to dissuade their master from wrongdoing, according to palace regulations. She must be taken to the court of severe punishments, the empress instructed coolly. She then turned to the other consorts, a smile gracing her lips. "My dear sisters, you have worked hard. You may forego the next greetings." The consorts and attendants collectively bowed in gratitude, and after respectfully escorting the empress from the hall, they gradually dispersed. On the way back to the palace, the resplendent full moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting a hazy glow that gently illuminated the path beneath their feet. Lin Xuanyan and Tao Baolin walked in silence until nearing the Ningxin Hall, when Tao Baolin finally spoke. Sister Yang is generally a reserved person. After this remark, silence enveloped them once more, broken only by the distant chirping of insects. Lin Xuanyan recalled the peculiar words Yang had shared during the lotus viewing banquet, and in hindsight, the bitterness behind her smile seemed to echo the sorrows of the palace. Having grown up alongside the emperor, Yang now faced such a dire fate. One might argue that the emperor had shown some mercy, indeed. Presently, the palace atmosphere was relatively tranquil, save for the arrogance of Consort Ku. The other consorts appeared to maintain their decorum. Yet, within the mere 2 months since her arrival, 2 consorts had already been demoted, as if cast into the cold palace. One could only wonder how lively affairs would become with the addition of new candidates in the upcoming selection. Lin Xuanyan lowered her gaze, recalling several significant events from her past life within the Imperial Palace, and a tinge of bitterness arose within her heart. Had she truly desired to enter the palace? If given the choice, before parting ways with Tao Baolin, Lin Xuanyan gently patted her hand. Let us simply focus on being ourselves. It felt as though she were reassuring herself. As the moon fully extricated itself from the clouds, Lin Xuanyan lay in bed, gazing at the soft moonlight streaming through the window. She gathered her fleeting sorrows and closed her eyes, surrendering to sleep. Outside the palace, Xiangzhu lit a small candle and, draped in her outer garment, began to read the letter. Lin Xuanyan's letter, which she entrusted to the Dowager Empress 10 days prior, had finally reached Xiangzhu's hands under the cover of night. As Lin Xuanyan had conveyed to the Dowager, the letter was filled with sentiments of longing for her rural home and recounted numerous amusing anecdotes from her childhood, evoking both laughter and tears in Xiangzhu, who feared her tears might mar the delicate paper. However, as she turned to the final page of the 3-page letter, her brow furrowed at the content before her. It detailed an incident from Lin Xuanyan's early schooling days. During her initial foray into studies, Xiangzhu had imposed strict discipline on Lin Xuanyan, comparing her unfavorably to Lin Handong from Shengtian City, which left Lin Xuanyan utterly despondent. One night, overwhelmed by the burden, Lin Xuanyan had secretly burned a significant portion of the 4 books and 5 classics with Sun Chui. Xiangzhu wiped away her tears and reread that segment word for word. No, that was not right. She distinctly remembered that her young mistress had tossed those books into a small pond under the cover of darkness, and, the following day, had been reprimanded by her teacher, crying as she had someone fish the books out of the water, to ensure her mistress would learn from the experience. One of the books still resided in the study back in the countryside. Something was amiss. Xiangzhu furrowed her brow and reread the letter from the beginning, even examining the acrostics and end words. Her gaze finally settled on the word burn. The only difference was that water had transformed into fire. Cautiously, Xiangzhu moved the letter closer to the candlelight, wary of the flame scorching the paper, yet fearful of missing any vital information. Even as the paper began to yellow from the heat, she discerned nothing unusual. Could it be that her mistress had misremembered, or had she misunderstood? Xiangzhu's eyes swept over the letters on the table again and again. Wait. She hastily picked up the envelope and held it beneath the candlelight. Under its glow, the brown ink slowly revealed its true form, causing another wave of tears to swell in Xiangzhu's eyes. It seemed her young mistress had indeed suffered some indignity within the palace. Otherwise, how could the usually careless girl have devised such a covert means of communication? Most likely, upon hearing the Dowager Empress speak, she had dutifully recorded everything she needed to convey without considering any ulterior motives on the Dowager's part. Although it was Xiangzhu who had sought out a messenger, it had been 20 years since they last corresponded, and she had prepared herself for the possibility of her efforts yielding no response. After all, the master and mistress had long since departed the capital, and how many would still remember their past connections? Even those like the Dowager Empress who recalled, Xiangzhu felt compelled to remain cautious of their intentions. Sigh. Xiangzhu's thoughts drifted, yet her hands maintained a careful distance as she meticulously examined the envelope. Finally, she placed it on the table, wiping away the tears shed for her mistress's growth. Squinting to scrutinize the crucial hidden information, half a green herb combined with wood and the essence of clouds. Even though Xiangzhu had never borne children, after years of sustenance, she understood well enough that these ingredients were not meant for contraception. Xiangzhu was filled with indignation. The young lady from her household had just entered the palace, only to be targeted by the Empress Dowager, who likely shared the antiquated views of those pedantic scholars outside, believing that the young lady was not adhering to the virtues of a proper woman and was seducing the emperor. Yet, it was undeniably the emperor who had pursued her young lady. This was utterly excessive. Her young lady was such a well-behaved child. Had it not been for the emperor's relentless advances, a suitable match would have already been arranged for her, and there would be no need for her to enter the palace as a concubine. The more Xiangzhu pondered, the more agitated she became. Nevertheless, she meticulously committed Lin Xuanyan's instructions to memory, intending to seek a renowned physician outside the estate at dawn to examine the prescription. Chapter 77. Fishing for an emperor with a heart. Not as dawn broke the following day. The chirping of the birds outside grew slightly raucous, perhaps startled by the distant commotion of the palace relocation orchestrated by the esteemed Zhuo Changzai. Lin Xuanyan, who had not clearly caught the conversation between Yang Kairen and the emperor the previous night, was nonetheless able to glean fragments of their exchange, particularly the terms slave and your highness, due to her position towards the periphery. Considering the emperor's subsequent commands and Zhuo Changzai's uncharacteristic demeanor, it was not difficult to deduce what Yang Kairen had sought from the emperor. One could only commend Yang Kairen as a truly virtuous individual within the palace, who, despite being implicated by Zhuo Changzai and facing demotion, still endeavored to secure a relocation edict for Zhuo Changzai. After all, following such an inauspicious event, it seemed unlikely that the emperor would ever again step foot in the Yi Hall. Although Lin Xuanyan was aware that both occupants of the hall had been out of favor for 6 months, one could never be too certain. Now, with Zhuo Changzai being moved from the Yi Hall, there were fewer concerns. Yet, what if Yang Kairen's act of burning paper money was an intentional ploy by Zhuo Changzai? The coincidences were indeed striking. It was a time typically reserved for rest, and few would venture out at such a late hour, especially on the night of the Ghost Festival. Zhuo Changzai's visit to Yang Kairen's Jingning Pavilion raised suspicions. Adding to this, the presence of patrolling guards during the screams further complicated matters. However, Lin Xuanyan found herself perplexed. If Zhuo Changzai had indeed orchestrated this, why would Yang Kairen, after years of camaraderie, plead on her behalf? Surely, if the Yi Hall were to become ill-fated, Zhuo Changzai would receive even less favor. Unable to unravel these thoughts, Lin Xuanyan decided to set them aside. Rather than dwell on such matters, it would be more prudent to consider how to extricate herself from the awkward situation of waiting for a message that might never arrive from the emperor. If he continued to delay, she would have to take matters into her own hands. Perhaps in light of the incident involving Yang's attire the previous night, the emperor had chosen not to send any correspondence today. Lin Xuanyan resolved to take the initiative. However, before doing so, she sought the assistance of Ji Xing and Tao Baolin to craft a few nets. Though Lin Xuanyan was somewhat lacking in her crafting abilities, weaving nets was simpler than embroidery. After a day of diligent effort, she managed to create a satisfactory heart knot. As the night deepened, even the insects seemed to lose their vigor. Lin Xuanyan donned the attire of a palace maid and stealthily slipped out through a small door from the Ningxin Hall. Accompanied by Ji Lu, there was a small garden near the Taichu Palace, reputed to be a favored retreat of the emperor. It was rumored that it was there that Imarin won his affections with a mere smile amidst the flowers. This time, Lin Xuanyan intended to visit the Shui garden, but her intention was not to emulate Imarin's approach to flirtation. If that had been her aim, she would not have chosen to venture out at such a late hour. Master, someone is coming. Ji Lu quickly pulled Lin Xuanyan aside, urging her to stay close to the wall as they proceeded. Though it was late, there were still people roaming the inner palace, besides the guards. One could occasionally spot palace maids and eunuchs. Despite her disguise, Lin Xuanyan's striking beauty was likely to attract recognition. The two of them stealthily navigated their way to the Shirue garden, where Ji Lu remained outside to keep watch while Lin Xuanyan hurried deeper into the garden's embrace. Yet Lin Xuanyan did not linger there for long. She hung the token of their mutual affection, a heart knot, on a tree nearest to the Tai Chu Palace before stepping out of the Shirue garden. However, upon exiting, Lin Xuanyan did not hasten away, but instead sauntered alongside Ji Lu. After meandering for a few laps and encountering several rounds of guards, Lin Xuanyan adeptly evaded them, retreating back into the Shirue garden when possible and feigning to be a passing palace maid when necessary. After several repetitions of this, Ji Lu, puzzled, inquired, "My lady, what is our next course of action? Shall we not return?" Before their arrival, Lin Xuanyan had expressed her desire to reconcile with the emperor, but feared that a direct approach might not yield results. Hence, she had chosen to employ a method from a tale, wherein Miss Yu and young Master Chu arranged a meeting by hanging a heart knot on the branch extending beyond the courtyard wall, signifying a wish to meet. Yet, having already hung the knot, why was Lin Xuanyan still lingering in place? "Hush!" Lin Xuanyan signaled Ji Lu to silence. At that moment, she spotted the individual she sought, two eunuchs, evidently approaching from the Tai Chu Palace. Should they tarry any longer, she would have to drag Ji Lu back, as prolonged presence might arouse suspicion among the patrolling guards. As the two eunuchs drew closer, Lin Xuanyan swiftly stumbled, her left foot stepping on her right, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Ji Lu gasped but refrained from calling out to her lady, hurriedly closing her mouth and rushing to assist Lin Xuanyan. To her surprise, Lin Xuanyan pinched her, and after a moment, she rose with Ji Lu's help. The commotion successfully captured the attention of the two eunuchs. Yet Lin Xuanyan seized the opportunity to pull Ji Lu and retreat into the palace. Observing Lin Xuanyan's slight shake of her head, Ji Lu swallowed her confusion and silently followed her mistress back. "My lady," Ji Shun heard a gentle knock and promptly opened the small door. Upon seeing Lin Xuanyan's relaxed expression, he understood that the venture had gone smoothly, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, his countenance brightening with a smile. Upon their return to the Tianzhao pavilion, Ji Xing rushed forward to greet them. Upon seeing Lin Xuanyan, the panic in her eyes instantly transformed into tears. Heaven knows how anxious she felt, donning her lady's attire while reading by the window. There, Lin Xuanyan gently wiped away Ji Xing's tears. "I have returned. Go change your clothes." With that, Ji Xing seemed to shed a heavy burden, her previously erect posture now slightly slumped as she hurried back to her room to change. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanyan, attended by Ji Lu, called for her sleeping garments, feeling a sense of relief the moment she donned them. However, her unease did not stem solely from wearing the maid-as attire. The fabric was coarse and far from the softness and comfort of a consort's garments. Although she had previously endured prison garb in her past life, she was still a pampered young lady in this incarnation, unaccustomed to the attire of servants. Yet, if tonight's scheme did not succeed, she would have to wear this very outfit again tomorrow night. As Ji Lu loosened Lin Xuanyan's hairpin, she could no longer contain her curiosity and finally asked, "My lady, why did you leave the warm jade the emperor gifted you behind?" Indeed, after feigning a fall, Lin Xuanyan retrieved the warm jade from her waist and placed it on the ground. With a playful flick, she tapped Zhiliao's head with a hairpin, expressing her frustration. In the tales, Miss Yu and Master Chu had made prior arrangements, using the heart not as a signal for their clandestine meetings. But what agreement exists between the emperor and myself? Naturally, the warm jade, which could be deemed a token of affection, must be left there for someone to pick up. Zhiliao, touching the spot that had been tapped, lowered her head and smiled shyly. Her master always seemed to consider far more than she did. Chapter 78. The Beloved One. On the following day, as the Empress granted a reprieve from morning greetings, Lin Xuanyan found solace lying in the Tianzhao pavilion. She meticulously rewove a heartfelt knot and finished reading the storybook sent by the Emperor. However, she did not receive a visit from him, nor was there anyone to deliver new storybooks, indicating that her heartfelt knot had not succeeded the previous night. Nonetheless, Lin Xuanyan remained undaunted. Whether it was hanging a heartfelt knot or discarding a warm jade, each carried a certain probability of success. A solitary success might be ascribed to fortune, while multiple successes were the essence of life as normalcy. As the candlelight flickered low that evening, Lin Xuanyan donned the attire of a palace maid once more and, accompanied by her confidant Jian, stealthily slipped out through the corner gate. Due to Jian's fervent insistence, Ji Lu, who had been reading by the window, was swapped out to accompany Jian. Having traversed this path the night before, Lin Xuanyan adeptly navigated through the throngs of palace attendants and guards, returning to the familiar Shirue garden. However, for Jian, this was a first experience. Her anxious voice betrayed her nerves as she urged, "My lady, please return swiftly." Noticing Jian's stammering, Lin Xuanyan remained unflustered, proceeding deeper into the woods, where she hung the heartfelt knot upon the highest branches. She closed her eyes, feigning a wish, and lingered momentarily before departing. Even if the emperor were likely absent at that moment, Lin Xuanyan still aimed to perform the act with utmost finesse. "Your Grace." Upon seeing Lin Xuanyan emerge, Jian hurriedly approached, eager to return to the palace. Yet, Lin Xuanyan restrained her, whispering, "Yesterday, I misplaced the warm jade gifted by His Majesty here. We must search for it before we return." "What?" Jian exclaimed. "Where did you lose it? Why not mention it during the day? After a day has passed, what if someone has picked it up?" Her words tumbled out in a flurry. After Lin Xuanyan pointed in a direction, Jian immediately bent down to search intently. Observing Jian's anxious demeanor, Lin Xuanyan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, her decision to withhold this information beforehand had proven wise. After a day filled with searching back and forth, the two women had scoured the area several times, and the patrolling guards were beginning to grow suspicious. Yet no sign of the warm jade had emerged. "Your Grace, what shall we do?" Jian fretted, stamping her foot. Out of the corner of her eye, Lin Xuanyan noticed a young eunuch approaching. She quickly urged Jian to continue searching on the ground, whispering, "Let's look a bit longer. If we truly cannot find it, we shall return." Jian felt the probability of recovery dwindling, but with her lady's command, she could only persist in the search. Just a few steps later, the young eunuch drew near, barking, "Who goes there?" Lurking about in secrecy? Jian jumped in fright, increasing the eunuch's suspicion. "If you do not speak, I shall summon help." Lin Xuanyan gently patted Jian's hand to soothe her, then stepped forward and replied, "Esteemed eunuch, I lost a most precious item here yesterday, and have come to seek it." The young eunuch furrowed his brow, preparing to scold her for her absurdity, questioning why she had not sought it in daylight, but had chosen to return in the dark of night. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing a few delicate blossoms to fall onto the shoulders and hair of a palace maid. The wind also parted the dense branches, allowing a sliver of moonlight to cast dappled shadows upon the maid's gently lifted face. "You!" the young eunuch gasped, for even as the wind faded and the moonlight vanished, the stunning visage he had glimpsed remained etched in his heart. Somehow familiar? Lin Xuanyan lowered her head once more, her voice laced with tension and shyness. "Is a piece of jade, a gift from my beloved. If you have seen it, please let me know." With that, Lin Xuanyan hastily pulled her companion Ji Xing and departed, leaving the young eunuch to ponder the beauty he had just encountered. Where indeed had he seen such a captivating face? Such exquisite beauty was not easily forgotten. Yet, after considerable reflection, he could not recall, for as the lowest of servants, he was accustomed to bowing and averting his gaze in the presence of his superiors, fearful of causing offense. Consequently, upon his return, the young eunuch was met with a furious reprimand from the chief eunuch, having neglected his duties. Ah, the perils of beauty! Meanwhile, Lin Xuanyan returned to Tianzhou Pavilion without a care, reclining upon the smooth silk quilt, contentedly turning over, confident that she would soon see the emperor. Thus, when Zhuang Changzai sent someone to invite her to dinner the following day, Lin Xuanyan declined. According to custom, a transfer to a new palace warranted a celebration. Yet for the past few days, Zhuang Changzai had been mired in sorrow over the incident with Yang Gengyi and had not thought to arrange for festivities until today, when he finally composed himself and invited some lower-ranked consorts and Lady Ke from the same palace. Had been a few days earlier, Lin Xuanyan might have attended for the sumptuous meal, for after losing favor, one must spend money on everything, even for meat. Though Lin Xuanyan still possessed some wealth, she believed in discretion. Indulging too frequently would attract unnecessary attention. However, this time, waiting for the emperor necessitated her painful refusal, and she asked her friend Tao Baolin, who was attending the banquet, to bring her a congratulatory gift. Yet, to Lin Xuanyan's astonishment, as day turned to night, Tao Baolin returned early from the grand meal at Tingzhu Palace. She had not even caught a glimpse of the emperor. Lin Xuanyan replayed the events of the past 2 nights in her mind and ultimately decided to continue her nocturnal exploration of Shirui Garden. After all, if one is to perform, every aspect must be executed flawlessly. Even if Ji Xing pleaded, Lin Xuanyan resolved to bring along Ji Lu, for Ji Xing was still too timid. When deep night fell, Lin Xuanyan took a makeshift net and ventured into Shirui Garden. By night, under the moonlight, the garden that had bristled with vibrant competition during the day took on a rather eerie demeanor, especially as the wind stirred. Tonight, Lin Xuanyan felt something was amiss in Shirui Garden, as if something lurked in the shadows, observing her. Yet, recalling her purpose for the night, she pressed forward, undeterred by fear. Could anything be more terrifying than repeating the mistakes of her past life? It was still the deepest part of Shirui Garden, near the Taichu Palace. What was happening? However, as Lin Xuanyan ascended the tree, her eyes widened in astonishment. The 2 nets that had been present the previous night had mysteriously vanished. A multitude of possibilities flickered through her mind. Perhaps they had been cleared away by the palace attendants, devoured by a ghost, or taken by the emperor. The mere thought of such a possibility seemed to unravel the sense of voyeurism she had experienced earlier. Yet the astonishment etched upon her brow remained unabated. She circled the lush tree several times before eventually lowering her head in disappointment. Could my heartfelt intentions truly be conveyed to my beloved, just as misused sentiments were transmitted through the intricate knot? Chapter 79. A visit to the Tianzhou Pavilion. The moonlight, tinged with a refreshing coolness, illuminated the fingertips of Lin Xuanyan as she stood on her tiptoes to hang the heart knot. "Your intentions have been received," came the familiar voice, enveloping Lin Xuanyan in a warm embrace. Startled, she dropped the heart knot, but the person behind her deftly caught it. The crimson string entwined around the well-defined palm, and Lin Xuanyan gazed down, momentarily transfixed. In the blink of an eye, a warm tear fell into the palm, absorbed by the intricate knot. "Do not cry. I am here," Qi Zhaozi gently reassured. However, Lin Xuanyan trembled and called out, "Your Majesty," taken aback. Qi Zhaozi tightened his hold. "Did we not agree to call me Qi Lang in private? Is it truly permissible?" Lin Xuanyan's tears flowed more freely. "I thought Qi Lang had long forgotten me." With a soft sigh, Qi Zhaozi endeavored to console her, for he was the one who had evoked her tears. As an emperor accustomed to managing the emotions of numerous women, he soon coaxed a smile from the tear-streaked beauty in his arms. "What brings you to Shirui Garden?" he inquired, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. After all, he had sent her several storybooks over the past few days, his desire for reconciliation clear as day. If Lin Xuanyan wished to restore their former closeness, she could have easily sent someone to seek him out instead of venturing into the depths of Shirui Garden at such a late hour. Yet Lin Xuanyan grasped the hand that had wiped her tears, her gaze clear and unwavering. "On that day, I noticed Qi Lang seemed rather troubled. I wished for your peace and happiness, so I borrowed the method from the storybook, hoping to convey my sentiments through the heart knot. This place is the closest to your palace. I thought it might facilitate communication." Qi Zhaozi paused, clearly surprised by Lin Xuanyan's response. He had assumed she simply longed to see him. After all, the women of the Imperial harem employed various stratagems to vie for favor, and Lin Xuanyan's approach was unlike any he had previously encountered, though it was not entirely unexpected. Hearing her words, Qi Zhaozi found them reasonable. If she merely wished to see him, why go through the trouble of visiting Shirui Garden at such an hour, and for 3 consecutive nights? Nonetheless, he felt a surge of joy at the thought of the woman he cherished taking such care to reach out to him. "Xuanyan, such thoughtfulness deserves a gift," he declared, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Startled, Lin Xuanyan gasped, her reason returning. "Qi Lang, I slipped out secretly and must return quietly." Yet Qi Zhaozi simply pressed her head against his chest, commanding in a jovial tone, "Anshan, let us proceed to the Tianzhou pavilion." In no time, the dragon carriage appeared at Shirue Garden. The palace attendants, having been forewarned by Anshan, dared only to focus on their own feet. Though they could discern from the shadows on the ground that the emperor was carrying someone, they remained oblivious to her identity. However, the notion of the emperor taking someone to the Tianzhou pavilion sparked a flurry of speculation among them. Regardless of their conjectures, Anshan had wisely instructed them to keep this matter to themselves. Should it leak, all would be sent to the Ministry of Punishment. Ji Lu lingered discreetly behind the dragon carriage, careful not to reveal her presence. Although several palace attendants at Taichu Palace had somewhat surmised the identity of the woman within the carriage, the emperor's nocturnal excursions were always under the watchful eyes of the various courts. To safeguard Lin Xuanyan's anonymity, it was prudent for Ji Lu to remain hidden on her return. In the still of the night, it was uncertain how many silks had been torn and how many porcelain ware shattered. Yet, none of this pertained to Lin Xuanyan. It was merely a night of clouds and rain. Perhaps fortune was turning, for a reply from Xiang Zhu had arrived. Alongside the letter, several silver notes, totaling 500 taels, were enclosed. Xiang Zhu had made commendable strides in commerce. Had she been a man, she would not have confined herself to the meager dowry of Lin Xuanyan's mother. This led Lin Xuanyan to ponder further. Her mother's dowry was indeed her source of wealth. If Lin Handong's sorcery were to be exposed, all her lands and shops would be confiscated. She needed to devise a plan to transfer her assets from the Marquis of Wu'an's estate. However, with more than half a year until that day, it would suffice to strategize when her cousin arrived in the capital. Lin Xuanyan instructed Ji Lu to secure the silver notes before she began perusing the letter. Yet, Xiang Zhu's response was filled solely with words of concern. Apart from urging Lin Xuanyan to live well, there was nothing else of note. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Xuanyan called out, "Ji Shun, bring me a lamp." Despite the abundant daylight brightening the room, there was no need for illumination. Nevertheless, as a servant, Ji Shun dutifully complied without question. Soon, a dim flicker of candlelight tremulously ignited. "Mistress," Ji Shun presented the flame before Lin Xuanyan. She unfolded the letter, carefully passing it over the feeble glow. The ink, composed of vinegar, gradually and distinctly revealed its characters on the envelope. Ji Shun's eyes widened as she comprehended the purpose of the invisible script Lin Xuanyan had inscribed that day. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xuanyan mused that had there been another option, she would have summoned her Aunt Xiang Zhu to the palace for companionship. Her 30 years of experience far surpassed that of the young Ji Lu. In her previous correspondence, aside from using the metaphor of fire and water to caution Xiang Zhu regarding flames, she had also specifically advised her to indulge in steamed crabs, particularly relishing them with vinegar. She had deliberately blurred the ink on the word vinegar, making it appear as if it had been accidentally spilled. Yet, should Aunt Xiang Zhu read the letter, she would likely grasp the significance of the vinegar. In the end, the outcome did not disappoint her. The concealed message within the letter made Lin Xuanyan so exhilarated that she nearly knocked over her teacup, had it not been for Ji Shun's timely assistance. "Mistress, what has brought you such joy?" Ji Shun inquired. The words inscribed on the envelope were few, merely 2 lines long. "I have consulted several renowned practitioners in the city. They affirm that this medicine acts as a contraceptive without harming the body and also has restorative properties, so that you may take it with peace of mind." Initially, Lin Xuanyan intended for Xiang Zhu to seek an alternative remedy that would prevent pregnancy without adverse effects. Now, it seemed that the Empress Dowager was not being excessively unreasonable, merely requesting that she refrain from bearing children for the time being. It can be said that the Emperor possesses a modicum of conscience. Lin Xuanyan pondered the current predicament within the palace. Only Lin Handong had a child, and he belonged to the same Lin family as her. This consideration likely influenced the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's reluctance to allow her to conceive prematurely. However, Lin Xuanyan recalled that in her previous life, when she met her demise, The queen's only legitimate daughter was merely 10 years old. If they were to adhere strictly to their intentions, then she would have no hope of becoming the Empress Dowager through bearing a royal son in this lifetime. After all, even if she were to support another child, it would always be a layer removed from the intimacy of her own flesh and blood. Chapter 80. The resounding slap. Previously, when Kupin had fallen out of favor, she had utilized her status to impose punishment upon Lin Xuanyan. Now that she had regained imperial favor, it was only natural for her to retaliate. One day, while Lin Xuanyan was seated at her desk painting, gazing out at the clouds partitioned by the palace walls, she suddenly called out, "Ji Shun." The attendant, Ji Shun, promptly approached, inquiring, "What commands do you have, my lady?" Lin Xuanyan, multitasking, inquired about whether any Zhu Ying flowers from the Lion residence had been sent to her compatriots. Given the distance from Lai and to Sheng Tian, the Zhu Ying flowers that could be transported were mostly dried, used as medicinal herbs or for fragrance. Yes, they have already been sent. Ji Xing has even stitched 4 pouches, and I have one as well, Ji Shun replied with a smile. As Lin Xuanyan completed her final brushstroke, she raised her gaze and asked seriously, "You once mentioned that you have a compatriot in the Tingzhu Palace. Can she be trusted?" Ji Shun paused, quickly responding, "Her name is Hui Xiao. I have known her since childhood, and we enter the palace together. Our bond is profound. Then have Ji Lu provide her with some silver. Whatever she undertakes in the future, it will aid her," Lin Xuanyan said with a faint smile. "However, you should not maintain overly close ties with her." Ji Shun immediately understood, bowing in acknowledgement. "Yes, I comprehend." Lin Xuanyan's first instruction regarding Hui Xiao was for her to visit Kupin's palace frequently in the coming days to monitor her movements. She also commanded Ji Shun to pilfer Kupin's rations from the Imperial kitchen, irrespective of what it was, as long as it would provoke her ire. "My lady, will you truly let her off so easily?" Ji Xing, recalling the day Lin Xuanyan had knelt in the blazing sun for 2 hours, felt a surge of indignation. Now that they had finally regained their composure, merely stealing food would only incite Kupin's annoyance without inflicting any substantial harm. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Xing's eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea. Why not have that Hui Xiao girl put some croton seeds into Kupin's meal? Lin Xuanyan rolled her eyes, reproachfully tapping Ji Xing's head. Setting aside the fact that a mere palace maid like Hui Xiao could hardly access the meals of a consort, even if she managed to do so, Hui Xiao, being from Fei Shuiyan, would be the first to be scrutinized if anything were to go awry. Lin Xuanyan had intentions of using Hui Xiao as a pawn. Surely she would not limit her to a single act of mischief. The potential losses far outweighed the gains, and it might even lead to a rift with Ji Shun, which was decidedly unwise. "Fear not, for I have my own clever schemes." Lin Xuanyan smiled slyly. Coincidentally, the emperor had not summoned her to his chambers that evening, allowing her the choice of whether or not to take her contraceptive the following day. Lin Xuanyan thus instructed them to forego the preparation and selected a few pills from among them, commanding, "Grind this into powder for me." Lin Xuanyan and Ji Xing had similar intentions, both aiming to drug Kupin, yet their methods diverged. Simply adding it to her food was far too rudimentary. After years of navigating the inner court, she possessed a plethora of subtle tactics at her disposal. During lunch, Ji Shun successfully presented the Tianqi pigeon soup that Kupin frequently enjoyed. For some reason, Lin Xuanyan always felt that this pilfered pigeon soup was more delectable than any other dish. After swallowing a mouthful of the soup, she glanced at Ji Shun. "Well done." Ji Shun waved his hand dismissively. It was no trouble at all. The servant merely remarked in the Imperial kitchen, "The pigeon soup is truly fragrant. My lord has not had much appetite these days and wishes to change the flavors." Upon hearing this, Ji Shun could not help but chuckle, continuing, "As I was leaving, I happened to encounter someone from Shuyan Pavilion arriving at the Imperial kitchen, and there was quite a commotion inside." Lin Xuanyan also stifled a laugh, pondering how splendidly disheveled Kupin's expression must have been at that moment. "Well done. You both should learn more from Ji Shun. My lord, there is still some unease regarding Ji Lu. I hope Kupin will not trouble you again." Lin Xuanyan smiled slyly, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "She dares not." Meanwhile, In the Shuyan pavilion, Kupin swept her hands across the table, sending dishes crashing to the ground, the broth mingling in a wretched mess. The once delectable soup now appeared revolting. How dare she? Kupin fumed. How dare she seize what belongs to me? Was it merely because of the Emperor's favor? I am a consort, and there lies a noble lady between us. How dare she? Ji-Qin quickly attempted to soothe her, guiding Kupin aside. My lord, it is merely a bowl of pigeon soup. It is not worth your wrath. As she spoke, Ji-Qin discreetly signaled for someone to hastily clean up the debris. However, Kupin remained incensed, kicking the nearby flower stand with force. This is more than just a bowl of soup. This is my dignity. Still unsatisfied, she kicked several more times, causing the potted plants to sway perilously before finally settling into a seat beside Ji-Qin. She has trampled my dignity underfoot. Ji-Qin, wishing to voice her thoughts, refrained, knowing well that Kupin had previously sullied Lin Marin's dignity. She had long advised that it would take at least a month for the Emperor to forget entirely before any action could be taken. To act out of impatience just days after losing favor was unwise. Perhaps the Emperor's departure was merely a fleeting whim shared with Lin Marin. Yet, Ji-Qin held her tongue, compelled to acquiesce to Kupin's sentiments, burdened with unspoken woes. She first echoed Kupin's disdain for Lin Xuanyan, then added, "You are a consort. You once made her kneel under the scorching sun for 2 hours. Now she merely enjoys a few sips of soup thanks to the Emperor's favor." Such tactics are rather petty. After venting her frustrations, Kupin's emotions settled somewhat, yet she remained unwilling to let the matter rest. "So, she has taken my soup, and I am to let it pass?" She slammed the table, though the teacups remained undisturbed. Noticing this, Ji-Qin silently sighed in relief. "Then you might consider sending a bowl of pigeon soup to the lower-ranked consorts, such as Zhao Changzai and Tao Baolin, allowing them to partake in the delicacy that Lin Marin so brazenly enjoys." Kupin, puzzled at first, soon relaxed her brow, a smirk of disdain appearing at the corners of her lips. "Then hurry and summon someone, by tonight at the latest. I want Zhao Changzai and the others to savor it. Ensure it is delivered for 3 consecutive days." "Yes," Ji-Qin responded dutifully. It must be said that the method of sending the qin is quite sophisticated. It neither directly confronts Lin Xuanyan nor detracts from the elegance of Kupin, thereby highlighting the rather unrefined nature of Lin Xuanyan's actions in usurping the soup. However, Lin Xuanyan of Tianzhou Pavilion had long anticipated this maneuver. Whether Kupin chooses to confront her directly or adopts a more subtle approach as seen now, it does not deter her from her subsequent, genuine intentions. The act of usurping the soup merely serves to signify to all that she has already expressed her displeasure through punitive kneeling, ensuring that her future schemes do not draw suspicion towards herself. Chapter 81. The poisoning Sister Lin has arrived. Please take a seat. As another day of greetings commenced, Ren Kairan, upon spotting Lin Xuanyan entering, called out from a distance. However, Lin Xuanyan merely inclined her head slightly as a gesture of acknowledgement. It is worth noting that Ren Kairan had a thick skin. When she had fallen out of favor, she had trailed behind Kupin, mocking Lin with cold jibes. Yet now that her fortunes had reversed, she acted as if they were close kin. Ren Kairan's complexion shifted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and continued with a smile, "I have recently acquired a new batch of Yunjin Huayan powder, which is quite nourishing for the skin. Later, I shall send some to you, Sister Lin." At this, Lin Xuanyan finally lifted her gaze to Ren Kairan, a faint smile gracing her lips, though she did not respond. Instead, it was Zhao Changzai, seated beside Ren Kairan, who interjected with a smile, "His Majesty bestows rewards from time to time. Sister Lin's cosmetics are likely abundant. Why would she require Sister Ren to send more?" Zhao Changzai's remark was rather blunt, almost implying that Ren Siren's cosmetics were of little worth. However, Ren Kairan, being of a higher rank than Zhao Changzai, could endure such mockery. Just as she was about to retort, Kupin and Lu Gairan entered the scene. Once the formalities were observed, the atmosphere in the hall, which had previously exuded warmth and liveliness, suddenly turned silent, akin to the stillness of a grave. Particularly, Ren Kairen and Ruan Changzai exchanged furtive glances between Lin Xuanyan and Kupin, having grown weary of their monotonous pigeon soup. Soon enough, the impatient Kupin adjusted her sleeves and boldly asked, "How does the pigeon soup taste these days?" What could the lower-ranked consorts say other than that it was delicious? Yet, Kupin was unsatisfied and turned her gaze to Lin Xuanyan. "What of you, Lin Marin? Yours was especially infused with tianqi. The flavor should be even better." Lin Xuanyan couldn't help but admire Kupin's resourcefulness. She subtly maneuvered the conversation to her advantage, and Lin doubted that such a tactic had originated from Kupin herself. Nevertheless, Lin Xuanyan chose silence, taking a sip of tea instead, as she did not wish to engage in conversation at that moment. With the emperor's favor, she felt no trepidation in withholding her words. Observing Kupin, it was evident that Lin Xuanyan's demeanor had infuriated her. Had it not been for Ji Qin's reminder, Kupin might have resorted to sarcasm. Before long, the other members of the harem arrived in full. Every third day brought greetings, and unless there were pressing matters, the conversations revolve around cosmetics, clothing, and jewelry, topics that often felt repetitive and dull. After approximately half an hour, the empress dismissed everyone. "Sister Ke." Just after exiting Changxiu Hall, Lin Xuanyan called out to Kupin ahead of her. Kupin frowned. Typically, Lin Xuanyan would respond to her taunts with sharp retorts, but would never seek her out directly. After all, Kupin held a high position, and while Lin's responses could be seen as mere frustration, approaching her unprovoked would grant Kupin the moral high ground, even if it escalated to the emperor. With this thought in mind, Kupin immediately raised her chin and turned to face Lin Xuanyan. At this moment, Lin Xuanyan stepped forward to pay her respects to Kupin, for propriety must not be neglected. The necessary formalities must be observed. However, before Kupin could respond, Lin Xuanyan smiled and took the initiative to rise. "Sister Kupin, I have yet to answer the question you posed earlier in the hall," Lin Xuanyan remarked with a smile. "Question?" Kupin looked at Lin Xuanyan with suspicion, recalling that she had spoken at length in the hall and could hardly remember what she had asked. Choosing to remain indifferent, Kupin continued to elevate her chin, gazing down at Lin Xuanyan, curious about what trick she might be attempting. With a faint smile, Lin Xuanyan responded, "Sister, you previously inquired about the flavor of the pigeon soup with tianqi added. My answer is that it is exquisite." As she spoke, to everyone's surprise, Lin Xuanyan stepped closer, placing her hand on Kupin's shoulder and leaned in to whisper, "If the Imperial kitchen prepares tianqi pigeon soup again, I would very much like to partake." Having said this, Lin Xuanyan stepped back a few paces, bowed, and took her leave, stating, "Sister, I have answered your question and shall not disturb you further." It was only after Lin Xuanyan had walked a considerable distance that Kupin finally reacted, pointing at her retreating figure in speechless anger. "Listen to what she has said. It implies she intends to seize my things again." Kupin's finger trembled with indignation. She found her audacity infuriating. "My lady, please calm down," Ji Qin said hurriedly, fanning Kupin and patting her chest, fearing that Kupin might lose her composure in front of the onlookers. Kupin, furious and stamping her foot, found herself powerless against Lin Xuanyan and had no choice but to return to the palace, the sound of shattering porcelain echoing behind her. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanyan was in high spirits, having nearly overindulged at lunch. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had discreetly sprinkled the powdered herbs onto Kupin's shoulder during their exchange. Contemplating this, Lin Xuanyan beckoned Ji Shan over. "How has Hui Xiu been these past few days?" "My lady, rest assured." Coincidentally, the maid responsible for cleaning Shui Yin Pavilion has been feeling unwell, and Hui Xiu has gone to assist her. What a fortunate coincidence. It seemed that results would manifest by the following day. With the combination of Zizhu powder and the fragrance of Zhuing, it was likely that Kupin would be too embarrassed to show her face for a month. The next day, news of Kupin summoning the imperial physician spread like wildfire throughout the palace. Even the empress took the time to inquire about it. "I heard that Kupin has developed a rash, particularly on her face and neck, densely packed and alarming." This revelation made Tao Baolin momentarily forget the needlework in her hands, her expression becoming notably animated, displaying a semblance of glee. It was no wonder, for even the most good-natured individuals would not easily forget the punishment of kneeling. Lin Xuanyan fanned herself, concealing her laughter, although her eyes betrayed her delight. Moreover, I have heard that her head maid, Ji Qin, has also developed a rash, though not as severe as Capin's. The atmosphere was soon filled with merriment, and even Ji Xing chimed in with a few flattering remarks, prompting Lin Xuanyan to feign annoyance and shoot her a glare, which quickly transformed into laughter. However, this time, Ping Er remained unusually silent, a stark contrast to her previously vivacious demeanor. One might say that ever since she was punished by kneeling that day, she has become considerably more reticent, indicating that Tao Baolin has indeed taken measures to discipline her. A servant must embody the essence of servitude, otherwise chaos would surely ensue. Nevertheless, since that incident, Ping Er has taken to frequenting the Tianjiao Pavilion, a task that was once primarily undertaken by Bai Mu. Perhaps, after the reprimand from Tao Baolin, she has come to grasp the true nature of her role as a servant. Yet, Lin Xuanyan has instructed Jishuan to keep a close watch on her. Even the most justifiable deviations from the norm are still categorized under the label of abnormality. Chapter 82. The scarring month had passed, and the redness on Ku Pin's face gradually faded, during which she had not had the opportunity to see the emperor. Initially, Chichas intended to visit her to offer comfort, but upon arriving at the entrance of Shuyan Pavilion, he was turned away and could only send some medicinal ointment inside. After the Mid-Autumn Festival and a subsequent rainfall, the weather began to cool down. At last, Capin came to pay her respects to the Empress once more. However, this time, the makeup on her face was strikingly heavy. Even the usually reticent Xu Fei could not help but furrow her brow and remark, "Capin, why do you wear such ostentatious makeup?" The makeup favored by the court was typically understated. Even Lin Xuanyan, who might employ subtle tricks in her appearance, endeavored to conceal any effort, appearing effortlessly beautiful. Indeed, Lin Xuanyan usually applied only a light dusting of powder, for her natural beauty required merely a hint of embellishment to captivate. In contrast, Capin typically adhered to a more subtle aesthetic, her fair complexion radiating a healthy glow, complemented by her crescent-like, smiling eyes that evoked a sense of warmth and approachability, except when she raised her chin to look down upon Lin Xuanyan. This time, however, Ku Pin sported a thick layer of white powder, her lips painted in a vibrant hue. One might have thought her a specter had it not been daylight. The beautiful Imarin seated beside her wished to distance herself, her disdain evident in her eyes. I have heard this is a novel style from the south, and I found it intriguing, so I decided to try it. Capin forced a smile and offered a flimsy excuse. Xu Fei remained silent, yet her discontent was palpable to all. Ku is still young. It's not surprising she is drawn to such novelties, but Lin Handong paused. It would be better to maintain a more understated appearance. Ku Pin nodded vigorously, to the point where Lin Xuanyan feared the powder might crumble from her face. The Empress, seated at the head, spoke softly. What the Guifei and Xu Fei have said is most pertinent. All sisters must remain vigilant about their own appearances. The concubines responded in unison. Yet, the resentment in Ku Pin's eyes was nearly impossible to conceal, as she hurriedly lowered her head to sip tea, seeking to compose herself. Days later, despite her efforts to conceal it, the women of the palace learned the true reason behind her flamboyant makeup. There was no novel southern style. Rather, Ku Pin had scratched her face during her illness, leaving behind scars despite the rash's disappearance. In the royal court, as in the homes of common folk, a woman with scars on her face would often face disfavor from her husband. Lin Xuanyan could hardly have anticipated such an unexpected twist. To everyone's surprise, after Ku Pin's recovery, the emperor summoned her for 3 consecutive days. Could it be that the emperor's tastes were rather peculiar? When alone, Lin Xuanyan could not help but furrow her brow in critique. Yet, she quickly shook her head to dismiss such a dismal thought. Perhaps the scars were not too severe, coupled with the emperor's lingering affections, which prompted him to summon her repeatedly for reassurance. The incident involving Yang Gengyi revealed that while this emperor might go months without showing favor, he still held on to past sentiments. With the arrival of autumn rains, the weather in the Imperial city gradually turned colder. By the time the first snow of winter graced the land, both the Empress Dowager and the Empress announced a temporary exemption from the usual court greetings in the various palaces for the year. Lin Xuanyan felt a sense of relief, while Tao Baolin, who had spent 3 years in the palace, found it somewhat perplexing. Traditionally, such exemptions were granted only on days of heavy snow, yet this year, with merely a light dusting, the court had been spared 2 months of greetings. Why ponder so much over it? Isn't it better to be spared from the greetings? In this frigid weather, I would much prefer to stay cozy indoors, remarked Zhuo Changzai. In recent days, Zhuo Changzai had frequently brought pastries to the Ningxin Hall, and through these interactions, the three had grown quite familiar with one another. Listening to Tao Baolin's words, Lin Xuanyan reflected on the happenings from her previous life in the palace. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often conceal hidden motives, especially when the two high-ranking ladies aligned in their decision to exempt the court greetings. However, after much contemplation, Lin Xuanyan could not recall anything pertinent from her memories. After all, at that time in her past life, she had been a naive girl living in the countryside, lost in dreams of her future husband, and had little regard for the affairs of the palace. Even if she wished to pay attention, she lacked the connections to do so. Lin Jia, do you think this is a good idea? Zhuo Changzai's inquiry interrupted Lin Xuanyan's thoughts. Surprised, Lin Xuanyan's face flushed with embarrassment. What were you discussing? I wasn't paying attention. The two were not offended and repeated their plans. They proposed gathering together for a pot of antique soup when it snowed again in a few days, enjoying the snow while savoring their meal, which sounded delightful to Lin Xuanyan. Her eyes brightened as she suggested, "Coincidentally, my birthday is approaching. If it snows that day, we could have the soup then." If it were not for the sweltering summer heat, which made frequent consumption of the soup unwise, Lin Xuanyan would have relished the antique soup daily, rather than waiting for the cold winter. Excellent. Zhuo Changzai clapped her hands in delight. We can also enjoy a cup of fragrant wine and some lamb. Such a day would be truly heavenly. Tao Baolin nodded in agreement. Ever since Lin Xuanyan moved into the Ningxin Hall, her own fortunes had improved. Previously, during winter, she would only dare to use vegetables and mushrooms, with a bit of dog meat for hot pot. This time, she too began to fantasize about the taste of lamb. Zhuo Changzai's words completely ignited Lin Xuanyan's cravings. As soon as the two departed, she instructed Ji Shun to prepare antique soup for dinner that evening. How fragrant! Ji Xing inhaled deeply, the mere thought causing her mouth to water. Lin Xuanyan shot her a playful glare, feigning annoyance. Do you think I've deprived you of food? Why put on such a greedy display? As she spoke, she picked up a piece of freshly cooked lamb, dipped it in sauce, blew on it a couple of times, and popped it into her mouth. Ji Xing, who had followed Lin Xuanyan for so long, knew well that she wasn't upset and continued to grin. Lin Xuanyan couldn't help but chuckle at her antics, and promptly selected several dishes that had yet to be cooked to share with the 3 greedy souls in the Tianzhao pavilion. Thank you, my lady. I always knew you were the kindest master in the world, Ji Xing exclaimed, carrying the dishes, her praises flowing forth as if they were free of cost. Lin Xuan hastily waved her hand to dismiss her, preferring to keep her vision untainted. With the departure of the chattering Xing, the once vibrant atmosphere grew desolate, as Ji Lu focused solely on serving Lin Xuanyan more dishes. The vast palace was enveloped in a profound silence, so much so that even the sound of snowflakes falling upon the branches outside could be distinctly heard. Ji Lu, open the window. Has it started snowing again? Lin Xuanyan suddenly commanded. Ji Lu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, opening the window, allowing a gust of frigid wind to rush in, dissipating the warmth from the burning silver carbon within the room. Chapter 83. The spring light shines through the snowstorm. The once flourishing peach trees of spring and summer now stand bare, their branches stripped of life, yet adorned with a delicate layer of white snow, as if spring's gentle breeze had swept in overnight. My lord, the wind is quite fierce. Perhaps we should close the window, Ji Lu suggested, adjusting the coal basin to stoke the flames higher. The room had already been ventilated through other windows, but for the sake of warmth, they had shielded it with a screen, rendering the view outside completely obscured. Gazing at the snowy landscape beyond the window, Lin Xuanyan was suddenly transported back 2 decades. In the countryside, a large family would gather around a single table for a meal, especially during this wintry season. They would share a grand copper pot, filled with an array of ingredients, laughing and conversing merrily. Despite the biting cold outside, the home radiated warmth akin to spring. Although she was a delicate young lady from the city, her time spent in the countryside had instilled in her a longing for the lively gatherings of other families, prompting her to insist on a similar occasion at home. Aunt Xiangzhu, unable to refuse, acquiesced. It was the one moment of the year when there were no distinctions between master and servant, simply family. For Ji Lu, that scene had unfolded just a year ago, while for Lin Xuanyan, it had been 20 years, and the vibrant memories had long since faded into a sepia-toned blur. After a lengthy silence, Lin Xuanyan remarked, "Let it remain open. Do you not feel as though we have returned home?" Yet, the current Lin Xuanyan would never utter the words inviting Ji Lu and the others to share a table. The strict protocols of the palace aside, the betrayal by Sun Shui in her previous life had instilled in her a caution that made her wary of the blurred lines between master and servant. Even with the unwavering loyalty of Aunt Xiangzhu, Lin Xuanyan dared not gamble with the fragile nature of human hearts, which often lay veiled beneath layers of pretense. The north wind howled, scattering a flurry of snowflakes into the room, even forcing the door to creak open. "My lord." Ji Lu hesitated, words caught in her throat. It was then that Lin Xuanyan became aware of the tears streaming down her cheeks, mingling with the dye on her face. As she reached to wipe her tears, a gentle hand appeared from behind, softly brushing away the traces of sorrow from her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" The familiar scent of dragons, saliva mingled with the icy chill of the wind, yet his voice remained as tender as ever. Lin Xuanyan quickly rose to bow, but was pulled tightly into Qi Zhao's embrace. "Has someone wronged you?" His brow furrowed, the depths of his obsidian eyes reflecting her silhouette and the flickering candlelight. "No." Lin Xuanyan shook her head, nestling into his embrace, the rhythmic pounding of her heart echoing in her ears. At Qi Zhao's gesture, the palace attendants withdrew, and the crackling of the burning coal mingled with the howling wind, amplifying the thunderous cadence of her heart, which began to synchronize with his own. "Then what caused your tears?" Qi Zhaosu gently caressed her hair. "Could it be that the tales of star-crossed lovers you have read have not ended happily?" Though she understood his intention was to lighten the mood, Lin Xuanyan shot him a reproachful glance, her fleeting melancholy evaporating in an instant due to his playful remark. In a sense, he had achieved his aim. Lin Xuanyan pouted, letting out a soft huff. "Not at all. I was merely reminiscing about the past. In bygone days, no one had ever tasted antique soup, and her momentary melancholy was but a fleeting sentiment." Despite Lin Xuanyan's feigned arrogance, Qi Zhaosu perceptively detected the loneliness woven into her words. Once within the palace walls, the realm outside was severed from that within, creating two distinct worlds. Qi Zhaosu paused briefly, then took her hand and seated himself beside her, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Just in time, for I can accompany Xuanyan in her meal." The howling wind and snow muffled the cacophony of the outside world. Beneath the warm glow of candlelight, only Lin Xuanyan and Qi Zhaosu remained, feeding each other in a manner reminiscent of an ordinary married couple. As time drifted by, the candlelight waned, and the tempest outside intensified. Yet the promise of spring remained undeniable. "My lord, you are awake," Ji Lu remarked as Lin Xuanyan opened her eyes. She felt the coldness of the bedding beside her, realizing that the emperor had been gone for some time. "What time did his majesty leave? Why did he not call for me?" Although Lin Xuanyan had no desire to attend to a man's wardrobe in the frigid winter, she understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. Sitting up in bed, she involuntarily winced. Her ardor from the previous night had left her with aches, and the emperor was equally culpable. Ji Lu promptly came to her aid, having grown bolder after numerous encounters. Now, she could gaze without blushing at the faint red marks peeking from Lin Xuanyan's collar. It was His Majesty's explicit instruction to be gentle, lest we disturb your slumber. Not only had her composure improved, but she could also jest with her mistress. Lin Xuanyan shot Ji Lu an embarrassed glare, her cheeks flushed with a blend of shame and irritation, while internally she began to withdraw the rising tide of emotions, until not even a ripple remained. The sweet nothings exchanged the previous night lingered in her ears. Yet the mistress of the springtime had already ventured into the depths of winter. Drawing Ji Lu closer, Lin Xuanyan whispered, "Please massage my back. It aches." She reclined once more, allowing Ji Lu to expertly knead her sore muscles, a delightful blend of discomfort and relief. Although the bedclothes had been changed since their playful escapades, the subtle scent of the man still lingered in the air. Yet, Lin Xuanyan's mind wandered to memories of her past life. Countless men had shared moments of tender intimacy with her, each making promises that ultimately proved futile. The assurances of men were as ephemeral as illusions, vanishing when exposed to the light of day. When Ji Lu inquired softly after the massage, Lin Xuanyan's gaze had already regained its clarity. "Are you feeling better, my lady? Must you rise now?" Lin Xuanyan stretched languidly on the bed, letting out a groan of reluctance. She truly wished to remain in repose, but the exertions of the previous night demanded sustenance. By the time Lin Xuanyan washed up and sat at the dining table, an array of delectable dishes awaited her, delights from the sky, treasures from the waters, and bounties from the earth, all presented in abundance. Amen? They are merely tools for indulging in culinary pleasures. Yet, even though Lin Xuanyan had exhausted herself the previous night, as she swallowed the last bite of the soup dumpling, there remained an abundance of untouched delicacies on the table, which was truly a pity. You may take them to enjoy, and perhaps share a portion with the palace servants in the Ningxin Hall, Lin Xuanyan said, languidly reclining in her chair, raising her hands slightly in a dismissive gesture. "Thank you for your generosity, my lady." Xiang smiled as she called for Jishuan to clear the table. Being favored by their mistress meant they had no worries about food and drink. It was no exaggeration to say that even the esteemed Tao Baolin across from them might not enjoy as lavishly as the three of them did. Especially on the day following their lady's intimate attendance, an array of exquisite dishes seemed to flow into the Tianzhao pavilion without restraint. Whenever their mistress could not finish her meal, it surely became a boon for them. Chapter 84. The Arena of Strife on the day of Lin Xuanyan's birthday. The weather was splendid, with even the usual chilly winds having calmed considerably. "Ah, sister, so many guests have already arrived at the palace. It seems I have come a bit late." Even before she arrived, the voice of the beautiful Yi could be heard from afar. Lin Xuanyan quickly donned a smile to greet her. "It is better to arrive fortuitously than early. Sister, Yi has come at just the right moment." "Indeed, Sister Yi, please take a seat here," said Run, hastily making room for Yi. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone settled back into their respective places. However, as the birthday celebrant, Lin Xuanyan maintained her position of honor, even though he had taken an additional title. Yet, Lin Xuanyan felt a touch of vexation on such a joyous occasion. 5 dear friends had gathered, some of whom she had not even invited. She had only extended invitations to Tao Baolin and Zhuo Changzai, while the other 3 had arrived unbidden. Nevertheless, since they were already here, she could only entertain them graciously. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she turned to Yi and said, "Sister Yi, we were just discussing what dishes to add to the antique soup. Is there anything you would like to eat? I shall note it down." "My dear sister speaks so generously. I shall not hold back," Yi replied with a laugh, covering her mouth. The group continued to chat and laugh until noon arrived. Just as the antique soup was being served, they heard the eunuchs at the palace gates announcing, "His Majesty has arrived. The noble consort has arrived." Lin Xuanyan was taken aback and quickly joined the others in greeting the emperor with respectful bows. Recently, the emperor had been preoccupied with preparations for the winter hunt, spending his days riding and shooting arrows at the archery range. She had assumed he would only come by in the evening, which was why she had extended invitations to the consorts as a matter of courtesy. Had she known he would visit during the day, she would have preferred to avoid the company of so many flirtatious ladies. However, she was perplexed as to why the emperor had brought Lin Handong along, seemingly intent on adding to her discomfort. Despite her inner grievances, she maintained a radiant smile in the presence of the emperor and Lin Handong. Qi Zhaozi, beaming with joy, took Lin Xuanyan's hand and said, "Today is your birthday. There is no need for excessive formality." With that, Qi Zhaozi gestured to the side, and Anshan promptly presented a branch of plum blossoms with great respect. He handed the plum branch to Lin Xuanyan, warmly saying, "As I passed through the plum garden, I saw this branch in full bloom and had it specially picked for you. Among all flowers, only Xuanyan flourishes capturing the essence of the garden. This line inspired Lin Xuanyan's name, yet it also fueled the jealousy of the consorts, for the verse suggested that amidst the fading blossoms, only the plum blossom dared to bloom vibrantly against the cold winds, thus claiming the garden's beauty. What do they count as? Lin Xuanyan thought, holding the plum branch, her head bowed in modesty, while the burning gazes from behind felt as if they could pierce through her. That single plum blossom bore the weight of enmity. Lin Xuanyan grasped the unwelcome gift, wishing to cast it away. Couldn't they have offered a jade or gold-carved plum blossom instead? What benefit is there in a mere branch picked haphazardly? Yet, she had to maintain her poise and replied sweetly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chichos then turned his gaze towards the others, stating that today marked the birthday of Lin Xuanyan, and that his beloved consorts should not be bound by formalities. "Your Majesty, the ladies seem to be a bit chilly. Let us retreat inside to warm ourselves," Lin Handong remarked with a smile. Chichos nodded, taking Lin Xuanyan's hand and leading the way into the hall. However, when it came time to take their seats, the main positions were occupied by Chichos and Lin Handong, relegating Lin Xuanyan to a lower seat beside the emperor. Despite being the birthday celebrant, Lin Xuanyan was overshadowed by her half-sister, the esteemed first-rank consort Lin Handong, who had to be seated according to rank. What good was the plum blossom specially gifted by the emperor if she still found herself beneath her sister? As some looked on with amusement, Chichos commanded, "Anshan, arrange for another seat for Lin Xuanyan here." Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed Lin Handong's face. The seating arrangement traditionally placed the emperor to the left and her to the right. Thus, if the emperor were to add a seat for Lin Xuanyan on his left, it would mean Lin Xuanyan would occupy the position of honor, while she would be placed on the right. Yet, Lin Handong swiftly adjusted her demeanor, smiling as she said, "I was remiss. It is indeed fitting for my sister to occupy the main seat on her birthday. You're the consort. How could you sit in a lower position?" Chichos seemed to recall, smiling as he added, "You shall switch seats with Lin Xuanyan and sit on my left." Lin Handong shook her head, modestly replying, "To be by your Majesty's side is honor enough. There is no need for such empty courtesies." Chichos chuckled, patting Lin Handong's hand, clearly pleased with her decorum. Lin Xuanyan rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking how ridiculous it was for them to engage in such flirtation right in front of her. Once Lin Xuanyan's seat was arranged, she sat down and discreetly reached for Chichos' hand under the cover of the table and her sleeve. Chichos was momentarily taken aback, a smile surfacing on his face as their fingers intertwined in secret amidst the watchful eyes of the assembly. However, as the servants began to serve the steaming dishes into their bowls, it became evident that such clandestine gestures could no longer continue, especially since Lin Xuanyan was not left-handed. "Very well," Chichos declared, placing a piece of lamb into Lin Xuanyan's bowl. She lowered her head and murmured, "Thank you, Your Majesty," releasing his hand in the process. Next, Chichos served Lin Handong a portion of food with equal care. Lin Xuanyan bit into the lamb with a hint of irritation, while Lin Handong, seated to her right, felt equally displeased that Lin Xuanyan was served first when she was the consort. After a few bites, a favored attendant began to toast Lin Xuanyan in celebration. Despite the sweet taste of the fragrant wine, Lin Xuanyan soon felt its effects. In her previous life, she had mastered the art of drinking without inebriation. Yet at 17, she had only secretly tasted a few cups with Xiangzhu. "Your Majesty, I toast you with this cup," Lin Xuanyan declared, lifting her glass, her eyes shimmering with mist, her gaze hazy. Chichos immediately recognized her intoxication and took her cup away to prevent her from drinking further. Undeterred, Lin Xuanyan seized Chichos' cup and downed its contents, instantly coughing as the fiery liquid hit her throat. The wine served to Chichos and the other consorts was of a different variety altogether. After Lin Xuanyan finished coughing, she did not forget to show the empty cup to Chichos, saying, "Your Majesty, I have finished drinking. It is now your turn." At this moment, Lin Xuanyan was not merely misty-eyed. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue from the coughing, and her already rosy lips glistened with a layer of moisture, shimmering under the daylight. What man would not wish to cradle such a delicate beauty in his embrace? Although Qi Chaozi was an emperor, he was still a man. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Lin Xuanyan murmur, "Your Majesty, why are there so many Your Majesties?" Before she could finish her sentence, the wine cup in her hand tumbled onto the table, rolling and crashing to the floor with a crisp sound. Lin Xuanyan then staggered into Qi Chaozi's arms, mumbling, "Your Majesty." Yet, she did not rise again, having evidently succumbed to intoxication. Chapter 85. Lin Handong's interference. Lin Xuanyan was assisted by palace maids into the inner hall, yet the guest of honor was absent. Coupled with the emperor's evident distraction, the attendees subtly hastened their dining. "Your Highness, Your Highness!" Lin Xuanyan overheard the commotion outside, signaling the imminent conclusion of the gathering, with the palace maids clearly calling for Lin Handong. Tightening her fists, Lin Xuanyan acknowledged that although she had indulged in wine and felt somewhat lightheaded, her intoxication was feigned. Uncertain whether Lin Handong had followed the emperor or had encountered him en route, it was clear that the words exchanged upon arrival were laced with traps intended for her. Lin Xuanyan's concern was that the emperor might be swayed by Lin Handong's ostentatious rhetoric, prompting her to take the initiative. Outside, the sound of the palace maid's choked voice reached her ears. "This servant pays respects to Your Majesty and the esteemed ladies of the palace." Following was Qi Chaozi's impatient command, "Speak swiftly." The sound of the eldest prince's incessant wailing echoed, with the wet nurse unable to pacify him, causing great concern amongst the servants. Hearing this, Lin Xuanyan inwardly cursed the eldest prince's mother, lamenting that the child seemed to fall ill every few days, as if he were a harbinger of calamity. Nevertheless, despite her anger, she listened as Qi Chaozi reprimanded the situation before departing with Lin Handong. The once vibrant Tian Zhao pavilion gradually returned to tranquility following the emperor and the favored consort's exit. At that moment, Jilu approached with a bowl of prepared hangover soup. "My lady, please drink some soup to recover." Lin Xuanyan, refusing assistance, sat up on her own, though her eyes still betrayed a hint of haziness. "My lady, you have sobered up?" Ji Lu exclaimed in astonishment, as it seemed miraculous that her mistress had recovered so swiftly. Lin Xuanyan replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I have recovered. With the emperor absent, there is no need for pretense." "My lady, you should still have a few sips," Ji Lu insisted gently. Lin Xuanyan acquiesced, downing a small bowl of soup, and commanded, "Go to the Imperial kitchen and fetch some dishes. I am famished." Having dined too early, she had only sampled a few spoonfuls of the exquisite antique soup, and now the prospect of eating again felt devoid of its initial allure. When the dishes arrived from the Imperial kitchen, Ji Shun brought forth news. "My lady, the emperor and the favored consort encountered each other on their way here. Additionally, the eldest prince's condition appears stable, as a physician from the Imperial Medical Institute has been dispatched." At this, Lin Xuanyan paused mid-bite, a cold smile gracing her lips. Lin Handong was deliberately scheming to usurp her position, feigning sisterly affection while sending trinkets, yet striking her with greater ferocity than even consort Ku, though she was not required to pay respects during this period. The scandal of Lin Xuanyan being outmaneuvered by her legitimate sister on her own birthday would surely create a stir throughout the palace. "My lady, should we not go to Yalan Palace to summon the emperor?" Ji Shun proposed. Lin Xuanyan shook her head. The eldest prince was Lin Handong's greatest support and the emperor's current favorite. There was no need to provoke the emperor's ire for the sake of momentary pride. Unless she too had a child. Lin Xuanyan gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen, feeling the warmth radiating through her clothing. This was the sacred space for nurturing life. Yet, the moment was not yet ripe. Sometimes, a child nestled within is more precious than one born. "Ji Lu, please select some medicinal herbs from the storeroom and deliver them to Yalan Palace," Lin Xuanyan instructed. While she refrained from summoning the emperor, it did not preclude her from subtly reminding him that someone awaited his presence in the Ningxin Hall. Perhaps the emperor, seeing that the crown prince's ailment was not severe, might decide to visit after all. Ji Shun recognized this possibility and promptly suggested, given the biting cold, it would be best for a servant to deliver it. Lin Xuanyan waved her hand nonchalantly, unconcerned. However, Upon Ji Shun's return, his dejected expression revealed that he had not succeeded in his task. Ji Lu shared in the sighs. Yet Lin Xuanyan remained unfazed. It would be splendid if the emperor came, but a gentle reminder would suffice if he did not. Just as the trio in the Tianzhou pavilion composed themselves, a familiar voice echoed from outside the hall. This servant pays respects to Lin Beauty. It was Shan. Beaming, Shan stood before them, followed by a procession of palace maids carrying various items. Lin Xuanyan's face lit up in delight as she personally assisted Shan, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, master. It is truly commendable of you to come all the way here in this frigid weather." She then turned to Ji Xing, instructing, "Prepare a cup of hot tea for master to warm himself." And Shan, grinning, did not object and remarked, "Lin Beauty, His Majesty has specially sent you a birthday gift." Earlier that morning, the emperor had already dispatched a gift, and this second delivery was clearly an attempt to compensate for his absence in celebrating with her. Lin Xuanyan, taken by surprise at this unexpected joy, felt her heart blossom, though she feigned confusion on her face. A birthday gift? But today is not. As she trailed off, realization dawned upon her, and her expression turned momentarily despondent. She mustered a faint smile and bowed, saying, "This humble servant thanks His Majesty for his grace," having been by the emperor's side for many years. And Shan had witnessed the melancholic expressions of the consorts, yet he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. The emperor could only favor one, inevitably neglecting another. But that was the extent of his musings. And Shan helped Lin Xuanyan to her feet and began to announce, "A pair of sapphire and emerald hairpins." Lin Xuanyan joyfully echoed Shan's recitation of the bestowed gifts in her heart, though she maintained her fade of composure. Once he finished, Shan gestured for a young eunuch to present a scroll. "My lady, this is a gift from His Majesty." Lin Xuanyan was taken aback, then eagerly accepted the scroll with both hands, murmuring, "Is this painted by His Majesty?" "Indeed," Shan confirmed, "His Majesty prepared this long ago, waiting for the right moment to present it to you." As the words left his lips, a radiant smile blossomed on Lin Xuanyan's face, perfectly timed with the winter sun casting golden rays upon the snow-covered landscape, though none could rival the brightness of her smile. Like a plum blossom in winter, it burst forth in an instant, and Shan accepted a small pouch handed to him by Ji Xing, feeling satisfied that he could finally respond to the emperor. After bidding farewell to Shan and his entourage, Lin Xuanyan cradled the painting gifted by the emperor as she returned to her chamber. The emperor demonstrates a measure of consideration. While Lin Xuanyan undeniably has a fondness for gold and jewels, to the emperor, wealth is merely a superficial possession. It is the thoughtfulness behind it that holds true value. In the future, she shall acquire even more treasures from the emperor. With a sense of delight, Lin Xuanyan placed the scroll on the table and unfurled it. The scroll gradually revealed a tree adorned with blooming plum blossoms. Snow weighed heavily upon the branches. Even as the golden sunlight refracted off the snow, it paled in comparison to the vibrant red of the blossoms emerging through the snow. Perched upon the tree was a figure, none other than Lin Xuanyan herself, her eyes sparkling with joy. The painting bore an inscription, "Among the myriad flowers, only Xuanyan flourishes," capturing all the charm within the little garden. This resonated beautifully with the plum blossoms delivered today. A smile crept upon Lin Xuanyan's lips. Yet she couldn't help but scoff lightly, muttering, "I certainly won't be climbing plum trees in the dead of winter." Chapter 86. Guanyin of Childbirth at the Entrance. Ji Shun halted the approaching Ping Er. "Sister Ping Er, is there something concerning Tao Baolin?" Ji Shun obstructed Ping Er, who was determined to proceed inside. Ping Er then glanced up with a smile, saying, "I noticed a bit of commotion here, and I thought perhaps you might need assistance." "Oh," Ji Shun elongated his tone. "I assumed Sister Ping Er had come to solicit a reward." Ping Er's expression stiffened momentarily, but she quickly replied, "A generous beauty. I've already received a reward today. Why would I seek another? I merely thought, having received the beauty's bounty, to see if there was any way I could be of service." Ji Shun shook his head. "Sisters Ji Lu and Ji Xing are quite occupied. There is no need for Sister Ping Er's assistance." Yet Ping Er was undeterred. "Surely, The beauty must require someone to attend to her. I shall go. As she spoke, she attempted to enter, but Ji Shun positioned himself firmly in her path. With a frosty demeanor, Ji Shun exhaled a cloud of breath and stated firmly, Tian Zhao Xie does not require external help. After a brief pause, a smile returned to Ji Shun's face, as if the previous tension had been merely an illusion. Sister Ping Er, simply attending to Tao Baolin will suffice. If there is anything needed, there are plenty of palace attendants in Ningzhen Hall. It is truly unnecessary to trouble you. The steward standing at the entrance of Ningzhen Hall overheard and immediately concurred. What the esteemed Ji Shun says is absolutely correct. Should the beauty have any requests, she may call upon us. Miss Ping Er need only take care of Tao Baolin. Ping Er's expression transformed dramatically, like an overturned spice jar, and she no longer felt comfortable seeking an excuse to enter Tian Zhao Xie. Just then, Bai Mu from Ban Mengxian approached, informing her that the master was looking for her, providing Ping Er with a convenient exit. Ji Shun squinted at Ping Er and Bai Mu's departing figures, letting out a cold snort. Not only had the master specifically instructed him to keep an eye on Ping Er, but her seemingly ulterior motives also made it impossible for him to allow her entry. Yet, Ji Shun was also plagued by confusion. He and Ji Xing had previously permitted Ping Er entry, secretly observing her intentions. However, she had genuinely appeared to be there to assist, whatever the master required. She was quicker than Ji Xing and him combined, were it not for the fact that all the implements were from Tian Zhao Xie, coupled with constant vigilance to ensure Ping Er could not cause any mischief. Ji Shun would have begun to suspect she intended to poison the master. Ji Shun buried this concern deep within, resolving that regardless of Ping Er's motives, as long as he was present, not even a fly would dare infiltrate Tian Zhao Xie. The following morning, Lin Xuanyan lay in bed, reluctant to leave the warmth of her covers, when Ji Xing hurried in, whispering, Master, someone from Yilan Palace has arrived. Lin Xuanyan immediately sat up, her brows knitting slightly. What is it? They say the Imperial concubine has summoned you to Yilan Palace for a discussion. Lin Xuanyan rolled her eyes dramatically in front of Ji Lu and Ji Xing, pulling the covers back over herself. What nonsense is this? I avoid Lin Han Dong like the plague. How could I possibly go to Yilan Palace to converse with her? Moreover, in this frigid weather, I have no desire to leave the warmth of my bed, let alone the cozy confines of a room with a charcoal fire. Isn't she's supposed to be the caring older sister? Why not come over and speak directly? After all, she came yesterday. What difference does today make? Lin Xuanyan uttered the two characters lightly. Yet, Ji Xing had to engage in a lengthy exchange outside before managing to send her off. Lin Xuanyan lay on the bed for a while longer before Ji Lu gently tugged at her hand to help her rise. Although the room was warmed by the charcoal fire, leaving the bed on a winter's day felt akin to embarking on a distant journey. What do you think about hanging the painting that was delivered yesterday in the center? Lin Xuanyan sat before the vanity as Ji Lu styled her hair, her mind restless and turning to the side. The maid found it quite delightful. The painting gifted by the emperor yesterday was indeed incomparable to the previous ones. Ji Xing immediately concurred. However, I believe the painting from Summer hung in the middle would also be splendid, countered Ji Lu. The summer painting depicted the moment after a quarrel and reconciliation, where the emperor painted Lin Xuanyan as she climbed a peach tree to pick peaches. The thought of it made Lin Xuanyan's lips twitch slightly. Could it be that the emperor was enamored by her tree climbing? Otherwise, why would he conjure a painting of her perched upon a plum tree? Ultimately, Lin Xuanyan decided to hang both paintings side by side in the center, hoping that next time, the emperor might paint her climbing trees in spring and autumn, thus creating a collection of 4 seasons. Winter days were rather dull. Even the usually gregarious concubines visited less frequently. Lin Xuanyan reclined on the soft couch, idly flipping through a storybook, as the emperor had been preoccupied with archery practice, leaving her book unattended for several days. Just then, Ji Xing hurried back in, approaching Lin Xuanyan to whisper, My lady, the noble consort has sent someone again, bringing gifts. What has she sent? Lin Xuanyan immediately perked up. Ji Xing shook her head. It's covered with a red cloth. I'm not certain. However, From its shape, it seems to be a statue of a Buddha or something similar. Lin Xuanyan furrowed her brow. What scheme was Lin Handong up to this time? Nonetheless, as it was a gift from the noble consort, Lin Xuanyan, despite her sisterly advantage, could not linger in the inner chamber and had to allow Ji Xing to tidy her attire before stepping out to express her gratitude. Lin Xuanyan raised her gaze slightly, looking towards the senior maid Hua Ko beside Lin Handong, expressing her appreciation for Hua Ko's effort. Lady Lin is too kind, Hua Ko replied with a gentle smile. The noble consort feels regret over yesterday's incident and specially sent this statue of Guanyin, the goddess of mercy, which was sought from the temple by the lady of the Marquis. The noble consort offers her daily, so it must be quite blessed. As she spoke, Hua Ko surveyed the chamber's arrangement, prompting Lin Xuanyan to consider where this Guanyin statue would be suitably placed. She had to examine everything the emperor gifted before daring to use it, let alone in winter when insects were scarce. Even Lin Handong's gifts, once inspected, she would hesitate to accept. Lin Xuanyan scrutinized Hua Ko, who was undoubtedly a well-trained servant, cultivated by Shang Su to be a precious daughter, capable of making decisions with just a few words. Yet, who was Lin Xuanyan? She immediately smiled, clapping her hands in delight, and exclaimed, "If the noble consort has given birth to a prince, it is evident that this Guanyin statue is indeed very effective. However, such a precious item should not be enjoyed solely by a mere concubine." "Very well," Lin Xuanyan commanded. "I kindly ask Miss Hua Ko to accompany me to the small Buddha hall, where we shall enshrine the Guanyin statue. This way, all the sisters of the palace may benefit." Hua Ko's expression shifted slightly, yet she quickly murmured, "This is the Empress's heartfelt intention towards the beauties, sending it to the small Buddha hall. How could it be solely for one beauty's spiritual benefit?" Lin Xuanyan maintained her smile. "In the palace, whether they are with child or not, it is all a matter of joy for His Majesty. When His Majesty is pleased, so too am I." With that, Lin Xuanyan stepped out of the inner chamber first, turning back with a smile. "Come, I must trouble you, Miss Hua Ko, to accompany me." Lin Xuanyan did not allow Hua Ko the chance to decline, decisively taking charge. Chapter 87. New Year's Eve.